Once the strongest military king of the Dragon Kingdom, he heroically sacrificed himself in the border mission. Opening his eyes again, he unexpectedly became Wang Yunteng, the playboy son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. He was originally just a deserter reported by the military. But fate happened to give him the most outrageous opportunity at the most difficult time. System forced online, punishment triggered, combat power 300, reaction 200, firearm proficiency max. Just when everyone thought he would be torn to pieces by the drug lord. That night, he alone cleaned up the entire drug lord camp. Mercenaries look foolish, the military is shocked, and the mafia directly scares the collective into silence. And all of this is just the beginning of his punishment period. From the deserters who were reported by the military for pursuit, to the mysteries that various forces are competing to investigate. Every battle, he is rewriting the world's cognition. 3 days later, in the interrogation room, the chief trembled as he looked at the autopsy report and said, "Do you think this shooting technique was used by that fleeing wealthy second-generation playboy?" Everyone is asking, is this called a playboy? This is called a monster. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Beginning of Hell, Wasteland Body, S-Level Soul. Boom. The heat wave mixed with shrapnel fiercely slashed Wang Yunteng's back. Damn, how many grenades is this? The rainstorm deep in the jungles of northern Myanmar washed his blood-stained face. Wang Yunteng held the Type 95 assault rifle tightly, and the air in his chest seemed to be burning. Ghost. Retreat. If you don't retreat soon, it won't be enough. The desperate scream of the observer's hand came from the earpiece. Withdraw fart. Wang Yunteng spat out a mouthful of blood foam and stared vaguely at the figure that flashed 300 meters away. That was his deputy captain and the brother who had just exposed the team coordinates to the drug lord. Can you even sell the friendship crawled out of the pile of dead people for these tens of kilograms of white powder? 026 did not retreat, only died in battle. Wang Yunteng pulled off the empty magazine and touched the last glorious bullet on the tactical vest with his finger. The enemy has already charged forward, a dark and oppressive area. He grinned, his face covered in oil paint exuding a chilling madness. Do you want me to die? Then let's go to hell together. The pull tab pops open. Bang. The world fell silent. The intense feeling of stomach acid surging instantly overwhelmed the blank of consciousness. Wang Yunteng suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, his body uncontrollably convulsed, and a feeling of weakness that he had never experienced before quickly overwhelmed him. Where is this? Does hell still care about food? This stomach sour taste is too authentic. He instinctively wanted to do a tactical somersault, which was ingrained in his bones. However, pluck. The brain gave the command, but the limbs were like rusty bearings, unable to keep up with the rhythm. Originally, it should have been a sharp carp, but it turned into a toad and fell face down into a pile of rotten leaves. Damn it. Wang Yunteng grinned in pain, not only because he had fallen, but also because his body was so useless. With a slight movement, all the fat on my body trembled uncontrollably. He propped up his muddy arms and struggled to flip himself over, panting heavily. What catches the eye is the dense primitive jungle, and through the gaps in the tree canopy, one can see the glaring sunlight. Not dead? No, that's not right. Wang Yunteng raised his hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This is not a hand that has been holding a gun for years, covered in calluses and scars. This is a pair of white and tender hands, even wearing a priceless wristwatch. At the same time, a strange memory forcefully entered his mind, causing him so much pain that he almost fainted again. Wang Yunteng, 22 years old, the only son of Wang Zhengwo, the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. The famous top playboy in the Beijing area is proficient in racing, bar hopping, and throwing money, but his only drawback is that his body has long been hollowed out by alcohol and lust. Because of a drunken disturbance, he offended a big shot who couldn't afford to be provoked, and was kicked into the army by his wealthy father, who called it returning to the furnace and rebuilding. As a result, this product turned out to be good. Just a few days after becoming a new recruit, during a field training, I became a deserter while the squad leader was not paying attention. Escaping soldiers. Wang Yunteng leaned against the tree trunk, his mouth twitching slightly. In his past life, he was the Special Forces King codenamed Ghost, the god of killing that terrified border drug lords, and the sharpest knife in the 026 logistics warehouse. Reborn after death and become a useless deserter in everyone's eyes? And the reason why this guy escaped is even more laughable, because he doesn't want to run 5 kilometers off-road. He's really a top-notch person. Wang Yunteng looked down at his slightly bulging belly and cursed fiercely. But the current situation seems even worse than being a deserter. This silly kid has a very poor sense of direction. He intended to run towards the nearest town, but ended up diving into the primitive forest along the border because he didn't recognize the map. If the memory is correct, walking another 2 kilometers south will be the true boundary marker. That is the backyard of drug dealers, mercenaries, and fugitives. We must go back. Wang Yunteng made a judgment in an instant. Although this body is in ruins, its brain is still there. As long as he is given time to resume training, it is not impossible for him to return to the peak based on his past life experience. More importantly, the traitor who betrayed the team is not dead yet. That bastard who traded his brother's lives for money is still at large. This account, even if you climb out of hell, needs to be calculated clearly. But the most tricky thing right now is that his current identity is a deserter. In the army of the Dragon Kingdom, deserters are the darkest mark on the pillar of shame. Once caught back, the best outcome would be expulsion from the military and even possible court-martial. At that time, let alone seeking revenge against the traitor on 026, I would never touch a gun again in my life. Unless, Wang Yunteng squinted his eyes, and a cold and sharp glint suddenly flashed in the originally murky gaze of the wealthy second generation. Unless I am not caught back, but have made contributions back? On this border where birds don't poop, the only credit is. The words are not yet finished. At this moment, sha-sha, a faint friction sound came from the nearby bushes. It's not the wind, nor the animals. It's human, and they are trained and know how to control the sound of footsteps. Are you coming to arrest my patrol team? Wang Yunteng instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, just about to open his mouth and call out for someone. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. No, the rhythm of those footsteps is heavy and rapid, accompanied by the faint sound of metal buckles colliding. More importantly, a special smell drifted into the air. That's inferior tobacco mixed with gun oil, and a faint smell of blood. This is not a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yunteng instantly shut up, instinctively pressing his body against the moss-covered tree trunk, even adjusting his breathing rate to synchronize with the environmental noise. The grass 10 meters away was cleared away. 3 black shadows suddenly entered Wang Yunteng's sight. Those are disgusting faces. The man walking at the forefront was burly, wearing a gray vest soaked in sweat, with a shiny gold chain hanging around his neck, holding a heavily worn AK-47, and a few circles of black electrician tape wrapped around the stock. The one on the left is as thin as a monkey, with colorful paint on its face, playing with a Nepalese army knife with a bloody groove in its hand and a sinister gaze. The fat guy on the right is carrying a huge hiking bag, with the straps tucked into his flesh. He is holding a handgun with a silencer installed in his hand, with the muzzle pointing cautiously at the ground. 3 armed drug dealers. And it's a drug dealer who just crossed the border with goods on him. Wang Yunteng's pupils suddenly contracted. What a big prize. Compared to being caught by the platoon and sent back to solitary confinement. This situation is like going from hell to 18 levels of hell. The distance between the two sides is less than 15 meters. At this distance, even a blind person can sieve him. The leading golden chain obviously didn't expect to encounter people in such a place where birds don't poop. He was stunned for a moment. Then the gun suddenly lifted and pointed straight at Wang Yunteng lying on the ground. At that moment, Wang Yunteng felt a chill in his brow. That's an intuition locked in by death. What kind of person? Jean Lian let out a low voice in Chinese, his fingers already resting on the trigger guard. The other two quickly dispersed, forming a standard triangular attack formation. Professional. Sophisticated. This is definitely not the first time a novice has engaged in murder and smuggling activities. Wang Yunteng did not move. Or rather, his current physical condition makes it impossible for him to move at all. He slowly raised his hands, trying to make his movements appear harmless and clumsy. If any tactical action is taken at this point, the opponent will definitely pull the trigger without hesitation. Only install. Pretend to be a fool who mistakenly entered the jungle. Although this is indeed a fact. Big brother. Don't kill me. Wang Yunteng tried hard to make his voice sound trembling and tearful, which he didn't need to act for now because his lungs really hurt. I'm here. To travel and get lost. Traveling. The thin monkey playing with a knife sneered, his murky eyes spinning around Wang Yunteng, and finally fixed their gaze on the Richard Miller on his wrist. Big brother, look at that watch. The thin monkey licked his dry and cracked lips, his greedy expression undisguised. I've seen that thing in a magazine, at least worth this amount. He extended 5 fingers and shook them. 5 million. The leader, Jean Lianzi, narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wang Yunteng's fair and tender face. With delicate skin and tender flesh, and wearing this watch, he's a fat sheep. The chubby man on the right took a step forward and whispered, Big brother, catching live animals? This kid must have money at home. If we don't sell well this time, we can still extort a sum of money. Wang Yunteng breathed a slight sigh of relief in his heart. Just be greedy for money. As long as one is greedy, there is room for maneuvering. As long as you can procrastinate, when you catch your breath, there may not be no chance. However, the next sentence from the golden chain directly plunged Wang Yunteng into the ice cave. Stupid. Jean Lianzi glanced coldly at the fat guy, his voice so cold that it turned sour. What kind of goods are we bringing this time? Do you not know? What if this kid remembers our face and attracts the border troops? Dead people are the safest. Kill them. There was not even a hint of hesitation. There is no classic scene where the villain dies from talking too much. After Jean Lianzi finished speaking these 2 words, his index finger resting on the trigger began to slowly pull down. The subtle sound of metal parts rubbing against each other was infinitely amplified in Wang Yunteng's ears. I really want to kill. These animals don't care about money at all. They care about absolute safety. Finished. Wang Yunteng's brain exploded instantly. At a distance of 15 meters, the opponent's gun has already locked onto the forehead. I am unarmed and exhausted, lying on the ground like a dead dog. How to deal with it? It's impossible to break through. A cold chill ran down the spine towards the back of the head. Do we have to die again just after being reborn? And he died at the hands of these scumbags? No. A surge of anger surged from the bottom of my heart, instantly overwhelming the pain and fear in my body. He is the king of war. It's a ghost. Even if they die, they have to break their 2 front teeth. Chapter 2. On my knees, I truly did not mean to. The leader, adorned with a golden chain, evidently had no intention of allowing Wang Yunteng the luxury of writing a will. That rough, coarse index finger was firmly pressed against the trigger, the knuckle gradually exerting pressure. There was no room for idle chatter. This gang of desperate rogues, seasoned by years of bloodshed at the border, revered a singular truth. Only the dead do not call for help. Click. The firing pin struck, and death knocked at the door. Now was the moment. Wang Yunteng's gaze was fixed intently on the subtle tremor of the opponent's wrist muscle. As a former elite soldier at the pinnacle of his prowess, his dynamic vision had not faded with his transition. In that fleeting second when the adversary's shoulder dipped and their breath hitched, his brain ignited with an urgent command, issuing the highest priority battle directive. CQC close combat martial arts, the Z-pattern evasion into a forward roll. This maneuver was one he could execute with eyes closed, earning an S rank in his past life. According to the script, he was to slide instantaneously to the left, behind a redwood tree thick enough for 3 men to embrace, leveraging the explosive force of his core to evade the initial barrage, while simultaneously seizing the jagged granite at his feet and utilizing the centrifugal force from his roll, hurling the stone like a baseball into the face of the knife-wielding drug dealer. Disrupting their triangular formation was key, even with just a stone in hand. This jungle would be his domain. Perfect. The command surged through him. Engage the left calf muscle. Push against the ground. Tighten the core. Sidestep. In that heartbeat, Wang Yunteng felt his very soul igniting, his fighting spirit reaching a fever pitch. However, reality delivered a resounding slap, akin to a brazen rogue without undergarments. This body, long mired in the indulgence of alcohol and the embrace of nightclub revelry, failed to respond to such an intense, explosive tactical command, unlike his seasoned comrades. The left leg, which should have propelled him forward, merely quivered at the moment of exertion. Then, a piercing pain shot from his ankle straight to the root of his thigh. Cramp? Of all times to cramp. Before Wang Yunteng could even utter an expletive, his entire being tilted, losing balance altogether. He neither dodged left nor surged right, but instead collapsed. Thud. Both knees met the ground. The inertia caused his upper body to lurch forward, his head crashing heavily into the nutrient-rich black soil. Thump. The sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the jungle, reverberating with an unsettling clarity. It was a quintessential, unreserved display of submission. Bang. Almost simultaneously, a crisp gunshot shattered the air. The bullet, propelled by a searing gust, grazed the back of Wang Yunteng's head and embedded itself into the tree trunk behind him, where his head would have been. Thud. The bark splintered, wood shavings scattering, some even trickling down into the collar of Wang Yunteng's shirt, causing him to shiver. Had he not faltered, had he not executed this farcical bow, even if he had managed that graceful evasion, given the reflexes of this body, that bullet would have surely taken his life. The wind rustled the treetops, producing a whispering sound. Beyond that, the scene fell into a deafening silence. The 3 drug dealers stood in stunned disbelief. They had taken many lives in their time. They had seen those who fought defiantly, those who knelt and begged for mercy, and even those who fainted in sheer terror. Yet, they had never witnessed such a silent, unspoken display of reverence. This was a kneel of extraordinary smoothness and sincerity, devoid of any hesitation. Ha 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 ha. The wiry man wielding a Nepalese dagger could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. He clutched his belly, pointing at the motionless Wang Yunteng on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Look at this limp shrimp. I thought he was going to do something with that fierce glare, but instead, he's just wishing us a happy new year? The rotund man to the right chuckled, his body quaking with laughter, his silenced pistol wavering in his grip. This is what they call a wise man knowing when to yield. I senti it? This rich second generation from the Dragon Kingdom is truly something else. Is this the new trend in begging for mercy? Pathetically cowardly, even worse than a woman. The leader of the chain-clad drug dealers felt his previously taut nerves slacken. He frowned, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating somewhat. Just a moment ago, when he observed the change in this kid's gaze, he had briefly felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking he might be facing an undercover officer or a reconnaissance soldier in training. After all, in these parts, those who dared to wander alone usually possessed some skill. But this Neil obliterated all doubt. This was undoubtedly a worthless wretch, a coward terrified of death. How unfortunate. The chain-wearing leader lowered his firearm, spitting in disgust. Killing such a scum felt like a waste of ammunition, and the gunfire might attract the border patrol from over there. Wang Yunteng, with his face buried in the muck, felt utterly humiliated. Embarrassing. Utterly humiliating. The once fearsome ghost warrior, a legend that struck terror into the hearts of foreign mercenaries, had never knelt even when surrounded by 100 heavily armed foes in the Amazon rainforest. Yet today, he had bowed before 3 lowly drug peddlers and produced a sound while doing so. If his old comrades from his past life found out, they would likely split their sides laughing. Rising in the middle of the night to ask if he had magnets in his knees. This body was truly rotten to the core. Wang Yunteng raged internally, wishing he could drag the original owner of this body out for a good thrashing. Yet in the next instant, that wave of shame was forcibly suppressed by a cold, hard rationality. Survive. This Neil, while a monumental loss of face, was still a testament to his continued existence. Moreover, he heard their laughter. In the theater of war, laughter signifies contempt, a relaxation of vigilance, a moment when alertness wanes to its lowest ebb. This was an opportunity. Even if it was an opportunity gained through kneeling, it was still an opportunity. Wang Yunteng's fingers plunged deep into the damp, foul-smelling earth, desperately searching until he finally grazed a cold, hard object. It was a sharp-edged slab of rock, approximately the size of a palm, slightly weighty. His breath remained rapid, his chest heaving as if terror had shattered his courage. Yet within the shadow of the soil, his eyes gleamed with a chilling clarity, devoid of fear. Enough of the laughter, it was time to act. The lead drug dealer seemed to sense his own laughter had been a bit over the top, regaining his cold demeanor, kicking the skinny man beside him. Take care of this kid, no more shooting. That last shot was too loud. It's probably already attracted attention. We need to move quickly. All right, brother. I'll let this young master bleed a little. I've never killed a young master wearing such an expensive watch. The skinny man wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, a cruel smile forming on his face. He gripped the Nepalese dagger with the blood channel open, stepping over fallen leaves as he advanced toward the prostrate Wang Yunteng. His gait was reminiscent of one approaching a lamb destined for slaughter, utterly defenseless. The footsteps drew closer. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Wang Yunteng could even distinctly smell the pungent odor of unwashed flesh mixed with cheap tobacco emanating from the adversary. Alongside the chilling aura approaching with the dagger, he remained utterly still, his entire body trembling violently. There was no need for pretense. His physical condition had indeed reached its limit, with his muscles spasming uncontrollably. He shook like a sieve, devoid of courage. The lean man approached Wang Yunteng, looking down from a height at this cowering scion of wealth, his eyes filled with mockery. He bent down, extending his calloused hand towards the meticulously styled hair at the back of Wang Yunteng's head, intending to lift it for the ease of slitting his throat. In the next life, remember not to be so cowardly. Just as the tips of his fingers grazed the hair ends, in that fleeting moment, the previously prostrate Wang Yunteng stirred. This was not a complex martial maneuver, but rather the most primal, unsightly, yet practical of actions, the lazy donkey's roll. Wang Yunteng's abdomen contracted sharply, and he propelled himself towards the dense thicket on the right, rolling frantically. The lean man grasped at air, momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, Wang Yunteng's right hand, hidden beneath him, shot up suddenly. It was not an attack, but a cloud of dust, a sizable handful of black earth, mixed with decaying leaves and mud, splattered onto the unsuspecting lean man's face. This handful was ample. Ah, damn it, my eyes. The lean man let out a wretched scream. The excruciating pain from the dirt in his eyes robbed him of sight in an instant, leaving him to flail his machete aimlessly in the air. Bah! Wang Yunteng had no intention of lingering in battle. He was acutely aware that the strength of his body was insufficient even for a mere tickle. Should he engage in direct confrontation, even with his opponent blinded, he would only end up being killed in return. His sole tactic now was encapsulated in one word: run. Using the momentum from his roll, he propelled himself into the nearby thorny bramble. Hiss! The sharp thorns of the wild roses instantly rent his expensive shirt, piercing his delicate skin. A flurry of stinging sensations erupted on his arms, thighs, and cheeks. Blood oozed forth immediately. It hurt. It truly hurt. The sensory nerves of this wealthy heir were undoubtedly 10 times more sensitive than those of an average person. Yet, Wang Yunteng did not so much as furrow his brow, clenching his teeth in silence. He capitalized on his rounded form, enduring the excruciating pain, and stubbornly rolled into the thicket that even wild beasts would shy away from, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the dense foliage. Damn it! This kid dares to ambush me. My eyes are blinded. Brother, I can't go on. The lean man rolled on the ground, clutching his eyes and shouting in despair. Useless. You can't even handle a soft-footed shrimp. The leading drug dealer's expression darkened abruptly. He had never anticipated that this worthless coward, who had just been begging for mercy, would dare to resist. He raised his AK-47, unleashing a barrage into the still quivering thicket. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames spewed from the muzzle. Bullets sent branches and leaves flying, splintering wood everywhere. However, the thicket was too dense, and given Wang Yunteng's cunning nature, he crawled close to the ground. The drug dealer, in a fit of desperation, raised the gun slightly, causing all bullets to strike the upper tree trunks and vines. Apart from a scene of devastation, he hit nothing. Damn it. The leading drug dealer glared into the depths of the forest, his expression darkening. Brother, should we pursue? The rotund man was beginning to panic. After 2 rounds of gunfire, they needed to leave. We must pursue. Golden Chain gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with malice. This kid has seen our faces. If he encounters a patrol and talks wildly, our route will be entirely compromised. He must be silenced. Third brother, can you still see? I can see a bit of a shadow. I want to kill him. I want to skin him alive. The lean man's eyes, swollen to the size of peaches, glared as he brandished his knife, filled with hatred. Surround him. That body can't run far. At most, it will collapse after 200 meters. Capture him. I will skin him to make a lantern. 3 figures fanned out, menacingly infiltrating the jungle. Chapter 3. A 5 million bait. This life you cannot afford. The wind in the jungle stilled, the oppressive heat making one feel nauseous. Each breath drawn into his lungs was tainted with the acrid stench of decaying leaves. Wang Yunteng forced his body into a muddy mass of ferns, black sludge coating him entirely, leaving only a pair of bloodshot eyes visible. Phew. It felt as though a burning cotton ball was stuffed in his chest. Every breath required immense effort. The body fat percentage was alarmingly high, and even slight movements caused him to sweat profusely. Now, perspiration streamed into his eyes, stinging painfully. Hypoglycemia struck. His vision dimmed intermittently, the familiar sensation of dizziness making him feel nauseous. Damn it, can this wealthy heir not survive on less alcohol? Wang Yunteng cursed inwardly, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He struggled to retrieve his Richard Mille from the mud-caked pocket of his pants. Worth millions. The diamonds on the watch face sparkled dazzlingly in the shafts of light filtering through the leaves. In his previous life, he would not have glanced at such a thing. But now, it was his only bargaining chip. Wang Yunteng hung the watch on a branch protruding 2 meters ahead. Adjusting its angle, he found it perfectly positioned. Sunlight illuminating the watch face, the reflected light practically beckoning the group of desperate men. Come, seek fortune. After completing this simple task, the muscles in his upper arm began to cramp, the pain so acute he felt as if he might sever his arm. He silently retreated, burying himself back into the foul-smelling pit of mud. His right hand gripped the freshly sharpened wooden stake tightly. This was all he possessed, to sharpen this piece of wood. His hands, which had only ever touched the steering wheels of supercars and the thighs of models, had been ground against stones until they were blistered. His palms a blur of pain. The sensation kept his nerves stimulated, preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness. They're coming. The mingled stench of tobacco and unwashed bodies wafted into his nostrils with the gentle breeze. Straight ahead, at 11 o'clock, the lean man, blinded by mud and sand, stumbled towards him, wildly hacking at the obstructing vines with his Nepali machete, cursing under his breath. You little bastard, if I catch you, I'll crush your yoke. The lean man's eyes were squinted into slits, tears and snot covering his face. Though not entirely blind, his vision was severely blurred. He was engulfed in rage. Yet, in battle, anger often equates to death. Wang Yunteng held his breath, striving to relax his stiff muscles, his heart pounding like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. Such a heart rate would severely hinder his explosive power. Catch your breath. Wang Yunteng bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth, which momentarily brought him back to awareness. Just then, a blinding reflection pierced through the lean man's swollen eyes. What the hell is that? The lean man instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, squinting as he leaned forward. On that dry branch, a watch encrusted with shattered diamonds swayed gently in the breeze. That is money. A lot of money. The lean man's previously twisted expression froze. And then an uncontrollable ecstasy surged across his contorted face. Huh, what a foolish young master, running for his life and leaving behind such treasure. Greed flared like wildfire, instantly consuming his remaining caution. Or rather, he subconsciously did not regard the wealthy heir, who had just been begging for mercy, as a person at all. A worthless individual. So feeble that even the sound of gunfire could send him into a panic. What else could he do except scatter valuable items across the ground? The thin man glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and hurriedly rushed forward in a few swift strides. That was several million. Enough for him to exchange for how many firearms at the border? Enough for a prolonged spree at the casino? Just as his fingertips were about to graze that icy dial, the muck erupted. A shadow surged from the side, striking with ferocity. Wang Yunteng did not employ any elaborate techniques. His body lacked the means for such. He hurled himself like a hefty sack of meat, utilizing gravitational acceleration to crash violently into the thin man's knee. Crack! Such an angle of impact was unbearable for the knee joint. A piercing scream escaped the thin man as he tumbled backwards. An opportunity. Wang Yunteng paid no heed to the agonizing pain radiating from his shoulder. He mounted the thin man, plunging a sharp wooden splinter towards his throat without a moment's hesitation. It was a matter of life and death. Thud! The sound of flesh meeting flesh was muffled, but it missed. Those damned rich second-generation hands were slick with sweat and mud, causing the splinter to slide and become lodged in the collarbone instead of the carotid artery. Damn it! A chill ran through Wang Yunteng. Ag! The excruciating pain drove the thin man into a frenzy, his military knife flailing wildly, the cold blade grazing Wang Yunteng's scalp and taking a chunk of hair with it. Just a half-inch lower, and Wang Yunteng's skull would have been split. Life and death hung in the balance. Wang Yunteng relinquished the wooden splinter, gripping the thin man's wrist with all his might, pressing his weight down upon him. Competing in strength? This frail body could not match the seasoned drug dealer who had danced with death for years. Instead, he had to fight with ferocity. Wang Yunteng's right hand, fingers splayed wide, disregarded any technique and struck directly at the thin man's face. Target, the eyeball. Die for me. Wang Yunteng roared as his thumb forcefully plunged into the already swollen eye socket of the thin man. Squish. The sensation of an eyeball being violently crushed surged through his fingertips, sending shudders throughout his body. It was utterly revolting. But this was the sensation of taking a life. The thin man's scream reached a heart-wrenching pitch, his body convulsing violently, the hand that once held the knife now flailing in a desperate frenzy. Wang Yunteng offered him no respite, seizing the Nepalese military knife amidst the chaos. Now, this was a true weapon for killing. Heavy and with an exquisite grip. In the next life, do not be greedy. Wang Yunteng gasped for breath, raising the knife high. Swoosh. The blade sliced through flesh, severing the trachea and blood vessels. Blood erupted like a high-pressure water gun, splattering across Wang Yunteng's face. The thin man's scream abruptly ceased, leaving only the gurgling sounds of blood bubbling from his throat. He convulsed a few times on the ground, his ruined eye sockets fixed unseeing towards the sky, motionless. Wang Yunteng slumped beside the corpse, gulping in air, his lungs feeling as if they might burst. His hands trembled violently, not from fear, but from exhaustion. This entire sequence of actions unfolded in mere seconds, yet it completely drained the last remnants of his strength. At this moment, even his fingers that gripped the knife were spasming. What a pitiful state. Wang Yunteng gazed at his bloodied hands and the remnants of an eyeball, forcing a bitter smile. This was hardly a display of a master soldier turning the tables. It was merely two ruffians brawling in the mud. Yet he had survived. That was the outcome. Wang Yunteng took a moment to recover, suppressing nausea and dizziness. Reaching to retrieve the Richard Mille watch, wiping the blood on the corpse's clothing, and fastening it back onto his wrist. 5 million bought you a life. What a bargain. As he spoke, he swiftly rummaged through the thin man's body. A few magazines? None. This fellow was a close-quarters combatant, armed only with 2 spare daggers and half a pack of cigarettes. A pauper. Wang Yunteng cursed under his breath, just as he stuffed the dagger into his boot. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. The third brother. What is happening? Was that the third brother calling? The voice was close, less than 80 meters away. The other 2 drug dealers had caught wind of the commotion. Wang Yunteng glanced at the military knife in his hand, then at his still trembling legs. There was no escaping now. He could only continue to play the game. Chapter 4. As long as I can think of myself as a piece of dung, I can survive. The muck was not only foul, but also chilling. Wang Yunteng felt like a turtle tossed into a vat of pickled vegetables. That nauseating stench surged through his nostrils, assaulting his senses and causing his head to throb. This pampered body was protesting vehemently. It itched. A maddening itch. Countless minute nematodes and mites lurking in the muck were treating this delicate flesh as an all-you-can-eat buffet, especially in sensitive areas like the inner thighs and armpits. Sharp stings shot through every few seconds. Endure it. Wang Yunteng bit down on the soft flesh of his cheek, using the pain to suppress the instinct to scratch. In his past life, such a level of concealment would have felt no different than soaking in a 5-star hotel, perhaps even enjoyable. But this body was not equipped for it. Truly pathetic. Wang Yunteng cursed vehemently in his mind. If he didn't replenish some sugar soon, he wouldn't even need the drug dealers. He would faint right there in the muck. Just then, the bushes ahead were violently parted. The third brother. 2 figures burst into the clearing. The one in the lead, adorned with gold chains, had a face full of flab, trembling, with the muzzle of his AK-47 still exuding faint wisps of heat. The rotund man following closely behind was panting heavily, his bulk jiggling with every step. Their footsteps came to an abrupt halt upon seeing the corpse on the ground. The fat man's silenced pistol quivered in his hand, nearly discharging and hitting his own foot. Ugh! The moment he laid eyes on the third brother's face, the fat man's throat convulsed violently, stomach acid surging into his mouth, and he doubled over in a fit of dry heaves. It was too horrific, truly too horrific. The third brother's eyes, once sharp and shrewd, now resembled two bloody, gaping holes, the remnants of his eyeballs dangling like rotten grapes. The gash on his neck was even more grotesque, with tracheal cartilage protruding, bubbles of blood still bubbling forth. This did not resemble a death in a modern gunfight at all. The gold chain's face turned ashen as he stepped forward cautiously, prodding the third brother's ribs with the muzzle of his gun. No response. Dead as a doornail. The gold chain quickly half-crouched, pressing his back against a tree thick enough for three men to embrace, the gun sweeping wildly across the dimly lit forest. Don't vomit. Stay alert. The gold chain barked, his voice laced with urgency. If you don't want to die, keep your eyes wide open. He extended a hand, dipping a finger in the blood on the third brother's neck, rolling it between his fingers, warm and viscous. He then glanced at the inconspicuous wooden splinter embedded in the third brother's collarbone. The splinter was deeply lodged in the bone seam, the surrounding flesh torn apart. Was this the work of that rich second-generation brat? The corpulent fellow wiped the corners of his mouth, which were stained with sour saliva, and crawled over with a hasty, almost frantic motion, his back pressed firmly against the gold chain. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Wasn't he that rascal gasping for breath after just a few steps? Yet, Old Three was a practitioner of Muay Thai. How could he find himself in such a predicament? He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. The gold chain-wearing man wore a grim expression. His eyes narrowed to slits as he intently scrutinized the marks on the ground. We had all been deceived. The kowtowing and begging for mercy were nothing but a charade. Wang Yunteng, concealed in a muddy pit 5 meters away, nearly suffocated in disbelief upon hearing this. What an injustice! His knees genuinely buckled as he bowed. However, the gold chain man was clearly ensnared in a self-reinforcing loop of logic, and the more he pondered, the colder his back felt. He pointed at Old Three's vacant eye socket, lowering his voice with a chilling tone. Behold this technique. Eye gouging, throat sealing, devoid of any superfluous movements. Such extreme measures can instantly incapacitate an opponent. The gold chain man swallowed hard. He is baiting us, exploiting our complacency to lure us in one by one for the kill. The rotund man felt his scalp tingle, his thighs trembling. Are you suggesting that fellow is a special forces operative? Or perhaps an undercover agent from some elite unit? Quite likely. There have been precedents of wealthy scions gilding their resumes in special forces. That imbecile's previous display of impotence was merely a facade. The gold chain man gritted his teeth, a flicker of fear regarding this unknown powerhouse flashing in his eyes. He was toying with us. He was hunting us. Hunting nonsense. Wang Yunteng rolled his eyes dramatically in the mud, though no one was there to witness it. If given a choice, he would prefer to be sprawled on his 2-meter-8 bed at home, enjoying the 20-degree air conditioning while sipping on a chilled cola, rather than feigning death in this pit rife with insects and decaying leaves. His body was on the verge of collapse. The sensation of weakness brought on by low blood sugar was intensifying, his hands and feet beginning to tingle. Nevertheless, this misunderstanding was a lifeline for him. Fear serves as the finest veil. As long as they are afraid, they will refrain from rash actions. What shall we do then? The rotund man was thoroughly panicked, his hand gripping the gun slick with cold sweat. Brother, he is in the shadows, while we are exposed in the light. This forest is so dense. Who knows where he is lurking? Silence. The gold chain man, drenched in cold sweat, fixed a fierce gaze on the thicket where Wang Yunteng was hiding. That place was too filthy, filled with mud, rotting animal carcasses, and fermenting leaves. Who in their right mind would crawl in there? Moreover, in their perception, the adversary was a sprightly, aristocratic special forces scion who should be perched among the treetops or hidden behind boulders, surveying his prey with the keen eyes of an eagle. It was utterly inconceivable for him to reduce himself to a mere lump of filth, lying in a stinking ditch. This was a cognitive blind spot. Only a seasoned veteran like Wang Yunteng, who had truly clawed his way out from the heaps of the dead, combined with the limitations of his frail body, would opt for such a humbling yet safest means of concealment. As long as he could survive, he would not hesitate to lie in a pit of mud, or even a cesspool if necessary. Move that way. The gold chain man pointed in the opposite direction. Be cautious. I have a premonition that those eyes are watching us. Wang Yunteng silently commended this fellow for his keen intuition. Too bad it was of no use. Just as the two were preparing to shift their positions slightly, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it an exceedingly faint sound from afar. Crack, crack. It was the sound of hard-soled military boots striking dry, hard ground. Precise, powerful. rhythmically distinct from the heavy, chaotic, and sludgy footsteps of drug dealers. Wang Yunteng's ears perked up in the pile of muck. They were here. Regular troops. This was the turning point. As long as those two heard the commotion, they would undoubtedly be distracted. Whether they fled or hid, either choice would expose a flaw. The gold chain man clearly heard it too. His complexion paled dramatically. The previously sinister expression instantly replaced by terror as he abruptly gripped the rotund man's shoulder and gestured for silence. Shoo! The rotund man's flesh quivered. The panic lodged in his throat. Brother, what now? With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, are we doomed here? The footsteps drew nearer. From the sound, they were less than 200 meters away. The gold chain man's eyes flickered wildly, his mind racing to weigh the pros and cons confronting that hidden special forces assassin head-on. No chance. They couldn't even pinpoint his location. Engaging in a firefight with regular troops? That would be tantamount to suicide. They were on the border. And once gunfire erupted, armed helicopters would be overhead within minutes, reducing them to mere fragments. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Old Three's corpse on the ground. He glanced at his and the rotund man's attire. With their tactical jackets and hiking backpacks, albeit a bit soiled, they resembled lost hikers. A more sinister, more frenzied plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Quick, drag Old Three into that tree hollow. Cover up the bloodstains on the ground. The gold chain man flung his AK-47 behind him, lowering his voice to a harsh whisper as he rummaged through his bag for a tattered tactical jacket. Disassemble the gun and stash it in the bag. Hurry, don't dawdle. The rotund man paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation. Though he still seemed a bit dazed. Brother, you mean? Acting. Chapter 5. Oscar owes you a little golden man. The gold chain man let out a cold laugh, scooping up a handful of foul-smelling dirt and smearing it across his face, then ruffling his hair into a disheveled mess, making himself appear utterly disheveled. He even slapped himself across the face, splitting his lip, blood streaming down instantly. If that rich second generation could perform, why couldn't we? As long as we can deceive those soldiers and pass this checkpoint. The gold chain man pointed to the empty thicket, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. We might even leverage their hands to eliminate that little brat hiding in the shadows. Inform the patrol that a madman has killed our comrade and is pursuing us. Hiding in the muddy pit, Wang Yunteng, peering through the thin layer of sludge, watched the two drug dealers frantically preparing for their theatrical performance, his heart sinking. Were these truly the same two fearsome drug dealers from before? Wang Yunteng lay in the mud, witnessing this surreal spectacle, nearly expelling the breath from his nostrils in disbelief. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the speed of this impromptu disguise could rival the rapid face-changing of Sichuan opera in the brief span of 2 minutes. The thug adorned with a grand gold chain and a face full of excess flesh vanished. In his place stood a middle-aged woodcutter, clad in a tattered tactical jacket caked with dirt, his pant legs rolled high, his face a mask of fear and exhaustion. To enhance the authenticity, this character even yanked the conspicuous gold chain off and stuffed it into his trousers. As for the rotund man, he was a talent in his own right. He concealed the lethal silenced pistol behind his back, using the ample hem of his clothing to cover it, then plopped down on the ground, clutching his fleshy thigh, feigning distress. Ouch, brother, it hurts. There was no need for a director to shout action, as tears welled up in his eyes. The hiking bag was hastily covered with dried twigs and leaves, resembling a basket meant for carrying herbs. The lifeless body of the third individual, dispatched by Wang Yunteng, has been discreetly tucked away in a concealed hollow of a nearby tree, covered with a thick layer of decaying soil. Unless one were to approach with a search dog, it would be nearly impossible to detect it at first glance. A masterful feat Wang Yunteng mentally scored these two scoundrels. Their psychological resilience and adaptability could easily earn them an excellent rating even in the infiltration assessments of regular military units. Compared to sheer brute force, such wolves clad in sheep's clothing are the most lethal. In the distance, the sound of a patrol's footsteps grew progressively clearer. By the sound, there were only 3 individuals. 2 of them moved with a slightly clumsy and disordered gait, their footfalls heavy, clearly new recruits who have yet to internalize tactical marching. The remaining one moved with assuredness, the intervals between his steps nearly uniform, adeptly utilizing the terrain to muffle his sound. An experienced soldier, likely a squad leader or platoon leader. This configuration was alarming. Wang Yunteng's heart sank. If it were a special operations team composed entirely of veterans, the inept performances of these 2 drug dealers would be instantly discerned. After all, the scent of gunpowder, the calluses developed from years of handling weapons, and that unmistakable aura of menace could be detected by seasoned veterans. However, if it were a conventional patrol team accompanied by 2 greenhorns, it would indeed be akin to sheep walking into a tiger's den. The greatest flaw of these recruits is not their lack of physical prowess nor their poor marksmanship, but rather their overly soft hearts and low vigilance. In their worldview, The border remains peaceful. Their first instinct upon encountering injured civilians is to provide aid, rather than to raise their weapons. Hey, it seems someone is over there. A somewhat immature voice shattered the tranquility of the jungle, followed by the sound of branches being parted. Who is there? Come out. A second voice, slightly more authoritative, attempted to mimic the tone of a veteran, yet lacked conviction. The performance commenced. The previously menacing figure, adorned with a gold chain, now resembled a frightened villager reuniting with family, tumbling forth from behind the tree, hands raised high, brandishing a branch he had hastily snapped as if it were a crutch. Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, help, we're going to die? His voice was filled with anguish, brimming with emotion, even taking on a tone of a survivor of a catastrophe. The rotund accomplice played along, clutching his leg and rolling on the ground, emitting wails of pain. Ouch. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. At last, 3 figures clad in camouflage appeared within view. Leading the trio was a fresh-faced recruit in his 20s. His youthful visage betraying his inexperience as he gazed at the mud-streaked, weeping villagers, causing his weapon to lower instinctively. Squad leader. They're locals. They appear to be injured. Another recruit hastily chimed in, concern etched across his face. Uncle, what happened to you? Are you all right? Even if Wang Yunteng were buried in the mud, he would have been compelled to leap out and deliver a kick to each of these foolish lads. The gun should not be aimed at individuals. Even if the targets appeared harmless, be they elderly men or women, in such borderlands, until their identities are confirmed, the muzzle must never stray from human beings. This is a cardinal rule taught in the first lesson of basic training. Had these 2 simpletons left their brains in the barracks? Only the dark-faced squad leader remained unmoved. He held a Type 95 rifle, the muzzle intentionally or unintentionally directed at the 2 villagers, his brow tightly furrowed. Halt! The squad leader barked sharply. The 2 new recruits, poised to rush forward and assist, paused in confusion, turning back. Squad leader? They're hurt. Silence. The leader disregarded the recruits' inquiries, his gaze scanning the 2 drug dealers with scrutiny. Something felt amiss. This instinct had saved him several times before. This location deviated from the usual herb-gathering route by at least 5 kilometers, and he had vaguely heard gunfire moments prior. Although these 2 appeared to be in distress, their clothing tattered, the rotund one clutching his leg bore a thick callus at the base of his palm. That was the result of prolonged handling of implements. Aho! The positioning was incorrect. It resembled the grip of a firearm. Hands on your heads. Turn around. The squad leader maintained his vigilance despite the apparent suffering of the suspects. Taking a step forward, his finger resting on the trigger. This is a military restricted zone. Produce your identification. The air became instantly charged. The previously rolling rotund man momentarily froze, his wails stuttering to a halt. The expression on the gold chain wearer's face momentarily stiffened, but he reacted swiftly, donning a more aggrieved, even slightly angry demeanor. Comrade, how can you treat us this way? The gold chain wearer clutched his chest and stepped forward, attempting to close the distance. We are farmers from the foothills. We ventured in to seek treatment for our family's ailments and encountered a wild boar. My brother's leg is broken. You want to help us, and now you point your guns at us? Is this the conduct of the people as soldiers? We will file a complaint against you. This tactic of moral coercion was executed with remarkable finesse. The 2 recruits were instantly thrown into disarray. In their education, the bond between the military and civilians was exalted above all else. If they were truly reported for mistreating civilians, they would face disciplinary action. The squad leader, appearing genuinely concerned for the youngest recruit, could not help but interject. Look at his leg. It's swollen. Shouldn't we check the injury? The dark-faced squad leader's gaze flickered momentarily. After all, he was not the decisive type of special forces operative, merely an old soldier from the border defense unit. Faced with such accusations, and lacking conclusive evidence, his resolve wavered. Perhaps it was indeed a misunderstanding? If he had inadvertently harmed civilians, he could not bear the responsibility. Xiaoli, Xiaozhong, you 2 go over and keep an eye, don't get too close. The squad leader relented slightly, though his weapon remained raised, instructing them to set down their bags and inspect the injuries. Yes, the 2 recruits, as if granted a reprieve, quickly stowed their rifles behind their backs and hastened towards the 2 drug dealers. In the mud pit, Wang Yunteng's heart sank completely. It was over. These 2 recruits had actually slung their weapons. They were placing their lives in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Through the thicket, Wang Yunteng clearly observed that at the moment the 2 recruits bent down to assist the rotund man, the latter's hand, previously clutching his leg, was silently inching towards his lower back. There was no trace of pain in his eyes, only a fierce intent to kill. Meanwhile, the gold chain wearer, who had been lamenting to the squad leader, had already tensed his muscles, his right hand slowly probing towards the side pocket of a hiking backpack. That was the location of an AK-47 stock. The distance was too close, less than 2 meters. Once they acted, the 2 recruits would undoubtedly perish, having no time to react. Although the squad leader was vigilant, his view was obstructed by the gold chain wearer, rendering him oblivious to the rotund man's movements. These bumbling teammates. Wang Yunteng cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. Wasn't this compelling him to take action? If he refrained, these 3 soldiers would surely meet their demise here. But could his feeble body withstand the ensuing chaos? Yet, gazing at the youthful recruit's innocent concern and those unguarded hands reaching out, Wang Yunteng closed his eyes, only to open them abruptly. In his bloodshot gaze lay a fierce determination. Damn it! Since he still donned this military uniform in spirit, he could not stand idly by and witness his comrades perish before his very eyes, even clad in an expensive designer suit worth tens of thousands. And despite being a pampered scion of wealth, Wang Yunteng gripped the Nepalese kukri in his palm, reversed. He was determined to create an opportunity, one capable of shattering this perilous equilibrium in an instant. Chapter 6, a performance of cinematic proportions. It would be an utter waste for these 2 drug traffickers not to pursue a career in Hollywood. The stone was cold, its sharp edges digging into his hand. This was the only ranged weapon at Wang Yunteng's disposal. There was no need for intricate parabolic calculations. His body was incapable of such precise muscular control. Clenching his jaw tightly, he channeled every ounce of strength into his right wrist, focusing intently on the new recruit, Wang Xiaohu, who was bending down to assist the drug dealer. Target, that foolish boy's steel helmet. Go. Wang Yunteng hissed under his breath, his arms slicing through the air. The stone slipped from his grasp, lacking the anticipated powerful whistle, instead moving with an ethereal quality. But it would suffice. Clang. The sharp sound echoed as Wang Xiaohu, preparing to lift the pitifully feeble drug dealer, was suddenly struck hard by the helmet, causing his head to thrum with dizziness and sending him staggering forward. Ouch! Wang Xiaohu clutched his head, bewildered as he turned back. In that fleeting moment, he missed the fleeting glint of malice in the drug dealer's eyes, who had already begun to reach for his waist. There was but one chance. Wang Yunteng erupted from the thicket, pain coursing through him as he bellowed the words that had been lodged in his throat. Don't go over there. They have guns. As soon as he finished shouting, darkness enveloped him, stars danced before his eyes, and he nearly collapsed into the muck. Yet he could not fall. He had to stand, even as his legs trembled violently. The clearing in the woods was eerily silent. All eyes were fixed on the thicket exuding a stench of decay. Wang Yunteng stood there, almost indistinguishable from the foliage around him, cloaked in black muck. Only his eyes glowed with a fierce red light. His face and neck bore numerous lacerations from thorns, fresh blood mingling with dried scabs, rendering him akin to a malevolent specter emerging from the mire. Most perilous of all was the kukri in his hand. The blade was not clean, dark crimson streaks snaking along the blood groove, droplets of viscous liquid still dripping from the tip. Drip, drip. Wang Xiaohu and Zhang Chong had never witnessed such a scene. They froze, their throats constricting, forgetting even to raise their weapons. He is killing people. The rotund drug dealer reacted swiftly, his flabby face transformed into one of sheer terror. He scrambled to Wang Xiaohu's side, gripping the recruit's pant leg with desperation. Trembling all over, comrades of the People's Liberation Army. It's him, this madman. He killed Lao San, and now he wants to kill us. Help, help. The older man was even more dramatic, dropping to his knees and crawling 2 paces to clutch class leader Chen Mo's leg. Comrades, we just came into the mountains to collect herbs for my mother's illness. This lunatic suddenly appeared, and without a word plunged a knife into my brother's neck. Blood spraying everywhere. At this moment, the gold chain had already dissolved into tears. Snot and tears streaming down his face as he pointed towards a nearby tree hollow. The body is stuffed in there. He even wants to rob us. If anything happens to us, how will our paralyzed mother survive? This theatrical performance was both logically sound and heartfelt. Especially the plea about treating their mother's illness struck at the very core of the new recruit's defenses. Now, casting a glance at Wang Yunteng, bloodied, armed, with a savage glare, any observer, even a blind one, could discern who was the victim and who was the aggressor. Crack. Zhang Chong's face paled as he shakily pulled back the gun's bolt, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Wang Yunteng. Don't move. Put down the knife. Zhang Chong's voice trembled, tinged with tears, revealing his extreme anxiety. Class leader Chen Mo remained silent. As a seasoned soldier with 5 years of service, his gaze pierced over Gold Chain's head, locking onto Wang Yunteng with unwavering intensity. Something was amiss. Though this man appeared exceedingly vicious, his bloodshot eyes betrayed only calmness, devoid of madness. Moreover, the knife, a standard military blade, was held in a reverse grip, fingers slightly curled, a classic combat stance, not the erratic flailing of a lunatic. Yet the fear emanating from the 2 villagers was palpably genuine. Chen Mo dared not take a gamble. Here on the border, releasing a villain could spell disaster for an entire village, yet, mistakenly harming an innocent? Lower the knife. Hands on your head. Chen Mo's gun slightly elevated, targeting Wang Yunteng's brow with an icy, unequivocal tone. If there's a misunderstanding, put down your weapon and we can discuss it. Otherwise, I am authorized to shoot you. Listening to this righteous admonition ignited a fire in Wang Yunteng's chest, almost consuming him. I want to save you. Do you really want to kill me? Is this the so-called pig teammate? He opened his mouth to explain. Cough, cough, cough. A searing pain in his lungs bent him over, causing him to cough violently, a mouthful of bloodied saliva splattering onto the ground. To the recruits, he resembled a cornered beast, fighting for survival. Class leader, look at him. He is still glaring at me. The rotund man, hiding behind Wang Xiaohu, maliciously added. What more is there to say about this killer? Just shoot him. Otherwise, what if he suddenly goes on a rampage? Wang Yunteng suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, casting a fierce glare at the rotund man. In that instant, the man truly felt as if a predator had fixed its gaze upon him, instinctively shrinking back. Meanwhile, Gold Chain, with his face buried in Chen Mo's pant leg, appeared to be weeping profusely, yet his eyes, peeking through his fingers, wore a mocking smile directed at Wang Yunteng. That gaze clearly conveyed, young man, this is the jungle. The one with the better performance lives. Your act is a bit too juvenile. Wang Yunteng observed Gold Chain's hand stealthily reaching towards the side pocket of his backpack, the location of an AK's folding stock. He then glanced at the rotund man, whose gnarled hand had already slipped to his lower back. The distance was too close. Should a confrontation arise, those two unsuspecting recruits would be turned into Swiss cheese in an instant. Even the veteran, class leader, with his leg held captive, would be doomed without mobility. An explanation? There was no time left. No one would believe a bloodied man wielding a knife over two sons weeping with filial piety. If clarity was unattainable, then it was better to forego it altogether. Wang Yunteng inhaled deeply, the nauseating stench of blood swirling in his chest. It was time to gamble. He would wager the fragility of his own existence against the inherent kindness of these soldiers. Under the scrutiny of 3 guns, Wang Yunteng executed an unexpected maneuver. He slowly, albeit with great effort, rotated his wrist, guiding the bloodied kukri, blade tipped downward, gradually sheathing it back into its scabbard. Click. The sound of the blade being sheathed echoed. Following that, he raised his hands extremely slowly, palms facing outward. I surrender. Wang Yunteng's voice was frail, like a wisp of smoke, liable to disperse at any moment. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a pale and ghastly smile. Don't shoot. I truly can't move anymore. The taut nerves of the 2 new recruits visibly relaxed. As long as they laid down their weapons, they posed no threat. However, Chen Mo's pupils abruptly constricted. No. Although this man appeared on the brink of death, his action of sheathing the knife was too steady, imbued with the muscle memory cultivated through extensive training. How could a crazed, bloodthirsty madman exhibit such a gesture of surrender? Xiaohu, don't let him approach. Chen Mo bellowed. Too late. Wang Yunteng staggered, his body plummeting forward. The direction in which he fell was precisely towards the oncoming new recruit, Wang Xiaohu. No, don't fall. Wang Xiaohu, still a fresh recruit, instinctively reacted not by firing his weapon, but by reaching out to catch him. He took a step forward. It was this very step that reversed the balance between life and death. Chapter 7. Just saved your life, and you hit me with a rifle butt? What are you doing? Don't fall. Wang Xiaohu panicked. After all, this was the very first lesson he learned in boot camp. When a comrade collapses, one must catch them. This instinct was etched into his reflexes, even swifter than tactical maneuvers. To catch this bloodied and swaying suspect, Wang Xiaohu acted almost on autopilot. Relinquishing his grip on the 95 type rifle, arms outstretched to embrace the falling figure. Good lad. A sigh escaped Wang Yunteng's heart. His intentions were noble, but his judgment was still lacking. The moment their bodies collided, a pungent, nauseating stench surged towards Wang Xiaohu's senses. Before he could utter the words, hang in there, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The man, who had seemed as limp as a noodle just moments ago, suddenly moved his previously lifeless hand. It was devoid of strength, relying entirely on leverage. Wang Yunteng's fingers deftly hooked into the metal clasp of Wang Xiaohu's chest strap, and his body slumped downwards. 140 pounds, combined with the force of gravity, unleashed a sudden and sharp thrust at an awkward angle. Simultaneously, his right shoe discreetly struck Wang Xiaohu's shin. Hiss! Wang Xiaohu gasped in pain, his knee buckling uncontrollably, causing him to fall backward. With his center of gravity lost, the rifle strap around his neck slipped downwards. CQC close quarters combat technique, Python unloading. This maneuver relied not on brute strength, but on an exquisite understanding of human anatomy and balance. With a soft clatter, the black 95 type rifle, as if by magic, slid from Wang Xiaohu's neck into Wang Yunteng's embrace. The rifle, now in hand, the world was his. the weight of the metal, the sensation of engineering-grade plastic melding with cold steel, instantly steadied Wang Yunteng's racing heart. At that very moment, as Wang Xiaohu obscured his view while attempting to catch the falling man, the two actors, a stout drug dealer and a slender accomplice, discarded their disguises. The fear in the drug dealer's eyes vanished in an instant. The hand that had been clutching his thigh in agony swiftly reached for his lower back, drawing forth a handgun equipped with a silencer. He needed no aim. A mere lift of his hand would pierce the head of the still-dazed recruit, Zhang Chong. Meanwhile, the chain-adorned accomplice, sobbing and clinging to the squad leader Chen Mo's thigh, yanked open the zipper of his backpack's side pocket. The gaping maw of a submachine gun emerged, its menacing barrel now partially exposed. In this moment, aside from Wang Yunteng, who possessed an uncanny dynamic vision, no one at the scene realized that the Grim Reaper had already raised his scythe. There was no time for explanations. Even a single word was a luxury. Wang Yunteng found himself in an exceedingly precarious position, half kneeling on the ground, his body leaning back, the rifle still not braced against his shoulder. Steady yourself. Wang Yunteng gritted his teeth, forcing down the tremors in his arms. No need for a sight, no need for a reticle. As he fell, the last surge of power from his core propelled the barrel through his armpit, aimed squarely at the stout dealer, without even a glance in his direction. He relied solely on instinct. Bang! The first shot erupted. The recoil of the 95 type rifle was a heavy blow to his frail body, sending a jarring pain through Wang Yunteng's right shoulder, as if his collarbone were on the verge of snapping. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken. Yet he pressed on. Using the upward force of the recoil, Wang Yunteng deftly adjusted the angle of the rifle. At a 15-degree angle, he perceived the chain-clad accomplice, grinning as he drew his weapon, moving in slow motion as if captured frame by frame. Bang! The second shot. The interval between the two gunshots was less than 0.3 seconds, resonating like an extended roar. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. A few leaves, dislodged by the shockwave, drifted slowly to the ground. The new recruit, Zhang Chong, who stood a short distance away, was so frightened that his legs buckled beneath him, landing unceremoniously on the ground, his gun forgotten, safety still engaged. Squad leader Chen Mo felt as if his scalp were on fire, two waves of scorching air rushing past his ears. Then, with a thud, the stout drug dealer, still in the act of raising his weapon, swayed and collapsed to the ground, a smoking bullet hole appearing in the center of his forehead. Until his last breath, his finger remained on the trigger, never having had the chance to exert force. Thud! On the other side, the chain-clad accomplice fell backward, a bullet penetrating his left eye socket, taking a large portion of his skull with it. The submachine gun he had just drawn clattered to the ground by Chen Mo's feet. 2 shots, 2 lives. The entire world fell silent. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yunteng could no longer bear the weight. He and the rifle crashed heavily onto the ground littered with dry leaves. Pain. Exquisite pain. Those 2 shots had nearly cost him his life. His pampered physique could hardly withstand such explosive recoil. The right side of his body had grown completely numb. Breathing heavily, Wang Yunteng's vision began to blur, and a ringing filled his ears. Damn it, at least I didn't embarrass the old unit, he thought bitterly. Just then, the recruit, Wang Xiaohu, whom he had outsmarted to seize the gun, finally regained his senses amidst the chaos. However, the scene he beheld was utterly different from the reality. From his perspective, this blood-soaked madman had exploited his kindness to seize his weapon, and then, right before his eyes, even at the squad leader's feet, had mercilessly slaughtered 2 unarmed villagers who were pleading for help. The sight of blood splattering triggered a tremor in Wang Xiaohu's pupils. This was murder. A living person had just been executed before his eyes. An overwhelming surge of terror and rage instantly shattered the dam of rationality within this fledgling recruit. His mind went blank, leaving only instinctual reactions. Ah, you lunatic! Wang Xiaohu screamed, completely oblivious to the submachine gun and handgun that lay on the ground. He lunged forward, forgetting all combat techniques, and swung the Kevlar helmet at Wang Yunteng. Give me back my gun. Bang! A dull thud resounded, solid and forceful. Wang Yunteng, already teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, had not anticipated that the very foolish lad he had just saved would not only neglect to check the bodies but would instead turn around and deliver a brutal blow to him. The strike landed squarely on his temple. Damn it! Wang Yunteng felt as though someone were banging drums in his head, with stars dancing chaotically before his eyes. What on earth is this situation? After risking my life to pull you back from the brink of death, you repay my efforts with such blatant ingratitude? This is utterly absurd. Can't you exhibit a modicum of awareness? Can't you engage your mind, even slightly? Alas, these grievances will remain unvoiced. A powerful wave of dizziness completely submerged his last vestiges of consciousness. Just before plunging into oblivion, he beheld Wang Xiaohu's face, etched with terror, and harbored but a single thought. When I awaken, If this rookie hasn't been punished with 1,000 repetitions of the confidentiality code, I shall take his surname. Chapter 8. With a furrowed brow, you call this luck. The jungle lay in eerie silence. The stench of blood mingled with gunpowder, assaulting the nostrils. Don't move. Stay still. The rookie, Zhang Chong, finally snapped back to reality, his trembling gun aimed at the mud-covered figure pinned down by Wang Xiaohu, his voice cracking with fear. Xiaohu, get off. A booming command erupted. Squad leader Chun Mo forcefully kicked away the lifeless body at his feet, his countenance a grim shade of gray. Experience speaks volumes. Just as Wang Xiaohu impulsively lunged, Chun Mo's keen eyes had already surveyed the scene. That glance nearly halted his heart. In the fat man's hand lay a silenced pistol, safety disengaged, the hammer fully cocked, with a finger poised on the trigger. If that lunatic hesitated even for a heartbeat, the three of them would now be nothing but a smear of brains on the ground. Upon noticing the zipper of the mountaineering backpack slightly ajar, a dark, folded stock peeked out, an AK-47. A genuine weapon. A chill shot up Chun Mo's spine. His scalp prickling. They had just danced on the precipice of death. Were it not for that individual's intervention, they would have already been immortalized on the martyrs list. Squad leader, I have him restrained. This madman has committed murder. Wang Xiaohu, straddling Wang Yunteng, was flushed, tears and snot streaking his face. He killed both our comrades. We're finished. The military court awaits. Be quiet. Get out of my way. Chun Mo charged over, effortlessly yanking Wang Xiaohu up as if he were a mere chick. Tossing him aside, Wang Xiaohu landed on the ground, dazed. Squad leader, open your eyes and see. Chun Mo shouted, pointing at the corpse of the fat man. His finger trembling, Wang Xiaohu turned, stunned. In the sunlight, the silenced pistol glinted with a chilling sheen. Is that a gun? Wang Xiaohu was bewildered. And in that bag? That's an AK. Chun Mo gritted his teeth. This is an armed drug dealer. After uttering those words, Chun Mo inhaled deeply and strode quickly to the unconscious Wang Yunteng's side. This individual was in dire straits. Covered in mud, his face lacerated by thorns, and a large bump swelling on his temple from Wang Xiaohu's misguided act of camaraderie. Even in unconsciousness, he clutched the Type 95 rifle tightly, his finger resting outside the trigger guard in a standard alert posture. Chun Mo crouched down to check for breath. It was faint, his body alarmingly hot. He exhaled in relief, attempting to pry the rifle from his grasp. It wouldn't budge. This man seemed to have welded the weapon to his ribs, even in unconsciousness. His muscles instinctively locked in place. A seasoned warrior. Squad leader. At last, Wang Xiaohu reacted. His face as pale as a sheet as he glanced at his bloodied fists and then at the fallen savior. Did I strike my benefactor? Wang Xiaohu's lips quivered, and he burst into tears. Not only did I fail to save him, but I also hit him? Am I breaking the law? Stop wailing. Chun Mo shouted, flustered. He scrutinized Wang Yunteng, and his gaze suddenly froze. On the wrist, caked with dirt and blood scabs, was a watch. Richard Mille. The diamonds on the face sparkled ominously in the muck. This trinket could fund the entire regiment's equipment and still afford several armored vehicles. Chun Mo's mind buzzed. This was the notorious deserter reported today, the only son of the wealthy Wang Zhengwo, the pampered elite who supposedly gasped for breath after running just a few steps. Wang Yunteng? Chun Mo swallowed hard, trembling as he reached into Wang Yunteng's pocket. A black identification booklet emerged. He flipped it open. The image depicted a young man with an unwilling expression, clad in a fresh military uniform, his eyes radiating a sense of longing to return home. Name, Wang Yunteng. Rank, Private. Unit, Western Theater Tiger Brigade New Recruits. The booklet fell to the ground with a thud. Chun Mo collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the two bewildered rookies, his expression more sorrowful than tears. It's over. What do you mean it's over, squad leader? Didn't we achieve merit? We took down drug dealers. Zhang Chong scratched his head, still not comprehending. Chun Mo pointed at the wealthy scion who had been knocked out by his own comrades. Do you know who he is? He is the wanted deserter of the entire military district, the sharpshooter who just saved our lives, and the sole heir of the tycoon Wang Zhengwo. Chun Mo's eyes glazed over as he murmured to himself. Imagine if the commander finds out that this kid not only didn't he flee, but also effortlessly wiped out a drug trafficking gang, only to be knocked out by our own men. Wouldn't we three end up serving a life sentence in the brig? In the forest, the wind whispered ominously. With a thud, Wang Xiaohu's legs buckled, and he sank to his knees. Bro, wake up. I shouldn't have hit you. The motionless Wang Yunteng wore a subtle smile of relief at the corner of his mouth. This was no deserter. This was a living legend. Suddenly, a crackling voice erupted from Chun Mo's radio, the commanding tone of the Tiger Brigade leader crackling with urgency. Tunnel 2, Tunnel 2. This is the Tiger. I heard gunfire. Report your situation immediately. Is that deserter over there? Chun Mo's hands trembled, nearly dropping the radio. He glanced at the two corpses. then at the unconscious figure akin to a deity, inhaling deeply before pressing the talk button. This is Tunnel 2 reporting from the Tiger. Our situation is rather complicated. Don't stutter. Speak plainly. We captured the deserter, but he also managed to eliminate the drug dealers. Chinemo paused, glancing at the bullet holes in the foreheads of the bodies. What's the matter? This deserter's marksmanship is rather uncanny. Nonsense. That kid gasps for breath after running a few steps. How could he possibly shoot? Who eliminated whom? Chinemo let out a bitter laugh, sighing into the microphone. Commander, if this is what you call incompetence with a firearm, then our entire brigade might as well be sent back to training. Chapter 9. A 3-second double kill. Forensics. This is beyond human capability. On the armed helicopter returning from the border, the air pressure was alarmingly low. The whirring of the propellers created a deafening noise that threatened to burst eardrums. Several medics rushed around the stretcher, their movements frantic as they passed blood-stopping clamps and gauze at lightning speed. On the stretcher lay Wang Yunteng, quietly unconscious. His face was smeared with dried, dark blood and mud, obscuring his true visage. Only the faintest rise and fall of his chest indicated that this shell of a body still clung to life. In a corner, Private Wang Xiaohu huddled in a ball, his hands tightly entwined. He stole furtive glances at the stretcher every few seconds, then quickly lowered his head to stare at his clenched fists, his lips trembling incessantly. I truly didn't mean to. I didn't exert much force at all. I thought he was insane, intent on murder. Shut your mouth, came a cold remark from across the way. Squad leader Chinemo, gripping the 95-type rifle he had pried from Wang Yunteng's grasp, stood there, the weapon warm to the touch, even slightly hot, with the blood and sweat of that wealthy heir staining the wooden handguard. With a press of his thumb on the magazine release, he flicked his wrist. Click. The magazine fell into his palm. 2 rounds. Only 2 rounds. From a fully loaded magazine of 30, only 28 remained. Chinemo's fingers slowly brushed against the ejection port, the metallic chill sending a shiver down his spine. This was not mere cold. It was a tremor rooted deep within the bones of a seasoned soldier. 2 bullets, 2 crimson dots on brows. He had witnessed the 2 corpses firsthand. The rotund man's forehead was a gory mess, while the golden chain's left eye had been obliterated, half of his skull blown away. What did this signify? It meant that, under extreme physical duress and grappling with the immense recoil of the 95-type rifle, this individual had managed to achieve a 100% lethality rate. No test firing, no calibration, perhaps not even a moment to aim. Is this truly the act of a human being? Chinemo had served as a reconnaissance soldier for 5 years, but had he been in Wang Yunteng's position, in such a state of utter weakness, he could guarantee he would have killed that rotund man, yet the golden chain, now brandishing an AK, would undoubtedly have turned him into a colander. New recruit Zhang Chong timidly approached, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a quaver. Are we going to get disciplined when we go back? That was a real gun. Discipline? Chinemo smirked, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. What a naive thought. If that kid doesn't wake up, or if he suffers lingering effects from the concussion and becomes a fool, the 3 of us might as well prepare for a brutal reckoning. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohu nearly burst into tears. Squad leader, did I make the son of the wealthiest man a fool? How much do I have to pay? Selling me 1 tea even cover it. Money? Chinemo cast a complex glance at the unconscious figure on the stretcher, wishing it could be resolved with currency. If that boy truly becomes a fool, the Tiger Battalion might lose a rare gem. Suddenly, the helicopter pitched downward, a sensation of weightlessness engulfing them. On the helipad of the camp, several warrior SUVs illuminated the dusk with their blinding headlights. Before the rotor blades had fully settled, a car door was forcefully flung open. A colonel, adorned with 2 silver stars on his shoulder, leapt from the vehicle, his cap askew, a fierce expression etched across his face. Commander Lu Taijun of the Tiger Battalion, true to his name, a man like a black iron tower, wore a face so dark it seemed capable of dripping ink. Where's he? Lu Taijun's booming voice drowned out the roar of the engines. Where's that cowardly rabbit? And the one who shot him? Get down here. Chinemo inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he leaped from the helicopter, feet together, saluting. Commander, quit the theatrics. Lu Taijun shoved Chinemo aside and strode purposefully towards the stretcher. Upon seeing Wang Yunteng, lying there like a lifeless dog, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the young master of the Wang family? Lu Taijun pointed at the swollen, purplish bruise on Wang Yunteng's temple, turning to Chinemo with a gaze that could pierce through steel. Who dealt this blow? What a vicious strike. Wang Xiaohu's legs buckled, and he nearly confessed. Report. Chinemo stepped forward, blocking Wang Xiaohu entirely. The situation on the ground was chaotic, drug dealers disguised as civilians. This was a failure on my part in command. Failing to distinguish friend from foe, resulting in the rookie's misjudgment. The responsibility lies with me. Lu Taijun grunted dismissively, ignoring Chinemo's desperate defense. He bent closer, scrutinizing Wang Yunteng's right hand that protruded from under the military blanket. That hand was a pitiful sight. Once the delicate palm of a wealthy heir. It was now covered in blisters and scratches, the skin on the back completely worn away, revealing the raw, bloody flesh beneath. Yet, even in a deep state of unconsciousness, the index finger retained a peculiar curve, perfectly positioned, as if still gripping the trigger guard. Muscle memory. Not even death could relinquish the weapon. This boy had some intrigue. Lu Taijun squinted, his initial anger dissipating somewhat. He waved his hand and bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Get him to the hospital. Use the best medicine. If his brain is damaged, I will hold you all accountable." Half an hour later, in the operations conference room of the battalion headquarters, the atmosphere was stifling. On the enormous electronic screen, several high-definition photographs stood out starkly. These were close-ups of the two corpses hastily transported back from the border. Forensic expert Old Zhao adjusted his glasses, and with a heavy pointer, struck the screen, producing a sharp sound. "Commander, esteemed battalion leaders, this matter is rather uncanny, even absurd." Old Zhao swallowed hard, gesturing towards the rotund drug dealer's forehead. "Everyone look. This bullet entered from the front, penetrating the frontal bone and instantly shredding the brainstem. The death process did not exceed 0.1 seconds. The neural reflex area was directly severed, which is why, despite the safety being engaged, the gun in his hand did not discharge." A few battalion leaders nodded in agreement. While the marksmanship was indeed precise, even the reconnaissance team leader present could replicate it. But that was not the remarkable part. This was. Old Zhao pressed the remote, and the image shifted. A black and white X-ray film appeared. This was the X-ray of the injured Wang Yunteng's right shoulder. Old Zhao's voice rose an octave. A slight fracture in the right collarbone. Extensive contusions in the surrounding soft tissue, and ruptured capillaries throughout. What does this indicate? He gazed at the row of stunned officers below. It indicates that when he fired this weapon, he was not bracing against his shoulder. Or rather, he fired while losing balance. Perhaps even in the midst of a tactical evasion maneuver, enduring the full force of the recoil from the 95 type rifle with one hand. Hiss! Gasps filled the conference room in unison. One battalion leader, a loudmouth, stood up abruptly. "Old Zhao, have you been drinking? Not bracing? One-handed? That's a 95. I've seen that kid's physical exam report. His arms are like twigs. If he didn't T-brace against his shoulder, his wrist would V snapped. How could he possibly hit the center of the brow? Pure luck. Luck?" Old Zhao scoffed, switching to another photograph. This one was a close-up of the golden chain's corpse. The left eyeball had been obliterated, leaving only half a face intact. Landing one shot may be luck. But what about the second shot? Based on the scene's evidence, the interval between the two gunshots was less than 0.3 seconds. What does 0.3 seconds mean? It's the blink of an eye. Old Zhao set down the pointer and removed his glasses to wipe the fog from the lenses, continuing. This signifies that while the recoil from the first shot had not yet fully dissipated, his body still trembling violently, and with his collarbone already fractured and in excruciating pain, he instantaneously swung the gun and precisely struck the left eye of a second moving target. From both a medical and ballistic perspective, this necessitates extraordinary core control and godlike muscle memory. Yet here I have in my hand his physical examination report. Old Zhao tossed a document onto the table. Lung capacity of 2,500, grip strength of 30, body fat percentage of 28. This is merely a man rendered useless by indulgence. A useless man, with a broken body. Achieved a double kill that even a special forces king might not be able to replicate. I simply must ask, which divine marksman possessed him? A profound silence enveloped the conference room. A few battalion commanders exchanged glances, each hesitant to utter a word. If this were indeed true, then this deserter could only be described as an aberration. Lu Taijun sat at the head of the table, a cigarette unlit between his fingers. His brow furrowed into a tight knot. Are you saying that Lu Taijun crushed the cigarette into the table, tobacco scattering across the surface? And that this young man not only did not flee but, in a state of near physical collapse, managed to eliminate an armed drug trafficking group using nothing but his wits and the non-existent muscle memory? Theoretically, it was impossible. Old Zhao sighed. Yet the evidence laid bare before them was undeniable. Corpses do not lie, nor do X-rays. Suddenly, Lu Taijun let out a peculiar laugh. A sound that resembled both the discovery of a treasure and an encounter with a ghost. That old curmudgeon Wang Zhangwo certainly produced a fine specimen. Lu Taijun slapped the table, exclaiming, "This is no mere wastrel. This is a naturally gifted warrior." Just then, the orderly burst through the door in a frenzy, forgetting even to announce his arrival. "Commander, it's bad. There are numerous vehicles outside. Even civilian helicopters have arrived." Lu Taijun frowned. "Who? What else with this grand display?" "It's the richest man, Wang Zhangwo." The orderly gasped for breath. "He claims he has come to collect his son. He brought along a dozen lawyers." saying we have mistreated the recruits and intend to take him by force to military court. What? Lu Taijun sprang to his feet, his chair clattering to the ground with a loud crash. He slammed his hat down onto the table, exuding an air of defiance. Take him? Sue me? Not a chance. Lu Taijun strode purposefully towards the door, his roar reverberating through the glass windows. Let us go. To the hospital. I want to see who dares to take my fine steel away. Not even the king of heaven himself can do so. Chapter 10. Unfilial Son. You've brought shame upon me. When Wang Yunteng awoke, his first sensation was hunger. It was the gnawing feeling of his stomach walls rubbing against each other. A hunger so acute it felt as though his stomach acid might burn through his intestines. The second sensation was pain. Not a single part of his body felt unscathed. The slightest movement of his right shoulder sent sharp pangs through him, while his temples throbbed relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yunteng instinctively tried to turn over. But as soon as his palm pressed against the sheets, his elbow gave way, and he thumped back onto the pillow. His body was in a state of utter disrepair. Truly, it was infuriating. Wang Yunteng stared at the yellowish water stain on the ceiling, swallowing back the curse that almost escaped his lips. In his previous life, he had traversed the Amazon jungle with a bullet wound through his thigh for 3 days and nights without so much as a grimace. Yet now, a single punch had left him in shock, and even turning over felt like a high-difficulty acrobatic feat. The disparity was more exhilarating than jumping off a building. Awake? A voice suddenly interjected beside him, crisp yet lacking in warmth. Wang Yunteng struggled to turn his head. A round-faced nurse stood at his bedside, holding an electronic thermometer. Looking down at him from her elevated position, her expression was quite complex. 3 parts annoyance, 3 parts disdain, and the remaining 4 parts were sheer gossip-driven curiosity. Wang Yunteng's throat felt parched. The nurse, however, was quick to act, pouring a cup of warm water, inserting a straw, and bringing it to his lips. Her tone still brusque. Drink slowly, don't choke. We wouldn't want them to claim we're mistreating captives. Captives? Wang Yunteng gulped down the water, feeling as if half his life had returned to this battered vessel. He laboriously lifted his gaze towards the door to the ward. Outside the frosted glass door, 2 figures stood rigidly. They were 2 fully armed sentinels. Even from behind the door, the palpable aura of vigilance seeped through. It seemed I've become quite the celebrity in the regiment. Wang Yunteng thought to himself with a bitter smile, only to wince as the motion tugged at the wounds on his face. Indeed, what a reputation I have. The nurse slammed the cup down onto the nightstand with a thud. To think a deserter would cause the entire regiment to assemble in an emergency. And even the commander arrives by helicopter to apprehend you. In 60 years, this is unprecedented. The current generation of wealthy offspring truly knows how to make a spectacle. Deserter. This label fit him snugly, even adorned with gilded edges. Wang Yunteng managed a bitter smile. If he were to claim he had effortlessly taken down a drug trafficking ring, that nurse would likely send him straight to a psychiatrist. Just as he pondered how to explain himself to his allegedly wealthy father, the door to the ward was suddenly flung open with a violent crash. The noise was so great that even the plaster dust from the doorframe rained down. Which room is it? Is it this one? My son, are you alive? The voice boomed with vigor. Following closely behind were 4 burly bodyguards clad in black, wearing sunglasses, who shoved the sentinels aside and quickly flanked the entrance. A middle-aged man, plump and dressed in a custom-made suit, rushed in. It was none other than the wealthiest man in the nation, Wang Zhangwo. Wang Yunteng gazed at the familiar yet foreign face, his lips twitching slightly. This father bore a striking resemblance to his former commanding officer, who was always deducting his allowances. Wang Zhangwo dashed to the bedside, looking down at his son, whose head was bandaged like an Indian, and whose face was marred with blood and scabs. The rotund man's face visibly quivered. Oh, my son. Wang Zhangwo extended his hand, wanting to caress his son's face, but hesitated in midair, trembling with genuine concern. How could he have been beaten to such a state? These soldiers were too ruthless. Dad. Wang Yunteng managed to utter a word. Smack. Wang Zhangwo's expression shifted abruptly, and he slammed his hand down on the nightstand, causing the empty water cup to dance. The fatherly concern vanished in an instant. You wretched brat. You ungrateful son. Wang Zhangwo pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Yunteng's nose, spitting words at him. Do you have any idea how much money I've spent? How many connections I've leveraged? I got you into the Tiger Brigade to give you a gilded resume. And what do? After just a few days, you dare to desert. Wang Zhangwo, furious, unbuttoned his suit jacket, his hands on his hips, pacing the room as his expensive shoes thudded against the floor. Desertion would be one thing. If you had the guts to run back to Kyoto, I might have respected you as a man. But what happened? You barely escaped and were dragged back like a dead dog. Do you know what they're saying outside right now? They're saying Wang Zhangwo's son is a coward, a worthless wretch who can't even run 5 kilometers. Now he's south-headed to military court. I've seen all sorts of storms in the business world, but today, you've thrown my reputation down the drain. Wang Jingwo's face turned a deep shade of purple as he raged. Lying in bed, Wang Yunteng listened to this tirade, feeling a strange sense of reassurance. Although his father was scolding him fiercely, every word hit the mark. It seemed the original owner of this body had frequently found himself in situations that required someone else to clean up after him. And this father had developed a muscle memory for it. Dad, let me explain. Wang Yunteng attempted to interject. I don't want to hear it. Wang Jingwo waved his hand dismissively. Don't give me any excuses. Is it just that you dislike hardship? Is it just that you want to return to playing with sports cars and chasing internet celebrities? Dad, I didn't dislike the hardship. Wang Yunteng sighed, his voice weak. I didn't want to run. Didn't want to run? Wang Jingwo sneered, pointing at Wang Yunteng's injuries. If you didn't want to run, how did you end up in this state? You got lost in the mountains trying to avoid training, chased 2 miles by a wild boar, and ended up knocked out before they brought you back. A wild boar. Wang Yunteng was nearly choked to death by his own saliva. The rumors circulating are utterly absurd. This predicament arose from a brawl. Wang Yunteng moved his bandaged right hand, though it appeared rather grim. He had emerged victorious. A brawl? Upon hearing this, Wang Jingwo's fury intensified, his eyes bulging out in disbelief. You dare to engage in a fight while in the army? With your slight stature, who could you possibly overpower? Were you not pinned to the ground and rubbed in the dirt? Huh. With those meager skills of yours, you couldn't even defeat the neighbor's poodle as a child. And yet you claim to have fought? Wang Yunteng thought to himself. Well, in the eyes of this so-called father, I am utterly worthless. Just then, a heavy thudding of footsteps echoed down the corridor. The sound of hard-soled military boots striking the floor was deliberate and resonant. Wang Jingwo's ears perked up, and his expression shifted dramatically. After 30 years of navigating the business world, he was all too familiar with the significance of such footsteps. Trouble was approaching. Big trouble. Wang Jingwo took a deep breath, his previously furious demeanor instantly replaced by the smooth and humble demeanor typical of a businessman. He adjusted his tie and, lowering his voice, barked at Wang Yunteng. Shut your mouth. No matter what they say, you keep quiet and play dead. Leave the rest to your father. As long as I can get you out of this mess, I will swallow my pride. With that, Wang Jingwo turned slightly, bending at the waist. The hospital room door swung open, not with a crash, but with a measured push. Yet the aura that surged in was tenfold more imposing than the previous impact. Lu Taijun stepped inside, flanked by squad leader Chen Mo and an aide carrying a folder. Yet, as he stood there, the blood-soaked presence he exuded made the 4 bodyguards Wang Jingwo had brought instinctively shrink back. Ah, Commander Lu, it's an honor to finally meet you. Wang Jingwo hurried forward, his chubby face plastered with a sycophantic grin, his hands outstretched for a handshake. I apologize for the trouble this wayward son has caused. I am Wang Jingwo, the father of this incorrigible rascal. Lu Taijun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring the overtures. His gaze bypassed Wang Jingwo and fixated intently on Wang Yunteng, who lay on the hospital bed. Wang Jingwo's hand froze in midair, awkwardly retracting to wipe the sweat from his suit, his heart pounding. The commander's gaze was too fierce. It seemed this matter had truly escalated. Mr. Wang, Lu Taijun finally spoke. You have raised quite a son, causing chaos within our Tiger Brigade. Wang Jingwo's heart sank. It was over. He was about to face the music. Commander Lu, I understand. All the blame lies with me. Wang Jingwo bent even lower, his tone so sincere it was on the verge of tears. This child has been spoiled since childhood, unable to endure hardship. This time, he has even deserted. Such a grave transgression. I take full responsibility. He gritted his teeth, laying his cards on the table. What if I take him away? I assure you, he will not cause any further disturbance to our brigade. Whatever punishment is deemed necessary, I, Wang Jingwo, will accept. I will compensate for any losses 100-fold. Moreover, as a gesture of apology, I will personally donate 2 modern residential buildings to the Tiger Brigade, along with an indoor training facility. Our soldiers work hard. We must improve their conditions, mustn't we? I beg you, could you show mercy and refrain from sending him to a military court? As long as there is no record, I am open to negotiations. Wang Jingwo spoke rapidly, fearing a rejection from Lu Taijun. This was the utmost sincerity he could offer. 2 buildings and a facility. He was truly investing a fortune to save this solitary offspring. Wang Yunteng, lying on the hospital bed, felt his lips twitch. Was this the power of wealth? 2 buildings could be donated without even a blink. Had this been a leader of lesser resolve, they would likely have already brewed tea. But who was Lu Taijun? He was infamous in the Western theater, known as Lu the Madman. Upon hearing the words take away, Lu Taijun's already dark expression darkened further, stretching longer than the bottom of a pot. Take away? Lu Taijun stepped forward, the pressure forcing Wang Jingwo to retreat. Mr. Wang, do you think my Tiger Brigade is some sort of marketplace? You can waltz in and out as you please, buying back your son with money? Wang Jingwo began to sweat profusely. Commander Lu, I have no other options. This child is simply what? Lu Taijun interjected with a cold snort. Simply too useless. Wang Jingwo, desperate, slapped his thigh. He is a deserter. Keeping him here would only bring you embarrassment. Nonsense. Lu Taijun suddenly bellowed, startling Wang Jingwo. While even Wang Yunteng on the bed felt his ears ringing. Lu Taijun pointed at Wang Yunteng, his gaze piercing. Who told you he is a deserter? You think 2 buildings can buy this boy back? Wang Jingwo, your calculations are far too simplistic. Wang Jingwo was stunned. The bodyguards were dumbfounded. Even the nurse pretending to be dead was taken aback. Lu Taijun abruptly turned to Wang Jingwo, enunciating each word. This is a precious treasure I just rescued. Not even the King of Heaven could take him away. Chapter 11. What? This ungrateful son didn't he run? He even achieved merit? Lu Taijun took a file from Chun Mo and slapped it against Wang Jingwo's chest. Open your eyes and take a good look. See what your exemplary son has done. The file was light, but in Wang Jingwo's hands, it felt heavier than a ton. He held the brown paper bag, his heart racing. His mind already envisioning dozens of worst-case scenarios. A map of his escape route, a disciplinary review, perhaps even a summons for a military court? To be honest, he was reluctant to look. Commander Lu, perhaps I should just not look at it? Wang Jingwo forced a smile that was more painful than tears. No matter what was written inside, even if it stated he had set fire to the cafeteria, he would accept it. Open it. Lu Taijun shouted, startling Wang Jingwo and nearly causing him to drop it. The voice of a soldier was truly unyielding. Wang Jingwo swallowed hard, trembling as he maneuvered around the ceiling string. What he extracted were several gruesome crime scene photographs, along with a document stamped with a bright red seal, labeled Draft of Wartime Commendation. The first photo depicted a corpulent man sprawled on the ground, a bullet hole in his forehead, clutching a loaded handgun. The second photo showed a heavily worn AK-47 rifle, lying next to a man with half his head blown off. The gruesome scene made Wang Jingwo, who was accustomed to navigating the business world with ease, feel his stomach churn violently, nearly causing him to vomit. What is this? Wang Jingwo's face turned pale as he abruptly looked up at Lu Taijun. Has this ungrateful son caused such havoc? Did he kill someone? It was over. All over. Wang Jingwo felt darkness envelop him, his body swaying slightly. Being a deserter might only land him in prison, but to kill someone, that was a matter of life and death. If he had harmed an innocent civilian, his life would be irrevocably ruined. These are armed drug traffickers. Lu Taijun's tone was eerily calm, carrying 3 kilograms of high-purity goods, fully armed, and notorious outlaws abroad. Wang Jingwo's mind completely crashed. Drug traffickers? Indeed, Lu Taijun pointed at the unflappable Wang Yunteng. These 2 scoundrels were executed by your son, this so-called ungrateful child of yours, with 2 shots from a Type 95 rifle in less than a second. By the way, at that time, your son was in an extremely weakened state, severely dehydrated. He saved our 3-man patrol team. The air suddenly became thick with tension. Wang Jingwo gaped, glancing between the photo of the gruesomely slain bandit and the frail figure of his son, who was barely covered by the blanket. Was there any connection between the 2? Commander Lu, you must be joking, right? Wang Jingwo's voice trembled. It was him? Wang Yunteng? He wouldn't dare kill a chicken at home. And he would jump onto the sofa and scream at the sight of a cockroach. You say he killed 2 drug traffickers armed with AKs? Have you mistaken him for someone else? Or is this some new form of dark humor? This is utterly unscientific. This boy was raised by me, and aside from eating, drinking, playing, racing, and chasing girls, the most exercise he got was swaying to the music in nightclubs. Military skills? That would be a negative number. Lu Taijun said nothing, merely waved his hand. Standing behind him, Chun Mo suddenly stood tall and shouted with all his might. Report. I was the squad leader at that time, Chun Mo. I can attest that Comrade Wang Yunteng, despite sustaining grave injuries, utilized the terrain and psychological tactics to successfully counterkill 2 armed drug traffickers. Moreover, in the final moments, he seized their firearms and shot them dead, saving my life and that of 2 new recruits. His voice resonated loudly in the small ward, reverberating in the ears of those present. Each word struck Wang Jingwo like a hammer, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his son, who maintained a calm demeanor. Is this true, son? Wang Jingwo felt as though he were dreaming, his throat tightening as he stammered. When did you learn to do this? Wang Yunteng sighed. It was time. He adjusted his position slightly, wincing as the movement tugged at his wounds, yet he endeavored to maintain a nonchalant expression. Dad, some things are innate. Wang Yunteng spoke with a tone that seemed to transcend worldly concerns. It's just standard procedure, no need for alarm. Besides, who says a rich heir must be useless? I call it low-key. If I hadn't acted, they would have killed me. Low-key standard procedure, Wang Jingwo muttered, feeling his worldview being mercilessly ground into the dirt. Is this what they call low-key? This is the true essence of hidden talent. So, Mr. Wang, Lu Taijun said, hands clasped behind his back, a smirk playing on his lips. You just mentioned wanting to take him away? That, I'm afraid, is not possible. A talent like him, even if his physical fitness is subpar, with that marksmanship and combat reflexes, he is a born soldier. Our Tiger Brigade will not only refrain from punishing him, but we will also commend him. Even if I have to strap him to a stretcher, he is staying with us. Lu Taijun stepped forward. The aura of a soldier unmistakable. You think you can just take this treasure away with a couple of buildings? Mr. Wang, your calculations are quite audacious. Even if you offered 20 buildings, I wouldn't approve. No one is taking him away. The situation had instantaneously reversed. Just moments ago, Wang Zhengwo had been groveling, desperate not to let his son face imprisonment. Now, facing the resolute commander, he straightened his back. An unprecedented sense of pride surged from his toes to the crown of his head. What a thrill. Nothing in his life, despite amassing hundreds of billions, could compare to this moment. This was the commander of the Tiger Brigade, a true iron-willed man. He was pleading to keep his son, even wanting to commend him. That son, who was constantly belittled as a waste, was actually a great hero. Wang Zhengwo straightened his tie, his face breaking into a wide grin, even showing an undeniable hint of smugness. Commander Lu, you can't blame me entirely. It's mainly because this kid has been so low-key and hidden his talents too well. So, if he's accomplished something, does that mean he doesn't have to face a military tribunal? What military tribunal? He.S. heading to the podium. Lu Taijun bellowed. All right. The podium sounds good. Wang Zhengwo beamed, excitement radiating from him as he turned to Wang Yunteng, his voice rising an octave. Son, well done. You've made your father proud. Now I want to see those old geezers in the capital. Who dares to say our Wang family is producing useless offspring? Wang Yunteng observed the two powerful figures engaging in a mutual celebration, but his heart sank. It's over. This time, it's truly over. He had initially thought that if he were expelled, he could return to the leisurely life of a wealthy heir. But now, he had achieved merit and was being treated as a treasure by the commander. What did this mean? It meant that what lay ahead was a hellish training regimen, endless missions, and a relentless effort to transform his feeble body into a steel machine. This was not the script I wanted. I wanted to be a playboy, not a soldier king. Commander, Dad. Wang Yunteng weakly raised his uninjured left hand, attempting a final protest. Can I voice my opinion? I really don't think I'm suited to be a soldier. My health is too poor, and I have a heart condition. Can't I just retire? Shut up. Shut up. Wang Zhengwo and Lu Taijun said in unison. They exchanged a glance, and in that moment, a glimmer of mutual admiration flickered in their eyes. Lu Taijun pointed at Wang Yunteng, his face contorted in indignation. Poor health? That's just an excuse. As long as you're alive, I can train you into a soldier. Our Tiger Brigade produces no soldier who cannot be trained, only those who refuse to train. Wang Zhengwo was even more resolute, pulling out a checkbook and pen, swiftly writing down a series of numbers. Train him to his limits. Commander Lu, I'll donate these 2 buildings. Additionally, I'll fund the finest standardized tactical training facility in the whole army. As long as you can whip this lazy flesh into shape, I'll give you whatever you want. Deal. Lu Taijun waved his hand decisively. The ward was suddenly filled with an air of exuberance. Only Wang Yunteng, lying in the hospital bed, watched the 2 middle-aged men engaged in this transaction of human capital, tears of regret streaming down his face. The early bird gets the worm. The ancients were not wrong. At that moment, Chun Mo, who had been standing quietly as a mere backdrop, suddenly produced a piece of paper, his expression oddly serious as he handed it over. Report, Commander. There's one more thing. Just now, the gun used by Comrade Wang Yunteng belonged to the new recruit, Wang Xiaohu. Comrade Wang Xiaohu, in a fit of emotion after being saved by Comrade Wang Yunteng, accidentally knocked him unconscious with his helmet. How should we handle this matter? The room fell silent. Lu Tiejuan's smile froze. Wang Zhengwo's face also stiffened. What? Wang Zhengwo turned sharply, pointing at the thick bandage on his son's head, his voice trembling. You mean this injury was inflicted by our own people? Not from fighting the drug traffickers? Wang Yunteng closed his eyes. Let it all be destroyed. I'm tired. This is the most embarrassing moment of the day. Chapter 12. This punch forged a brotherhood of life and death. The ward was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Wang Zhengwo gaped, looking at his son lying in bed, his head wrapped like an Indian. And then at the class leader, Chun Mo, who appeared at a loss. What did you say? Wang Zhengwo's voice quivered as he pointed at the dark bruise on Wang Yunteng's forehead. This punch, was it delivered by that soldier you saved? Chun Mo gritted his teeth, standing at attention, his voice strained as it emerged from his throat. Yes. The scene was chaotic at that moment. Comrade Wang Xiaohu exhibited a wartime stress response, misjudging that Comrade Wang Yunteng harbored aggressive intentions. Consequently, did he deliver a blow akin to the legendary celestial horse meteor fist to his lifesaver? Wang Yunteng lay in bed, weakly attempting to retaliate. His head throbbed as if it had been mercilessly tossed in a washing machine 100 times. This pampered body was far too frail. The impact of Wang Xiaohu's Kevlar helmet should have sent him to his grave on the spot, and it was a miracle he remained alive. It was utterly outrageous. Wang Zhengwo was furious beyond measure. As the wealthiest man in Longhua, when had he ever endured such indignity? His son had saved someone only to find himself struck into the ICU? Was there no justice left in this world? No rule of law? Where was that soldier? Summon him before me. I will sue him. I intend to ensure he serves a long sentence. Not only will I sue him, but I will also hold your regiment accountable for mismanagement. Lu Tiejuan's brow furrowed instantly into a frown, ready to unleash his anger. Yet he noticed the mummy on the bed stirring. Dad, please take a break. Wang Yunteng managed to lift his eyelids. You're giving me a headache. Wang Zhengwo's expression transformed in an instant. The commanding aura of a business tycoon dissipated as he approached the bedside with a heart full of concern. Son, do not fear. I shall take charge. The Wang family is neither lacking in funds nor in legal counsel. We shall secure justice for you. Justice for what? Wang Yunteng rolled his eyes dramatically. That was a battlefield. He took a breath, the pain in his chest sharp, yet he persisted in finishing his statement. In such circumstances, when a bloodied individual brandishing a knife rushes forth, anyone's instinctive reaction would be self-defense. If that young man had stood there, dazed and unresponsive, that would have been the true failure. On the battlefield, death is inevitable. Wang Zhengwo was momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Wang Yunteng paused, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a playful glint. Moreover, that helmet strike was quite robust. The force was ample, the angle precise. Aimed directly at the temple, it was a lethal blow. He possesses the makings of a soldier, albeit a bit stubborn and lacking in training. The room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Taijun regarded the young man on the hospital bed, his gaze shifting. Was this really a spoiled rich kid? His perspective, his insight, his heart were beyond what even the battalion commanders under him possessed. This level of battlefield awareness could not be feigned by an ordinary second-generation wealthy individual. Where's that soldier now? Wang Yunteng turned to Chunmo's eyes were slightly red, his voice low. In the confinement room. The regiment has yet to reach a decision, but he has broken down psychologically, crying and saying he wishes to pay with his life for yours. Pay with what? I am not dead yet. Why is he hastily mourning my demise? Wang Yunteng cursed, bracing himself on the edge of the bed, gritting his teeth, ready to sit up. Son, what are you doing? Wang Zhengwo hastily reached out to assist him. Help me up. To the confinement room. Wang Yunteng's forehead was slick with cold sweat. His lips pale. You're out of your mind. The doctor said you have a severe concussion and soft tissue bruising. You must rest. Lu Taijun stepped forward to block him. Wang Yunteng lifted his head, gazing through the gaps in the bandage, fixing his intense stare on Lu Taijun. Commander, that soldier is under your command. If a promising recruit's future is ruined over this misunderstanding, can you bear it? I cannot. A heart's ailment requires a remedy from the heart. If I do not go, that young man will be doomed for life. In that case, the Tiger Battalion will lose a soldier king and gain a coward instead. Are you willing to accept that? Lu Taijun paused for a few seconds. This lad has a strong sense of military spirit. All right. Lu Taijun suddenly smiled broadly, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. For your words. I shall personally assist you to a wheelchair. In the confinement room, only a small iron window allowed a feeble beam of light to filter in. The air was thick with a musty odor. Wang Xiaohu huddled in the corner's shadow, resembling a dog stripped of its backbone. He held his knees with trembling hands. His head buried between his legs, his shoulders shaking. His once clear eyes were swollen like peaches, muttering unintelligibly. I have wronged my savior. I am a murderer, a beast. Bang! The iron door was violently yanked open. Blinding light flooded in, causing Wang Xiaohu to instinctively shield his eyes, his body trembling violently. Enough crying. I am not dead yet. The mourning period hasn't even passed, so there's no rush to burn paper for me. The familiar voice sent a jolt through Wang Xiaohu, who snapped his head up. In the backlight, the very savior he had struck down sat in a wheelchair. Savior. Wang Xiaohu's mind struggled to comprehend, yet his body was already in motion. He scrambled forward, too afraid to touch Wang Yunteng, kneeling half a meter in front of the wheelchair, his forehead hitting the floor with a resounding thud. Brother, big brother, you're alive? Woo-woo, I'm not human. I am a beast. You saved my life, and I struck you. Please, just kill me. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Yunteng was nearly overwhelmed by the noise, rubbing his throbbing temple. If you keep banging your head, the floor will crack. And I will have to compensate for the damages. He extended his bandaged right hand, gently patting Wang Xiaohu's helmet. This kid, even now, hadn't he parted with that helmet? Kid, do you remember that feeling? Wang Yunteng inquired. Wang Xiaohu stared in confusion, tears and snot smeared across his face. What feeling? The sensation of striking me at that instant. Wang Yunteng pointed to his swollen temple, recalling the jarring vibration of bone contact. In that moment, you did not hesitate. Nor did you falter. Your only thought was to strike decisively. That is the instinct of the battlefield, and it is precisely what I wish to see. Although you struck the wrong person, that ferocity is commendable. But you are a good person. You are my savior. Wang Xiaohu wept, breathless. At that moment. In your eyes, I was a threat. Wang Yunteng smiled, his gaze sharpening. Remember this feeling. When next on the battlefield, if it is truly the enemy, strike with the same ferocity. Even if you only have a stone in hand, strike harder and more accurately. Leave no room for the enemy to breathe. Do you understand? Wang Xiaohu stared blankly at Wang Yunteng. He could not fathom how this seemingly frail, wheelchair-bound heir could utter such lethal words. Yet, a surge of fervor rushed to his head, igniting his entire being. I understand. Wang Xiaohu bellowed, wiping his tears with determination, standing tall. Enough standing around. Wang Yunteng waved his hand, glancing at the gratified Lu Taijun by the door. Commander, this matter is settled. I will vouch for this lad. Do not punish him. Instead, have him wash my socks for a month. They are quite expensive, and if he ruins them, let him compensate from his allowance. Lu Taijun leaned against the doorframe, unable to hide the amusement in his eyes as he observed the scene. Agreed. I'll follow your lead. Lu Taijun nodded. However, washing socks is too lenient. Once we return to the regiment, have him serve as your personal attendant until your injuries are healed. Let us see who dares to object. Thank you, Commander. Thank you. Brother. Wang Xiaohu stammered in excitement, his gaze towards Wang Yunteng transforming from fear into fervent admiration. Even if Wang Yunteng ordered him to blow up a bunker at that moment, this naive boy would likely be the first to charge in with explosives. Wang Yunteng wearily leaned back against the wheelchair, exhaling deeply. This feeble body tires easily after just a few words. This hurdle had been crossed. Yet it was merely the beginning. Having dealt with this foolish lad, he now had to contend with the commander who wished to coddle him and the father who was ready to bring down 2 buildings to rescue him. Father, Commander. Wang Yunteng closed his eyes, his voice soft yet laced with a calculating undertone. I have a matter I would like to discuss with you both. Regarding my forthcoming direction, I possess my own thoughts. Chapter 13. Why squander the good days when you insist on rolling back into the pigsty? What did you say? Pray repeat that. Wang Zhengwo questioned the integrity of his hearing, unsure if it was the reverberation from the helicopter's rotor blades or the absurdity of this young man's words that had left him bewildered. He extended his pinky to probe his ear, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he fixated on his son, who had returned to the sick bed. On the hospital bed, Wang Yunteng grasped half a peeled orange, a gift from Wang Xiaohu. He tore off a segment and popped it into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. I refuse to join that so-called Wolf Fong preparatory team, nor do I wish to serve as a clerk in the regiment's headquarters. I intend to return to the new recruits company. With a resounding thud, Lu Taijun slammed his tactical water bottle onto the wooden table, causing the lid to fly off. Kid, has that helmet scrambled your brains? Lu Taijun advanced to the bedside, his dark crimson face looming over Wang Yunteng, spittle flying as he exclaimed. Do you have any idea how prestigious those 5 Wolf Fong preparatory team are? Thousands in the entire regiment aspire to be part of that elite group. It's a direct passage to the special forces. I'm offering you a backdoor, handing you a ticket. And you dare to tell me you want to go back to that place? Lu Taijun paused, nostrils flaring as he seemed to search for the words to describe that unfortunate place. Go back to the very place that branded you a deserter, where you lost face in front of your grandmother's family. Wang Yunteng remained silent, shoving another orange segment into his mouth. It is precisely because of that place that I must return. He swallowed the pulp and waved his right hand, still wrapped in thick gauze, before him. Commander, Dad, do you think I am impressive now? Having taken down a few drug traffickers, I've gained some merit. But what of others' perceptions? If I were to join the Wolf Fong or sit in an office at headquarters, what would they say? Wang Yunteng tugged at his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. They would say, look, that's the son of the wealthy tycoon. A useless brat who gets winded after a few steps. Fortunate enough to have killed a couple of drug dealers, riding on his father's coattails to glory. Will my comrades respect me? Even my squad leader would likely regard me as nothing more than a heap of uselessness. Who dares to disrespect you? Wang Zhengwo's neck stiffened, his face twitching with anger. I'll throw money at him until he is silenced. Anyone who dares to gossip behind my back, I will. Dad. Wang Yunteng interrupted his father's tirade. This is the military, not your boardroom. Money holds no sway here. He pointed to his chest, where a sizable bruise throbbed with each breath. Some things cannot be bought, such as one's backbone. I fled from the 2nd platoon of the new recruits. That deserter's cap was affixed there, unless I return to remove it myself. Even if I become a general, in the eyes of those in my platoon, I will still be a coward. I must return to the 3rd platoon. I want to compel those who laughed at me, those who were reprimanded because of me, to ultimately shut their mouths and respect me as a good soldier. A profound silence enveloped the infirmary. Only the white mist from the humidifier silently permeated the air. Lu Taijun scrutinized Wang Yunteng for a full half-minute. He had encountered countless individuals, too many wealthy heirs with inflated egos, but at this moment, within the pale visage of this young man, he discerned a glimmer of wildness. It was the light only a wolf cub possesses. Excellent. A splendid spirit of rising where one has fallen. Lu Taijun suddenly slapped his thigh, the loud crack echoing, causing Wang Zhengwo to shudder. I admire this relentless determination. You possess a true warrior-esque spirit. Lu Tiejuan's voice reverberated throughout the ward. But then he abruptly shifted his tone, leaning forward, his fierce eyes narrowing, emanating an air of danger. However, let me be clear. If you wish to return, I will support you, but do not expect any special treatment. He extended a finger, tapping it at the tip of Wang Yunteng's nose. I have seen your physical fitness report. You rank at the very bottom of the entire company. I demand that you achieve an outstanding score in the new recruit's graduation assessment in 1 month. Outstanding. Wang Zhengwo gasped, about to interject. If you fail to attain it. Lu Taijun ignored the wealthy man's reaction, his voice icy. Then you will pack your belongings and roll out of the Tiger Brigade. Return to inherit your billions. Do not take up space here without contributing. It's disgraceful. A month, with an outstanding score. For this frail body, it was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Yet Wang Yunteng smiled. In his eyes, once belonging to a wealthy playboy, a glimmer of sharpness, reminiscent of a former elite soldier, flickered. Deal. 3 days later, a dark green warrior off-road vehicle exited the regiment's hospital, speeding along the winding, bumpy mountain road towards the recruits' camp deep in the mountains. Ultimately, Wang Zhengwo could not contest the determination of this father-son duo and left in a huff. Before departing, he forcefully tucked an unlimited black card beneath Wang Yunteng's pillow and attempted to leave 4 bodyguards as aides, only to be kicked out of the camp by Lu Taijun. The cabin of the vehicle felt somewhat stifling. Wang Xiaohu drove while occasionally glancing through the rearview mirror at Wang Yunteng, who sat in the back seat, eyes closed, resting. Brother, are we really going back? Wang Xiaohu shrank back slightly, his still recovering swollen face revealing his inner turmoil. I heard our squad leader, Lei Gong, was thoroughly berated by the regiment commander at the cadre meeting because of your escape, and he was made to write a 3,000-word reflection. This year's excellent company red flag is now out of reach. Everyone in the company is practically itching to devour you alive. Devour me? They don't possess the teeth for that. What about you? Have you thought it through? Wang Yunteng shot a glance at the trembling driver, returning with me. You'll be labeled as the accomplice of a deserter, or the fool who knocked out the deserter himself. Neither side will accept you. And your future will likely be even more arduous than mine. Wang Xiaohu tightened, and then relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. Suddenly, he grinned. Brother, if you're not afraid, why should I be? If anyone bullies you, I'll just smash them with a helmet. I mean, I'll stand up for you. Wang Yunteng regarded this foolish lad without responding, merely reaching into his pocket to toss a large white rabbit milk candy onto the passenger seat. This foolish boy. He could be relied upon. Half an hour later, the warrior vehicle screeched to a halt at the edge of the new recruits' training ground, kicking up dust around the tires. It was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest hour of the day. The blazing sun hung high, scorching the ground until it turned pale. The air thick with the scent of dust and sweat fermenting. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the thunderous battle cries, over 100 shirtless, sun-kissed recruits were engaged in hand-to-hand combat training in the mud. Sweat streamed down their muscular frames, embodying the essence of masculinity and the hellish ordeal of the new recruits. As the vehicle door swung open, Wang Yunteng's brand-new combat boots met the scorching cement ground. Hiss! The moment his feet touched down, his thigh muscles quivered uncontrollably. Having lain in the hospital for 3 days, his already frail body had grown even weaker. At that very instant, the previously synchronized shouts on the training ground came to an abrupt halt. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison. In those gazes, there was no welcome, no curiosity, and certainly no respect reserved for a hero. Only indifference, disdain, and even a hint of unrestrained loathing permeated the atmosphere. At the forefront of the line stood Captain Lei Zhan, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, as robust as a black bear, known colloquially as Thunder God. Slowly, Lei Zhan turned, his expressionless dark visage betraying no emotion, the stopwatch string in his hand swirling twice around his fingers, producing a soft, yet sharp sound. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Yunteng, who leaned against the car door, his pallid face still slightly heaving for breath. And a cruel smile curled at the corners of Lei Zhan's mouth. Ah, isn't this our esteemed young Master Wang? Lei Zhan's voice dripped with a sarcastic tone that incited an urge to land a punch. What's the matter? Is the outside world too perilous? Have the wild boars in the deep mountains frightened you into wetting your pants, prompting your return for a mother's comfort? Ha! The line erupted in raucous laughter, the sound striking like a slap across the face. Wang Yunteng remained silent. He released his grip on the car door, inhaled a deep breath of the sweltering air, adjusted his collar, and, undeterred by the 100 piercing gazes that could kill, stepped forward into the hostile heat. Chapter 14. The deserter returns? The entire company wants to tear me apart. Wang Yunteng walked slowly, not out of pretense, but because he truly could not move swiftly. The skin on the inner thigh of his right leg, torn by thorns, was yet to heal properly, and every rub of fabric sent sharp pangs coursing through him. However, the languid pace, perceived by the over 100 sun-scorched recruits, morphed into something entirely different. It became a display of arrogance, a provocation, as if a heedless scion of wealth were flaunting his superiority before the entire company. Murmurs of disdain began to ripple through the ranks like a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. "Shut the hell up," Lejean roared suddenly. The previously chattering soldiers instantly freezing in place, standing tall and rigid like javelins. Lejean turned, his gaze locking onto Wang Yunteng, who had just reached the edge of the vehicle. Crossing his arms, he scrutinized Wang Yunteng from head to toe, finally resting his gaze upon the ostentatious Richard Mille watch adorning his wrist. "TSK, Lejean shook his head, the flesh of his face quivering with unmistakable disdain. "Wang Yunteng, I am truly perplexed. You possess wealth, power, and a father who could trample over the threshold of the regiment commander's office. Yet you insist on making life difficult for us, the impoverished soldiers?" Stepping forward, Lejean's imposing figure cast a shadow directly over Wang Yunteng. "Do you realize what your departure has done to our company?" He extended a finger, jabbing it forcefully into Wang Yunteng's shoulder. "Once, twice. The entire company has had their weekend outings revoked. A formal reprimand for all. The flag of our exemplary company that was once assured has been torn away. All because of you, a mere mouse dropping, ruining an entire pot of good soup." The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. The eyes of the recruits shifted. What had begun as mere amusement transformed into palpable hatred. It was the fury of collective honor being trampled upon. Particularly among those in the second row of the third squad, their fists clenched tightly, especially Zhao Lei, whose eyes glowed red with a desire to tear flesh from Wang Yunteng's body. Wang Yunteng felt the sharp jab in his shoulder, causing him to sway slightly, his footing wavering, nearly losing his balance. Yet, he did not retreat. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, lifted his head. And though his face was ashen from blood loss, it bore no trace of the guilt or fear Lejean had anticipated. "Report, Captain. This only signifies one thing. The soup was never that good to begin with." Silence. A deathly silence. Lejean was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated this useless young master to cry out for his father, to use Wang Zhengwo as leverage, or even to faint in fear once more. Yet, he never imagined that this audacious youth would dare to confront him directly in front of over 100 soldiers, pointing a finger at his nose. "What did you say?" Lejean squinted, his voice low and menacing. "I said, if the honor of a company can be utterly shattered by the desertion of a private, then that honor is as fragile as paper." Wang Yunteng's gaze transcended Lejean's shoulder, surveying the crowd that seemed ready to devour him whole. The strong never complain about their circumstances, only the weak attribute failure to a so-called mouse dropping. "If you all deem me the mouse dropping, then I shall return to let you all see for yourselves." Wang Yunteng smiled, a chilling smile. "Am I truly the mouse dropping? Or are you merely a group of incompetents who can only prove their worth through a single red flag?" Boom. This was no mere poking of a hornet's nest. It was akin to tossing a bomb into a public restroom, igniting chaos. "Who are you calling incompetent?" "Captain, let me take him down. I can't take it anymore. This bastard is too arrogant. Don't hold me back." The line erupted into pandemonium. Zhao Lei, the squad vice-captain, charged out of formation, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Wang Yunteng, only to be restrained in a tight embrace by the nearby squad leader. "Everyone shut up." Lejean's furious roar reverberated, the sound resonating through the ranks, leaving the front rows of recruits with ringing ears, and the situation finally stabilized. Yet, as he observed Wang Yunteng, the raw loathing he felt diminished slightly, replaced by a hint of amusement he himself did not recognize. "This kid's backbone has hardened. What a sharp tongue." Lejean smirked coldly, sensing that while Wang Yunteng may not have grown in ability during his time away, his verbal skills had certainly sharpened. "Since you possess such audacity, then return to the ranks." Lejean stepped aside, gesturing towards the menacing second squad of the third platoon. "Fall in." "Yes," Wang Yunteng replied succinctly, not even glancing back at the cowering Wang Xiaohu, dragging his less-than-smooth legs step by step towards the hostile formation. Wang Xiaohu, burdened with 2 hefty military packs, trailed behind like a chastised bride, hardly daring to breathe. The third squad's position lay in the center. As Wang Yunteng approached, the tightly arranged ranks did not yield as per regulation. Instead, they pressed closer together. His comrades on either side formed solid walls of flesh, their shoulders pressed tightly together, leaving no gap to slip through. This was the most common, yet most distasteful, display of dominance in the military. Wang Yunteng halted. Standing in front of him were 2 recruits. The one on the left, named Li Daniu, was a rural brute, muscles bulging, and the second, Sun Hozi, was a sharp-minded troublemaker. Both refused to glance sideways, their chins held high as if Wang Yunteng did not exist. Yet, the tension in their shoulder muscles clearly communicated to him. Want to get through? Not a chance. Make way, Wang Yunteng said softly. No one moved. Li Daniu even had the audacity to inch further into the line. I'll count to 3. Wang Yunteng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Humph, Li Daniu snorted derisively, count away. Even if you reach 100, no one will pay you any mind. If you don't want to stand, then get to the side. 1. Wang Yunteng ignored his provocation. He was acutely aware of his current predicament. This body was weak. Pushing aside a man like Li Daniu was as futile as trying to shove a slightly sturdier dog aside. If he forced his way through, he would merely bounce back like a clown, publicly falling flat on his face. Thus, he would need to employ a bit of cleverness. 2. Wang Yunteng's fingers dangled seemingly at random by his side, yet his thumb discreetly clasped his middle finger. The fingertips pinched a small stone, no larger than a mung bean, which he had casually picked up by the roadside moments prior. As his words fell, Wang Yunteng's wrist executed an almost imperceptible flick. There was no grandiose motion, but rather a sudden explosion of strength from his wrist and fingers. With a sharp crack, the small stone, slicing through the air, struck with pinpoint accuracy at the popliteal fossa of Li Daniu's right leg. This tiny pressure point, densely packed with nerves, required minimal force, even a child's strength. If applied at the right angle and speed, could render one momentarily powerless. Ouch! Li Daniu felt as though he had been stung fiercely by a wasp at the bend of his knee, a sensation both numbing and painful, causing his entire right leg to lose control. Instinctively, he bent his knee, his center of gravity faltering, and he lurched violently to the side. This misstep created an immediate gap in what had been an unyielding wall of bodies. Wang Yunteng had been waiting for this moment. Like a slippery loach, he sidestepped and glided into the breach as Li Daniu fell, his shoulder brushing against the collapsing figure, effortlessly slipping into the ranks and securing his rightful position. Stand at attention, align. His movements were fluid and rapid, leaving onlookers bewildered, barely able to comprehend what had transpired. Daniu, what are you doing? Can't even stand steady? Sun Hozi beside him was utterly perplexed, nearly stumbling after Daniu's misstep. Li Daniu, clutching his knee, managed to straighten up, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at Wang Yunteng beside him. Was that just an accident? It had to be. This kid, with his spindly arms and legs, panting while walking, could he really have schemed against me? In front of them, Lei Zhan's eyelids twitched violently. Others may not have noticed, but he had. In that fleeting moment, the precision with which Wang Yunteng exploited a human vulnerability and his keen sense of timing stirred an inexplicable feeling within Lei Zhan. This young man, it seemed, was indeed different. Attention, everyone. Lei Zhan suppressed his burgeoning doubts, his voice booming. Target, the dormitory building. Bring them back. Wang Yunteng, Wang Xiaohu. Here, the two of you, since you enjoy sharing hardships so much, will clean the entire battalion's restroom tonight. If it's not spotless, don't bother with breakfast tomorrow. Yes. Wang Yunteng replied crisply, even managing a smile. Cleaning the restroom? Compared to risking life in the jungle with those merciless drug traffickers, it felt like a paid holiday. However, he evidently underestimated the malice of his comrades and overestimated human decency. When he and Wang Xiaohu returned, burdened with large and small bags and panting heavily, the scene before them made Wang Xiaohu drop his load in disbelief. This is too much. It's utterly outrageous. Wang Xiaohu's voice trembled with indignation. The bunk by the window that once belonged to Wang Yunteng now resembled a heap of refuse. Stinky socks, moldy rubber shoes, and even a few sweat-soaked discarded tires were haphazardly piled atop it. Even worse, 2 planks had been removed from the bed frame, and the remaining pieces were drenched in a murky substance, whether it was foot-soaking water or mop water, dripping ominously down the edge. Drip, drip. Inside the dormitory, several veterans sat on their beds, some clipping their nails, others polishing their boots, and upon hearing the commotion, they all turned their heads in unison. Their gazes were filled with mockery, as if observing 2 monkeys caught in a trap. Class Vice Zhao Lei lounged on the innermost bunk, not even bothering to lift his head, his tone languid. Oh, back already? My apologies, young master, but our humble class can't accommodate such a grand figure as yourself. The beds are full. Perhaps you'd prefer to sleep in the restroom? It suits your current status quite well. Chapter 15. Who says I'm going to take action? I'm merely teaching you a lesson. Wang Xiaohu, witnessing the scene, was so enraged that his entire body trembled. He pointed at Zhao Lei, who was sitting casually on the edge of the bed, his voice cracking. Zhao, this is a breach of discipline. This is deliberate harassment. The squad leader said to unite as comrades. I'm going to report you. Report me? Zhao Lei flicked a piece of calloused skin from his foot with casual ease, slowly rising to his full height. At 1. 85 meters, he loomed like a darkened behemoth, his muscular physique straining against his uniform. He stood over Wang Xiaohu, casting a shadow that made the latter instinctively shrink his neck. Wang Xiaohu, has your brain been kicked by a mule? Zhao Lei smacked Wang Xiaohu's cheek lightly, the sound echoing sharply. Go ahead and report. Asked the squad leader if these bedboards were broken to begin with. Is it not true that our comrades have nowhere to store their belongings? Our class is this small. What's wrong with a little mutual understanding? As he spoke, Zhao Lei leaned closer to Wang Xiaohu, the foul odor of his unbrushed teeth invading Wang Xiaohu's nostrils. Furthermore, you're a soldier too. Why do you so enjoy acting like a lapdog for the capitalist's son? Have you softened up? Or has he bribed you? You're talking nonsense. Wang Xiaohu was so flustered he turned red, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Yet, he dared not strike back. In the new recruit squad, the vice-class leader held absolute authority. Moreover, Zhao Lei was the best fighter in the entire battalion, should it come to blows. Three Wang Zihis wouldn't stand a chance. A hand rested on Wang Xiaohu's trembling shoulder. The hand was wrapped in thick bandages, with only the fingertips visible, pale and lacking color. Thanks, brother. But this dirty work, I'll handle it myself. Wang Yunteng pulled Wang Xiaohu behind him. He limped slowly to the bunk by the window, now a veritable wasteland. What had once been the most desirable position in the dormitory, well ventilated and airy, was now a garbage dump. Stiff, stinky socks hung from the bedpost like dead fish. Two muddy rubber shoes lay discarded on the pillow. The most outrageous was the abandoned truck tire, dark and oppressive, resting squarely in the center of the bed. That basin of unidentified filthy water had been splashed with remarkable skill, evenly covering the remaining 3 planks, dripping steadily down the edge, plop, plop, onto the concrete floor. The dormitory was eerily quiet. Several veterans appeared to be clipping their nails or polishing their boots, but were actually stealing glances at the unfolding drama. Their gazes were rife with mockery and derision. Wang Yunteng did not lose his temper. He didn't even furrow his brow. His expression was unnaturally calm. This tranquility unnerved Zhao Lei inexplicably. Wang Yunteng extended 2 fingers, pinching a particularly odorous sock. Whose sock is this? He inquired. Silence ensued. Li Daniu, seated on the opposite bed, shook his leg, a smirk plastered on his face, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Very well, Wang Yunteng nodded. Since no one claims it, it is deemed a neglected item. And if it's a neglected item, placed upon my bed, it is nothing short of trash. He turned slowly, walking to the window. Reaching out, he opened it and glanced down to ensure no one was present. With a swift flick of his wrist, the foul sock sailed through the air, tracing an elegant arc before disappearing from the 3rd-floor window. Following that, the basin. Crash. The sound of the enamel basin striking the concrete below rang out sharply. Next came the rubber shoes, followed by the heavy, worn-out tire. Wang Yunteng's body was weak, and moving that tire drained him of his strength, turning his face a deep shade of crimson. Yet, he remained silent, hoisting the tire above his head and hurling it vehemently out the window. Thud! A resounding crash echoed from below, accompanied by the unmistakable bouncing sound of the tire. The dormitory residents were stunned. They had anticipated that this young master would cry, throw a tantrum, or seek the company commander to lodge a complaint, but they never expected such brazen behavior. How unreasonable. Oh no, that was my basin. Li Daniu suddenly realized, leaping from his bed with eyes wide open like saucers. How dare you throw my belongings? Oh, is that yours? Wang Yunteng brushed the dust off his hands and nonchalantly picked up a pair of unwashed camouflage pants. Since you were silent earlier, I thought some scrap collector had left them behind. If it's trash, allow me to assist in tidying up the environment. No need to thank me. We are comrades. After all, with that, he flung the camouflage pants out the window as well. I'll kill you. Li Daniu, with his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such an affront. He charged forward, a gust of wind trailing behind him, his fist swinging like a frying pan, aimed directly at Wang Yunteng's face. If that punch connected, given Wang Yunteng's current state, he would either be dead or bedridden for half a month. Wang Xiaohu shrieked in alarm. Brother, be careful. Wang Yunteng stood his ground, unmoving. His pupils constricted instantaneously. In his perception, Li Daniu's movements slowed down. The trajectory of that fist, the point of force. Even the grotesque expression on Li Daniu's face seemed to unfold in slow motion. There were too many openings. His lower body was unstable, his center wide open, with excessive force shifting his balance forward. If he were the specter of his past life, Wang Yunteng could have easily broken 3 of this brute's ribs within that second. His brain rapidly dispatched commands: slide left, sidestep, strike the neck, followed by a knee thrust to the groin. Perfect. However, the moment those commands reached this body, reality dealt him a harsh blow. His left foot remained motionless. The wounds on his legs had torn open from moving the tire, the muscles stiff as wood. There was no evading it. To endure the impact? That would be courting death. Just as that fist came within 5 centimeters of his nose, The wind from the punch stinging his skin, Wang Yunteng's brain switched to a backup plan. Tactical codename, feigning injury. Since his body was useless, he would fight with his wits. Suddenly, Wang Yunteng executed an exaggerated, even undignified, maneuver. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he abruptly raised his hand to clutch his chest, his features contorting in apparent agony, as if he were enduring immense pain. Then, he smoothly fell backward in the direction of Li Daniu's punch. Oh no, my heart. Murder. This cry, powered by his diaphragm, was piercing enough to nearly lift the roof off. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, curling up like a large shrimp. His face pale as a sheet due to the oxygen deprivation from moving heavy objects. He gasped for breath, clutching his chest, his throat emitting a wheezy, wind-like sound. My heart. I can't take it. Li Daniu's fist froze in midair. He maintained his fierce punching stance, but the expression on his face morphed from ferocity to total bewilderment. He hadn't even touched this guy, not even a hair. How did he just collapse? Is this some kind of qigong? Or a case of hitting a bull from afar? Don't play dead. I didn't hit you. Li Daniu panicked, cold sweat pouring down his face. This was the son of a tycoon. If he truly scared him to death in the dormitory with a single punch, Li Daniu's life would be over. Would he even face a military tribunal? Daniu, don't touch him. Zhao Lei's expression shifted, the nail clipper he held slipping from his grasp. He leapt from his bed, rushing to Wang Yunteng's side, unsure whether to help him up. This kid had just been discharged from the hospital. He was in such a fragile state that he couldn't afford to lose his life. Zhao Lei's voice trembled. Wang Yunteng lay on the ground, peering through narrowed eyes at the new recruits who had just moments ago strutted about with arrogance, but were now rendered utterly helpless. And he couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. Playing tricks on me? When I was strategizing, you were still in diapers, playing in the mud. In the face of absolute powerlessness, rules and human hearts become the sharpest weapons. What is going on? What is all this noise? A booming voice came from the doorway. Company Commander Lei Zhan, his face dark as thunder, appeared at the dormitory entrance. Following him was the instructor, both wearing grim expressions. Upon seeing Wang Yunteng sprawled on the ground, Lei Zhan's eyelids twitched violently. Commander, Daniu hit someone. Wang Xiaohu reacted swiftly this time, pointing at Li Daniu and launching into his complaint, tears streaming down his face. My brother just got back, his health isn't good yet, and he already attacked. Look how scared he made my brother. His heart condition has flared up. This is attempted murder. Li Daniu, drenched in sweat, was at a loss for words, his face turning purple. Commander, I truly didn't hit him. He fell on his own. He is faking it. Lei Zhan ignored Li Daniu. He strode over to Wang Yunteng's side, crouching down. His gaze bore into Wang Yunteng. Though Wang Yunteng was still twitching, a glimmer of clarity shone in his eyes. Lei Zhan glanced at the empty bed, then at the chaotic scene around them, and finally at Li Daniu, who was still poised to strike. As a seasoned soldier, he instantly comprehended what had transpired. A ruse. Undoubtedly a ruse. The young man's performance, although exaggerated, was impeccably timed. Had this been before, Lei Zhan would have kicked him to tell him to stop pretending. But now, Lei Zhan recalled what the regiment commander had said in the hospital. This kid fights with his brain. What a clever tactic. Though unsightly, in a life-or-death situation. If it can save one's life, and even turn the tables, then it is indeed a good strategy. Enough. Stop the act. Lei Zhan stood up, gently kicking Wang Yunteng's calf with the tip of his boot. The ground is cold. You're not afraid of freezing back to the hospital? Get up. Wang Yunteng immediately ceased his twitching, weakly supporting himself on the edge of the bed to stand, and he coughed twice. Commander, this is just a stress response. I panic when I see fists. Lei Zhan's lips twitched violently. Stress response, my foot. Zhao Lei. Lei Zhan suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on the squad leader. Yes. Zhao Lei stood at attention, cold sweat trickling down his back. This is the squad you lead? The new comrade just returned. And you can't even provide him with a bed? Lei Zhan pointed at the bear, still dripping dirty water from the bed frame. Is this how you treat your comrades? Huh. Commander, that bed frame is broken. Zhao Lei attempted to explain. Broken? Lei Zhan sneered. If it's broken, then let him have yours. You sleep on the floor. Now. Immediately. Commander, why should I? Zhao Lei was incensed. This was unfair. Unfair? In my company. My word is law. Lei Zhan bellowed. This is an order. Or do you want to carry your bedding to the confinement room to sleep? Yes. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glare at Wang Yunteng, begrudgingly starting to dismantle his bed frame. Wang Yunteng leaned against the window, observing Zhao Lei's industrious efforts, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the first round, he emerged triumphant. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Within this battalion, where strength reigned supreme, relying on theatrics and trickery could only yield fleeting victories. To truly establish his footing and rid himself of the stigma of a coward, he would need to rely on hard currency, genuine capability. The dinner assembly whistle sliced sharply through the night sky, summoning the entire company to the playground. Searchlights illuminated the area as if it were broad daylight. Zhao Lei stood at the front of the ranks, his gaze fixed on Wang Yunteng, who had just returned, a sinister and cruel smile playing on his lips. Wang Yunteng, now that you are back, we shall adhere to the rules. Zhao Lei turned, gesturing towards the nearby low obstacle course and the muddy tactical training ground. Tonight's task is 400 meters of tactical maneuvers. Low crawling, side crawling, high crawling, coupled with jumps. Zhao Lei's voice rose an octave as he addressed Wang Yunteng. According to the company's regulations, even a patient must train upon return. Of course, if you're afraid of death, or if your heart condition flares up, you may submit a report and retreat to your dormitory. That is where someone of your ilk rightfully belongs. This was a provocation, a calculated play. The 400-meter tactical maneuver was the nightmare of every new recruit. Crawling rapidly across a ground strewn with gravel would leave knees and elbows raw. Sweat mingling with dirt seeping into wounds, a sensation more agonizing than torture. For Wang Yunteng, this was not merely torment. It was a matter of life and death. All eyes were fixed on Wang Yunteng, anticipating his capitulation, waiting to see him collapse as he had moments before, clutching his chest. Wang Xiaohu clutched Wang Yunteng's sleeve with desperation. Brother, don't go. It could really kill you. Your injury hasn't even healed. And these bastards just want to finish you off. Wang Yunteng glanced down at his brother's pale hand before gently pushing it away. He surveyed the mud pit, reeking of earth, then turned to Zhao Lei, whose face radiated provocation and confidence. This was the army. Here, tears were dismissed, and only fists and sweat commanded respect. One might evade the initial challenge, but not the subsequent ones. Who said I was going back? As he leisurely unfastened the buttons of his uniform, revealing a bandaged neck. Wang Yunteng spoke with a calm demeanor. Is it just crawling through a mud pit? I'll practice with you. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a derisive laugh. You'll practice with me? Fine, but don't come crying for your mother halfway through. Yet, mere practice lacked allure. Wang Yunteng raised his head, his once frivolous peach blossom eyes now gleaming with a chilling light that demanded respect. That was the pride of a top-tier warrior. Since it was a rule, let us raise the stakes. Wang Yunteng took a step forward, locking eyes with Zhao Lei. If I manage to crawl through this, you, Zhao Lei, will be solely responsible for the hygiene and upkeep of the entire third squad, including that pile of stinky socks. Do you dare? A gasp swept through the crowd. Was this lad mad? Wounded and wagering against the most capable vice squad leader? Huh, just you? Zhao Lei erupted into laughter. All right. If you can finish this without passing out, I'll wash your socks. I'll even be your servant. But if you can't make it, Zhao Lei's expression darkened, his tone chilling. If you fail, Wang Yunteng, he continued ominously, I will ensure you roll out of the Tiger Brigade and vanish from our sight forever. Deal. Zhao Lei bellowed, fearful of any potential retraction. The whistle sounded abruptly. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yunteng hurled himself onto the unforgiving mud. Thud. Agonizing pain shot through his entire being. Yet this pain served to awaken him. The warrior had returned, and this first battle was not against enemies but against his own weakness, the cowardice and ineptitude within. Chapter 16. Even rotten flesh is still flesh. One must crawl with purpose. Go. Zhao Lei's voice thundered. The fellow resembled a cannonball that had just been fired, darting forward with impeccable form, prone, aiming, firing. His movements fluid and rapid, leaving only a blur of camouflage in his wake. The surrounding recruits barely had time to cheer before another figure yanked their attention back. Wang Yunteng also surged forward, but while others dove, he fell, akin to a sack stuffed with potatoes, landing squarely in the muck. Hiss. Before his face could meet the ground, his teeth clenched and shattered. Pain. Excruciating pain. The wound on his right inner thigh, still half-scabbed, split open with the fall. The searing agony coursed through his nerves, draining the color from his already pale face. Ha! Looks like our young master intends to take a nap right at the starting line. What a position. What do you call it? Frog in a hole. Laughter erupted from the crowd, unabashed and raucous. Li Daniu laughed the loudest, slapping his thigh in mirth. Standing nearby, Lei Zhan observed with arms crossed, his brow tightly knit. He did not laugh. He clearly saw that as Wang Yunteng hit the ground, his right leg, which should have exerted force, twitched unnaturally. It was an injury. If you can't handle it, you can still roll back now, Lei Zhan coldly remarked. I don't want to have to call an ambulance to collect a corpse later. Wang Yunteng lay in the muck, his mouth filled with the taste of earth. He spat out the dirt and grit. A man cannot utter defeat. Gasping for breath, he drove his elbows fiercely into the hard ground. The lower half of his body felt half useless, but that didn't impede him from using his upper body. In a former life as a warrior, he had endured a broken leg in the Amazon swamps, yet he crawled 10 kilometers to eliminate a target. This minor injury was but a mere mosquito bite in comparison. Move. Wang Yunteng's arms tensed, veins bulging beneath his pale skin. He He did not crawl like a novice using all limbs. Instead, he adopted a highly ungraceful yet practical method. Relying solely on his elbows, he dragged his heavy legs forward, resembling a mortally wounded wild dog, inching through the mud. What in the world is that? Some were perplexed. I don't know, but it looks terrible. Terrible? Wang Yunteng scoffed inwardly. This was the most advanced wounded drag tactic, maximizing the reduction of lower body exertion while utilizing core and latissimus dorsi compensation to maintain movement without exacerbating his wounds. Admittedly, it was not pretty. Gasping. His lungs felt like a broken bellows, each breath tinged with a metallic taste. His heart raced, threatening to burst from his ribcage. Ahead loomed the low obstacle course. Just under 40 centimeters high, it was a dense thicket of barbed wire. Zhao Lei had already slipped through with the speed of an eel. Wang Yunteng reached the net and paused momentarily. What's wrong? Afraid? The taunts persisted. I doubt he can make it. That big backside will surely get caught. Ignoring the jeers, Wang Yunteng steadied his breathing, pressing his cheek against the cold, damp mud, turning to the side. The wound was on his right thigh. If one were to crawl in a conventional low posture, with the thighs scraping against the ground, then one might as well relinquish any hope for that flesh. It is imperative to lie sideways, grounding oneself on the left side. This necessitates relying solely on the strength of the left arm and left leg to drag the weight of 140 pounds forward, much like a lifeless fish. Up, Wang Yunteng growled, as his left arm forcefully gripped the muddy earth. The fabric of his training uniform tore against the coarse surface, followed closely by the skin beneath. He pressed on, once, twice. The barbed wire spikes swayed perilously close to his nose, less than 5 centimeters away. Sweat mingled with mud trickled into his eyes, stinging painfully. His vision began to blur, the world transforming into a murky hue of yellow-brown. Although his right leg hung suspended, waves of pain continued to surge through him. This battered body ought to be cast into a steel furnace for rebirth. In his mind, Wang Yunteng cursed the previous owner of this body 1,000 times. Had he merely consumed a couple fewer bottles of liquor or indulged in fewer flings, or even taken a few more steps, he wouldn't find himself in such a dire predicament now. Suddenly, clang. His uniform snagged. The training outfit on his back was ensnared by a spike of the barbed wire, rendering him immobile. Any slight movement would result in that spike piercing his flesh. Caught. Huh. Let us see how he handles this. It was a deadlock, one that typically required an instructor's intervention for a new recruit. Yet, he remained still, eager to observe just how resilient this obstinate scion of wealth truly was. In the mud pit, Wang Yunteng felt the tugging force from behind. To loosen the snare? His hands couldn't reach. To retreat? That would waste at least half a minute. Those bastards were still laughing. Wang Yunteng shut his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide again. A glint of ferocity flashed within, not directed at others, but at himself. Push through. He disregarded the spike, exerting force in his upper body, lunging forward with fervor. The sound of fabric ripping pierced through the cacophony of the training ground. Following that was a dull thud as the spike tore through his clothing, opening a long, deep gash across his back. Blood instantly seeped out, staining his already muddy back. Yet he surged ahead. Like a beast freed from its cage, bloodied and battered, he broke through the suffocating barbed wire. Laughter came to an abrupt halt. The recruits, who had just been jeering, now stood with mouths agape, stunned into silence. The crimson streak across his back was stark beneath the floodlights. Zhao Lei had completed the course, panting heavily at the finish line, waiting with an air of smugness to witness the spectacle. But upon seeing the blood-soaked figure emerging from the mud, his smile froze in place. This lunatic. Zhao Lei's lips moved, his throat feeling parched. Wang Yunteng did not lift his gaze. He lacked the strength to do so. Half the distance remained. Ahead lay the crawling zone and the leaping zone. Could he still move? Wang Yunteng questioned himself. His right leg was devoid of sensation. It was numb. His left arm was scraped and ablaze with pain. His back was bleeding. He could still move. As long as he was not dead, he could move. He pressed his palm against the ground, attempting to rise for the leap. Thud. Just as he managed to lift himself halfway, his knees buckled, and he collapsed back down. A violent wave of dizziness washed over him. Stars danced before his eyes, and a buzzing current filled his ears. Brother, don't crawl anymore. You're bleeding. So much blood. Wang Xiaohu cried, attempting to rush onto the field, only to be restrained by 2 seasoned soldiers. Shut your mouth. Wang Yunteng lay on the ground, his voice low yet clear. He shook his head, flinging the mud and water from his face. If he couldn't stand, then he would crawl. Who set the standard for tactical movements? On the battlefield, survival itself is the standard. He plunged his elbows into the earth once more. Like a person with only an upper body, inching toward the finish line, one grueling movement at a time. Each motion left a dark red imprint on the ground. That was blood, mingled with mud. Silence enveloped the field. Over 100 individuals held their breath, the atmosphere weighed down by the gravity of the moment. Lei Zhan's stopwatch continued ticking, but he had forgotten to check the time. His gaze remained fixed on that writhing figure, the once despised deserter. In that mire, it seemed as if something was beginning to sprout. That something was called resilience. Chapter 17. Have the socks been rolled up? Tom appeared to stretch infinitely in that moment. The sound of fabric scraping against the ground was monotonous and tedious, yet it felt like a dull blade slicing through everyone's hearts. Wang Yunteng felt as though he were a fish cast ashore. Each expansion of his lungs protested, a burning sensation stemming from extreme hypoxia. Sweat had dried up, now. Cold perspiration flowed. The chill seeping through his bones made him shiver, even in the oppressive heat of a 30-degree night. 50 more meters. He chanted within his mind. The limits of this body had long been surpassed. What propelled him forward now was not muscle or glycogen, but the simmering resentment trapped within his chest. In his past life, Wang Yunteng was a king of soldiers, a phantom. In this life, he was a waste, a joke. At that moment, the two souls overlapped, fiercely tearing at each other on the muddy training ground. Just lie down, it's too exhausting. A voice in his head tempted him. You are the son of a billionaire. Hundreds of billions await your indulgence. Why endure this suffering here? Didn't Zhao Lei say you didn't need him to wash your socks? Just faint, and they will carry you back to that soft and fragrant big bed. Wang Yunteng's elbows weakened momentarily. His cheek pressed against the cold, muddy ground once more. How he longed to sleep. Haha, I told you this kid is all talk. Li Daniu murmured as he noticed Wang Yunteng's stillness, his tone lacking conviction, afraid to raise his voice. Shut your filthy mouth. This reprimand did not come from Wang Xiaohu or Zhao Lei, but from Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan maintained his folded arm stance, yet his nails were digging deeply into his flesh. He did not glance at Li Daniu. His eyes remained fixed on Wang Yunteng, sprawled on the ground. The squad leader isn't moving. The instructor leaned closer. Lowering his voice, it's been almost 5 minutes, hasn't he? He hasn't fainted. Lei Zhan's voice was hoarse. Look at his hands. The instructor paused, squinting to see. Under the spotlight, Wang Yunteng's bloodied right hand, with all 5 fingers gripping the earth, appeared a ghastly white, stained with black mud and blood. That was a grasp for life. That was a desperate attempt to pull himself forward, clinging to the ground as though it were a lifeline. Determined to drag himself onward with whatever breath remained. He was gathering strength. He was waiting for his breath to steady. He moved. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Yunteng indeed stirred. He no longer attempted to stand. His legs felt like leaden burdens. Instead, he simply rolled over, facing the sky. What is he doing? Everyone was bewildered. Wang Yunteng gazed up at the inky black sky, where a few sparse stars twinkled. He lay on his back, utilizing the strength of his heels and shoulders to maneuver. This was an exceedingly obscure and excruciating motion, typically employed only when one's legs were grievously injured and constant vigilance was required to observe the overhead firing points. Up, with a sudden thrust of his waist, Wang Yunteng scraped a step forward on the gravelly ground with his back. Hiss! The injury on his back was once more crushed, a pain akin to salt being rubbed into a wound. Yet, he smiled, the corners of his mouth curling into a somewhat deranged arc. Because this tactic was effective, he did not need to watch his path, nor lower his head to eat dirt. He could still gaze at those few stars. Quite satisfactory. 1 step, 2 steps. He continued to push backwards, staring upwards. His combat uniform was utterly shredded, revealing skin marred by lacerations, all stained with blood. Zhao Lei stood at the finish line, his expression shifting from mockery to a grim pallor. He had been holding a bottle of mineral water, intending to belittle Wang Yunteng upon his arrival. Now, that bottle was crumpled in his grip, the plastic emitting a cracking sound. He felt a burning sensation on his face, not from being struck, but from shame. If it were him, could he withstand such severe injuries to this point? Zhao Lei did not know, but he realized that, at this moment, the wretched creature writhing on the ground was far more admirable than he, the exemplary soldier of the entire company. Just 10 meters remained. Wang Yunteng caught the scent of the chalky finish line. In his line of sight, Zhao Lei's dark visage became increasingly distinct. Wang Yunteng ceased his movements, no longer scooting on his back. The final 10 meters could not be traversed in such a disheveled manner, resembling a beggar pleading for mercy. He slowly turned over, adopting a face-down position once more. With trembling hands, he pushed against the ground. Trembling, violently trembling. His arms quaked as if afflicted by Parkinson's, unable to stabilize. Stand up straight. Wang Yunteng let out a low growl from his throat. Crack. It was as if he heard the sound of his joints locking. He propped himself up. Then, he stepped forward with his left leg, dragging along his severely injured right leg. 1 step. His body swayed like a withered tree in a tempest. 2 steps. With each stride, his right leg left a trail of blood on the ground. The entire arena fell silent. The mocking, disdainful, and curious gazes had vanished, replaced by an instinctual awe and reverence. This was no mere assessment. This was a desperate struggle. A battle against the reputation of that worthless creature. A battle against this frail body. Wang Xiaohu had ceased his tears, his mouth agape as he stared at his brother's silhouette, oblivious to the snot trickling into his mouth. This was his brother, the one who vowed to protect him. So incredibly impressive. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Wang Yunteng could no longer discern Zhao Lei's face. Only a shadowy figure. He exerted every last ounce of strength to hurl himself across that white line. Thud. This time, he landed heavily. Dust billowed into the air. Wang Yunteng lay sprawled behind the finish line, his face buried in the dirt, utterly motionless. It was over. Lei Zhan pressed the stopwatch. 10 minutes and 42 seconds. For a 400-meter tactical maneuver, this was an abysmal result, one so poor that any rookie could easily achieve a time under 2.5 minutes. Yet, as Lei Zhan gazed at that figure, he felt it was the most formidable performance he had witnessed in a decade of leading troops. Medic, where are you? Hurry up. Lei Zhan hurled the stopwatch in frustration, his voice hoarse from shouting. As 2 medics, bearing first aid kits, rushed forward, Wang Yunteng's muddy form suddenly raised a trembling hand. That hand quivered, defiantly displaying a middle finger, which then laboriously transformed into an index finger, pointing at Zhao Lei standing nearby. Wang Yunteng strained to lift his head from the ground, his face a canvas of blood and mud, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance. He looked at Zhao Lei, his lips moving. The sound was faint, but Zhao Lei heard it. The entire company heard it. Socks. Have you prepared them? Chapter 18. Who the hell asked you to let me? Zhao Lei stood frozen, gazing at the man at his feet, who could barely stand, yet still remembered their wager about washing socks. His expression shifted more rapidly than a neon sign. He wanted to curse, to berate this privileged fool for being so reckless, to scold him for valuing pride over life itself. Yet, his throat felt constricted, no words would escape. Defeated. Although he triumphed over Wang Yunteng in terms of performance, in spirit and tenacity, he had utterly lost. What are you standing there for? Wang Yunteng remained sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, yet that finger pointing at Zhao Lei remained steadfast. A bet is a bet. He grinned, revealing a smile that seemed to mock, as if to say, you, the class vice, must lead by example and integrity. That smile was infuriating, yet somehow endearing. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, his chest heaving. He suddenly crouched down, grasping Wang Yunteng by the collar with both hands. The onlookers gasped in shock. Zhao Lei, what do you think you're doing? The instructor panicked, fearing this fool could not handle defeat and would resort to violence. Wang Xiaohu was ready to rush forward to defend him, but Zhao Lei did not strike. His face flushed crimson. He glared fiercely at Wang Yunteng. Wash. I'll wash. From now on, I'll take care of all your filthy socks. Even your underwear, all right. Having said that, Zhao Lei, undeterred by the grime, hoisted the mud and blood-covered Wang Yunteng into his arms. Hey, slow down. I'm about to vomit. Wang Yunteng was pressed against Zhao Lei's stomach, his already tumultuous stomach acid nearly spewing onto Zhao Lei's back. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll toss you into the latrine, Zhao Lei shouted. But this time, his tone lacked the earlier sarcasm, replaced by a raw concern. He carried Wang Yunteng with long strides toward the medical room, kicking at the medics in passing. What are you doing standing there? Get moving. Waiting to eat. Disperse. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen someone exhausted to the point of collapse? Lei Zhan waved his hand, dispersing the dazed newcomers. Once the crowd had thinned, he bent down to retrieve the Richard Mille watch that Wang Yunteng had dropped earlier. A watch worth millions, its strap broken, the face marred with scratches and caked in mud. Lei Zhan wiped it with his sleeve, a smile creeping onto his lips. This watch was ruined. But this steel had been tempered in fire. Inside the medical room, the acrid scent of alcohol filled the air. Ah, be gentle. Are you applying medicine or scraping bones? Wang Yunteng's screams nearly lifted the roof. The small round-faced nurse he had encountered at the regiment hospital was coldly tending to the wounds on his back with tweezers. What's the matter? Were you not a hero while climbing the barbed wire? Now you know what pain is? The nurse's hands were relentless as she meticulously extracted the bits of fabric and gravel embedded in his flesh. That is an entirely different matter. Wang Yunteng was drenched in cold sweat, groaning on the hospital bed. At that moment, adrenaline had sustained him, but now he was experiencing sheer agony. Could we perhaps be a bit gentler? This is a work-related injury, he implored. Silence. One more word, and I'll administer a sedative. The nurse shot him a glare. Yet her motions became noticeably more delicate. Zhao Lei and Wang Xiaohu stood nearby. Wang Xiaohu was still wiping away tears, gazing at the bloody wounds on Wang Yunteng's back. Weeping like a hefty child, Zhao Lei leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his stern expression fixed as if he were angry with someone. Once the bandaging was complete, Wang Yunteng felt as though he had been flayed alive, utterly drained. He laboriously turned to face Zhao Lei. Hey, deputy squad leader. Zhao Lei's eyelids flickered, but he ignored him. What's the matter? Still lamenting over those 2 bars of soap? Wang Yunteng teased, if you're that reluctant, I can wash my own socks, as long as you admit that you previously looked down on me. Zhao Lei suddenly whipped his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Yunteng, do you think you're quite impressive? Zhao Lei erupted, his voice sharp. You climbed down here with an injury, stirring emotions throughout the squad, feeling heroic. Don't you? Wang Yunteng, you need to understand that this is training, not combat. Knowing your body can't handle it, yet pushing through. This isn't bravery, it's recklessness. It's creating chaos for the team. What if you had fainted under the barbed wire and severed a major artery? Who would take responsibility? The company commander? Or me? Want to prove yourself, to show you're not a coward? Then do it honorably in the assessment after you heal, rather than resorting to such self-pitying theatrics. Zhao Lei grew increasingly animated, spitting words with fervor, showering Wang Yunteng's face with saliva. Silence enveloped the ward. Wang Xiaohu was stunned. Bewildered as to how things had escalated so quickly, Wang Yunteng wiped the spit from his face. He wasn't angry. Rather, there was a newfound brightness in his eyes. Zhao Lei, you're right, he nodded. Under normal circumstances, I too would deem this foolish. He propped himself up on the bed, sitting straighter, meeting Zhao Lei's gaze. But have you considered why I did this? Because in your eyes, I am still that cowardly boy who cries for his mother at the slightest injury. If this were just regular training, I could take leave, I could recuperate. But this is more than just training. It is a war against the label of being a failure. If I don't risk my life this time, even if I heal and outrun you, outshoot you, you will still think of me as merely a product of wealth. Only through this foolish method, by putting my life on the line. Can I make you stubborn minds understand one thing? He pointed at his chest. This body may be useless, but this heart is not any softer than yours. Zhao Lei was taken aback. He looked at this pale, bandaged air before him, and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He had always thought Wang Yunteng was merely putting on a show, acting out of spite. But now he understood. This was indeed a fight for survival, for a shred of dignity as a man. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Zhao Lei turned his head awkwardly, lowering his voice. I will wash the socks, that's the rule. But don't get too pleased with yourself. He walked to the door, pausing with his back to Wang Yunteng. In a month, during the new recruit's graduation assessment, I will bring my full strength. If you don't achieve top marks, I'll personally throw you out of the third squad. Don't expect me to go easy on you because of your little display today. Wang Yunteng smiled. Even though it tugged at his wounds, nonetheless, he felt elated. Who the hell needs your leniency? He shouted at Zhao Lei's retreating figure. Just don't cry when you lose. Zhao Lei scoffed and slammed the door behind him. The ward fell silent at last. Wang Xiaohu timidly inched closer. Brother, is the deputy squad leader still targeting you? Targeting? Wang Yunteng leaned back against the pillow, sighing in comfort. Silly boy, that's not targeting, that's acceptance. As long as he is willing to engage with you earnestly, it means he sees you as an equal opponent, not as a useless burden to be coddled. This first step has been taken. Yet Wang Yunteng knew that the true hell was only beginning. The battalion commander's demand for excellence loomed over him like a sword suspended above his head. Given his current physical condition, achieving the standards for Special Forces selection within a month seemed daunting. Wang Yunteng cast a glance at the ceiling. System? Oh no, I don't have a system. Then I can only cheat. He closed his eyes, and his mind began to frantically search for the grueling recovery training methods from his past life designed for extreme physical endurance. Those methods that could push a person to the brink of collapse. Bring it on, hell mode. Since I don't want to be a pig, I'll have to be a wolf. Just then, the door swung open again. Lei Zhan entered, holding a document with an odd expression. Wang Yunteng, how is your injury? I'm not dying, company commander. That's good. Lei Zhan tossed the document onto the bed. The commendation from the battalion has arrived. Second-class merit. Second-class merit? Wang Xiaohu's eyes nearly popped out. Don't celebrate too soon. Lei Zhan shot a cold glance at Wang Yunteng. Along with the commendation, there's a special gift. What is it? To honor your bravery, the battalion commander has specially approved one-on-one rehabilitation training with me for the next month. Lei Zhan revealed a sinister grin, his teeth gleaming like those of a predatory beast. Young Master Wang, are you ready to face hell? Chapter 19, The Madman's Training Method. In the early morning, the pungent scent of disinfectant mingled with the aroma of Yunnan Baiyao, somewhat overwhelming. Wang Yunteng opened his eyes, staring at the stark white ceiling of the infirmary. Attempting to move his fingers, it was sore, an acerbic sensation akin to being immersed in vinegar, crawling up his nerves to the crown of his head. Next was the familiar tearing pain in his right thigh, though it was somewhat more bearable than the searing agony of the previous day. Being wealthy is wonderful. Wang Yunteng mused inwardly. The box of miraculous bruise ointment his father had left behind, reputedly worth thousands per gram, had been liberally applied to him by the nurse last night. Had he been using the military's red flower oil, he would likely still be as stiff as a zombie. Awake? If you're awake, stop pretending to be dead and get up. A robust figure blocked the sunlight streaming through the window. Lei Zhan, holding a thermos, with a thick blue folder tucked under one arm, surveyed him from above. Wang Yunteng ignored him, struggling to shift himself to sit at the head of the bed, casually grabbing an orange left behind by Wang Xiaohu the night before. Company commander. Are you here to see me off so early? Wang Yunteng peeled the orange, his tone languid. Dream on. Lei Zhan yanked a creaky folding chair closer and plopped down, casually tossing the folder onto Wang Yunteng's lap. The force was not light, causing Wang Yunteng's thigh to twitch. What's this? A deportation order? Your talisman for survival. Lei Zhan twisted open the lid of the thermos, gently blowing away the tea foam that floated atop. The commander had issued a stern order. 1 month, all excellent. I sensed your uncertainty, hence I stayed up all night preparing this for you. Lei Zhan gestured towards the blue folder. A rare expression of "I'm doing this for your own good" flickering across his face. It amalgamated sports medicine, ergonomics, and our Tiger Brigade's historical rehabilitation data for new recruits. This is an expert-level plan, methodical and scientifically sound, as long as you are not intent on failure. If you follow this regimen, passing the assessment in a month should pose no significant challenge. Wang Yunteng raised an eyebrow, flipping open the folder with one hand. The first page still bore the scent of fresh ink. Tiger Brigade new recruits. Private Wang Yunteng's 3-week rehabilitation and strengthening training outline. Phase 1, Day 17-1. Morning run of 3 kilometers, pace of 6 minutes 30 seconds per kilometer, heart rate maintained below 140. 2. Push-ups, 15 sets, with 2 minutes of rest, 5 sets daily. 3. Core strength training. Plank hold for 30 seconds per set. Wang Yunteng's finger lingered over the line, indicating a pace of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. He remained silent, flipping through 2 more pages. Phase 2, Days 8 to 14-1. Increased weight cross-country running, 5-kilogram backpack. 2. Firearm positioning training, 10 minutes each session. With attention to rest. With a sharp snap, the folder was closed and tossed onto the bedside table, the sound resonating sharply in the quiet infirmary. Lei Zhan's motion of drinking water froze. He slowly set down the thermos, his tiger-like eyes narrowing into a slit. A dangerous aura beginning to permeate the room. What does this mean? Are you complaining of fatigue? No. Wang Yunteng wiped his hands with a tissue. Leaning back to find a comfortable position against the pillow, I merely find it too watered down. Water? Lei Zhan's temples twitched, a signal of imminent outrage. Do you have any idea how much this would cost in a gym? This is the most scientifically sound recovery plan. Commander, we are in the Tiger Brigade, not an old-age rehabilitation center. Wang Yunteng cast a glance at the folder, his eyes brimming with unabashed disdain. A 6:30 pace for 3 kilometers? That's meant for pregnant women strolling for digestion. 15 push-ups? With a 2-minute break? Are you afraid of tiring me out, or of me losing face? You are a wounded soldier. Lei Zhan finally couldn't restrain himself, shouting, spittle nearly landing on Wang Yunteng's face. What's the difference between your 2 legs and noodles? If I don't arrange for basic physical recovery, should I let you run 5 kilometers in armed cross-country? Until you suffer from rhabdomyolysis and renal failure? Poor physical condition doesn't mean we should practice foolishness. Wang Yunteng met Lei Zhan's fiery gaze, his tone calm as if discussing the weather. Commander, your plan is a classic approach for muscle gain and shaping. If I had 6 months, I would gladly follow it. Sculpting a physique of beautiful but lifeless muscle to flaunt on the beach post-discharge. But I only have 1 month. This tepid pig fattening plan will only yield a handsome figure, not a lethal blade. Do you expect me to perform aerobics on the assessment field? Pig fattening plan. Lei Zhan laughed in anger, abruptly rising to grab the folder, ready to smash it against Wang Yunteng's head. His hand, raised high, suddenly halted. Fine. You're impressive. You must be the reincarnation of a soldier king, right? Then tell me, with this useless body that struggles to climb stairs, what do you intend to train without a foundation? Ascend to the heavens? Wang Yunteng remained unfazed by Lei Zhan's fury. He tossed aside the covers and slowly got out of bed. His feet met the cold, hard concrete floor, the chill jolting him further awake. Pen. Wang Yunteng extended his hand, palm upward. Lei Zhan paused, as if compelled, retrieving a pen from his pocket and placing it in Wang Yunteng's palm. Wang Yunteng snatched the folder from him, flipping to the blank back page. With swift strokes, the pen moved across the paper, the sound urgent and forceful, even tearing through the sheet. No formatting, no unnecessary medical jargon. 3 minutes later, the folder was slammed back against Lei Zhan's chest. This is what I wish to train. Lei Zhan looked down. The paper bore only a few hastily scrawled lines. Chaotic yet infused with a fierce determination. Extreme environment adaptation and neural restructuring. Contents. 1. Hypoxia tolerance, static breath-holding training. Target 3 minutes and 30 seconds, combined with ice-water immersion until limbs lose sensation. 2. Peak breakthrough, 400-meter full-speed sprints. Ignore pace, ignore heart rate. Run until vomiting or fainting 3 times daily. 3. Muscle memory awakening, firearm positioning, suspending 2 red bricks from the barrel until muscular spasms lock it in place. Unable to lower it. 4. Pain desensitization, acupressure massage, no need for professional acupuncture, just find someone strong to apply pressure. At the bottom, a bold note read, all physical training, warm-up section cancelled, directly enter high-intensity confrontation. You've lost your mind? Lei Zhan exclaimed, his hands trembling around the folder. Cancelled warm-ups? Running until vomiting? Ice water immersion? Are you training soldiers or committing suicide? With this physique, this isn't even an ICU issue. It's a direct ticket to the morgue. Commander, you are mistaken. Wang Yunteng leisurely fastened the buttons of his hospital gown. Conventional training enhances abilities based on physical conditioning, which is the method for normal individuals. However, I do not have the luxury of time to build strength. He pointed to his head, where a soul once feared by border drug lords resided. This body is worthless. Its hardware is too poor, like a scrap old car. I aim to overhaul the system within a month, and the only way to do that is through overclocking. Stimulating the nerves with extreme pain to forcibly engrave past muscle memory. Treating the body as a machine, if it breaks, it can be repaired. As long as it remembers how to shoot and kill, that is sufficient. Wang Yunteng finished putting on his shoes and stood tall. Let us go, Commander. Wang Yunteng gestured towards the door. To the shooting range. Your plan is meant for cultivating a ceremonial guard. Now, let me show you the proper way to throw scrap metal into the furnace. Lei Zhan stared at him for a full 10 seconds. His expression shifting from shock to confusion. With a snap, he closed the folder with clenched teeth, hissing out a single word. Go. I want to see how you end up killing yourself. Don't expect me to collect your body afterward. Noon. The small shooting range designated for new recruits. The air was still, thick with heat, the cicadas in the distant trees creating an irritating cacophony. Lei Zhan stood beside the shooting position, gripping a Type 95 rifle. A heavy box of ammunition at his feet. You know the rules. Lei Zhan tossed the rifle to Wang Yunteng. Wang Yunteng caught it. Heavy. That was the first sensation. In a past life, this rifle felt as light as a stick in his hands, almost a part of his body. Now, it weighed heavily, his wrist uncontrollably sagging. This body's wrist strength was too feeble, accustomed to handling a mouse and a wine glass, unable to support such a weighty object. No need for laps. I doubt you can walk 2 steps without gasping for breath. Lei Zhan crossed his arms, coldly pointing at the half-body target 100 meters away. 100 meters. 5 shots. Regardless of the time, as long as you can hit the target entirely, you dictate how to train in the future. However, should you miss even a single shot, Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, revealing his stark white teeth, and you shall obediently return and run 3 kilometers. Shouting 100 times on the playground, I am worthless. Deal. Wang Yunteng expertly checked the magazine, pulling the bolt back to chamber around. Click. Although his movements were not swift and lacked a bit of strength, the rhythm, the fluidity ingrained in his bones, made Lei Zhan's eyelids twitch. How could this kid, despite being a novice, handle the gun with such finesse that even seasoned veterans would envy? Begin. Lei Zhan pressed the stopwatch. Wang Yunteng did not immediately assume the shooting stance as one might expect from a textbook. Instead, he stood still, closing his eyes, adjusting his breath. The heart rate of this body was racing too fast, spiking to 120 with the slightest movement. At such a rate, his aiming hand would tremble uncontrollably, rendering the sights useless. Breathe, breathe. Employing a special deep breathing technique, he forcibly suppressed the agitated sympathetic nerves. 5 seconds later, Wang Yunteng suddenly opened his eyes. Yet, he did not adopt the standard standing shooting position. Instead, his legs awkwardly spread apart, squatting like a large monkey, his center of gravity lowered to an extreme. His posture exceedingly unrefined. The upper body leaned slightly backward, anchoring the rifle firmly against the collarbone rather than the conventional shoulder pocket. What on earth is this posture? Lei Zhan furrowed his brow, about to curse. Bang! The first shot rang out. Wang Yunteng was jolted backward by the recoil. In a typical stance, he would have fallen. But that bizarre leaning position miraculously absorbed the force. Bang! 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 4 more shots followed in rapid succession, without any pause for correction. Not even suppressing the muzzle rise. After firing all 5 rounds, Wang Yunteng relaxed his grip, allowing the rifle to droop, and plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead down to his chin, instantly soaking his collar. His wrist ached terribly. Wang Yunteng shook his right hand, all 5 fingers involuntarily cramping. Grimacing in pain, Lei Zhan ignored him. He lifted the binoculars to survey the target 100 meters away. Through the lens, the green half-body target revealed no 10-ring hits. There were no 9s either. 5 bullet holes were scattered haphazardly along the edge of the target, resembling the chaotic work of an amateur. Huh. Lei Zhan lowered the binoculars, turning to look at Wang Yunteng on the ground. Is this your war machine? Is this your overclocking? While all 5 shots hit the target, the highest score was merely a 7, with the rest barely grazing the edges. If the enemy were wearing body armor, you would merely be tickling them. What? Is this the caliber of the future soldier king? Who said I aimed for the 10 ring? Wang Yunteng sat on the ground, rubbing his reddened collarbone. Squad leader, please take a moment to examine the positions of those 5 bullet holes with your not-so-bright mind. Lejean frowned. Was this guy still stubborn even when facing defeat? He raised the binoculars once more, this time scrutinizing with great care. The first shot struck the right shoulder joint. The second, 3 inches below the left rib, near the spleen. The third, targeting the groin's major artery. The fourth, striking the nerve cluster at the base of the right thigh. The fifth, the right side jugular vein. As he observed, a chill suddenly ran down Lejean's spine. None of these positions were standard critical points for training, except for the next shot. Nor were they easily hit targets aimed at the torso's center. Yet each one was a vital connection point densely packed with nerves, rich in blood vessels. Or crucial in terms of skeletal structure. The first shot would incapacitate an arm, the second would rupture the spleen causing massive hemorrhaging. The third and fourth would sever the leg and major artery, and the fifth would lead to exsanguination. On the battlefield, while these 5 shots might not result in immediate death for the enemy, they would instantaneously rob them of combat capability, leading to howls of agony and substantial blood loss, shattering the morale of the entire opposing squad. To rescue this one suffering individual would require at least 2 combatants to drag, staunch the bleeding, and evacuate. Wounding 1 equated to incapacitating 3. This was the most insidious, yet highly effective method of killing. Lejean lowered the binoculars, his throat constricting as he gazed at Wang Yunteng with a transformed expression. Was this intentional? This body trembled too much to maintain precise aim at the forehead. Wang Yunteng slightly eased his physical fatigue. Since he could not hit the forehead, he aimed for larger areas. Since he could not deliver a one-shot kill, he would ensure they suffered immensely. This was my strategy of a worthless warrior. Squad leader, does this count as perfect? Lejean fell silent. The wind swept across the shooting range, stirring up dust from the ground. After a long while, he picked up the blue folder marked with the pig-rearing plan, not even glancing at it, and tossed it directly into the nearby trash bin. Clang. Consider it done. Lejean took a deep breath, his voice ominously low. From today onward, you will train as you see fit. But let me make this clear. This method of training is a drain on your life. If you ruin this body, don't blame me for not warning you. Rest assured. Wang Yunteng pushed himself up from his trembling knees, dusting off his rear, grinning broadly to reveal a row of white teeth. I have the financial means. It's time to give my dear old dad a call. Chapter 20. Money indeed can buy freedom. What do you want? On the other end of the line, Wang Zhengwo's voice suddenly rose an octave, causing the spring of the receiver to buzz. Wang Yunteng had to hold the red secure phone away from his ear, extending his pinky to scratch the itching canal from the shock. 100-year-old wild ginseng. Must be from Changbai Mountain, wild, and with a root head, not that greenhouse-grown radish. The medicinal effect is vastly inferior. And winterworm summergrass, I need the top-grade Wanchao from that region. Wang Yunteng lounged on the sofa in the squad leader's office, legs crossed, holding a freshly prepared list, his tone reminiscent of placing a takeout order. Lejean sat behind the expansive desk, cradling a chipped enamel tea mug, listening to the father-son conversation with his lips twitching uncontrollably. In his 15 years of military service, Lejean had encountered countless soldiers, witnessing them plead with their parents to be discharged due to exhaustion, requesting money for snacks or cigarettes, and even asking for skincare products to be sent from home. Yet, this was the first time he had seen a soldier asking their parent for 100-year-old wild ginseng. Was he treating the new recruits as a cultivation ground? Son, have you been deceived? Or perhaps some old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner has hoodwinked you? Wang Zhengwo's tone was fraught with tension. Even the sound of him slapping the table echoed through the receiver. That stuff is a powerful tonic. Do you understand? Your little frame is as frail as a sieve. If you take that kind of potent medicine, won't you be bleeding from your nose and end up anemic? Is that Lay Squadron leader? Oh no. Lay Squad leader asking you for it. If he asks soliciting bribes, don't be afraid. I'll send a team of lawyers right over. Lejean nearly sputtered his tea, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Soliciting bribes? He, the esteemed captain of the Thunder God assault team, asking for mere roots? Dad, where's your mind wandering? Lay Squad leader is quite a decent fellow. Although he is a bit dark-skinned, his heart is not. Wang Yunteng let out a sigh and cast a sidelong glance at Lejean, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, before continuing to persuade his father. This is my fuel. Fuel? Wang Zhengwo was taken aback. Yes. My current situation is akin to attempting to forcibly transform a dilapidated car with an 0.8-liter engine into an F1 Ferrari to race on the Nürburgring. Wang Yunteng drew a remarkably vivid analogy, explaining that if the engine block is too fragile and one must push the limits of horsepower, one cannot use regular 92-octane gasoline. Instead, jet fuel, or even liquid nitrogen would be required. Although the steamed buns and braised pork in the cafeteria are filling, they are akin to diesel meant for tractors and cannot support my little car that needs to take off in a short time. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Then came the resounding thump of Wang Yunteng slapping his thigh. Got it. Completely understood. You need top-notch nutritional supplements to support your grueling training, right? No problem. Dad will arrange it for you. What else do you need? As long as it exists on Earth, even if it's just a handful of moon dust, I will find a way to get it for you. Also, I need 2 professional sports rehabilitation therapists, preferably those who understand traditional Chinese medicine and acupressure, to come twice a week. After a pause, Wang Yunteng dropped a bombshell. And get me a set of medical-grade hyperbaric oxygen chamber equipment to donate directly to the medical office of the squad, along with a technician to set it up. Uffed. Cough, cough, cough. Lejean couldn't hold back this time. A mouthful of tea transformed into mist, spraying all over the documents in front of him. A hyperbaric oxygen chamber? That's a treasure only found in the main military hospital, primarily used for rescuing critically ill patients and those suffering from decompression sickness. This kid wants to donate one to the new recruit's medical office? Are they going to lie down in there for a sprained ankle or a scraped knee? He couldn't even bear to envision such a scenario. No problem. I'll arrange it. I'll have my secretary contact that German manufacturer for air transport. Wang Yunteng agreed with remarkable decisiveness, even sounding somewhat reluctant to stop. Son, is this enough? I can tell your environment must be tough. How about I also donate a heated swimming pool to your squad? Or we could replace that chef in the cafeteria who can only cook large pots of food with a Michelin 3-star chef. I think that one who makes French foie gras is quite impressive. No need for that. Really, we don't need it. Lejean could no longer listen. If he didn't intervene now, the new recruit's quarters would be transformed into a 5-star resort by tomorrow. He snatched the phone, shouting into the receiver, Mr. Wang. This is Lejean. Enough is enough. Any more, and we would be in serious violation of military discipline. That oxygen chamber, well, if it's convenient. It would indeed be incredibly effective for recovery after high-intensity training, and we can approve its acceptance as military support supplies. After hanging up, Lejean gazed at the still wet tea stains in his hand, and then looked at Wang Yunteng, who appeared utterly composed as if he had just completed a multi-million-dollar deal. Feeling a wave of bitterness surge in his heart. You truly don't consider your father's money as money, do you? Commander, this is called rational resource allocation. It's also a strategy. Wang Yunteng meticulously folded the list and leisurely placed it into his pocket. Since I lack a robust physical constitution, I must use money to sustain my life. This is what we call a strategy for currency players. There's no shame in it. Lejean squinted at him for a while before snorting coldly. Fine, I've let you have your medicine, and I've approved your use of the oxygen chamber. Now, it's time to see if your extreme breakthrough is merely a boast. He grabbed the keys to the Jeep on the table, a glint of steely determination flashing in his eyes. Let's head to the field. I want to see if your car, fueled by jet fuel, can outrun my wheels. At 2 p.m., the hottest part of the day, the other recruits were enjoying a rare moment of afternoon rest in their dormitories. The vast training ground lay deserted, the heat waves distorting the distant scenery. Only Wang Yunteng stood at the starting point of the cinder track. Before he even began to run, his training uniform was already drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his back. His legs trembled slightly, a natural response to extreme physical exhaustion. There were no stopwatches, no pacers, and no cheering squad to offer encouragement. Only Lejean, behind the wheel of a military green warrior off-road vehicle, loomed like a lurking steel beast. Parked half a meter behind him, the engine idled, emitting a low rumble, waves of heat mixed with the scent of gasoline wafting onto Wang Yunteng's calves. The rules were simple. Lejean, wearing sunglasses, leaned out of the car window, holding a red megaphone, his voice echoing across the empty training ground. You run ahead while I chase you in the car. I will strictly limit the speed to 20 kilometers per hour. If you slow down. Lejean patted the stout black steel bumper in front of the car, producing a dull thud. This thing doesn't have eyes. I'll control the force, at worst. I'll break a couple of your ribs or crush your ankles. You won't die, but you'll definitely be laid up in the hospital for another 2 weeks. Wang Yunteng glanced back at the menacing bumper, even able to discern the welding seams upon it. He swallowed hard, his throat parched. Commander, are you a devil? Where did you learn this method of training that involves racing against a vehicle? Should we sign a death waiver first? Isn't this your own plan? Lejean's lips curled into a cruel smile. Ignore pacing, run until you vomit, and survive against all odds. With a sudden shift, he slammed the gear into first, flooring the accelerator. Roar. The engine's roar sounded like a death knell, causing Wang Yunteng's eardrums to ache. Run. Lejean bellowed. Damn it. Wang Yunteng cursed under his breath, and under the pressure of this life-and-death urgency, the meager adrenaline in his system surged, propelling him forward. At 20 kilometers per hour. That translated to a pace of 3 minutes per kilometer. For the former soldier known as Ghost, that was a warm-up jogging speed with a 30-kilogram load on his back. But for the current version of himself, with a mere 2,500 milliliters lung capacity and severely excessive body fat, this was the absolute limit of a sprint. 100 meters. Wang Yunteng felt relatively okay, though his breathing began to falter, and his heart pounded painfully in his chest. 200 meters. His lungs ignited. As if he had inhaled scalding shards of glass, every breath tugged at his trachea. 300 meters. His legs began to betray him. The lactic acid accumulating like lead in his muscles, every lift requiring immense effort. Cramping began to seize his thighs, as though hundreds of needles were stabbing him. Behind him, the roar of the off-road vehicle's engine grew nearer, an overwhelming sense of pressure trailing closely behind. He could even feel the air being displaced by the approaching bumper, hitting his back with each moment. Faster, even faster, Lei Zhan shouted from behind, his voice devoid of any compassion. Haven't you eaten, young Master Wang? Where's your Ferrari? The wheels are about to crush your heels. Do you want to become a cripple? I want to go faster too, but this broken piece of junk won't listen. Wang Yunteng silently screamed in his mind. His brain was frantically issuing high-level tactical commands. Tighten your core. Propel your hips. Increase your arm swing. Breathe in threes. The commands were flawless, textbook level. Yet, the feedback from his body was nothing but red warning signals. Oxygen deficiency. Heart rate skyrocketing. Muscles on the verge of collapse. Energy completely depleted. The tearing sensation of the soul yearning to soar while the body struggled in the mire was more despairing than receiving a direct wound. 400 meters. The first lap concluded. Wang Yunteng felt a metallic taste rise in his throat, a wave of rust flooding up. The scent of ruptured pulmonary capillaries under high pressure permeated the air. The metallic tang of blood lingered in his mouth, mingling with the surges of gastric acid rising from his stomach. There was no stopping. Halting was not an option. To pause would mean to be obliterated. That madman Lei Zhan was certainly capable of such ruthlessness. This was not merely training. It was the ultimate test of survival instinct. Akin to being pursued through the Amazon rainforest by over 100 armed mercenaries and hunting dogs. Stop, and death awaited. Falter, and death would follow. A guttural roar escaped Wang Yunteng's throat, an inhuman sound that pierced through the fog of oxygen deprivation. At that moment, his previously dull eyes regained focus. Igniting with a feral ferocity, he did not decelerate. Instead, he forcibly extracted the last remnants of potential from the marrow of his bones, pushing his body to its limits. His abdominal muscles clenched tightly, as if they might tear apart. He lengthened his stride, disregarding the protests of his ligaments. He was racing against the specter of death trailing behind him, battling against this wretched, decrepit body. 500 meters, 600 meters. His vision began to blur, the world morphing into shades of crimson and ebony, with a piercing tinnitus ringing in his ears. By 800 meters, his body had reached its physical limits. Thud. Wang Yunteng could no longer sustain himself. His legs buckled, and he felt as though he had become a discarded sack, propelled by inertia across the cinder-strewn track, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes echoed as an off-road vehicle's bumper screeched to a stop. Mere inches from his head, tires leaving 2 dark streaks on the ground. Lei Zhan leaped from the vehicle, removing his sunglasses to observe Wang Yunteng, who lay on the ground retching violently. Bile and streaks of blood mingled in a gruesome display. It was a horrific sight, yet he had run 800 meters, maintaining a sprinting pace with a body that barely resembled that of a normal human. Lei Zhan had seen his medical report. This was nothing short of a medical miracle, a testament to sheer willpower overpowering physiological constraints. Can you still move? Lei Zhan crouched down, refraining from offering assistance, his tone devoid of jest, replaced by a weighty seriousness. Wang Yunteng lay on the scorching track, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He coughed repeatedly. With great effort, he turned onto his back, staring up at the searing track. Dirt and sweat coating his face, blood trickling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, astonishingly, he smiled. It was a grin both grotesque and frenzied, radiating an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Do you see? Cough, cough. Doesn't my old Auto feel like it's racing against a Ferrari? Lei Zhan regarded the pale, yet fervent visage, the eyes shining with a frightening brilliance, stirring something deep within him. This was no coward. This was a born lunatic. A relentless individual willing to forsake life for the sake of strength. He produced an unopened bottle of mineral water from his pocket, twisted off the cap, and without uttering any comforting words, poured it over Wang Yunteng's face. Splash. The cold water jolted Wang Yunteng into a momentary clarity. Wake up. Lei Zhan stood tall, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Wang Yunteng, shielding him from the merciless sun. Take the afternoon to rest. Don't exhaust yourself. Tonight, your precious wild ginseng will arrive. I'll ensure the kitchen prepares a special broth for you. Not a drop shall be spared. After a pause, Lei Zhan's gaze shifted to the bloodied figure on the ground. I've just approved the hyperbaric oxygen chamber. It will arrive tomorrow morning. You, my friend, are truly relentless. Wang Yunteng wiped the water and mud from his face, inhaling deeply the dust-laden air. Though his lungs throbbed with pain, He sensed the exhilarating sensation of breaking through limits coursing through his body. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Chapter 21. Are socks more potent than poison gas grenades? The vice-class leader questions life. The sky before dinner blazed a fiery red. The door to the third-class dormitory creaked open, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. Wang Yunteng was nearly draped over Wang Xiaohu, his legs dragging along the floor. The dormitory had been filled with noise. Some boasted of their exploits, others beat their bowls with toothbrush handles, and a few hummed unknown tunes. Yet, the moment Wang Yunteng crossed the threshold, every sound was abruptly silenced as if an invisible hand had squeezed the air. Li Daniu, seated on the lower bunk polishing his shoes, froze mid-motion. The shoe brush suspended in the air. Sun Hosey, organizing his belongings on the upper bunk, buried his head in his blanket, pretending to search for something, while Zhao Lei, the fiercest vice-class leader in the entire squad, stood with his back to the door, hands resting on the windowsill, gazing into the distance with a posture as rigid as granite. An atmosphere of palpable tension filled the air, thick with an awkward silence. Everyone was stealing glances, waiting for the outcome of the largest bet in the history of the new recruits, a fulfillment or a default. Help me to the bed, Wang Yunteng rasped. Wang Xiaohu carefully laid him upon the bare wooden bed. Before he could catch his breath, Wang Yunteng stirred. He did not lie down immediately. Instead, he slowly bent over. A dramatic intake of breath echoed in the stillness of the dormitory, resonating with clarity. Wang Yunteng's fingers gripped his combat boots, and with a forceful kick, they fell to the ground. Thud! An indescribable odor erupted within the confined space of the dormitory. Gag! Li Daniu, nearest to him, retched on the spot, covering his nose and retreating. What the hell? Wang Yunteng, are you breeding pests in your boots? Even Sun Hosey on the upper bunk couldn't help but poke his head out, pinching his nose to fan away the stench. This aroma is astonishing. It's more invigorating than a toilet. Only Zhao Lei by the window remained unmoved, maintaining his solemn demeanor, as if gazing not at the playground but at poetry and distant horizons. Wang Yunteng smirked mischievously. Though his body was in disarray, his mind remained sharp. Thinking to feign ignorance and slip by? Not a chance. He extended 2 fingers, pinching the pair of socks. They were no longer recognizable, caked in hardened mud, with a slight shake causing debris to cascade down. Vice-class leader, Wang Yunteng lazily called out. No response. Zhao class leader? Still no answer. Clearing his throat, Wang Yunteng struck the socks against the edge of the bed, producing 2 sharp sounds. I say, Vice-class leader, the moonlight tonight is quite lovely. But shouldn't these socks be submerged in water? Leave them any longer, and I fear they might sprout legs and run away. And then you'd have to chase them down. What a hassle. This jab was precise and lethal. Zhao Lei's back tensed sharply. He inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to quell the urge to commit violence, and then abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on the pair of socks emanating an aura of destruction. Wang Yunteng, you son of a... Zhao Lei ground out through clenched teeth. A bet is a bet. This is a proud tradition of our third class. Wang Yunteng feigned innocence, casually extending the socks forward. What's wrong? Is the smell too strong? Perhaps I could lend you a gas mask? To hell with that. Zhao Lei bellowed, striding toward him with determination. His imposing demeanor was not that of someone merely set to wash socks. Rather, he resembled a determined soldier poised to obliterate an enemy bunker. Just as Wang Xiaohu thought the class vice leader was about to strike, Zhao Lei seized the pair of socks with such force that he nearly dislocated Wang Yunteng's finger. Wash. I shall wash. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching. From now on, I shall take care of all your socks. I'll even scrub your underwear. I'm not worried about this noxious smell ruining your precious feet. With that, he grabbed a basin and stormed toward the washroom at the end of the corridor. 3 seconds later, the washroom erupted with a deafening clamor. The sound of a stiff brush furiously scraping against fabric echoed, its speed and force sending shivers down one's spine. Mixed with the clanking of the basin against the sink, Zhao Lei's indistinct curses could be heard. I'll scrub you dead. I'll wash you to oblivion. I'll rub off a layer of your skin. Other recruits passing through the corridor were left stunned, inching along the walls in fear of being caught in this murderous aura. Isn't that Thunder God number 2? What on earth is he doing? Slaughtering pigs? Shoo. Keep it down. Can't you see he's washing socks? Washing socks? The way he's going about it looks more like he's sharpening a knife. Supported by Wang Xiaohu, Wang Yunteng shuffled to the doorway like an old man, leaning against the frame to watch the spectacle. Observing Zhao Lei's foam-covered back, Wang Yunteng chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Brother, Wang Xiaohu quivered, whispering, this is not just washing socks. It seems like he has a vendetta against them. Will they even be wearable afterward? Fear not. Wang Yunteng reassured him with a pat on the head. This is VIP style, handcrafted, violent stain removal. Many would beg for such treatment. I think I'd rather pass. Wang Xiaohu shrank back, just as the socks neared the point of being transformed into a fishing net. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. "Make way. Clear the path." The battalion's messenger, drenched in sweat, rushed ahead, calling out as he ran. Behind him, 2 soldiers from the cooking squad huffed and puffed as they carefully carried a massive purple clay stew pot upstairs. "Third squad, is Wang Yunteng here?" the messenger shouted. "Right here," Wang Yunteng replied, lifting his chin. "This is a special nutritional meal sent from the regiment. They said your family airlifted it." The messenger wiped his brow, casting a peculiar glance at the pot. "The commander instructed that you must finish it. Not a single drop should remain." The 2 cooks set the pot down on a table with a missing leg, sighing in relief. Even before the lid was lifted, a rich herbal aroma wafted through the cracks. What a treasure! Wang Yunteng's eyes sparkled. In his previous life as a soldier king, he had tasted many delicacies, but such a level of medicinal cuisine was truly rare. "Wow, it smells amazing." Li Daniu couldn't resist edging closer, his nostrils flaring as drool threatened to spill. "Yunteng, what kind of soup is this? It smells even better than braised pork. Why not take a look for yourself?" Wang Yunteng suggested. Li Daniu rubbed his hands together, cautiously lifting the lid. A wave of steam rushed out. Inside the clear broth, several thick, wrist-sized ginseng roots lay scattered, their growth rings clearly visible. Alongside them floated a dozen plump cordyceps, their size astonishing. This bowl of soup, if served in an upscale private restaurant, would cost tens of thousands of yuan just to catch a whiff. "Is this for you?" Li Daniu gulped, his eyes gleaming with envy. Just then, Zhao Lei returned, holding the freshly washed socks. They had been scrubbed to a pale white and were still dripping water. Upon entering, he too was taken aback by the enticing aroma. "What is going on? Is the young master preparing a feast?" Zhao Lei slammed the basin down, his tone still a bit abrasive. But his gaze had already strayed toward the stew pot multiple times. Wang Yunteng sighed at the sight of the overflowing pot. "Is this meant to fatten me up for my demise, so they can inherit my credit?" He shook his head and rummaged beneath his bed, pulling out several enamel mugs and lining them up. "Vice Leader, Daniu, Monkey, come over here." "What for?" Zhao Lei eyed him warily. "You washed my socks. And now you want me to feed you too? Dream on." Wang Yunteng picked up a spoon and without further ado, began ladling out the soup. Each bowl was filled generously with ginseng slices and cordyceps piled high. In a matter of moments, more than half of the priceless broth was distributed. He pushed the 3 steaming mugs toward the center of the table. "This concoction is too potent, with century-old wild ginseng and top-tier cordyceps. My body is too weak to handle it alone. If one person drank it all, they'd likely end up in the ICU tonight from a ruptured blood vessel." Wang Yunteng lifted the remaining small bowl, blowing on the steam, his eyes clear as he looked at them. "You strong fellows, with your robust constitutions. I need your help to share the burden. Consider it tactical support to prevent me from being overwhelmed." The dorm fell silent for a few seconds. Li Daniu stared at the soup before him, his hands trembling. "Is this really for us? How much would this cost a single sip?" Zhao Lei was equally stunned. He watched Wang Yunteng's nonchalant demeanor, his throat constricting. In the military, eating alone is a grave taboo. Yet he had never seen anyone share a life-saving soup worth thousands of yuan, especially after the way they had treated him before. "Worried it's poisoned?" Wang Yunteng raised an eyebrow. "If it is, then it's off to the toilet for me anyway. I can't finish it alone." "No." Before Zhao Lei could speak, Li Daniu panicked, shielding the bowl. "Dumping it would be blasphemous. I'll drink it. I'll help share the burden." With that, the fool raised the bowl to his lips and gulped down a generous mouthful. Gulp. "Ah, so refreshing." Li Daniu exhaled, his face flushing instantly. "This is really incredible." Zhao Lei watched Li Daniu's unrefined display, then glanced at Wang Yunteng, whose expression was laced with amusement. He said nothing, merely lifting his own bowl. This time, he didn't gulp it down as usual. Instead, he sipped slowly, as if savoring the flavor. After finishing, he set the bowl down heavily on the table, wiping the broth from his lips. "I'll remember this kindness." Zhao Lei's voice was low and somewhat hoarse. "Your socks are drying outside the window. If you can't wear them tomorrow, just take mine." With that, he turned and climbed into bed, pulling the quilt over himself, lapsing into silence. Wang Yunteng chuckled, lifting his own portion and leisurely sipping a mouthful. Indeed a bit intoxicating. But this exchange is worthwhile. A pot of soup for the genuine camaraderie of an entire squad is quite the bargain. However, Wang Yunteng had still underestimated the potency of the fuel provided by Wang Zhangwo, or perhaps overestimated the endurance of these fresh recruits. Late into the night, the clock struck 2. Typically, at such an hour, the dormitory of the new recruits would be filled with the sounds of thunderous snoring. Yet tonight, a peculiar restlessness permeated the 3rd Squad's dormitory. Creak, creak. It was the sound of bedboards grinding against one another. Puff, puff. The heavy breathing echoed like that of an old bull. Li Daniu sat bare-chested on the bed, his eyes shining like light bulbs in the darkness. His skin flushed a deep crimson akin to a boiled shrimp, beads of sweat cascading uncontrollably down his body. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from the heat. Li Daniu clawed at his heart and liver, feeling as if a fire was raging within his stomach. I want to run 5 kilometers. I want to crash into a tree. Zhao Lei was not in a better state. He tossed and turned in the upper bunk, kicking the blanket onto the floor. The effects of the medication surged through him, making him feel as though magma coursed through his veins. He glared at Wang Yunteng, who was peacefully asleep on the opposite bunk, and pounded the bed in frustration. What the hell is this? This isn't a restorative soup. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, tears almost spilling from his eyes. This is clearly a stimulant. Wang Yunteng, you son of a gun. You're sleeping soundly, while I'm going to be wide awake until dawn. Wang Yunteng, possessing a frail physique, absorbed the concoction perfectly, sleeping soundly as if in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, these already vigorous young men, after consuming such a potent tonic, felt as if they had poured boiling water into a pot of oil. That night, the third shift was sleepless. The following morning, as dawn broke and the fog lingered, before the sharp assembly whistle had sounded, a deep, resonant rumble suddenly echoed from the camp's entrance. The ground trembled slightly. Lei Zhan, who was leading the morning exercise on the playground, furrowed his brow and turned to look. A heavy flatbed truck, bearing a special license plate, slowly entered the camp. At the back of the flatbed, a massive, sci-fi-inspired silver metal capsule was secured. Its streamlined exterior reflected a harsh glimmer in the morning light, adorned with a complex array of German inscriptions. Wow! Lei Zhan nearly dropped his stopwatch, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This extravagant item has truly brought me a high-pressure oxygen chamber? But that was not the most shocking part. The moment the passenger door of the transport vehicle swung open, a long leg clad in camouflage pants stepped down. Following that was a face so cold it seemed almost unapproachable. She was a female military doctor, clad not in a white coat, but in a sharp uniform. She held a directive document in her hand. Her face was beautiful, yet her gaze was frigid. She surveyed the group of stunned recruits, finally locking her gaze on the yawning Wang Yunteng, who had just emerged from the dormitory. Her eyes did not seem to regard him as a person, but rather as a laboratory mouse awaiting dissection. Who is Wang Yunteng? I will take charge of the operation of this equipment and the subsequent monitoring of that waste's bodily functions. Wang Yunteng, halfway through stretching, froze in mid-motion. As he looked at the icy woman, an ominous premonition surged within him. This is not about treating an illness. This is clearly a grim reaper sent by the King of Hell. Chapter 22. Are you crazy? Using a high-pressure oxygen chamber as an all-night internet cafe? The female military doctor descending from the vehicle with the General Hospital license plate was named Lin Shui, an expert dispatched from the military district's General Hospital. She held dual doctorates in field surgery and sports rehabilitation. Just the weight of these 2 titles was enough to bend the backs of ordinary company officers at a 90-degree angle. At this moment, she was gripping a handwritten devil's plan, her pen viciously crossing it out, penetrating the paper. What a chaotic farce. This is playing with lives. Lin Shui slammed the folder onto the table, producing a sharp sound that made Lei Zhan's eyelids twitch. To conduct an anaerobic sprint under extreme physical strain? And to pair it with ice-water immersion? Lei Lianzhong, are you training special forces or mass-producing martyrs? Lei Zhan stood nearby, his expression as dark as if he had just crawled out of a coal pile. In the new recruits company, he was the indisputable thunder god. But in the presence of such a professional wielding a scalpel, his rough methods indeed seemed untenable. Dr. Lin, he is doing this voluntarily. Lei Zhan attempted to struggle. Mental hospitals also have volunteers who jump off buildings. Should we provide him with a ladder? Lin Shui retorted without hesitation. She turned, her gaze landing on Wang Yunteng, who was leaning against the door watching the spectacle. Her eyes held not only scrutiny, but also unabashed disdain. In her view, he was yet another spoiled second-generation rich kid, unaware of the world's gravity, thinking that by bringing in a few expensive devices, he could treat the serious military camp as his personal gym. Wang Yunteng, is it? From now on, I will have full control over this high-pressure oxygen chamber. All your training parameters and rehabilitation processes must adhere strictly to my plan. She thrust a printed new form towards him, her tone brooking no argument. Wang Yunteng took it and glanced over. Oxygen chamber pressure, 12 ATA, absolute atmospheric pressure. Oxygen inhalation time, 30 minutes, with intermittent rest. Huh. Wang Yunteng burst into laughter, tossing the form back onto the table. Dr. Lin, are you planning to treat me like a premature infant, placing me in an incubator for meticulous nurturing? What did you say? Lin Shui's brow shot up, for it was the first time a recruit dared to question her plan. 12 atmospheric pressures? That's the recovery parameter for elderly stroke patients. Wang Yunteng pointed at the sci-fi-inspired silver behemoth outside. I went to great lengths to bring it here, not just to take a beauty nap. Your current physical indicators are even worse than those of the elderly. Lin Shui scoffed. I am a doctor. Either you follow my orders, or go back to your mansion and play in the mud. The atmosphere instantly grew tense and oppressive. Lei Zhan touched his nose. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, both of these individuals were formidable forces, neither of whom he could afford to offend. Fine. Wang Yunteng suddenly nodded, his cocky demeanor diminishing somewhat. You're the expert. You call the shots. However, if I find the parameters unsuitable while inside the chamber, I reserve the right to manually adjust them, correct? Under my supervision. As long as you don't kill yourself, feel free. Lin Shui coldly replied. She had no faith that this waste, who could barely breathe after running a few steps, could stir up any trouble under her watch. 10 minutes later, the high-pressure oxygen chamber was ready for operation. Wang Yunteng changed into a fresh set of athletic wear and stepped inside the chamber. Lin Shui sat at the control panel, deftly powering it on and preparing to input the infant-level parameters. Just then, Wang Yunteng inside the chamber suddenly moved. His hands did not rest on the armrests, but directly covered the internal control panel. What followed was a series of lightning-fast operations, almost too swift to track. Beep. Manual mode activated. Beep. Pressure set to 25 ATA. Beep. Oxygen concentration, 100 pure oxygen mask supply. Beep. Compression rate, maximum speed. With a series of urgent electronic prompts akin to a death knell, the warning red light on the control panel blared to life, piercing alarms echoing throughout the medical room. Are you insane? Lin Shui's face changed dramatically, springing up to cut off the power. 25 atmospheric pressures? That's the extreme parameter for professional divers treating decompression sickness. Your lungs can't withstand such a sudden pressure change. You'll rupture your eardrums. You'll suffer from oxygen toxicity and convulsions. Standing nearby, Zhao Lei and Wang Xiaohu couldn't comprehend the meaning of ATA. But seeing the red lights flashing and the female doctor's face turning pale, they understood something was terribly wrong. Bro, stop. Don't mess around. Wang Xiaohu anxiously pressed his face against the glass. Inside the chamber, the sound of rushing air hissed ominously. Yet Wang Yunteng remained as composed as if he were sipping tea in his own garden. Donning an oxygen mask, he gestured towards the panicked female doctor outside through the thick blast-proof glass, raising a single finger to his lips. Hush, do not touch the circuit breaker. Just as Lin Shui's finger was about to make contact with the emergency stop button, a large hand firmly restrained her. Lei Zhan, you will get him killed. Are you prepared to take responsibility for a life lost? Lin Shui shouted in desperation. Monitor the heart rate, Lei Zhan replied steadily, nodding towards the data on the monitor. If the heart rate spikes above 180, I will personally use a hammer to break the door and drag him out. But for now, Lin Shui hesitated, instinctively glancing at the screen. In the next moment, she felt as if she were under a spell. The green waveform on the monitor was unervingly steady. Heart rate, 75. Not only had it not surged, but it was also gradually decreasing as the pressure increased. The pressure pump roared to life, and the cabin's air pressure soared rapidly. Under such rapid pressurization, an ordinary person would experience excruciating ear pain, needing to swallow continuously to equalize ear pressure. Yet, Wang Yunteng sat there, utterly still. He merely shifted his jaw slightly, employing the valve-like technique for ear pressure equalization that had long been etched into his very soul, opening his eustachian tubes with minimal and frequent movements. This was an instinct honed through muscle memory. 25 ATA, achieved. Wang Yunteng closed his eyes, envisioning the familiar scene of the deep sea, darkness, absolute silence, and the omnipresent water pressure. In his past life as a ghost, he had once lingered at this depth for a full 4 minutes without any diving gear, merely to plant a magnetic mine on a drug lord's yacht. Now, although this body was feeble, the hyperbaric chamber provided a continuous supply of pure oxygen. This high concentration of dissolved oxygen was frantically infiltrating his muscle fibers, which had been damaged from last night's exertions. Like countless gentle hands soothing torn wounds and dissipating accumulated lactic acid. This was the joy of a high-stakes player. Heart rate, 60. Lin Shui's hand completely withdrew from the circuit breaker, her eyes fixated on the screen, her pupils trembling. 55, 48, 42. The entire medical room was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Only the hum of machinery remained. Zhao Lei gaped, while Wang Xiaohu scratched his head in utter bewilderment. Is he asleep? Wang Xiaohu murmured softly. Be quiet. Lei Zhan's voice was deep, laced with an almost imperceptible reverence. This is static apnea. He is using the hyperbaric oxygen environment to force his body into a state of hibernation, maximizing oxygen absorption for recovery. Such control. Lei Zhan did not continue. This level of control he had only seen in the top snipers of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. Yet, even among their elite, it was challenging to drive the heart rate below 40 within mere seconds. Time passed, second by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Lin Shui's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to a profound existential doubt. According to the medical report, Wang Yunteng's lung capacity was only half that of an average person, with severely compromised alveolar elasticity. Logically, in a high-pressure environment, he should have experienced difficulty breathing within 2 minutes, even succumbing to claustrophobia. Yet, he remained as steadfast as a meditating monk, unshakable as a mountain. For minutes. 5 minutes. Beep. Inside the chamber, Wang Yunteng opened his eyes. Those eyes bore no trace of murkiness or fatigue. Instead, they gleamed with a frightening clarity, akin to two freshly sharpened blades. He removed the mask, lightly tapping the control panel. Commencing decompression, the air hissed as the cabin door slowly unlocked and opened. Wang Yunteng stepped out, not even gasping for air, merely exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated, his face even taking on a healthy flush. Thud. Lin Shue's notebook fell to the ground. What, Dr. Lin? Wang Yunteng picked up a towel, casually wiping the sweat from his face, his tone teasing. Am I suffering from a ruptured eardrum? Or did I have an oxygen toxicity seizure? Or perhaps you might kindly administer rescue breaths. Lin Shue's face flushed, both in anger and embarrassment. This defies all scientific principles. Your physiological data does not support such a level of endurance. This completely contradicts medical knowledge. Science. Wang Yunteng stepped closer to her, pointing at his head. Data is lifeless. Humans are vibrant. Some things cannot be measured by instruments, such as willpower, and this. He poked at his heart. Squad leader Lei. This contraption is truly remarkable. Wang Yunteng turned to Lei Zhan. Far more effective than that pot of ginseng soup worth hundreds of thousands from last night. I feel revitalized. Lei Zhan's lips twitched, glancing at Lin Shui, who was still questioning her life choices, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This was what they called karma for wrongdoers, a remedy for all forms of disbelief. Stop standing there like statues. Wang Yunteng suddenly beckoned to the eager recruits at the door. Squad Vice, Daniu, Monkey, Xiaohu, come in. Zhao Lei and the others exchanged glances, hesitating as they stepped inside. This thing, my father said, was donated to the squadron, so it belongs to our third squad. Wang Yunteng slapped the silver chamber worth millions, exuding the air of a wealthy landowner. Daniu, weren't you cramping up after running 5 kilometers yesterday? Get in and lie down. I'll set the pressure to 15, and I guarantee you'll emerge feeling sprightly. Squad Vice, you go too. You stayed up late washing socks yesterday. This will help with recovery and even enhance your looks, saving you from future trouble finding a wife. Huh, we can use it too? Li Daniu's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this meant for seriously ill patients? Wouldn't it be a waste for us? Waste my foot. Wang Yunteng rolled his eyes. Letting resources sit idle is the real waste. This is called scientific preparation, understand? Hurry up, line up. 20 minutes each, taking turns to enjoy. I'll let you all experience what VVP service feels like. This is against regulations. Lin Shui finally regained her composure, urgently intervening. This is a precision medical device, not a bathhouse. It cannot be used casually without a medical order. I am the donor, and my order is the rule. Wang Yunteng stood his ground, blocking Lin Shue's path, his demeanor radiating the arrogance of a spoiled heir. Besides, Dr. Lin, as a rehabilitation expert, you should know the miraculous effects of hyperbaric oxygen on recovery after exercise, right? Do you want to see my comrades training with injuries, ultimately rendering them useless? You're twisting the concept. Lin Shui exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot. Whether it's a twist or not, you'll only find out by using it. Wang Yunteng interrupted her, pushing Li Daniu into the chamber. Daniu, lie down. Don't embarrass me. With the cabin door closing, the pressurization began. 10 minutes later, Li Daniu crawled out, his face a picture of bewilderment, then suddenly leaped up and performed 2 squats on the spot. Wow. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Li Daniu shouted excitedly, slapping his thighs. Just a moment ago, my legs felt like they were about to give out, but now they don't ache at all. I feel like I could run another 5 kilometers. Is this the joy of the wealthy? Is it really that miraculous? Zhao Lei pondered, intrigued. Squad Vice, you're next. Wang Yunteng ordered directly. Observing the soldiers from Class 3 emerging from the medical room, each radiating with vitality, Lin Shui stood in the corner, her gaze fixed upon the dashing young master, bustling about as he adjusted parameters and explained precautions to his comrades. Her expression was tinged with complexity. Despite his arrogance, his unreasonable demeanor, and even his somewhat unscrupulous nature, his genuine concern for his fellow soldiers left her speechless. Perhaps she had been too quick to judge him? However, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. News of Class 3's collective indulgence in oxygen therapy spread throughout the entire recruit battalion well before dinner. The squad leader, holding a meal tray, cast a glance at the lively table of Class 3, especially noting how Li Daniu could still indulge in a couple of extra buns, causing a surge of bitterness within him. Why should this be? The squad leader jabbed at the potatoes in his bowl with his chopsticks, questioning why, despite all being soldiers, they could enjoy such advanced treatments while they were left with nothing but rubbing oil in the dormitories. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of having a wealthy father? The soldiers around him joined in the chorus, their envy palpable, decrying this favoritism and questioning whether they were still the people's soldiers. Was this not a manifestation of the corrupt tendencies of capitalism infiltrating their ranks? This sentiment of discontent, stemming not from scarcity but from inequality, swiftly permeated the company. Although Lei Zhan heard the whispers, he chose to turn a deaf ear. After all, Wang Yunteng had indeed brought tangible benefits to the battalion, and as long as training results improved, he was willing to overlook the unconventional methods employed. Yet, he did not anticipate that trouble would come so swiftly, and in the form of an official notice. The following morning, just as Wang Yunteng was preparing to flaunt his prowess on the training field with a few comrades who had just finished oxygen therapy, a rugged off-road vehicle, adorned with special white license plates and blaring its siren, barreled into the camp. The screech of its abrupt halt was jarring. The door swung open, and several officers clad in white helmets, their armbands emblazoned with the word inspection, alighted with stern expressions. The glint of their helmets in the sunlight signified an unmistakable authority. The leader among them, a burly major, brandished a notebook, his hawkish gaze sweeping across the training ground before finally settling on Lei Zhan. Who is the squad leader of the recruit battalion? Lei Zhan. The major's voice boomed, laced with an accusatory tone. Lei Zhan's heart raced as he stepped forward to salute. I am Lei Zhan. I am from the military district inspection team. The major continued, shaking the notebook in his hand, raising his voice to ensure all present could hear. Someone has reported that your recruit battalion has received expensive materials without authorization, engaging in favoritism and seriously undermining the morale of the troops, and even potentially bribing superior officers. The major abruptly turned, his finger pointing like a loaded gun directly at Wang Yunteng. That recruit, step forward. Accompany us for questioning. The crowd erupted in chaos. Wang Yunteng narrowed his eyes at the imposing inspection major, realizing that the high-pressure oxygen chamber had attracted not just oxygen, but a swarm of troublesome flies as well. Chapter 23. You join the army, yet you conduct human experiments in the battalion? The recruits, who had previously been watching the spectacle with folded arms, suddenly dared not breathe. Lei Zhan furrowed his brow, stepping forward like a wall to block the path of the soldiers. Zhao, I'm Lei Zhan. Let's discuss the matter at hand without taking it out on these recruits. Take it out? Zhao Gang snorted, his gaze bypassing Lei Zhan's broad shoulders and fixating on the nonchalant young man behind him. Someone has reported that Private Wang Yunteng has received expensive local materials without authorization, turning the sacred military camp into a private sanatorium. Commander Lei, you're an experienced soldier. Do you know what this is called? It's called a sugar-coated bullet. It's a form of internal erosion of the revolutionary ranks. He pointed at the massive oxygen chamber, spitting words onto Lei Zhan's chest. Look at this contraption. Equipment worth millions, just brought in at whim. What is next? A massage chair and 2 attendants to feed him? The recruits around them stirred, their expressions growing increasingly complex. A squad leader lurked in the shade of a distant tree, a look of schadenfreude painted across his face. See, I told you this rich second generation would crash. Too arrogant. Now even Lei Zhan will face repercussions, and rightfully so. Shut your mouth. Li Daniu, incensed, glared fiercely, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. I also benefited from that. I enjoyed it too. If you're going to arrest the squad leader, then take me in as well. Daniu. Silence. Zhao Lei seized Li Daniu tightly. His face darkened to a purplish hue, teeth grinding together. This is a good thing meant for everyone's training recovery. How is it that it has become filth in the mouths of those who sit in offices and enjoy air conditioning? Wang Yunteng, I'll say it one more time. Step forward. Zhao Gang bellowed, waving his hand. Bring the seal. This unauthorized equipment will be confiscated on the spot. Take him away for investigation. 2 inspection officers immediately stepped forward, the white seals in their hands rustling in the wind as they strode toward the high-pressure oxygen chamber. Lei Zhan clenched and then relaxed his fists, his knuckles turning white. He wanted to intervene, but the proper procedures had yet to be completed. In the face of procedural justice, defying orders as a squad leader would be tantamount to insubordination. Just then, a hand gently patted Lei Zhan's shoulder. Commander, let me through. They're calling for me, and you're blocking the shot. Wang Yunteng sauntered out leisurely from behind Lei Zhan, in the face of the furious Zhao Gang, who looked as if he were ready to devour him. He even had the composure to adjust the disciplinary insignia on his collar. Sir, don't let your temper flare so. It's bad for your health. Wang Yunteng regarded the 2 inspection officers who were about to seal the adhesive, his lips curling into a smirk. Sealing it is easy, but to tear it down, well, that'll cost you a layer of skin. Are you certain you wish to seal the only battlefield rehabilitation terminal in the entire military district? Zhao Gang paused momentarily, as if he had just heard the greatest joke. Stop trying to use grandiose terms with me. What experimental terminal? This is merely a personal item sent by your wealthy father. According to the internal affairs regulations and integrity standards, you are essentially engaging in bribery, exhibiting the tendencies of a capitalist. Bribery? Wang Yunteng raised an eyebrow, his expression playful. Major Zhao, one can eat haphazardly, but accusations must not be thrown around carelessly. If my father's team of dozens of lawyers hears that word, a defamation suit would be the least of your worries. You might even find yourself stripped of this uniform. You dare threaten me? Zhao Gang's eyes twitched violently. He had ruled the inspection team for years, having encountered many arrogant individuals, but never had a recruit dared to confront him so brazenly. This is peacetime. This is the recruit battalion. Any luxury items that do not comply with regulations must be eliminated. Seal it. Seal it tightly. The two inspection officers hesitated no longer, ready to apply the seal to the chamber door. According to Article 12 of the Regulations on the Management of Material Donations and Requisition in the Dragon Country Military. Wang Yunteng suddenly raised his voice, speaking rapidly and articulately, even more fluently than the instructor reading the regulations. In wartime, during major missions or specific research projects, urgently needed medical, communication, and technical equipment can be received and utilized by the responsible unit ahead of time, with paperwork to be completed within 7 working days afterward. Silence fell over the assembly. Lei Zhan was stunned. Zhao Lei was dumbfounded. Even Zhao Gang, clutching the seal, froze mid-motion, like a marionette that had been paused. Had this fellow memorized the regulations better than they had? Was he a deserter or an undercover agent from the military law department? Zhao Gang quickly regained his composure, his face darkening. Stop playing word games with me. That's a wartime regulation. What war? What major mission is going on now? Here, apart from mud, there is merely a group of novices. You dare claim this is a specific scientific research project? It appears you are truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Who says there are no projects? You fool. Stand back. Wang Xiaohu, with a colossal tactical backpack slung over his shoulders, despite his trembling legs, moved with remarkable speed. In full view of the crowd, he retrieved a stack of documents, still warm from the printer, from his bag. Allow me to enlighten this esteemed officer. Wang Yunteng raised his chin slightly. Zhao Gang, with a look of suspicion, snatched the documents from him. Upon opening the first page, his pupils constricted sharply. A red-headed document. Not from the regiment, nor from the division. It bore the prestigious insignia of the General Hospital of the Military Region. Letter of intent for establishing a high-intensity individual load and rapid rehabilitation joint laboratory at the Tiger Regiment. Below it was stamped with the bright red seal of the hospital. That crimson imprint mocking him like a derisive eye. Even more alarming was the elegantly penned directive beneath. Special matters handled with utmost priority, full support granted. The signature belonged to the highly esteemed director, a figure of great respect in military circles. Zhao Gang's hand trembled slightly, cold sweat trickling down his temple. The nature of the matter had transformed. It had irrevocably changed. If it were merely a display of wealth by a second-generation rich kid, that would be a breach of discipline. However, if it were a research project spearheaded by the General Hospital, it constituted a military secret, a key project. Should he dare to shut this down, it would be tantamount to obstructing national defense research. Such an accusation would be a death knell for Zhao Gang. Even if he possessed 100 heads. Do you comprehend the gravity of this, Zhao Team Leader? Wang Yunteng pointed at the signature on the document. His tone light, yet resonant with conviction. This device, nominally a donation from Wang Group, is, in reality, an experimental terminal placed here by the General Hospital. And I, Wang Yunteng, am merely fortunate enough to be selected as one of the first to provide physiological data for this endeavor. At this juncture, Wang Yunteng turned to Lin Shui, who had been silently observing from the corner. Dr. Lin, am I not correct? Wang Yunteng winked at her, his expression exuding a mischievous challenge, clearly conveying, if you wish to prevent your precious equipment from being tagged, you best cooperate with my charade. Lin Shui inhaled deeply. She regarded the insufferable yet smug figure with barely contained resentment. This man had coerced her into signing a resubmission application the previous night, claiming it was a precaution. At the time, she had thought him overly cautious, but now it seemed the trap had long been set, waiting to ensnare its victim. Yet she was a doctor, a scholar. This apparatus was indeed crucial for her research, and even knowing she was being manipulated, she had to begrudgingly accept the circumstances. Lin Shui strode over, her long legs lending her an air of aloof authority, accentuated by the uniform of a specially dispatched expert from the hospital, which rendered Zhao Gang momentarily subdued. Major Zhao? Lin Shui's voice was cool and composed. I am Lin Shui, attending physician of the Department of Sports Medicine at the General Hospital of the Military Region. And I am also the on-site leader for this project. She produced her credentials, briefly flashing them in front of Zhao Gang before quickly retracting them, not allowing him a proper glance. Private Wang Yunteng is correct. This hyperbaric oxygen chamber is currently gathering rehabilitation data under extreme physical conditions. Every second of data is irreplaceably unique. If you affix a seal now, causing a disruption in tonight's data transmission, it would severely hamper the entire project's progress. Lin Shui paused, her gaze sharpening. Can your inspection team bear the weight of this responsibility? Or are you prepared to assume the director's accountability? A decisive blow. Zhao Gang's grip on the seal slackened, the document fluttering to the ground, gathering dust. He glanced at the red-headed document, then at the stern Lin Shui, and finally at the smirking Wang Yunteng. This was a meticulously crafted scheme. They had calculated every detail, even bringing in the higher-ups from the hospital. As a mere inspection team major, how dared he challenge the director of the hospital? Very well. Zhao Gang clenched his jaw, slamming the document shut with a resounding thud. If this is a research project, why was the paperwork not properly submitted? Why did it not follow the correct procedures? Is it not still within the 7 working days? Wang Yunteng spread his hands, feigning innocence. Special matters are handled with priority, as approved by the director, team leader Zhao. Surely you are not questioning the commander's decision? I may need to call the director for clarification. Zhao Gang nearly choked on his words, his chest heaving. The surrounding recruits understood. This was not bribery. This was research. This was cutting-edge technology aimed at enhancing the combat effectiveness of the unit. Well said. Someone shouted from the crowd. So we are the experimental subjects? Excellent. I shall gladly be this lab rat. Li Dania bellowed, his voice resounding. Comrades of the inspection team, this is for our benefit as soldiers. You cannot be unreasonable. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, the recruits had perceived Wang Yunteng as someone receiving special treatment. Now, they were all indignant. Viewing Zhao Gang as a villain threatening the integrity of the unit, Zhao Gang surveyed the hostile glances surrounding him, fully aware that he had fallen from grace. Stripped of all authority. If he forcibly took Wang Yunteng away, not only would his justification crumble, but he would also incur the wrath of the entire company. And even the hospital. Withdraw. Zhao Gang stomped on the seal lying on the ground. Wang Yunteng, consider yourself fortunate this time. He approached Wang Yunteng, lowering his voice and glaring at him fiercely, but do not become too complacent. This is the military, not your personal garden. I will keep a close watch on you. The moment you err, I will return. I await your visit. No admission fee required. Wang Yunteng responded, standing at attention and offering an imperfect yet striking salute. Just as Zhao Gang turned to leave, Wang Yunteng suddenly recalled something and delivered another jab. Oh, by the way, team leader Zhao. Wang Yunteng pointed at Zhao Gang's vehicle idling in the middle of the training ground, air conditioning running. Our recruit company promotes hardship and simplicity. Everyone is training on foot. Even the company commander isn't driving. Wouldn't your vehicle also be considered special treatment? The distance isn't great. Why not lead the brothers in a 5-kilometer run back? It would be a good experience of grassroots life, lest next time you be accused of being out of touch with the ranks. Uffed. Lejean quickly covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently as he suppressed a laugh. Zhao Gang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He turned back, shooting Wang Yunteng a glare that could have devoured him whole. All personnel, run back. Zhao Gang roared, his face dark as coal, leading several dejected inspectors, leaving the vehicle behind as they trudged toward the camp gate. Oh! As they witnessed the retreating figures of the white helmets, the training ground erupted in a deafening cheer. What a thrill. This isn't just Wang Yunteng's victory. It is the first complete triumph of the entire company of recruits against those haughty white helmets. Impressive. Brother Wang, you truly outdid yourself. What a relief. Look at that major's face, green as a painted cucumber. Li Dani rushed over and embraced Wang Yunteng, nearly crushing his recently healed ribs. All right. Everyone disperse. Is there no training to be done? Lejean barked, but it was evident to all that he could not conceal the amusement in his eyes. Even his stern demeanor appeared somewhat benevolent. Lejean approached Wang Yunteng, scrutinizing him from head to toe before giving him a thumbs up. You truly possess remarkable audacity, daring even to challenge the authority of the main institution. However, such boldness requires the unwavering support of Dr. Lin, who must understand the gravity of the situation. Wang Yunteng swayed slightly, and the facade of strength he had been maintaining quickly dissipated. Though the high-stakes environment appeared effortless, it was, in truth, incredibly taxing on one's mental fortitude. Should any part of the process falter, or should Lin Shui fail to cooperate, he would undoubtedly find himself confined in the disciplinary team's detention room for an extended tea session. Stop dawdling. Wang Yunteng turned to glance at the few exuberant members of Class 3 and weakly waved his hand. The electricity costs are exorbitant. This equipment runs several dollars per minute. Form an orderly line and begin your practice. Anyone who dares squander my money shall face my wrath. Yes. This time, Class 3 responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Even the members of Class 1, who had previously harbored envy, now looked upon the sleek silver machine with nothing but admiration and respect. They had the resources, the intellect, and most importantly, the audacity to confront the disciplinary team for the sake of their comrades. Such individuals rightfully occupy the core of the group. In the stillness of the night, the once bustling medical room finally fell silent. Lin Shui completed the data compilation, turned off the main lights, leaving only a dim nightlight aglow. Not out yet. Lin Shui tapped the thick glass of the oxygen chamber with a hint of fatigue in her voice. Inside, Wang Yunteng shook his head and gestured for more pressure. Continue to increase the pressure. You have already been inside for 2 hours. This is the physiological limit. Lin Shui frowned, observing the data on the monitor. If you press further, you might risk your life. Just give me 10 more minutes. Came Wang Yunteng's voice through the chamber's communicator, sounding somewhat ethereal. I feel like I'm on the brink of success. Chapter 24, Eating Cordyceps. The class leader next door is weeping with envy. Click. A slight pop reverberated as the pressure equalized. Wang Yunteng inhaled deeply the high-pressure oxygen infused with a faint scent of ozone. In that moment, the suffocating feeling reminiscent of drowning completely vanished. The soreness in his limbs and the torn muscle fibers began to heal at an astonishingly perceptible rate. The official advantage is lethal. Wang Yunteng stretched his neck, relishing the sensation. In his previous life, enduring such a degree of muscle tearing would have rendered him bedridden for several days. Yet now, in just 2 hours, he felt fully rejuvenated. This was not merely a medical miracle, it was a financial marvel. With a hiss, the pressure release valve activated, and the chamber door slowly slid open. Wang Yunteng sprang up from the reclined position as if propelled by a spring, landing firmly on his feet without a trace of hesitation. Had this been a week prior, such a movement would have sent his delicate lumbar spine into a state of alarm. Behind the control panel, Lin Shui held a freshly printed report, her typically aloof expression now reflecting astonishment akin to encountering a ghost. Lactic acid levels approaching 0, creatine kinase levels normal. Lin Shui rubbed her throbbing temples, contemplating whether to check if the machine was malfunctioning. This defied logic. Based on your reckless training earlier today, your striated muscles should be on the verge of dissolution. Dr. Lin, admit it, the boundary of science leads to metaphysics, and the boundary of metaphysics leads to currency. Wang Yunteng casually seized a towel to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, then snatched the report from her hand, folding it into an airplane and tossing it toward Wang Xiaohu, who was peeking around the door. Huzi, go inform the kitchen that the 2 pounds of cordyceps should not be simmered into soup. It's too time-consuming. Have them pulverize it in a blender and mix it with that Australian imported protein powder. Each class member gets a cup, shake it well, and drink. Wang Yunteng paused for emphasis, adding with utmost seriousness, this is called a combination of Eastern and Western medicine. Do you understand? At the doorway, Lei Zhan's lips twitched violently. That was cordyceps, worth hundreds of dollars per gram, and this extravagant fellow intended to consume it as instant coffee and pulverize it in a blender? Yet he refrained from reprimanding anyone, his expression lacking the usual severity, for he had observed Wang Yunteng's gait, steady. Each step, heel striking the ground first, conveyed a determination to solidify his footing, a stark contrast to the previously airy and unsteady movements. In just a few days, a mere week, the multi-million-dollar machine, coupled with those top-tier supplements flowing like water, had rejuvenated a once incapacitated individual to the threshold of normalcy. This was not mere training. It was a lavish expenditure turned alchemical transformation. Everyone, fall in. Class 3, to the training ground, bring it back. Wang Yunteng disregarded Lei Zhan's profound gaze, gesturing assertively toward the individuals at the door. Yes, this time, the response from Zhao Lei, Li Daniu, and the others reverberated through the medical room, causing the glass to resonate with the sound. In recent days, Class 3 had been living a charmed existence. They trained rigorously under the sun during the day, and each night, simply lying within that silver chamber allowed them to awaken revitalized the following morning. Coupled with the seemingly limitless top-tier supplements, these young men, in their prime physical condition, experienced an exponential increase in their physical prowess, particularly for Li Daniu, who, already gifted, now felt as though he could punch a hole through a load-bearing wall. Afternoon, training ground. The sun blazed overhead, the ground hot enough to fry an egg. Other classes' recruits lounged in the shade, pretending to adjust their uniforms while stealing glances at the corner of the training field. There, at the most sun-exposed spot, all members of Class 3 lay prone on the ground in a rather peculiar position, their posteriors elevated high, reminiscent of some reptilian imitation. Lower your center of gravity. You are lurking like giant lizards, not frisky teddy bears. Wang Yunteng wielded a thin branch, mercilessly swatting Li Daniu's ample backside. Crack. Daniu, your target is too large. If this were a battlefield, your rear would have been sniped 1,000 times by now. Push it down. Ouch. Brother Yunteng. No, Instructor Wang. Li Daniu cried out in pain, hastily lowering his posterior. Though the action appeared comical, it was exceedingly arduous, engaging not the larger muscle groups, but rather the smaller, deeper core muscles that typically remained untouched. This was a core control technique Wang Yunteng had refined from ancient Thai boxing and special reconnaissance tactics. Enough of the chatter. Wang Yunteng positioned himself on the ground. executing the movement with the precision of a snake gliding over the surface, his upper body utterly still while his limbs moved in alternation. Remember this sensation of muscle engagement. The moment you can maintain this position for 10 minutes without trembling, I will teach you how to hit a coin 50 meters away purely by instinct, without aiming. Is that for real? Zhao Lei, dripping with sweat, felt the sting of perspiration in his eyes. Hitting a coin without aiming? Surely that was something only seen in wartime dramas. Wartime drama? Wang Yunteng scoffed, suddenly brandishing a training rubber knife from his waist. He did not glance up, nor did he observe the target. With a swift flick of his wrist, the rubber knife transformed into a streak of darkness, precisely embedding itself into a cicada perched on a branch 5 meters away, silencing its song instantly. The entire area fell silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. Zhao Lei swallowed hard, his throat constricting. He lowered his head, instantly adopting a more disciplined posture. Is this even human? This is not training at all. In the distance, Lei Zhan held his binoculars, his hand trembling slightly. Is this fellow training to be a martial arts master? Squad leader, aren't you going to intervene? The instructor harbored some concerns, for this did not align with the training syllabus. There was no mention of such a provision. What nonsense! Lei Zhan lowered his binoculars, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The syllabus is rigid, but humanity is dynamic. As long as he can transform this group of swine into tigers, he would endorse the practice of the Sunflower Manual without hesitation. Just as the third squad was fervently engaged in their training, a discordant voice sliced through the atmosphere. Oh, is this not our esteemed noble class? Squad leader Zhang De approached with a dozen men in tow, each striding with an air of superiority, their noses elevated, and their gazes infused with a pungent scent of disdain. Zhang De epitomized the archetype of a northern brute, currently the physical fitness standard-bearer of the entire company, who had little tolerance for Wang Yunteng's seemingly nepotistic ways. He halted before the third squad, looking down upon the gathered individuals. What on earth are you practicing? The art of the frog? Or perhaps learning how turtles bask in the sun? Ha! Laughter erupted from the new recruits of the first squad. I suppose they're scrounging for coins on the ground? After all, their families are affluent. The ground must be littered with gold, unlike us. Zhao Lei's expression darkened instantly. Just as he was about to rise and offer a retort, he felt a weight pressing down on his shoulder. A hand restrained him. Wang Yunteng leisurely stood up from the ground, dusting off his hands, and surveyed Zhang De from head to toe. Squad leader Zhang, you seem rather irate. Did you have a restless night? Wang Yunteng's smile was benign and harmless. Indeed, our squad's oxygen chamber does take up considerable space, leaving the medical room insufficient, causing you to lack a place to lie down. How about you come help us clean the machinery tonight? Perhaps you might catch a whiff of that affluent aura? It might even cure your envy. You. Zhang Da's face turned a shade of ashen, caught off guard by Wang Yunteng's sharp tongue. Don't think that just because you have a bit of money and a heap of scrap metal, you can soar to the heavens. This is the military. Being a soldier relies on hard power, on blood and sweat, not on sucking in oxygen. Scrap metal? Wang Yunteng raised an eyebrow, his demeanor cooling. Then shall we have a contest? Let us see whether your hard power is superior or whether my scrap metal proves more formidable. Let's compete. Zhang Da's temper flared. Ready for a fight. How shall we do this? 5 kilometers? For 100 meters of obstacles? Or perhaps hand-to-hand combat? I'll even let you use one hand. So you can't say I'm bullying a disabled person. Those are too mundane. They are games for kindergarten children. Wang Yunteng shook his head, gesturing towards the distant dark building of the comprehensive tactical training facility. Let us engage in a more adult game. A glint of mischief sparkled in Wang Yunteng's eyes. Third squad versus first squad. Full gear confrontation, indoor annihilation battle. The losing side must pack up the entire week's worth of stinky socks from the opposing squad. A slight smile curled at the corners of Wang Yunteng's mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. Do you dare? Chapter 25, A Downward Strike. Is this what they call a military exercise? Full gear confrontation? Zhang De was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard the best joke of the year, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. I say, young master, have you inhaled too much oxygen and lost your wits? CQB? In full gear? Zhang De wiped away the tears of laughter, his tone dripping with disdain. That's a drill reserved for seasoned soldiers. We new recruits Haven T even mastered basic tactical maneuvers. And you want to play indoor assaults with me? Have you been watching too many cop and robber films lately and want to indulge in a fantasy? It was no wonder Zhang De was so brash. In this era, new recruits were still practicing formations and rigid individual tactics, while CQB was a compulsory course for special forces. Even Lei Zhan did not expect this group of rookies to excel. In Zhang Da's eyes, this was merely a case of a wealthy heir burning money out of boredom, seeking to play a game of live-action CS. Just say whether you dare or not. Wang Yunteng shrugged nonchalantly. If you're afraid, so be it. After all, washing all those socks is quite laborious, and I wouldn't want you to develop tendinitis. Using provocation? Fine, I can play that game. Zhang De, incensed by Wang Yunteng's dismissive attitude, raised his hand, his voice booming. First squad, assemble. Gear up. Today, we shall teach this group of noble soldiers what true infantry confrontation entails. The recruits of the first squad, invigorated as if injected with adrenaline, eagerly rubbed their hands together. Their eyes fierce, itching to pin down and pummel the delicate members of the third squad into the ground. In the distance, Lei Zhan and the instructor did not intervene. On the contrary, Lei Zhan, intrigued, gestured to the armory personnel to open the warehouse. Captain, is this really okay? The instructor, observing the tense standoff, felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the ammunition was merely chalk-marked, a heated exchange could still lead to injury. Wang Yunteng did not seem like one to come out on the losing end. Lei Zhan lifted his enamel mug, blowing off the froth. I too wish to see how this young man has managed to stir the third squad into such a frenzy over these past few days. 20 minutes later, in front of the simulation building, the faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Both teams were fully armed. Although the weapons were merely training simulations, the atmosphere bore a semblance of a battlefield. On the first squad side, Zhang De was delivering a pre-battle pep talk, saliva flying. Listen up. Once we charge in, don't bother with tactical coordination. Just open fire at anything that moves. With their physiques, once we're in close quarters, they'll be our prey. Especially that dim-wit Li Daniu. Leave him to me, while the rest clear the area. Simple and brutish, his strategy was a classic haphazard blows will defeat the master approach, emphasizing overwhelming firepower. In stark contrast, the third squad's atmosphere was entirely different. Wang Yunteng squatted on the ground, drawing something in the sand with a stick, while Zhao Lei, Li Daniu, and Sun Hozi formed a circle around him, their heads huddled together, conspiring like bank robbers. Remember, here, this is a blind spot. Zhang De and his crew only know how to charge in a straight line. Daniu, you don't need to worry about the others. Just guard the stairwell. Using those 2 bricks. Bricks? Li Daniu's eyes widened in bewilderment. Instructor, didn't we get guns? Guns are for intimidation, in this narrow terrain. Your fire stick is far less effective than a brick. Wang Yunteng wrapped Li Daniu's helmet, producing a resonant clang. Trust me. And Hozi, you're small. Navigate through the ventilation ducts. No need to fire your weapon. Just drop the specially made smoke bombs, lime powder and dirt, down below. If we can blind them for even a second, we'll have this in the bag. Is this warfare? This is akin to street thugs settling scores. Zhao Lei felt a twitch at his eye. As a proper soldier, he instinctively resisted such underhanded tactics, feeling a sense of shame. Zhao Squad Vice. Wang Yunteng lifted his head, the usual laziness in his gaze vanishing. Remember, on the battlefield, there are only the dead and the living. No room for the despicable or the noble. If you win, you earn the right to report the battle. If you lose, you become a martyr confined within a coffin. Which would you prefer? Zhao Lei's breath caught in his throat as he met Wang Yunteng's piercing gaze, his heart dropping. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us do it. I'll embrace the role of the villain this time." Toot. With a sharp whistle, Lei Zhan's signal shattered the silence. Charge. The members of the first squad yelled, rushing through the main entrance of the simulation building. Gunfire erupted instantaneously, the cacophony igniting a surge of adrenaline. No one here? Zhang De kicked open the door to the first-floor hall, his gun sweeping across the room, only to find it empty, save for a few scattered tires swaying in the wind. They must be upstairs. Charge. Don't let them escape. The first squad surged towards the staircase, entirely disorganized. Just then, calamity struck. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 new recruits at the forefront suddenly clutched their faces, screaming in agony. From the dark ventilation shaft above, a deluge of dust and an unidentifiable mixture of chili powder cascaded down like a torrential rain. My eyes. What the hell? It burns. The offensive of Class 1 abruptly faltered, their once tightly knit formation devolving into utter chaos, filled with the cacophony of coughing and curses. Get them. Send them packing. From the shadowy corner of the staircase on the second floor, a brick hurtled through the air, slicing through the wind. Clang. Although Li Daniu had tempered his strength, it was still a genuine red brick. The first new recruit, clad in a steel helmet, was struck, sparks flying as he spun around in a bewildered pirouette, collapsing onto the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Immediately after, Zhao Lei, accompanied by Wang Xiaohu and another, burst forth from a side room. Unlike Zhang De, who fired indiscriminately, they coordinated as a trio, exploiting the blind spots to form a flawless tactical triangle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, executed with remarkable precision. Instantly, 3 recruits from Class 1, clutching their eyes and flailing about, were engulfed in a plume of white smoke, marking their fatal hits. Old 6. There's Old 6. Scatter. Find cover. Zhang De, being the fitness standard-bearer, reacted swiftly, performing a clumsy roll to duck behind a column, raising his weapon to retaliate. Yet, in his despair, He realized he could not find a target. The members of Class 3 darted away like phantoms, retreating to cover after a quick volley, slippery as eels, avoiding a direct confrontation. Damn it, have the guts to come out and duel. Hiding and seeking cover is no skill. Zhang De roared in frustration, his eyes aflame. In response, a dark spherical object rolled to his feet. Instinctively, he made to kick it. Don't kick. That S. But before he could finish, boom. It was not a grenade, but a makeshift smoke bomb filled with flour, hurled down by Li Daniu. The flour exploded, enveloping the area in a blinding white cloud. Visibility plummeting to zero. In that fleeting moment of white fog, a figure sprang forth like a cheetah. It was none other than Wang Yunteng. He bore no weapon, not even a rubber dagger. In a burst of speed, he executed a dramatic slide, narrowly evading Zhang Da's wild gunfire. His body close to the ground as he twisted his legs to ensnare Zhang Da's lower half. The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu scissor kick. This maneuver was no mere cinematic flourish. It was a genuine grappling technique. Thud. Zhang Da, towering at a height of 185 meters, lost his balance in the absence of visibility, crashing down like a colossal tower. Before he could struggle, Wang Yunteng had mounted his back like an octopus, one hand gripping his throat and the other brandishing a weapon cold against his skull. It wasn't a gun, nor a knife, but a thick marker pilfered from somewhere. Squad leader, you're too easy to take down. Wang Yunteng's voice whispered mockingly in his ear. If it were a real knife, your head would have already relocated. As the smoke dissipated, when Lei Zhan and the instructor entered the building, they were met with a striking scene. Over half of Class 1, eyes covered, were coughing and tearing up, while the other half was speckled with white powder, resembling a group of spotted dogs. Their squad leader, Zhang Da, lay pinned beneath the universally acknowledged underperformer, his face adorned with a drawing of an arrogant little turtle wearing sunglasses. A complete victory. An overwhelming and scrupulous triumph. Isn't this against the rules? Protested a recruit from Class 1, clutching his head, dazed from the brick. They threw lime and used bricks. That's cheating. That's a rogue tactic. Lei Zhan, hands clasped behind his back, approached the recruit with a stormy expression. Rules? You think you can discuss rules with the enemy? If this were a real battlefield, would that be lime? It would be mustard gas. And those bricks? They'd be directional mines. See for capable of turning you into fragments. Suddenly, Lei Zhan pivoted, his gaze sweeping over the dejected faces of Class 1, his voice booming like thunder. A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Class 3 employs tactics. They use their brains. What about you? Are you brawling like street thugs? A bunch of brutes. After reprimanding Class 1, Lei Zhan turned to Wang Yunteng, who was brushing flour off his body after rising from Zhang Da. There was a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, yet his words remained sharp. Don't get too cocky. You certainly played dirty. You've got a bit of that special forces grit. But had Zhang Da disregarded his own safety and retaliated, with your meager strength, could you have held him? Not a chance. Wang Yunteng admitted candidly, rubbing his sore wrist and grimacing. The large fellow was as tough as a bull. So, company commander, I was wondering if we could request a batch of stun guns. Even pepper spray would do. Technology changes lives, after all. Lei Zhan's lips twitched, barely suppressing the urge to kick him. Get back and wash your face. And have Class 1 send their stinky socks to your dorm. No, you go collect them. All right, absolutely. Li Daniu exclaimed, as giddy as a child, winking at Class 1 with a teasing expression. Hey, I see you've got big feet. You must have quite a collection of socks, right? No need to wash them tonight. Make sure to thank our brother Wang. Zhang Da lay on the ground, staring at the little turtle wearing sunglasses on the back of his hand, trembling, not from anger, but from humiliation. This battle had not only cost them personnel, but had also deeply wounded their pride. Yet, as he gazed at Wang Yunteng's lean yet upright figure, the derisive glint in his eyes vanished. This fellow was no mere rich playboy. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, brimming with cunning. Chapter 26. The Return of the Archenemy. The inspection team leader becomes the examiner. Is this meant to end me? The sock war had revitalized Class 3's standing in the recruit company. Who would dare to openly taunt them as the soft rice class or the oxygen class? That would be purely courting disaster. After all, who would want to be unexpectedly struck on the head by a flying brick during tactical training or have lime dust thrown in their faces by these crafty individuals? This group had evolved from a band of misfits into the formidable Old Six class. As the instigator, Wang Yunteng was enjoying an exceptionally smooth ride. Under the constant surveillance of the so-called Iron Lady, Dr. Lin Shui, his physical recovery was akin to riding a rocket. Although he was still light years away from the peak state of effortlessly swapping magazines or tearing apart a bandit with his bare hands. At least now he could run 5 kilometers without coughing up blood or do hundreds of push-ups while laughing. This rapid, physiologically defying progress was deemed a medical mystery by Lin Shui, who increasingly regarded Wang Yunteng with a discerning eye, itching to extract samples of his bone marrow for research. As the end of the month approached, the ultimate judgment day for the recruits loomed. This was not merely an examination. It was a watershed moment determining their destinies. Would they join the drool-worthy reconnaissance or special operations battalions, or be relegated to a farm to raise pigs, plant vegetables, and tend to chickens? It all hinged on this one moment. For Wang Yunteng, the stakes were even higher. The wager he had made with Lei Zhan and the regiment commander loomed over him. All excellent. One misstep, and he would bear the title of a deserter. In the team conference room, the atmosphere hung heavy, as if a storm were about to break. Lei Zhan sat at the center, his fingers drumming on the table with a rhythm reminiscent of a death knell. This assessment was of utmost importance, perhaps excessively so. Lei Zhan's voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly indicating the immense pressure he was under. In the past, assessments within the regiment were conducted internally. If someone performed slightly below par, we could easily turn a blind eye. However, this time was different. Due to the celebrity effect of certain individuals, an inspection team was directly deployed from the military district. At the mention of celebrity effect, Lei Zhan shot a piercing glare at Wang Yunteng. Wang Yunteng, huddled in the corner, innocently picked at the hangnails on his fingers, pretending to be invisible. Moreover, the chief examiner this time was a familiar face. Lei Zhan slammed a list down on the table with great force. The first line of the list bore two bold characters that stood out glaringly: Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang. Zhao Lei was startled, nearly leaping from his chair. Wasn't that the inspection team leader we had driven away with a red-headed document last time? Indeed. Lei Zhan sneered. This time he returned with the authority of the imperial sword. As both the inspection team leader and the chief examiner, he had a dual identity. It was said that on his way here, he had already declared that he would strictly enforce examination discipline and would not allow any opportunists to slip through the cracks. The phrase opportunist was so pointed it almost seemed to directly reference Wang Yunteng's identity. A chorus of despair filled the meeting room. Who did not know that Zhao Gang was as petty as a pinhead? After suffering a significant loss last time, he was now armed with a scoring sheet and was bound to be ruthless. This was the end. It was over. Li Danyu's face turned pale. Knowing he would certainly be targeted, Zhao Gang looked like a living embodiment of death. Was it really harder to get into a mechanized infantry battalion than to get into Tsinghua University? What is there to panic about? A languid voice broke the tension. Wang Yunteng stood up and sauntered to the table, flicking the list. As long as our hard power was sufficient, he wouldn't be able to find any faults, even with a microscope. Unless Wang Yunteng squinted, indicating he was prepared to play dirty. He dared. Zhao Lei slammed the table, holding his head high. Under the watchful eyes of the leaders, could he still insist that white was black? There was nothing he wouldn't dare. Some people would even discard their dignity for the sake of face. Wang Yunteng tossed the list back onto the table, maintaining a calm demeanor, but, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, they must be met with soldiers, and when water comes, it must be damned. If Zhao Gang wanted to play underhanded, then he would gladly indulge him. Though he spoke lightly, Wang Yunteng's heart was crystal clear. This was a serious predicament. Zhao Gang was no fool. Last time had been a case of underestimating him. This time, he was bound to target his weaknesses with a full suite of VIP customization. Should the assessment standards be maliciously raised by Zhao Gang? Given the current state of his body, achieving excellence would escalate from a challenging mode to a hellish mode with seemingly insurmountable difficulty. After the meeting, on the edge of the playground, the setting sun bled across the sky, elongating shadows. Lin Shui, clad in a white lab coat, stood beside the silver oxygen chamber. Watching Wang Yunteng strap lead weights to his legs, her brow furrowed into a frown. My data model indicates that your physical fitness reserves currently afford you an 85% probability of achieving excellence under conventional assessments. Lin Shui adjusted her glasses, her voice icy. But should the intensity of the assessment increase by 30, your passing rate would plummet to a mere 15. That would be akin to suicide. Increase by 30? Wang Yunteng tightened the straps of the weights, feeling the heavy pressure, and laughed. Lin Bo, you underestimate Zhao Gang too much. That son of a gun's animosity towards me would surely warrant an additional 50 in burden, along with 2 pairs of shoes. And you can still laugh? Lin Shui grew anxious. I can report to higher-ups to question the fairness of the assessment. This is science, not a contest of wills. No. Wang Yunteng waved his hand, his gaze taking on a devilish glint. Dr. Lin, haven't you realized? This is not merely an assessment. It is a hunt. A hunt? Zhao Gang wishes to hunt me, to see me humiliated, to witness the son of a wealthy magnate kneeling in supplication, seeking to regain his lost face. Wang Yunteng cracked his neck, a series of pops echoing. Yet what he did not realize was that the roles of hunter and prey often shift in an instant. He turned to face the silver beast. Tonight, adjust the oxygen chamber pressure to 30. 30. Lin Shui's voice shot up, her previously aloof expression shattered in an instant. Are you insane? That is the limit for deep-sea special forces pressure training. Your alveoli will burst. You will die in there. I want to die. Wang Yunteng stood against the setting sun, his once somewhat frail figure now exuding a chilling ferocity. If I do not extract this last ounce of potential, I will truly perish on the assessment field tomorrow. Zhao Gang wishes to see me as a softie? Then I shall show him what it means to unleash the fury of a premium player. In the distance, at the camp's entrance, a jeep bearing inspection plates slowly rolled in. The window rolled down, revealing Zhao Gang's sullen face. Unlike the last time when he was frazzled, his eyes now reflected a sadistic pleasure and a hint of malice. His gaze swept over the hundreds of meters of the playground, precisely locking onto Wang Yunteng. The two pairs of eyes collided in the air. No sparks flew, only a suffocating chill. Chapter 27. You think you can undermine me just by reciting regulations? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed mercilessly. The assessment field was eerily silent, with over 100 new recruits standing rigidly, sweat trickling down their cheeks, pooling in their collars and making their skin itch. Under the shade of the sunshade on the podium, Zhao Gang stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes scanning the formation of new recruits. Today's assessment would not only test physical prowess, but also intellect. Zhao Gang's voice, distorted by a faulty microphone, echoed throughout the field, accompanied by a harsh electric crackle, especially for certain specialized talents, since they enjoyed expert-level research treatment from the headquarters. The assessment standards could not be the same as those for ordinary recruits. While he did not name names, all eyes instinctively darted towards the front of Team 3. Wang Yunteng stood there, his eyelids drooping. Wang Yunteng, step forward. A thunderous command echoed. Here. Wang Yunteng lazily responded, making no effort as he stepped out of line. His movements relaxed, yet exuding an unshakable steadiness. Zhao Gang approached the edge of the platform, looking down from his elevated position. Given your special circumstances, the assessment team has decided to cancel your written military theory exam. He paused, raising his voice an octave. It will now be replaced by an oral examination on battlefield tactics conducted by me personally. What do you say, young Master Wang? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? This is targeted. Li Danyu muttered under his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. The written exam could be passed through rote memorization, but an oral exam? That was an open invitation to fail. Zhao Lei's fists cracked ominously, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. This son of a gun is out to ruin someone. It was evident to all that Zhao Gang was settling personal scores. However, Wang Yunteng merely chuckled. He leisurely brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves and looked up at Zhao Gang. If Examiner Zhao wishes to converse, then let us have a chat. After all, it's quite hot, and speaking is definitely more comfortable than fighting. After you. His indifference infuriated Zhao Gang, his cheeks puffing up in anger. Sharp-tongued, Zhao Gang snorted coldly, cutting straight to the chase. Listen carefully. Please recite Chapter 4. Section 12 of the Regulations on Wartime Logistics Support, detailing the deployment of field medical stations and the allocation of emergency medical supplies in high-altitude, low-oxygen environments. Word for word. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed across the playground. Even the instructor beside him frowned. This pertains to an exceedingly obscure clause of specialized logistics. It is not merely the new recruits who struggle with it, but even seasoned military doctors with a decade of experience may not recall it without consulting their texts. This is not an examination. It is a test of finding faults. Zhao Gang, arms crossed, wore an expression that seemed to say, I wonder if you will fail. He had already resolved that if Wang Yunteng made even a single mistake or stuttered, he would declare him unqualified. Wang Yunteng yawned and idly scratched his ear. Is this it? He regarded Zhao Gang with a quizzical expression, thinking he might ask about some advanced tactics, only to discover it was a matter of rote memorization. The next moment, a clear voice resonated across the playground, speaking at an astonishing speed without a single pause. Chapter 4. Section 12 of the Wartime Logistics Support Regulations. In high-altitude areas, above 3,000 meters, field medical stations should be sited in locations sheltered from the wind and exposed to sunlight. On flat terrain, avoiding wind corridors and potential avalanche zones. The ratio of portable high-pressure oxygen chambers must not be less than 150. And the stockpile of anti-altitude sickness medications such as dexamethasone and acetazolamide must meet the baseline requirements. Every word, every punctuation mark, even the notes in parentheses, were flawlessly articulated. The cold smirk on Zhao Gang's face froze. This lad truly memorized it? How could that be possible? This is content only a logistics officer would need to know for examination. What business does this wastrel have memorizing such material? After reciting the final sentence, Wang Yunteng abruptly halted. The playground fell into a profound silence. Finished? Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. He mentally reviewed it twice and could not pinpoint a single error. He had indeed completed the recitation. Wang Yunteng suddenly shifted his tone, saying, however, Examining Officer Zhao, your inquiry just now displayed a lack of familiarity with the material. What? Zhao Gang was taken aback. The ratio of emergency supplies is terminology from the version prior to the 2018 revision. Wang Yunteng shrugged, stating that in last year's updated regulations, this clause had been renamed the modular configuration of accompanying support. As an inspector, you haven't even kept up with the updates? Puffed Lejean. Holding a large cup of tea, sprayed it out at the comet, quickly coughing to mask the twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is not an examination. This is a public shaming lesson. Zhao Gang's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, the veins on his neck bulging. He was well aware of the changes to the regulations, but he had become accustomed to the old terminology. Who could have anticipated that a mere recruit would be aware of this? Spare me your word games. Zhao Gang fumed, waving his hand dismissively. Memorizing well is merely rote learning. That is the mark of a bookworm. What is required on the battlefield is adaptability. He yanked aside the rain cover that had been draped nearby, revealing a massive tactical sand table beneath. Come here. Zhao Gang grasped several red and blue flags and, as if venting his frustration, thrust them forcefully into the sand table. Pay attention. Your current role is that of the Blue Army Reconnaissance Squad leader. Your unit is surrounded by a reinforced Red Army company in this narrow canyon. Zhao Gang's finger jabbed forcefully at a low-lying area on the sand table, creating a dent. Surrounding you are high ground positions filled with Red Army heavy firepower, including 3 machine guns and 2 mortars. Communication is cut off, ammunition is running low, and there are 3 hours until nightfall. Provide me with a breakout plan. You have 3 minutes to think. The timer starts now. Zhao Lei stood on tiptoe to glance at the sand table, his heart sinking in an instant. This is a deadlock. Surrounded in this terrain, with machine guns and mortars overhead, and an open riverbed below, surrendering with a white flag was the only option, or waiting to be blown to smithereens. Everyone held their breath, perspiring for Wang Yunteng. This question was clearly unsolvable. Wang Yunteng remained silent. He did not check the time, nor did he assess the deadly canyon. He circled the sand table, his gaze sweeping over the densely planted red and blue flags, finally resting on a nondescript small blue dot at the edge of the sand table. It was a terrain marker, a reservoir. Wang Yunteng reached for the pointer. Zhao Gang sneered. Have you come up with a plan? Are you ready to raise your hand and surrender? There is no shame in surrendering in such circumstances. It aligns with the prisoner of war regulations. Examining Officer Zhao, what season is it in the current scenario? Wang Yunteng suddenly inquired. Zhao Gang frowned impatiently. The question did not specify. Is this really important? Even if it is the rainy season, what does it have to do with the breakout? I want your tactical maneuvers. Don't waste my time with irrelevant details. Irrelevant? Wang Yunteng chuckled, his expression devoid of any tension, instead imbued with a sense of pity akin to that of a seasoned warrior observing a novice. Failing to consider the elements of time and terrain, examining Officer Zhao, are you engaged in warfare or merely playing house? Lejean's eyes widened, his body instinctively leaning forward. This was a thought-provoking statement. Enough chatter. Answer the question. Zhao Gang bellowed. Very well, since you wish to hear it, allow me to enlighten you. Wang Yunteng's pointer struck the sand table sharply, producing a crisp sound. His demeanor shifting dramatically. The previous lethargy vanished. If it is the rainy season, the water level in the reservoir upstream will inevitably rise dramatically. The Red Army commander, aiming to seal off the canyon, has established heavy machine gun positions on these 3 high ground points. He pointed to those 3 elevated areas. However, these points, while appearing to have a broad field of view and commanding heights, are, in fact, situated on loose, debris flow-prone slopes. Furthermore, their shooting blind spots are here, and here. Wang Yunteng's pointer moved like lightning, sketching out several peculiar zigzag lines on the sand table. If it were my squad, I would order everyone to abandon heavy equipment and infiltrate this quagmire, utilizing reeds for breathing while silently lying in wait. Then, using the remaining engineer shovels for directional demolition of this unstable rock mass, triggering an upstream debris flow. Once the debris flow descends, these 3 heavy machine gun positions will be rendered utterly useless. The Red Army formation will be thrown into disarray, and they may even be directly overwhelmed. Taking advantage of the chaos, we would approach from these 3 blind spots, engaging in close-quarters combat and flanking maneuvers. Wang Yunteng's wrist flicked, driving the pointer forcefully into the position of the Red Army command post, embedding it 3 inches deep in the sand. This is not merely a breakout battle. He raised his gaze, meeting the already ashen face of Zhao Gang. This is a counter-encirclement annihilation battle. After speaking, Wang Yunteng tossed the pointer onto the table. Examining Officer Zhao, according to your deployment, the Red Army has stationed heavy firepower on the debris flow slope. If this were a real battlefield, that Red Army company commander should be executed for incompetence within 5 minutes. Your tactics are outdated, rigid, and dogmatic. They will cost lives. A pin drop could be heard in the silence. The recruits gaped, though they could not grasp the concepts of blind spots or directional demolition. Their minds conjured vivid images of torrential floods and rolling debris flows, the Red Army in disarray, as Wang Yunteng led his men out from the mire. Impressive. Absolutely remarkable. Lei Zhan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. His gaze toward Wang Yunteng transformed. This ruthless method of utilizing the environment to eliminate enemies. This keen instinct for battlefield terrain was not something a mere recruit could have learned from instructors. It was the mindset of those madmen from the Wolf Fong Special Forces. This was a born tactical master. Utter nonsense. Zhao Gang slammed his palm on the table, the flesh on his face quivering. What debris flow? What reads? That is hypothetical. You are merely taking advantage of the situation. This contravenes conventional tactical principles. I do not accept this plan. 0 points for this. As the chief examiner, his declaration of 0 points was final. He would not permit a mere private to publicly dismantle him. It was more painful than receiving 2 slaps. Who dares to give 0 points? A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. Lei Zhan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Yunteng. His fierce gaze locked onto Zhao Gang. Team leader Zhao, if you assign a score of 0, I will immediately escalate this to the military district's training department, requesting a review by the expert panel. I am eager to see who truly lacks understanding of warfare, whether it is you, confined to your office, or I, who leads the troops. Lei Zhan, do you dare to confront the evaluation team? Zhao Gang, though outwardly fierce, took a step back. Just as the tension between the two escalated, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent, a loudspeaker on the training ground suddenly crackled to life. A robust and authoritative voice resonated throughout every corner. I am Lu Taijun, the voice of the regiment commander. Everyone instinctively stood at attention. I witnessed the entire simulation from the monitoring room. Lu, through the loudspeaker, spoke with unmistakable excitement and admiration. Even audible were the sounds of him slapping his thigh. Excellent. What a masterful counter-encirclement annihilation battle. In warfare, it is all about seizing the opportune moment and the advantageous terrain. It hinges on the element of surprise. Some individuals, having lingered too long in the bureaucratic building, have allowed their minds to turn to mush. They seem to have forgotten how our Tiger Brigade established its reputation. It was clear whom these words were denouncing. Zhao Gang's face drained of color, as if his spine had been ripped away. I hereby announce that Private Wang Yunteng has achieved a perfect score in the tactical theory assessment. Commendations for the entire regiment. The proclamation echoed over the training ground. Lingering in the air, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Incredible. Li Daniu could no longer contain himself and shouted. The new recruits burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Zhao Gang stood frozen, his hand clutching the evaluation sheet, trembling violently. It was over. The regiment commander's personal judgment was not merely a slap in the face. It was akin to stripping away his professional facade and trampling it underfoot. His authority among the new recruits had been utterly obliterated. Zhao Examiner, I concede. Wang Yunteng saluted. His movements impeccable, yet his expression was infuriatingly smug. Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, resentment practically spilling from his eyes. He abruptly switched off the microphone and stepped closer to Wang Yunteng's ear. Fine, you have guts. Quick would alone 1T suffice. The next challenge is a 3,000-meter armed cross-country run. Let us see how agile your legs are. Zhao Gang turned sharply, reactivating the microphone. A glimmer of vengeful delight on his face. Given the combat environment proposed by Comrade Wang Yunteng, I have decided that for the next armed cross-country assessment, all participants will be required to wear gas masks to simulate real combat conditions. The cheers from the crowd were abruptly silenced. The load will be increased by 5 kilograms. This will be an extreme march under simulated biochemical attack conditions. Gas masks, once donned, they create significant breathing resistance. Even ordinary individuals would struggle to take 2 steps without gasping, let alone run 3,000 meters with a load. This is life-threatening. Everyone knew that Wang Yunteng's lung capacity was his Achilles heel. Zhao Gang intended to suffocate Wang Yunteng's recently strengthened lungs. Wang Yunteng narrowed his eyes at the black rubber mask Zhao Gang handed him. This guy is ruthless. Chapter 28. What use is speed? The dead have no scores. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed as if it were raining fire. The ground temperature soared to nearly 50 degrees. And the training ground was so hot it could cook a teppanyaki dish. Over 100 new recruits stood at the starting line, each wearing the suffocating black rubber gas masks that made them look like a group of fish awaiting execution. Everyone, check the airtightness. Zhao Gang lurked in the shadow of a cross-country vehicle, stopwatch in hand, a sinister smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He deliberately approached Wang Yunteng, tugging at the straps at the back of his head. Too loose, it risks leaking air. Zhao Gang scoffed mockingly, tightening the straps with a firm grip. Hiss. Wang Yunteng inhaled sharply. The edges of the mask dug deeply into his skin, nearly squeezing his brain out. Breathing became an arduous task. With each inhale, he had to wrestle against the damned filter canister's resistance. To simulate combat, airtightness must be perfect. Zhao Gang patted Wang Yunteng's helmet, a mocking glint in his eyes. Enjoy yourself. Nearby, squad leader Zhang De let out a muffled laugh through his mask, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of seeing Wang Yunteng's plight. Listen closely. Zhao Gang returned to the starting platform, the loudspeaker booming. For the 3,000-meter armed cross-country, with a load of 25 kilograms, all personnel must wear gas masks. Those who fall behind will be marked as unqualified. Anyone who removes their mask will be immediately eliminated. Ready. Bang. The starting gun fired. The acrid smell of gunpowder quickly dissipated in the heat. Charge. Zhang De, confident in his stamina, bolted forward like a wild dog, the first to dart out. The new recruits of Squad 1 followed closely, eager to use speed to overwhelm Squad 3. Within 500 meters, the sound of labored breathing filled the training ground, akin to a wheezing accordion. For those untrained in high-intensity activity, wearing gas masks felt like being submerged underwater, pure suffocation. Squad 1 quickly fell into disarray. Some began tearing off their masks, while others stumbled, the entire formation stringing out haphazardly for over 100 meters, like a dilapidated train. In stark contrast, Squad 3, Wang Yunteng, running in the middle of the pack, felt as if his pathetic lungs were about to burst, searing pain radiating through him. Oxygen deprivation caused stars to dance before his eyes, yet he remained calm. Smack! Wang Yunteng suddenly slapped the backpack of Wang Xiaohu ahead of him. This was a signal. With each inhalation and exhalation, Wang Yunteng's voice emerged distorted from the mask speaker, his throat strained. This was a variant of the breathing technique he had learned in the high-altitude special forces of his past life. In simple terms, it involved manually adjusting lung capacity by compressing the throat muscles to artificially create resistance, forcing the lungs to exchange oxygen more efficiently under negative pressure. Hiss hiss. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Amidst the chaotic track, Squad 3 resembled a slowly accelerating vintage steam locomotive. Everyone began to mimic that strange rhythm of breathing, the collective sound creating a sense of pressure. Unbeknownst to them, they had surpassed Zhang De, originally the frontrunner. Under the sunshade of the podium, several officers were watching the spectacle through binoculars. One man, adorned with 2 stripes and 2 stars on his shoulder, with the insignia of a black tiger, suddenly focused intently. Interesting. The lieutenant colonel lowered his binoculars and turned to Lu Taijun beside him, regiment commander, who is leading this rhythm. This breathing technique is typically employed by high-altitude mountain troops. Does your new recruit company harbor such a prodigy? Lu Taijun paused momentarily, then broke into a broad smile, his expression exuding a sense of understated grandeur. It wasn't he taught by an instructor. It's a method that the rebellious soldier devised himself. Halfway through the race, 1.5 kilometers. Though the breathing technique was impressive, it could not save a soldier whose physical capabilities barely met the minimum standards. Wang Yunteng's legs felt like lead, each lift costing him nearly half his life. Sweat pooled beneath the mask, sloshing with each stride, sticky and nauseating. He truly felt he could not continue. The energy of this body was nearly depleted. Just then, a gust of wind swept past. Squad leader Zhang De, who had already lapped him, caught up. As he passed Wang Yunteng, he intentionally swayed his body, his shoulder crashing into Wang Yunteng's already precarious frame. Wang Yunteng stumbled several steps, nearly falling flat on his face. Zhang De turned around, and through the glass lenses of his mask, an unmistakable air of mockery radiated from his eyes. With an audacious gesture, he defiantly raised his middle finger before vanishing into the distance. Damn it, son the thief! Li Daniu roared, ready to charge into battle. Come back. Wang Yunteng grasped him firmly, his voice weak. Don't mind me. You all can charge ahead. With my wealth, I won't starve after retiring. This was the truth. He didn't wish to burden his comrades. If worse came to worst, he could return home to inherit a vast fortune. Although it would be humiliating, it was far better than dragging the entire class down with failure. Yet, in the next moment, a hand clutched tightly onto his harness. It was Wang Xiaohu. This timid coward, usually the most fearful of the group, now had red eyes. Refusing to let go. I won't. Wang Xiaohu cried out, his voice tinged with desperation as he shouted through his mask. You said it. Class 3 never abandons, nor gives up. If you back down, who will take me to inhale that several million worth of oxygen? I want to breathe oxygen. Wang Yunteng couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What a bizarre reason. Before he could respond, his left arm was suddenly restrained as Zhao Lei held him back. On the right, Li Daniu's iron-like grip pressed down. Xiaohu, you guard the outer circle. Zhao Lei shouted. Monkey, go push from behind. We must carry him through. Our class 3 cannot afford to lose a single member. Even in the most brutal of battlefields, this was the quintessential formation for transporting the wounded. The pace of class 3 slowed, yet their formation became unyielding. As they approached the finish line, Zhao Gang continuously checked his stopwatch, his expression growing ever more intense, reveling in the thrill of watching his prey about to be ensnared. Zhang De had already crossed the line, removing his mask to gulp in air, basking in the glory of victory. He looked at Class 3, moving like snails in the distance, and taunted loudly, "A bunch of fools. For the sake of a deadweight. The whole class is ready to accompany him to the grave. Is this your strategy? It's pure suicide. 30 seconds left." Zhao Gang shouted through the loudspeaker, his voice dripping with bloodthirsty excitement. "Those who fall behind will be eliminated. Those who fail, get lost." 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Class 3 was still 50 meters from the finish line, a chasm between life and death. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the mouths of Class 3. Li Daniu's veins bulged on his neck, and Zhao Lei's face, hidden beneath the mask, turned a deep shade of purple as they strained every sinew to propel Wang Yunteng forward. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Get across. With Li Daniu's final roar, over 10 members of Class 3 crashed over the white line. They collapsed in a heap. Amidst the swirling dust, they pulled each other up, disheveled yet together, none missing. Zhao Gang pressed down hard on the stopwatch. Zeroed out. Just in time. Wang Yunteng had his mask yanked off by someone, and fresh air surged into his lungs, tinged with earthy aromas, yet sweeter than any luxury perfume in existence. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the blinding sun, grinning like a fool. Class 1, with the shortest time, takes first place. Zhao Gang announced the results with a stern face, then turned his gaze to the still-breathing Class 3. As for Class 3, although they barely made it across the line, the mutual support during the march and the disorganized formation exhibited a severe lack of individual combat capability. I have the authority to deem their tactical performance as failing. Failing. The two words doused the earlier fervor with a chilling reality. Zhao Lei sprang to his feet. His eyes reddened, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Gang, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Why? We didn't go over time. This is strategy. ISNT transporting the wounded a strategy? Are you blind? This is an assessment, not a drill. Zhao Gang barked, his voice laden with authority. Assessments are meant to evaluate personal capability. Each individual must be responsible for themselves. Running with a burden is sheer irresponsibility. Do you have any justification? Zhangde, standing nearby, smugly adjusted his collar, his eyes filled with disdain. Exactly. If you're incompetent, don't blame the referee. Bullshit. A thunderous shout crashed like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in everyone's ears. Zhao Gang flinched, nearly losing his grip on the loudspeaker, and turned to see a man adorned with the rank of major, striding down from the podium with purpose. Each step of his combat boots resonated with an unsettling sense of authority. Ignoring Zhao Gang, the major approached the prostrate Class 3, his gaze sweeping over each sweat-soaked, mud-streaked face. Then, he turned, fixing a piercing stare on Zhangde. You run fast. First place? The major's voice, though not loud, carried an aura of battle-hardened menace. Zhangde was momentarily stunned by the intensity, stammering to stand at attention. Reporting, sir. Yes. Then let me ask you. The major pointed to the track they had just traversed. If this were a real biochemical battlefield, with poison gas swirling around, and your comrades fell injured or exhausted in the toxic zone while you, alone, managed to escape, what would that be called? Zhangde was taken aback. A successful breakout? Wrong. The major bellowed, his voice reverberating painfully in the ears. That's desertion. That's fleeing the battlefield. In a biochemical war, being isolated means death. No individual can survive alone under large-scale destructive weaponry. No matter how fast you run, you're still a dead man. What achievements does a dead man have? What qualifications does a dead man have to claim first place? Zhangde's face turned ashen, the score sheet in his hand feeling like a scalding iron. Neither able to keep nor discard it. The major turned, pointing at the still gasping members of Class 3. Only they, his voice softened, carrying a hint of respect, all survived. If this were the battlefield, they would be the only winners, for they brought back every single life. That is what it means to be a soldier. Clap, clap, clap. Brigade Commander Lu Taijun stood on the steps, leading the applause. Soon, the sound echoed throughout the training field. Those new recruits who had previously mocked Class 3 now looked at the group, supporting one another, their eyes filled with shock and shame. Zhao Gang's hand holding the scorecard froze in midair, his expression more contorted than if he had swallowed a pound of flies. He wanted to retort, but under the predatory gaze of the Special Operations Major, he dared not utter a word. The Major crouched down, observing the still retching Wang Yunteng, pulling a bottle of water from his pocket and offering it. That breathing technique has some merit, he remarked, eyeing the pallid private with a discerning gaze. Kid, once you strengthen your body, come join my Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. I'll save you a spot. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. It was the most elite unit in the entire military region. The path to the Special Forces. How many aspired to join, and now? The commander himself extended an invitation? This was a monumental victory. Zhangde looked at Wang Yunteng, suddenly finding his earlier aggressive actions laughable and grotesque, akin to a clown. Wang Yunteng accepted the water, taking a hearty swig, and grinned at the major. Sir, that depends on how good your cafeteria food is. I want meat. And it better be braised pork every meal. The major erupted in hearty laughter, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. With the assessment concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Zhao Gang, with a sullen demeanor, paused beside Wang Yunteng. Don't celebrate too soon. Chapter 29. Want me to fall flat? This is called a decisive kill. The sky was overcast, resembling a blackened pot, with thunder rumbling in the clouds, causing unease in the chest. Grenade throwing, excellent. Individual tactical maneuvers, low-profile crawling, excellent. The upcoming assessment felt somewhat ominous. Wang Yunteng resembled an emotionless scoring machine, even as every movement elicited protests from his aching bones. He managed to traverse the line with an unwavering precision, propelled by top-tier fuel purchased through hefty sums and skills ingrained in his very soul from a past life. Zhao Gang stood before the scoreboard, pen in hand, sketching absent-mindedly, his somber visage revealing no trace of anger. In fact, as Wang Yunteng completed his final throw, a sardonic smile crept upon his face. Something was amiss. As Wang Yunteng stretched his sore shoulders, a sense of unease gnawed at him. A dog that bites never barks. A person as cunning as Zhao Gang would never allow him to swagger away with top marks. Suddenly, the heavens seemed unable to contain themselves, unleashing torrential rain that fell mercilessly. The dry training ground instantly exuded the scent of damp earth, and visibility diminished to a blur. The final event loomed ahead. The 400-meter obstacle course. Zhao Gang's voice pierced through the curtain of rain, carrying an eerie chill. Due to the weather, the assessment's difficulty had increased. The same ultimatum echoed. Those fearful for their lives could withdraw now. Withdraw? Wang Yunteng wiped the rain from his face, fixating on the indistinct finish line. To retreat now would render his prior suffering meaningless, and the millions spent on supplements would have been for naught. Wang Yunteng, prepare. Zhao Gang sidled up to the starting line, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper that only the two of them could hear. The rain makes the ground slippery. Young Master Wang, if you were to break your neck, it would be deemed an unfortunate accident. The military may impose rules, but you might find yourself confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life. The truth was laid bare. This old fox was indeed up to no good. Wang Yunteng cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes as indifferent as if he were gazing upon a corpse. No need for your concern, Officer Zhao. Even the King of Hell would hesitate to claim my life. Who do you think you are? Bang! The starting gun fired, its sound instantly swallowed by the torrential downpour. Wang Yunteng sprang forth like a cheetah, launching himself from the starting line. Mud splattered everywhere. 100-meter sprint, hurdles, trenches, low walls. Although this body's explosive power paled in comparison to its former self, Wang Yunteng's command of rhythm was nothing short of masterful. He sought out every viable foothold in the muck, his body streamlined, carving a path through the deluge. The rain intensified, drumming upon his helmet with an incessant clamor that frayed the nerves. Ahead loomed a 24-meter-high wooden wall, like a specter blocking his way. This was the most treacherous challenge of the 400-meter obstacle course. Wang Yunteng steadied his breath, his heart, restored through extravagant means, pounded like a powerful water pump. The final 10 meters. Accelerate. Push off. Leap. His motion was textbook perfect. With a powerful push from his right foot against the midsection of the wall, he soared into the air, hands reaching for the top edge with pinpoint precision. A mere exertion of his arms would secure victory. However, at the moment his fingers grazed the wooden top, he felt a disconcerting slip. It was not the typical slickness of rainwater. The surface was viscous, heavy, and bore an unsettling warmth that was almost nauseating. With a sudden slippage, Wang Yunteng's hands felt as though they were grasping soapy glass, devoid of grip. As his body reached its zenith, he had yet to exert force, and his sole point of support vanished. He was falling out of control. Gravity transformed into the Grim Reaper-esque grasp, yanking him backward. At a height of 2 meters, he tilted backward, his skull poised to collide with the ground. Without intervention, this could result in anything from a severe spinal injury to instant death. Among the crowd, the timid Wang Xiaohu covered his eyes in terror. Lin Shui's recording book slipped from her hands, splashing into the mud, her once aloof face now drained of color. Zhao Gang, standing nearby, half obscured by his umbrella, could not hide the malevolent grin stretching across his lips. Let him fall. Let this arrogant fool meet his end. As long as it's deemed an accident due to slippery conditions, it would be the perfect misfortune. Time seemed to freeze. Wang Yunteng watched the overcast sky swirl in his vision. The primal fear coursing through him sent adrenaline skyrocketing. You think you can take me down? Dream on. In midair, the previously uncontrolled body twisted unexpectedly. His core muscles erupted with a searing pain. Yet Wang Yunteng, drawing upon the muscle memory honed through countless trials in his past life, managed to engage his abdomen and pivot his hips. His right foot curled back like a scorpion's tail, striking the slick wall with force. This small action, though lacking in power, provided a crucial lateral force that saved him, employing a tactical evasion maneuver reminiscent of a scorpion's tail whip. Whoosh! Wang Yunteng managed to rotate halfway in the air, transforming what would have been a fatal back landing into a side roll. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Mud splattered everywhere as Wang Yunteng crashed to the ground. In the muck where he landed, sharp stones lay perilously close to his temple. Mere centimeters away, a cruel gift left behind by Zhao Gang's prior cleanup of the area. Had he fallen straight down, those stones would have found a home in his skull. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of the rain. Brother Yunteng. Li Daniu's anguished scream echoed as he surged forward. Stay back. A hoarse shout emerged from the muddy pit. A hand, caked in black mud, clung tenaciously to the ground. Wang Yunteng slowly rose. He was not dead, nor did he bear any serious injury. He lifted his head, his eyes piercing through the curtain of rain, locking onto Zhao Gang with a chilling intensity akin to a blade freshly drawn from an ice cellar. Zhao Gang involuntarily shivered. Not dead. This is impossible. Wang Yunteng remained silent, dragging his pained leg as he prepared to run and leap once more. This time, he avoided the treacherous wall's top. Instead, he gripped the side support column of the high wall with one hand, the only safe point. Huh! He roared, his arm muscles bulging. Using solely the strength of his arm, he flung himself over the high wall with sheer force. Touchdown! Sprinting forward, he crossed the narrow bridge and vaulted over the low obstacle net. As Wang Yunteng stumbled across the finish line, he resembled a mud-streaked monkey, his chest heaving violently. Lungs ablaze with pain. Pass. Lei Zhan gazed at his stopwatch, his voice trembling with disbelief. To achieve a passing score under these conditions is nothing short of miraculous. Wait. Zhao Gang abruptly tossed aside his umbrella, striding forward to point accusingly at Wang Yunteng. Your climbing technique was severely improper. That fall nearly resulted in a major safety incident. This is a gross irresponsibility towards your comrades' lives. I declare you unqualified. Unqualified. Those 3 words echoed once more. The rain intensified, drenching everything to the bone. All the recruits clenched their fists in indignation. Was this not blatant bullying? Almost causing death was not enough. They sought to kick him while he was down. Wang Yunteng wiped his face. Instead of erupting in anger, he smiled. A grin that sent chills down the spine, reminiscent of a vengeful specter. Officer Zhao, you claim my posture was improper? Wang Yunteng advanced step by step towards Zhao Gang, his military boots squelching in the mud. Do you not understand why I altered my technique? Lacking skill, yet making excuses. Zhao Gang shouted, his bravado faltering. Excuses? Wang Yunteng suddenly pivoted, pointing towards the towering wall. Commander Li Daniu, lend me a shoulder. Lei Zhan was momentarily taken aback, yet his body acted quicker than his mind. He and Li Daniu rushed over, forming a human ladder beneath the wall. Wang Yunteng stepped onto their shoulders and vaulted up to the top of the wall. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to vandalize public property? Zhao Gang exclaimed, panic rising as he instinctively reached for his holster, only to find it empty. Perched atop the wall, Wang Yunteng fiercely wiped his right hand across the slick surface where he had slipped moments before. The texture was unmistakable, sticky, viscous, and dark. He leaped down, clutching the grimy substance tightly, a menacing aura radiating as he confronted Zhao Gang. Do you see clearly now? Before Zhao Gang could respond, Wang Yunteng's oil-smeared hand struck his fair face with a resounding smack. The sharp crack echoed, accompanied by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of industrial grease. What is this? Zhao Gang shrieked, frantically attempting to wipe his face, only to spread the black oil further, creating a grotesque mask reminiscent of a charcoal toothpaste. This is number 70 heavy-duty gun lubricant. Wang Yunteng's voice pierced through the rain, reverberating in everyone's ears. Heat-resistant, water-resistant, high viscosity. This substance is typically locked away in the armory's depths, only to be used for artillery maintenance. Wang Yunteng seized Zhao Gang by the collar, dragging him like a lifeless dog before Lei Zhan, raising his still dripping hand. The obstacle course for the new recruits had always utilized waste oil for rust prevention, dissolving upon contact with water. But this lubricant, even when submerged for 3 days, remains intact. Zhao Gang, to sabotage me, you truly went all out. Daring to pilfer such contraband. A tumult erupted throughout the crowd. Lei Zhan reached out, touching the residue on Wang Yunteng's hand, bringing it to his nose. His face turned pale, revealing a murderous intent. This number 70 grease is meant for lubricating tank track bearings. This is not an assessment. It's outright murder. Grasping this substance on a 2-meter-4 high wooden surface, unprotected, is akin to grasping a sheet of ice. Zhao Gang intended to take Wang Yunteng's life. It wasn't me. I was maintaining Zhao Gang's face, covered in black oil, like a clown, rambling incoherently. Maintenance. A cold, authoritative voice resonated. The crowd parted instinctively. Commander Lu Taijun. clad in a raincoat, strode in with purposeful strides. His formidable presence was suffocating, even more so than the torrential rain. He approached the wall, delicately touching the top with his gloved hand, his gaze fixating on the shocking black smear at his fingertips, his eyes icy. What a maintenance job. Lu Taijun turned to Zhao Gang, who was now paralyzed with fear on the ground. When did the equipment of the new recruits become your responsibility as an officer of the inspection team? And to use this combat supply, which only I have the authority to allocate. Commander, Zhao Gang's legs turned to jelly, collapsing into the mud with a thud, assaulting comrades on the training ground. Lu Taijun removed his gloves, forcefully throwing them onto Zhao Gang's face. Doesn't this uniform feel scorching to you? What you shed wasn't just a uniform, but your very skin. Guards, attention. 2 fully armed soldiers rushed over. Cuff him. Take him to security. Conduct a thorough investigation. I want to know who gave him the keys, who provided the oil. This matter must be resolved. No matter who it is, they will face the consequences. Yes. The soldiers, unceremoniously, dragged the oil-soaked, weeping Zhao Gang away, like a dead dog. The rain continued to pour. However, the previously oppressive atmosphere had exploded. Good. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but soon applause and jubilant shouts filled the air. Li Daniu, overcome with excitement, tossed his hat aside, while Wang Xiaohu laughed and cried simultaneously. Lu Taijun paid no mind to the celebration, walking up to Wang Yunteng. He observed the soldier, caked in mud, half of his body still trembling, yet standing tall. Does it hurt? Lu Taijun inquired. Report, Commander. It hurts. Wang Yunteng responded loudly, devoid of any pretense. Pain is expected. This is the battlefield. Lu Taijun took the score sheet from Lei Zhan's hands, pulled out a pen, and with great force, marked through it, inscribing 2 bold characters. Outstanding. Is there anyone who dares to contest? Lu Taijun held up the score sheet, surveying the crowd. Amidst the rain, over 100 new recruits, including the previously arrogant squad leader Zhang De, stood at attention. In unison, over 100 hands were raised, offering the most precise military salute. Their gazes were filled with reverence. If the previous assessments had earned Wang Yunteng respect for his intellect, this leap, this fall, and this confrontation earned him admiration for his indomitable spirit, a spirit forged from steel. In the dead of night, in the infirmary, Wang Yunteng lay face down on the bed, as Lin Shui sternly applied ointment to the bruises on his back. Though she uttered that he deserved it, her touch was noticeably gentler this time. Ouch, Dr. Lin. Be gentle. That's flesh, not dough. Wang Yunteng winced. Be quiet. If you continue, I'll give you an injection. Lin Shui shot him a glare, but a flicker of unnoticeable admiration shone in her eyes. The door swung open, and Lei Zhan entered, dripping with moisture. He regarded Wang Yunteng, retrieving a box of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one without a light. You've achieved an outstanding grade. Zhao Gang will also face a military tribunal. Lei Zhan toyed with his lighter, his tone laden with complexity. Aside from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, there's another destination. That unit's personnel count remains fixed. Whenever a soldier falls, a replacement is selected from across the nation. A month ago, a soldier perished, and recruitment is currently underway nationwide. That place has no name. Only a code name. The training there is 1,000 times more perilous than today as oil-smeared wall. Lives are truly at stake. Lei Zhan leaned closer to Wang Yunteng, his voice low. It's a place meant for lunatics and ghosts. Young Master Wang, do you dare to go and listen? Chapter 30. Refusing to lie flat. In the lexicon of a soldier king, there is no such thing as leisurely tea. The garrison's police lights flashed, the glaring red and blue beams slicing through the dreary training ground. Zhao Gang was being escorted by 2 burly men. His head hung low, nearly touching his pants. His military uniform had been stripped away, leaving him in a wrinkled white shirt, looking utterly disheveled. As he passed the new recruit formation, he didn't dare to lift his gaze. What goes around comes around, Li Daniu muttered under his breath in the ranks, his voice hushed, yet brimming with satisfaction. Wang Yunteng stared straight ahead, ignoring the comment. Is this the end? Not yet. They're digging deeper. The security team, with their darkened expressions, began probing into the know. 70 Grease, unearthing all the dirt on this scoundrel who abused his power for personal gain. Prison time is a certainty. What are you looking at? Is your thirst for revenge not quenched? A voice nearby dripped with a strong scent of copper, laced with a hint of obsequiousness. Wang Yunteng didn't even blink. Dad, this is the army. Take off your sunglasses. Standing beside him was none other than Longwu's wealthiest man, Wang Zhangwo. Today marked the graduation of the new recruits, and Commander Lu Taijun had granted special permission for families to observe the ceremony. Wang Zhangwo, usually one to land helicopters atop others' heads, had donned a drab Zhongshan suit today. If one overlooked the Patek Philippe on his wrist, which could purchase an entire street, and the 4 vigilant bodyguards behind him, he might indeed resemble an unassuming farmer. Take them off, take them off. Wang Zhangwo, in a flurry of activity, hastily stuffed his sunglasses into his pocket. Yet his keen little eyes were now red-rimmed. He reached out, intending to touch Wang Yunteng's back, but his hand faltered halfway. Retracting, a residual effect from having watched the surveillance footage. His son, that wall of 2.4 meters. And those beasts. Wang Zhangwo ground his teeth, cursing under his breath. Thank your lucky stars. Otherwise, I would have hunted down that Zhao fellow with everything I possess. Enough, Wang Yunteng interjected. You've secured the top score and preserved your reputation. When will you commence the construction on those 2 buildings and the training facility? We've been on site for ages. The foundation has been laid thrice. All utilizing environmentally friendly materials sourced domestically. Wang Zhangwo gestured grandly, then leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Now that the assessment is passed and your face is saved, shouldn't we discuss the matter of withdrawal? Withdrawal? Wang Yunteng echoed. Indeed. Wang Zhangwo fished a neatly folded A4 sheet from his Zhongshan suit pocket. The paper densely filled with text. I've reviewed it. With your outstanding results, coupled with my connections to Minister Li of the Logistics Department, securing a position as an advisor or officer in the headquarters is merely a formality. His excitement grew as he spoke, his finger punctuating the paper emphatically. The headquarters is splendid, shielded from wind and rain, sipping tea and drafting documents daily. Accumulate a few years of experience. Return home to take over my position and boast an impressive record as an exemplary veteran officer. How prestigious. Wang Yunteng cast a sidelong glance. Goodness. You've even mapped out the year of marriage, number of children, and which elite school they attend. Son, Wang Jingwo pressed. What? Not fond of the headquarters? How about the cultural troupe? Or perhaps a journalist for the military newspaper? As long as you aren't wielding a weapon, I'd wholeheartedly support even the idea of you serving in the kitchen. Wang Jingwo was growing anxious. To him, surviving that grueling assessment was akin to a miracle. Since he had not perished, it was imperative to mitigate losses. What soldierly glory, what honor? Is lying at home, counting money, not more delightful? Wang Yunteng remained silent. His gaze drifted past his father's balding head towards Squad 3. Li Daniu was boasting to Zhao Lei about his recent 50-meter grenade throw, while Zhao Lei derided him as a mere brute, with Wang Xiaohu chuckling nearby. This past month had been forged through blood and high-pressure oxygen chambers, a price paid with lives. Dad, you're a businessman, Wang Yunteng abruptly stated. What is the essence of business? Wang Jingwo paused, taken aback. Maximizing profits, of course. I, too, prioritize profit maximization. Wang Yunteng reclaimed the career plan, tucking it back into his father's pocket with a pat. With my skills, this body, and the suffering endured this month, to languish in the headquarters sipping tea would be the greatest loss. Wang Jingwo's eyelids twitched violently, an ominous premonition surging through him. Certain debts remained unsettled. Some paths had only just begun to unfold. Wang Yunteng's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a set of white teeth, a look Wang Jingwo had never encountered before. Don't act recklessly. Wang Jingwo grasped Wang Yunteng's wrist with surprising strength, a far cry from that of a pampered elder. I swear, if you dare venture to the front lines, to any perilous place, I will. I'll lay myself down at Lu Tiejuan's office door and refuse to leave. Suddenly, the urgent assembly alarm blared. It was a command. A call to arms. All new recruits to the assembly area. On the training ground, Wang Yunteng deftly shook off his father's grip, straightening his collar. The once loose military uniform now fit him impeccably, resembling a spear driven into the ground. Dad, take a seat at the viewing platform. Without looking back, Wang Yunteng's voice wafted on the breeze. Let us see what your 500,000 yuan watch has truly earned. With that, he sprinted towards the ranks. Wang Jingwo stood frozen, clutching the crumpled plan. He gazed at that retreating figure, his son, who once only knew the pleasures of racing cars, frequenting bars, and causing mischief, had seemingly transformed, his shoulders now remarkably broad. What should we do, boss? A bodyguard approached, bewildered. Do what? Wang Jingwo snapped back to reality, slapping the bodyguard on the back of the head. Get Minister Li on the phone. If that kid dares act out, I'll drag him back home. No matter the cost. On the training ground, the red flag fluttered vigorously. At the center of the podium, Lu Taijun held a red-headed document, his dark red face revealing no hint of emotion. Beside him stood several unfamiliar faces, the most striking being a bespectacled major, adorned with 2 stripes and 2 stars on his shoulders. Clad in tactical camouflage and muddy combat boots, he stood casually, exuding an aura of menace that could cause new recruits' legs to quiver from 100 meters away. That was Chen Guotao, the commander of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, the sharpest blade of the entire regiment. As Wang Yunteng stood in formation, the moment he lifted his gaze, he met Chen Guotao's penetrating stare. Chen Guotao removed his sunglasses. His eyes, devoid of emotion, regarded Wang Yunteng for a full 3 seconds. The surrounding company commanders instinctively shifted aside. Everyone knew that once Chen Guotao had his sights set on someone, That individual was beyond reach. No one dared to contest it. That settled then, Li Daniu murmured from the back, his tone laden with envy. The Night Tigers, how many dream of joining them? Brother Yunteng has truly ascended. Zhao Lei scoffed. This kid, soon we'll have to salute and address him as sir. Everyone felt the tide had turned in favor of Wang Yunteng. After all, who would refuse the strongest Night Tiger in the entire regiment? Who would reject a grand avenue, leading to glory and promotions? Unless, of course, that person was a madman. Chapter 31. I apologize, but I refuse to be a hero. The midday sun scorched the training ground, where over 100 new recruits stood as still as rows of white poplar trees, even their breaths subdued to a whisper. This was the troop assignment conference, a pivotal moment determining their fates. Li Daniu, present. Li Daniu's response echoed, causing the ears of those in front to ring. 3rd Company, 1st Battalion, Heavy Armored Infantry Company. That was the legacy of the once formidable 6th Company. Could they handle heavy machine guns? Reporting. I can carry 2. Li Daniu's neck bulged with veins, his face reddening. A few stifled chuckles rose from the crowd, quickly suppressed by the tense atmosphere. Zhao Lei, present. Direct Guard Company. Zhao Lei hesitated, then straightened his posture. The Guard Company, the commander's elite force, was a prestigious position. This was akin to reaching the heavens. As names continued to be called, the members of Squad 3 were effectively distributed among the main units. This marked an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Tiger Regiment's new recruits, a miracle birthed by that madman squad leader. Lu Taijun closed the roster and raised his head. In that instant, the previously murmuring training ground fell into utter silence. All eyes were fixed upon the figure at the front of the line. Wang Yunteng, present. Wang Yunteng stepped forward, devoid of superfluous gestures. Even the remnants of his once dandy demeanor still lingering. Yet, the steadiness emanating from him was incomparable to the young master who had once struggled to run a few steps without retching. Lu Taijun did not continue but instead turned his body. Chen Guotao, who had been silently observing, removed his sunglasses. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Yunteng for a solid 3 seconds. Then he strode to the front of the stage, neglecting to even grasp the microphone. Wang Yunteng, the rules of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company need no elaboration from me. We require only the fiercest, the most fearless. Chen Guotao's voice was coarse, imbued with the lethal aura that years on the border had carved into him. I have reviewed your assessment. Your intellect is sufficient. Your resolve is commendable. Your physical foundation may be somewhat lacking, but under my guidance, even a piece of scrap iron can be forged into a weapon of murder. He fixed his gaze on Wang Yunteng, extending a hand as though to seize him. I hereby extend a formal invitation to you. Join the Night Tigers and become the sharpest blade in the entire regiment. Do you dare to accept? The atmosphere among the new recruits shifted instantaneously. The company commander himself was personally recruiting, and it was none other than the lofty Chen Guotao. This was no mere assignment. It was a divine summons. On the viewing platform, Wang Zhengwo, though not well-versed in military organization, could discern from the envious and jealous expressions of the surrounding officers that this was an extraordinary opportunity. He loosened his tie, fished a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away sweat, and the anxious lines on his aged face finally relaxed. This young man had indeed made a name for himself. The reconnaissance company sounded imposing, and it would enhance his future career prospects significantly. The entire assembly awaited Wang Yunteng's response. Standing beneath the blazing sun, the shadow of his cap obscured much of his face. He lifted his head to meet Chen Guotao's intensely oppressive gaze, his expression remaining inscrutable. Report, sir. I appreciate your misguided affection, but I must decline. A hush fell over the crowd. Chen Guotao's hand, suspended in the air, froze, and Lu Taijun, holding a teacup, paused mid-motion. Below, Li Daniu's eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape, as if to swallow a grenade. Decline? This was akin to having the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking University slap an acceptance letter in your face only for you to toss it into the trash and stomp on it. Chen Guotao's eyes narrowed dangerously, an ominous aura radiating from him. What did you say? He stepped forward, his tone icy. Do you realize what you were saying? Do you think the Night Tigers are unworthy? Or are you simply afraid of hardship and death, seeking comfort instead? Neither, Wang Yunteng replied, unwavering, his gaze unflinching. The Night Tigers are formidable, the strongest spear in the regiment. But in my view, he paused, it is still not sharp enough. Not sharp enough. The weight of those words struck like thunder, even causing Lu Tiejuan's eyelids to twitch. How audacious. To publicly belittle the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company in front of thousands? What is it that you desire then? Lu Taijun slammed the teacup onto the table, his expression darkening. Wang Yunteng, one must possess self-awareness. Aside from the Night Tigers, there is no better place in the fierce Tiger Regiment. I have another option. Wang Yunteng reached into his jacket pocket, retrieving a folded piece of paper that had been creased twice. It was the note Lei Zhan had given him the previous night. I intend to go here. He unfolded the paper, raising his voice so that every word was crystal clear. Codename, 026 Logistics Warehouse. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. The new recruits exchanged bewildered glances. Logistics Warehouse? For uniforms? For issuing shoes? Or perhaps managing a pile of discarded tires? To forsake the most elite reconnaissance unit for a position as a warehouse clerk? I knew it. Class leader Zhang smirked from below, wearing an expression of unmasked disdain. A young master is still a young master. Enduring a month of hardship is already pushing the limits. The warehouse is a cushy gig. Counting shoe insoles and air conditioning. Surely that is his ultimate goal. Foolishness. Zhao Lei exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration, wishing he could rush up and shake Wang Yunteng awake. However, the atmosphere on the platform had turned exceedingly strange. Chen Guotao's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Tiejuan's face turned ashen, genuine fury igniting within him. Even the political officer, who had been smiling and observing, suddenly stood up, fixating intently on the piece of paper. Only these senior officers understood what the digits 026 signified. It was not a warehouse. It was a grave. It was the most brutal selection camp of the Wolf Fong Special Forces. The location with the highest mortality rate in the entire military district. There were no names, only code names. Those who entered must leave their identities at the door, taking only their lives inside. Absurd. Lu Taijun slammed his hand on the table, causing the documents to jump. Who informed you of this codename? Lei Zhan. Was it you? Standing in the corner, Lei Zhan steeled himself and stepped forward, standing at attention. Report, Commander, it was me. Are you out of your mind? Lu Taijun cursed vehemently, pointing a finger at Lei Zhan's nose. He is a new recruit. A private. That selection is meant for soldiers with over 3 years of service. You would send him there? Are you wishing for his demise? Or do you find our annual list of martyrs too thin? Lei Zhan lowered his head, refraining from speaking. But he stole a glance at Wang Yunteng. Commander, Wang Yunteng suddenly interjected. This is my own choice. Why? Chen Guotao stared at him intently. His gaze not that of a superior looking at a recruit, but rather as if assessing a madman. The Night Tigers can offer you honor, transform you into a hero, allow you to retire gloriously and inherit your family fortune. Why would you choose to go to that hellhole? Because I do not wish to be a hero. Wang Yunteng's voice grew somber, carrying a weight of experience beyond his years. Heroes are for the living, monuments are for the dead. The place I wish to go does not require heroes, only killing machines. He clenched his fist, feeling the primal instinct within him awakening. I do not wish to play house with a gun loaded with blanks on a training ground. I have spent 5 million in 1 month, consumed 10 pounds of cordyceps, not to merely perform tactical maneuvers. Wang Yunteng raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a haunting intensity. The place I seek is one where I can smell real blood. The entire assembly fell into silence. No one spoke, nor did anyone dare to breathe loudly. That fervor had stunned everyone into stillness. On the viewing platform, Wang Zhengwo felt utterly bewildered. What was a killing machine? What did the scent of real blood entail? Instinctively sensing something amiss, his heart raced. Grabbing the sleeve of an accompanying aide, he inquired urgently, Comrade, what is this 026 warehouse? Is it a particularly prestigious unit? Of a highly confidential nature? The aide regarded the billionaire with pity, hesitating before lowering his voice. Mr. Wang, internally, we have a nickname for that place. What is it? Wang Zhengwo swallowed hard. The aide pointed to the shadow beneath them. It is referred to as the front hall of the Hall of Yama. With a crash, Wang Zhengwo's expensive purple clay teacup slipped from his hands, shattering into pieces. Chapter 32 Father, I do not wish to be your son. No, absolutely not. I will not allow it. Wang Zhengwo erupted in fury. Ignoring the bodyguard's attempts to restrain him, disregarding the solemnity of the ceremony, he charged down from the viewing platform. He reached the stage, spreading his arms to shield Wang Yunteng, turning his back to his son and shouting at Lu Taijun. Commander Lu, this is not what we agreed upon. His hands trembled as he spoke. I have donated buildings, I have contributed funds, and you promised to let him safely navigate a few years. What is this now? The Hall of Yama? A death sentence? You are playing with lives. This is my only heir, the sole descendant of the Wang family. As he spoke, Wang Zhengwo's eyes turned red. He was genuinely frightened. The aide's words had struck him like a hammer to the heart. What special forces selection? What mortality index? To him, it sounded like a prelude to burying a parent with their child. Father, what are you doing? Wang Yunteng frowned and reached out to pull his father away. Shut your mouth. Wang Zhengwo suddenly turned around, slapping Wang Yunteng's shoulder. Although he did not exert much force, the urgency and anger were evident to everyone. Are you foolish? Why would you forsake a good life to go to such a place? What do you intend to do? Become a martyr? Let me tell you. If you dare to go, I will break your legs. I did not raise you to send you to your death. The scene descended into chaos. With over 1,000 pairs of eyes from the entire regiment watching this farcical altercation between father and son, Lu Tiejuan's face turned pale. Yet he did not call for security to drag Wang Jingwo away. He understood a father's fear. Mr. Wang, please remain calm, Lu Taijun said in a deep voice. Going to 026 is not a compulsory order. It is a voluntary enlistment. If your son does not wish to go, no one can force him. He doesn't want to go? Nonsense. He's just temporarily lost his mind. Wang Jingwo turned and firmly grasped Wang Yunteng's arm, insisting, come home with me. We are done with this military nonsense. I will pay the penalty. I will even go to jail if it comes to that. He pulled with all his might. But to his astonishment, he found himself unable to move Wang Yunteng. The latter's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unyielding. The arm held by his father was tense, like a solid rock. Dad, Wang Yunteng gently but firmly took hold of his father's hand, pushing it down. Do you remember that piece of calligraphy hanging in your study when I was a child? Wang Jingwo paused, instinctively ceasing his tugging. What piece? Ning Wei Tai Ping Quan. Mos will Wan Li Run, Wang Yunteng recited softly. You said that the greatest achievement in this life is to be born in a good era, allowing you to conduct business peacefully, make a fortune, and live in luxury. Indeed. What is wrong with that? I earn money precisely to ensure your comfort. Wang Jingwo shouted. That is correct. There is nothing wrong with it, Wang Yunteng replied, releasing his hand and taking a step back, in front of the entire regiment. He slowly removed his military cap. However, father, this peaceful life does not come by mere fortune. It cannot be bought by donating a few buildings or establishing some charitable foundations. Wang Yunteng pointed to the ground beneath his feet, then gestured toward the distant border. It is because, in those dark corners you cannot see, in those so-called halls of hell, there exists a group of madmen and fools who shield you from all the wolves and tigers. You always said I was useless, just a spendthrift. Indeed. The former Wang Yunteng was a waste, he continued, his gaze sharpening, radiating a light born only from the trials of life and death. It was as if he could see through his own body, witnessing the comrades who had fallen in pools of blood, and those souls who had silently extinguished themselves to protect this flourishing land. But now, I no longer wish to be the son who merely squanders your money. I want to be that wall. I want to stand before you, before everyone. I want you and countless businessmen like you to continue sipping tea, counting money, and cursing my unfiliality underneath that piece of calligraphy. Wang Jingwo stood with his mouth agape, gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar young man before him. He noticed the bruise around his son's neck, marked by the gas mask, and the scabs on his hands from climbing walls. Suddenly, he realized that the little boy who used to hide behind him asking for money had perished a month ago. The person standing before him now was a man. A soldier. Wang Jingwo's lips trembled, the arrogance he had displayed dissipating entirely. He let his hands fall, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Have you truly made up your mind? Wang Jingwo's voice was hoarse. I have, Wang Yunteng nodded. It is truly dangerous there? 9 deaths out of 10. Although he felt remorse for making his father experience an unprecedented sense of familial love, fate dictated that there were reasons he must go to that place. Wang Jingwo remained silent for a long time. He turned his back to Wang Yunteng, wiping his face with his hand. When he turned back, his eyes were devoid of tears, replaced by the steely resolve of a businessman and a hidden pride. Very well. Wang Jingwo pulled out a checkbook from his pocket. Attempting to sign it, his hand trembled for a long while, and ultimately, he violently tore it out, crumpling it into a ball and throwing it on the ground. Then I will not stop you. But Wang Yunteng, you listen well. Wang Jingwo pointed a finger at his son, speaking fiercely. You have the makings of a businessman. Do you know what the most frightening thing in business is? Losses. Right. Your life is your own, but it is also my investment. You can go to that godforsaken place, but if you dare to lose your life there, that will be the biggest unfinished business. I will haunt you even in death. With that, Wang Jingwo abruptly turned, bowing deeply to Lu Taijun and Chen Guotao. Gentlemen, I entrust this rascal to you. Train him rigorously, as long as he breathes. That is all that matters. He then strode towards the black Maybach without looking back, his figure resolute, though he trembled slightly in the shoulders. A secret known only to him. Attention. Lu Taijun inhaled deeply, raising his right hand. To Comrade Wang Yunteng's father, salute. In unison, over 1,000 arms shot up. This was the highest respect afforded to a father. Wang Yunteng watched the departing car, feeling his eyes well up. He readjusted his military cap and turned to Lu Taijun, offering a crisp military salute. Private Wang Yunteng, requesting to return to duty. Objective 026. Approved. Chapter 33. Farewell Banquet. This cup is dedicated to us who are alive. Late at night, in the kitchen of the cooking class of the Fierce Tiger Regiment, the door should have been locked by now, with only a few wild cats circling the scraps. Yet tonight, a warm light seeped through the small window, accompanied by the faint aroma of braised meat. Shoo, be quiet. If we get caught by the inspectors, our farewell banquet will turn into a confinement meal. Li Daniu, towering at nearly 2 meters, tiptoed towards the door, clutching 2 bottles of erguo too tightly. He had risked it all to unearth them from the bottom of the flour barrel while the cook, old Ma, was in the restroom. What are you afraid of? Zhao Lei plopped down on a sack of potatoes, engaging in a struggle with a roast chicken. He tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Wang Xiaohu. Everyone in the company knows our class is disbanding. The company commander has drawn the curtains tightly. As long as we don't tear the roof off, no one will care. Wang Yunteng leaned against the stove, spinning a chipped enamel bowl in his hands. The bowl contained no liquor, only plain water. Dr. Lin Shui had repeatedly cautioned him before leaving. Although his health had rebounded to superhuman levels, it was best to avoid alcohol, especially for the sake of that place known only by its code. Brother, are you really going to that 026 place? Wang Xiaohu asked. His mouth stuffed with meat, his words muffled. I heard that it's just a warehouse. How boring. Look at me going to Night Tiger. How impressive. Wang Yunteng smiled and downed the water in one gulp. Warehouses are nice, peaceful. He did not explain, nor could he. How could he tell these foolish boys that it was the waiting room for the Underworld? Wang Xiaohu would probably cry on the spot. Come on, fill it up. Zhao Lei, straightforward as always, picked up the bottle and poured a generous amount into each person's bowl. This month, we've forged bonds climbing out of the muck together. Tonight, we drink until we drop. Tomorrow, we part ways. As the topic of parting arose, the atmosphere suddenly grew somber. Li Daniu, who had been eagerly devouring chicken, froze mid-bite. He sniffled, his eyes instantly reddening. Stop crying. Zhao Lei cursed. What a bunch of tough guys. Even urinating isn't this troublesome. What's with this horse piss? I can't bear it. Li Daniu wiped his face, snot and tears smeared across his sleeve. This past month, although he had been tormented daily by Yunteng and scolded by the sergeant, life had been exhilarating. Upon arriving at the heavy machine gun company, who else would accompany me in wielding bricks to strike others? Uffed. Wang Yunteng couldn't help but chuckle. This fool, still fixated on that tactical brick. Enough. Wang Yunteng set down his bowl, his gaze sweeping over the three faces. A month ago, they were the hotheads wanting to beat him, the veterans who despised him, and the recruits fearing his influence. Now, they had become brothers to whom one could entrust their back. This bond, the former debauched young Master Wang could not comprehend. But the soldier ghost understood. It was forged at the brink of life and death. Since we must part, I have a few words. Wang Yunteng stood straight, shedding his usual laziness. The three immediately set down their bowls, instinctively standing at attention. Sit down. Wang Yunteng waved his hand. It was not a reprimand, but a charge. He pointed at Wang Xiaohu. When you go to the Night Tiger, don't just charge blindly. Chen Guotao is the master of blades. Learn how to conceal your edge from him. You may be timid, but that isn't necessarily a flaw. Sometimes, being cautious allows you to live longer. Remember, as long as you are alive, you can contribute. Wang Xiaohu nodded vigorously, tears plopping into his bowl. Daniu. Wang Yunteng turned to the burly man. The heavy machine gun company requires firepower suppression, not for you to act as a meat shield. Don't rely solely on your tough exterior. Bullets don't discriminate. Even if you're a bull, a single 7.62 can crack your skull. Practice stabilizing your aim. Consider yourself a turret, not a target. I remember. Li Daniu choked out, only to be silenced by a slap from Zhao Lei on his forehead. Finally, Wang Yunteng looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei lowered his head, fingers fiddling with the threads of the burlap sack. Deputy Zhao. No, you speak. Zhao Lei lifted his head, his expression complex. The guard squad is close to the regiment commander. It's a place of glory, but also a hotbed of troubles. Wang Yunteng pulled something from his pocket and tossed it over. I used to be thoughtless. This is for you. Zhao Lei caught it and froze. It was a pair of socks. They were worn and slightly pilled, yet they were the pair Wang Yunteng had worn the longest during the past month of training. Zhao Lei was momentarily bewildered. You say this is your disgrace, but it is also your medal. Wang Yunteng smiled broadly. Keep it. If one day you feel like giving up or think you've gotten too cocky, take it out and smell it. That scent will bring you back to reality. Damn you. Zhao Lei laughed and cursed, yet he carefully tucked the socks into his inner pocket. You brat. Even as you leave, you still disgust me. All right, let's drink. Wang Yunteng raised a glass of plain water. To the first bowl, in honor of the suffering we've endured this past month. To our suffering. To the second bowl, in honor of Zhao Gang, who hasn't yet sat through his full sentence. To that bastard Zhao Gang. The third bowl. Wang Yunteng paused. His gaze seemed to pierce through the narrow, dimly lit kitchen, reaching the distant border, glimpsing the decaying corpses in the rainforest, and seeing his past self, solitary and bloodied. To us, the living. His voice was soft, yet heavy as a mountain. As long as we are alive, we will reach the peak. The next morning, before the wake-up call had sounded, a thin mist enveloped the camp, the air carrying a damp chill. The door to the third squad's dormitory opened quietly. Wang Yunteng, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, took one last glance at the four brothers still soundly asleep before pressing a letter beneath a pillow. The envelope bore no name. Only a line of text. Don't send me off. That's a woman's job. He gently closed the door and turned toward the camp's main gate. At the entrance, the iconic extended Rolls-Royce Phantom lay quietly parked. Four bodyguards in black stood rigidly, and upon seeing Wang Yunteng emerge, they bowed in unison, their demeanor more respectful than when meeting the regiment commander. "Young master." Wang Yunteng frowned. This scene clashed starkly with his green military uniform. The window lowered, revealing Wang Zhangwo, his face haggard from a sleepless night. "Get in," Wang Zhangwo said curtly. Wang Yunteng opened the car door and took a seat. "Where to?" he inquired. "Back home." Wang Zhangwo shut his eyes, leaning back against the seat. "You have 3 months until that ridiculous selection at the warehouse. For these 3 months, you will stay home obediently." "What for?" "House arrest. Preparing for battle." Wang Zhangwo's eyes snapped open, a fierce determination evident within them, a decisiveness only a business mogul possesses. "You said that S the king of Hell's domain, right? Fine. I don't care if it's the king of hell or the celestial palace. Even if I have to throw money at it, I'll get you a set of divine gear. I've never made a losing investment in my life. This time, it's win or lose." Chapter 34. Either a blind date or starvation. In the Wang family estate, at 5 in the morning, before dawn had fully broken, Security Chief Lao Zhao was walking his German Shepherd, yawning as he conducted his routine patrol. As he reached the golf course behind the main villa, his yawn caught in his throat, and he nearly dropped the thermos in his hand. There, hanging from the supposedly $8 million ancient ginkgo tree, was none other than the young master who had just returned from the military, dangling upside down from a branch. That wasn't even the main point. The real kicker was that he wasn't holding a golf club, but 2 slabs of granite he had pried off a decorative stone. Each piece must weigh around 20 kilograms. 1,201, 1,202. Wang Yunteng's face was flushed, veins bulging. Sweat dripping from his nose onto the imported lawn worth thousands per square meter, forming a small puddle. Lao Zhao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly led the dog away. This wasn't a matter of returning to rest. It looked like he was intent on uprooting that old tree. The look in the young master's eyes now was fiercer than the black dog he was walking. 2 hours later, at the dining hall, Wang Zhangwo sat at the head of the table, before him a delicate Cantonese breakfast, yet he hadn't taken a single bite. He held several sheets of A4 paper, his complexion darker than the aged pu'er tea in front of him. With a bang, the papers were slammed onto the table, rattling the water cup. "Is this your battle preparation list?" Wang Zhangwo pointed at the sheets, his finger trembling. "Fill in the infinity pool in the backyard and convert it into a CQB indoor close combat simulation room. You also want to tear out that several million-dollar imported lawn and turn it into a muddy tactical low-bore net." He took a deep breath, pointing at the last line. "And this? What kind of hellish nonsense is this? Low oxygen generator? Military-grade thermal imaging device? And you want to buy a ton of raw beef? Are you training for assassination or opening a barbecue stall?" Wang Zhangwo felt his blood pressure soaring, reaching 180. Wang Yunteng sat across from him, just out of a cold shower, his hair damp and dripping. He was wolfing down the beef on his plate, not even looking up, mumbling, "This is just basic hardware. Dad, places like 026 are life or death scenarios. My physical capabilities may have improved, but muscle memory relies on environmental conditioning. You're a businessman. This is called to do a good job. One must first sharpen their tools. Sharpen your tools, my foot." Wang Zhangwo angrily tossed the silver fork, the clatter echoing. "I brought you home to bulk up, not to turn the house into a battlefield. You want to fill in the pool too? Are you aware that the feng shui of that swimming pool has been examined by a master from Hong Kong Island? It is a place that attracts wealth. Feng shui cannot save lives, but tactical maneuvers can." Wang Yunteng swallowed the last morsel of beef, casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, and then extended a hand, making a gesture. 300 million. Cash or check, either will suffice. I have already contacted the modification team, and they will be on site this afternoon. Wang Zhangwo chuckled in disbelief. Leaning back in his high-backed chair, the cunning demeanor of a seasoned businessman swiftly returned. He refrained from losing his temper, lifted his teacup, and leisurely blew on it, his gaze filled with intrigue. "No money." Wang Yunteng was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. "Dad, are we really short of this amount? You've already donated those 2 buildings. Donating those buildings was to ensure your safety in the military, a charitable act. Now, if you intend to use money for those life-threatening ventures, that is an entirely different matter." Wang Zhangwo took a sip of tea, his shrewd eyes surveying his son twice, before smiling and saying, "If you want me to shell out money, fine, let us make a deal." "What deal?" Wang Yunteng grew cautious. He recognized that smile, which always accompanied his father's corporate acquisitions. "For the next 3 months, besides training, you must attend to some serious business for me." Wang Zhangwo pulled a stack of photographs from his briefcase and spread them out on the table. "Choose one." Wang Yunteng looked down, and his scalp tingled. They were all photographs. A uniform collection of young women, meticulously retouched, some playing the piano, others riding horses, some clad in evening gowns holding glasses of red wine. exuding an air of high society. A matchmaking event? Wang Yunteng nearly leapt from his chair, incredulous. Are you out of your mind, old man? I have only 3 months before the hellish selection, and you want me to go on a blind date? Are you trying to push these girls into a fire pit? Just as you said, you are heading to the king of Hell's court. Wang Zhangwo set down his teacup, his expression suddenly serious. In a place like 026, the mortality rate is indeed real. You are my son, and I cannot prevent you from courting death, but I must ensure a path for the Wang family. A path to what? You must ensure one. Wang Zhangwo slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising. What if you don't return? Who will inherit the Wang family's trillions? Someone outside. In my lifetime, I have only done 2 things, made money and fathered you. At this, the old man fixed his gaze on Wang Yunteng, articulating each word deliberately. I have earned enough money. However, if your large caliber is rendered useless, I must quickly prepare for a smaller caliber to continue practicing. Wang Yunteng opened his mouth, staring at his father, the words in his throat suddenly choking him. A larger caliber rendered useless, training a smaller caliber? This old man, though rough in speech, was logically sound. He was gambling, betting on whether his son could return alive. If he did not, he would need a grandson or at least a glimmer of hope to sustain him through his twilight years. This is the mindset of a billionaire, cold-blooded, pragmatic, yet harboring profound fears. 300 million. Wang Zhangwo extended 3 fingers, his tone leaving no room for argument. As long as you agree to meet these individuals, regardless of the outcome, as long as you attend and conduct yourself like a respectable person, I will transfer the money to your account immediately. You can fill that swimming pool as you wish. Even if you blow up the main villa to build a bunker, I will accept it. Wang Yunteng gazed at the photographs, then looked at his calloused hands. In a past life, he was a king of soldiers. Women were mere creatures that could slow his draw. But in this life, for the sake of that CQB simulation house, to survive and walk out of 026. Deal. Wang Yunteng gritted his teeth, randomly selecting a photograph. Let us go with this one. When do we meet? Wang Zhangwo glanced at the photograph. A triumphant smile spreading across his face, his expression shifting faster than turning a page. Tonight. The daughter of the Li family, just returned from abroad, studying art. Her family involved in import-export trade, perfectly matched with us. Very well. Wang Yunteng stood up, casually grabbing 2 buns. Transfer half the money first. I need to purchase some equipment this afternoon. The deposit cannot be delayed. Watching his son stride away, Wang Zhangwo's smile gradually faded. He picked up the photograph his son had chosen, gently stroking the corner. Silly boy, he murmured softly. I intend to find someone to tether you, my wild stallion. With a concern, you will remember to keep your head down and dodge bullets on the battlefield. That evening, at 7 o'clock, in the most prestigious private club in the capital, Lanting Pavilion. This place does not cater to nouveau riche, but welcomes families of old money with deep roots. Wang Zhangwo was dressed in an exquisitely tailored Italian suit, his hair meticulously groomed. He stood at the entrance of the private room, anxiously glancing at his Patek Philippe. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Where's that brat? Why hasn't he arrived? The head of security approached, looking troubled. Mr. Wang. The young master said he is conducting low-oxygen endurance training, running 10 minutes late, and is on his way here. Low oxygen, my foot. Does one need an oxygen tank for a blind date? Wang Zhangwo was furious, wanting to curse. If he stood up someone, where would he put his old face? Just then, the sound of high heels striking the marble floor echoed from the end of the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. A group was approaching. In the center was a middle-aged man, rotund and exuding arrogance. That was Li Wanshan, the chairman of the Li group. Clinging to his arm was a young girl clad in a white off-the-shoulder evening gown. She was strikingly beautiful, her makeup impeccable, but her chin was held too high. Her gaze dismissive as if she were looking through the air. Ah, old Wang. Li Wanshan extended his hand from afar, his voice booming. It has been a while. I heard your son has returned from the military. How is he doing? Has that deserter controversy settled? This loud proclamation drew the attention of several passing waitstaff. Wang Zhangwo's smile faltered momentarily, cursing the old fox in his heart, but quickly regained his composure, shaking Li Wanshan's hand. Old Li, those are mere rumors. Yunteng returned after achieving merit in the military to rest. It is a paid leave. Merit? The girl beside Li Wanshan suddenly scoffed, covering her mouth. Her eyes brimmed with disdain, her voice sweet yet biting. Uncle Wang, I have heard from the girls in the circle that Wang Yunteng couldn't bear the military training. Was brought back and confined, nearly facing a military tribunal. How did it turn into a merit in your words? We in the arts value authenticity. Wouldn't this merit narrative be a tad too fabricated? This girl was named Li Wanru. In her mind, Wang Yunteng was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, a reckless driver, and a cowardly deserter. Being sent on a blind date with her was an affront to her artistic sensibilities. Wang Zhangwo's expression grew strained, his fists clenched. Wanru, how can you speak to your elders like that? Li Wanshan feigned a reprimand, but his tone lacked genuine reproach. However, old Wang, since the child is not suitable, just bring him back. In our family, we do not need our children to endure that hardship. Being a deserter is not a significant issue. A bit of money to manage public relations will suffice. Why must you hold on so stubbornly? The father-daughter duo harmonized their remarks, subtly affixing the label of deserter onto the Wang family. Wang Zhengwo took a deep breath, about to counter when he heard heavy footsteps coming from the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was so heavy it hardly resembled that of leather shoes. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. At the staircase, a figure slowly ascended. The onlooker's eyes nearly bulged. The newcomer wore a black, form-fitting tactical t-shirt, muscles straining the fabric into sharp contours. The lower half was clad in camouflage training pants, caked with mud, while his feet were encased in heavy black combat boots speckled with grass clippings. Most absurdly, he bore neither flowers nor gifts. In his left hand, he grasped a massive, olive-green military tactical backpack, while his right hand clutched an exceedingly rugged gas mask bag. The pungent aroma of gunpowder and sweat, reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from a trench, swiftly overwhelmed the expensive fragrance enveloping Li Wanru. Was he here for a blind date? It was evident he was here for an anti-terror operation. Wang Yunteng disregarded the bewildered stares of those around him, striding confidently to the forefront. His gaze swept over the father and daughter, lingering not even a moment before locking onto Wang Zhengwo. Old man, have you wired the money? The equipment suppliers are getting impatient. Chapter 35. Is this a blind date? I see it as a beggar's request. Li Wanru's eyes roamed over Wang Yunteng, finally settling on the grimy green bag in his hand. She took half a step back in disdain, as if she had caught a whiff of something foul from a sewer. Dad, is this Wang Yunteng? Li Wanru turned to Li Wanshan, her voice sharp and piercing. Are you sure he's here for a blind date? One might think someone from a sewer repair crew had taken a wrong turn, or a delivery person had carelessly left a package here. Li Wanshan's grip tightened around his wine glass, his expression darkening. They were at Lanting Pavilion, where the clientele donned Brioni suits and Patek Philippe watches. Yet here was this lad, dressed like a refugee who had just clawed his way out of a trench. Whose face was he trying to slap? Old Wang, Li Wanshan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yunteng without truly acknowledging him. Your son has quite the personality. Is this the elite from the army you spoke of? He looks more like someone who fled from a refugee camp. Wang Zhengwo's face flushed crimson, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. Before leaving, he had repeatedly instructed his son to dress appropriately, yet this rascal had treated his words as mere whispers in the wind. Aside from not strapping on his Type 95 rifle, he had practically donned the entire ensemble of individual field gear. Ahem. Old Li, Wang Zhengwo said, mustering courage to smooth things over. Yunteng just finished some low-oxygen training. He was pressed for time, and didn't he have a chance to change? Yunteng, why are you still standing there? Greet Uncle Li and Sister Wanru. Wang Yunteng remained silent. He approached the table, shrugged his shoulder, and the heavy tactical backpack slid off with a thud. The sound echoed ominously, causing the solid wood floor to tremble, and the wine glasses on the table rattled, producing a delicate clinking. Li Wanshan's eyelids twitched sharply. What was in that bag? Iron ingots? It contained several high-strength, bulletproof boron carbide plates, along with 10 kilograms of sandbags for weight training. Uncle Li, Wang Yunteng replied casually, sitting upright without bowing or nodding, his gaze not lingering even for a fraction of a second on Li Wanru's face, who was known to boast for half a year after adding someone on WeChat. He pulled out a chair and glanced at his watch. Let us get straight to the point. What are we discussing? I'm pressed for time. I have a 20-kilometer weighted run at 9. Pressed for time? Li Wanru found it amusing. Normally, it was men who waited downstairs for her to finish her makeup for 3 hours, yet this wastrel dared to claim he was in a hurry? Wang Yunteng, what are you pretending to be? Li Wanru crossed her arms, her chin raised defiantly. Who in our circle doesn't know what sort of person you were? Reckless driving, clubbing, crashing a Ferrari into a swimming pool. And now after a few days in the army, sporting a buzz cut and wearing tattered camouflage, you think you've become a tough guy? She scrutinized Wang Yunteng's faded training uniform, scoffing. Do you even know what a real officer looks like? I've seen students from West Point while studying abroad. They are gentlemen, elites, impeccably dressed, and poised. What are you, a refugee in cosplay? Wang Yunteng paid her no mind. He signaled for a waiter, pointing at the menu. I'll have 5 pounds of the Australian M9 beef. The waiter stood in shock, nearly dropping his notepad. Sir, did you say how much? 5 pounds. That is 2,500 grams. Wang Yunteng laid the napkin on his lap, his tone calm. Well done, no sauce, less oil, and less salt. Also, bring me a 2-liter jug filled with cool boiled water. Hurry, I only have 20 minutes to eat. Very well. The waiter glanced at him as if he were a specimen, then hurried away. Li Wanshan watched Wang Yunteng's nonchalant demeanor, his irritation flaring up. He slammed his wine glass down on the table. Old Wang, we've known each other for decades. I initially dismissed this match, considering your son's notorious reputation. Li Wanshan shot a glance at Wang Yunteng, who was gulping down water, shaking his head in regret. I heard he joined the army, hoping he might reform and learn some manners. But it appears that old habits die hard. Such a lack of decorum and crassness hardly befits our Wanru. She is a top student from the Juilliard School, destined to be a pianist, an artist. Wang Jingwo's grip on the teacup tightened, his knuckles turning white. It was acceptable to criticize him, but attacking his son struck a nerve. Oldly, let us not be so harsh with our words. Wang Jingwo suppressed his anger. His voice low, Yunteng earned a second-class merit in the army, personally returned by the regiment commander. He is genuinely competent now, not the same scoundrel he once was. Second-class merit? Li Wanru erupted into laughter, covering her mouth as she trembled with mirth. Uncle Wang, isn't that something you can just purchase with a bit of money? Just like how you donated those 2 buildings to keep him out of jail? Word has it that you provided those 2 buildings to the army. And I suspect that second-class merit was merely a complimentary gift. Her words were venomous. Not only dismissing Wang Yunteng's hard-earned honor, but also trampling on Wang Jingwo's dignity as a father. Bang! Wang Jingwo shot to his feet, his face ashen. Li Wanru. You. A hand pressed firmly on Wang Jingwo's shoulder. Wang Yunteng had risen without anyone noticing. That hand was as steady as a mountain, forcibly returning the enraged Wang Jingwo to his seat. He turned around, finally meeting Li Wanru's gaze. There was no anger, no embarrassment in his eyes. Only a chilling calmness that felt like a harbinger of death. You say my merits were bought? Li Wanru felt a shiver at that gaze. Yet with the opulent decor surrounding her and her father present, her courage surged anew. Is it not? Li Wanru held her head high, her eyes filled with disdain. With that body drained by indulgence? A wastrel who gasped for breath after a mere few steps. If you could earn merit, even a sow could climb a tree. At that moment, the heavy, ornate wooden door of the private room swung open. A group of impeccably dressed young men entered, holding wine glasses, evidently there to toast from the adjoining room. The leader, clad in a tight-fitting shirt that strained against his muscular chest, strode in with an air of confidence befitting someone accustomed to the gym. Oh, isn't that Wanru? The muscle-bound man's eyes lit up, greedily scanning the exposed shoulder of Li Wanru. I heard the commotion from next door. So this is your blind date? The legendary young Master Wang? Chen Xiao? Li Wanru appeared to have seen a savior, immediately donning a delicate expression and leaning softly against the back of her chair. Come quickly and take a look. This is the warrior of the Wang family, dressed like a beggar, yet demanding 5 pounds of beef, claiming he is in a hurry to go off-roading. The muscular man was named Chen Kai, renowned in the capital circle as a fervent martial arts enthusiast, with a family that owned a chain of upscale gyms. It was said he was also an amateur Muay Thai champion, and he had long held an interest in Li Wanru, treating her like a goddess. As Chen Kai approached Wang Yunteng, he looked down from his height of 6 feet tall, sizing him up. Brother, you've built quite the physique, looking rather lean. Chen Kai extended a hand, intending to pat Wang Yunteng's chest muscles, a mocking smile adorning his face. But I must say, your stance seems a bit rigid. Have you been dulled by military service? How about coming to my gym? I could teach you a thing or two about practical combat. Don't just train with brute strength. That's meant for hauling bricks. Wang Yunteng slightly shifted to the side, allowing Chen Kai's hand to miss its target. I'm not interested in flowery techniques, he replied, returning to his seat just as a platter of beef, piled high like a small mountain, was set before him. He swiftly took up his knife and fork, cutting a large chunk and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing vigorously, devoid of any table manners, resembling a famished wolf at its feast. Each bite was a matter of survival, transforming protein into muscle fibers in preparation for the imminent trials ahead. And please, do not disturb me while I eat. Wang Yunteng swallowed the beef, not lifting his gaze. Nutrition is vital. Flowery techniques? Chen Kai's expression darkened immediately. To be labeled as employing such tactics before the goddess, where could he hide his face? What audacity! Chen Kai scoffed, slamming his wine glass heavily on the table, splattering red wine across the surface. He cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds, and assumed a Muay Thai stance, his eyes turning fierce. Kid, you've brought this upon yourself. Since you're so arrogant, shall we settle this here? Let's see if you're a horse or a mule. Chen Kai pointed at the large green bag on the floor, his tone brimming with arrogance. If you can take 3 of my strikes, I'll cover the bill tonight. And from now on, I'll steer clear of you. But if you can't, a cruel smile crept across his lips. You'll be hauling that pile of junk out of here. Don't embarrass yourself and pollute the air. Young Master Chen, please don't, Li Wanru feigned concern, though her eyes sparkled with schadenfreude. He is a second-class merit awardee, after all. If you injure him, Uncle Wang will surely donate another building. Laughter erupted around the room. Li Wanshan, holding his wine glass, watched the spectacle unfold without any intention of intervening. He too wished to discern whether this Wang family scion was truly capable or merely a boastful fool. What is the meaning of this? This is a dining establishment. Where are the security guards? Wang Zhangwo exclaimed, growing anxious as he prepared to rise. Dad, just eat your meal, Wang Yunteng interjected, setting down his fork and wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. He stood slowly, fixing his gaze on Chen Kai. 3 strikes would be a waste of time. Wang Yunteng raised a hand to unfasten the collar of his shirt, revealing a bruise on his neck, still faintly visible from where the gas mask had pressed against his skin. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent permeated the air. 1 strike. He raised a finger. His voice was soft, yet caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze. If you can still stand after this, I will kneel before you. Chapter 36. When I was killing, you were still drinking milk. The tension in the private room reached an unbearable peak. Chen Kai let out a low growl from deep within his throat, his left foot forcefully pushing off the ground, creating a loud thud as he propelled himself forward. He twisted his waist, swinging his right leg in a powerful arc aimed at Wang Yunteng's temple. The gust from this high kick sent napkins flying off the table. This man had indeed trained. With a weight of 180 pounds combined with that momentum, a kick like this could easily cause a concussion to an average person. Li Wanru gasped, covering her eyes as images of Wang Yunteng being sent flying, bloodied, filled her mind. However, the anticipated sound of impact never came. Wang Yunteng did not even raise a hand to block. Just as Chen Kai's size 43 athletic shoe was mere inches from his temple, Wang Yunteng moved. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His left foot slid forward, allowing him to slip like a ghost into Chen Kai's inner circle. This maneuver was exceptionally cunning, perfectly positioned at the dead point of Chen Kai's weight transfer. The forceful kick lost much of its power due to the compromised distance, awkwardly sweeping past Wang Yunteng's head. Simultaneously, Wang Yunteng's right hand shot out. It was too swift. So swift that Chen Kai only felt a chill at his throat. Crack! The sound of bone meeting flesh echoed sharply. Wang Yunteng's fingers swiftly clamped around Chen Kai's throat. This was not a mere choke. It was a standard military close-quarters combat stranglehold. His thumb pressed firmly beneath the thyroid cartilage, while his other 4 fingers dug deep into the sternocleidomastoid, accurately constricting the carotid sinus. Chen Kai's leg, still suspended in the air, immediately stiffened. The carotid sinus, under immense pressure, forcibly cut off blood supply to the brain. An overwhelming wave of dizziness and suffocation surged through him, and he felt the world fade to black. His muscles turning weak and limp as if they had been drained of strength. This was the body's physiological response to a lethal threat. Wang Yunteng had not even exerted his full strength. With just a slight inward pressure of his thumb, Chen Kai's throat cartilage would shatter like a brittle cookie. He held Chen Kai at arm's length, his muscular arm flexing as he effortlessly lifted the 6'5" man 3 inches off the ground. Chen Kai's feet flailed helplessly, his eyes bulging from blood congestion, gasping for breath as he made choking sounds. Bang! Wang Yunteng flicked his wrist, thrusting Chen Kai forward. The latter's hefty frame crashed against the wall like a broken sack, causing paintings to tumble down and glass to shatter across the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Kai knelt on the ground, clutching his throat, his face turning the color of liver, with saliva and tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. The terror of nearing death sent shivers through his entire body, leaving him without the strength to rise. 1 second. The battle was resolved in a mere second. Li Wanshan's wine glass tilted, the deep red liquid cascading down his pants, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Li Wanru's exquisite face was etched with horror, her mouth agape, as if to fit an egg inside. Wang Yunteng clapped his hands together, not even glancing at the fallen Chen Kai, and returned to his chair, picking up his fork to spear another large piece of beef. His actions were excessive. As he chewed vigorously, he mumbled, "Your wind-up was far too long, and your center of gravity was absurdly high. On the battlefield, before you even lift your leg, my knife would already be plunged into your heart." Chen Kai was still retching, staring in terror at the man he had just ridiculed as employing flowery techniques. In that fleeting moment, he truly sensed the scent of death. Now, Wang Yunteng swallowed the beef, took a napkin to wipe his mouth, and cast a cold gaze over the entire room. Is there anyone else who believes my military merit was purchased? No one dared to respond. Li Wanru shrank back behind Li Wanshan, fearing this grim reaper might choose to clutch her throat next. Miss Li, Wang Yunteng's gaze locked onto Li Wanru's face. What do you want? Hitting someone is against the law. Her voice trembled, devoid of the earlier bravado. Against the law? Wang Yunteng let out a derisive laugh and slowly rose to his feet. Did you not just assert that a true soldier is a gentleman, an elite? He approached the green rucksack, effortlessly hefting the hefty burden of dozens of kilograms onto his back. Allow me to correct you. You are mistaken. A genuine soldier is a butcher, a beast, a ferocious dog guarding the sheepfold. Adjusting his collar, his voice resonated with a deep, powerful timbre. The reason you sit here, sipping wine worth tens of thousands a bottle, discussing pianos and art, is due to a group of rough men like myself, who roll in the mud at the borders, fighting tooth and nail against the grim reaper amidst piles of corpses. You call me coarse? Indeed. Wang Yunteng advanced towards Li Wanru, the stench of blood and sweat forcing her to retreat repeatedly. My skills are not meant to please women, they are meant for killing. With that, he turned and strode to the bewildered Wang Zhengwo, slapping his father's shoulder with a resounding thud. Dad, this union is unnecessary. The threshold of our Wang family is too high for the Li family to cross. Wang Zhengwo jolted back to reality, staring at his son, whose aura radiated like that of a god of death. He felt the pent-up frustration of over a decade burst forth with a resounding pop. Well said. Wang Zhengwo slammed his hand down on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. He stood, straightened his suit and tie, and raised his chin higher than Li Wanshan's. Oldly, it seems we are indeed not of the same ilk. Your daughter is a pianist, her hands precious and delicate, while my son is a soldier. His hands rough and meant for battle. Our paths do not align. Wang Zhengwo retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, signing a check with swift strokes and tossing it onto the table. This meal is on me. As for the losses from that ridiculous gym, I shall cover those too. From now on, let us not discuss business matters, lest we strain our cordial relations. With a grand gesture, Wang Zhengwo declared with exuberance, Son, let us go. Back home. The 3 billion you desired, I shall double it. 6 billion. Even if you wish to build an atomic bomb at home, I shall procure uranium for you. The father and son strode out of the private room with purpose, not once looking back, leaving behind a room full of stunned onlookers and a Thai boxing champion still kneeling on the ground, his pants soaked. Inside the car, Wang Zhengwo was flushed with excitement. The earlier scene straightening his posture. He had never felt so victorious in his life. Son, what was that move called? It was so impressive. Honestly, that Chen kid, who usually struts around arrogantly, was like a chick in your grasp. Wang Zhengwo gesticulated animatedly, like a giddy child. A chokehold. Wang Yunteng leaned back in the leather seat, closing his eyes to rest. A basic killing technique, nothing flashy. Wonderful, wonderful. Regardless of the technique, as long as it brings satisfaction. Wang Zhengwo laughed heartily. By the way, I've instructed the finance department to transfer the funds. For the next 3 months, you shall train diligently at home. If anyone dares to label you a waste, I'll throw money at them until they suffocate. Wang Yunteng slowly opened his eyes, gazing out at the fleeting neon lights. The earlier incident barely constituted a warm-up for him. The true challenge lay within that nameless warehouse, 026. Unless he transformed himself into a genuine killing machine, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Dad. What is it, son? Do you need to purchase something? A tank? Wang Zhengwo was now at his son's beck and call. Please fill in that feng shui pond worth tens of millions in the backyard. Wang Yunteng's tone was calm. I wish to create a water prison. Wang Zhengwo's smile faltered, his lips twitching slightly. A water prison? Are you training or planning to become a bandit? To train my will. Wang Yunteng turned to face his father, his gaze profound. In such a place, living can be more torturous than death. I want to test how long I can endure on the brink of suffocation. Wang Zhengwo's heart jolted as he looked into his son's eyes. This was no jest. It was a manifestation of self-cruelty, a fierce determination to survive at any cost. 3 months. In these 3 months, he would transform this luxurious villa into a veritable hell on earth. Only those who clawed their way from hell would be worthy of knocking on the gates of the king of hell. Very well. Fill it in. Wang Zhengwo gritted his teeth, slapping his thigh. As long as no one dies, you can do whatever you want. I'll accompany your madness. Chapter 37. Today, I shall teach you what public relations truly means. In the underground 3rd level of the Wang family estate, what was once a temperature-controlled wine cellar, housing millions worth of fine wine, had been completely hollowed out, transformed into a 3-meter-deep concrete water prison. The water, drawn from a subterranean cold spring, was a chilling 4 degrees, its biting cold penetrating flesh and bone alike. The pool was filled with this deliberately sourced cold water, maintaining a constant temperature of 4 degrees year-round. At this temperature, one would lose body heat after 10 minutes in the water and succumb to unconsciousness after 20. At the bottom of the pool, Wang Yunteng sat cross-legged on the rough concrete floor, his wrists and ankles bound by chains as thick as his wrists, the other end welded to a 2-ton stone pillar. The oxygen in his lungs had been depleted over half a minute ago. His diaphragm began to spasm violently, signaling his body as frantic alarms to the brain, demanding oxygen. This sensation of impending death was all too familiar. In his previous life at 026, the instructor referred to this as deep-sea confinement. This was not merely a test of lung capacity, but of the heart as well. Only when one is on the precipice of death does the mind attain absolute clarity, and the intent to kill becomes pure. Bang! The heavy blast-proof door above was violently slammed open. The sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by ragged breaths rushed to the edge of the pool. Yunteng, stop your training. Come up. Something serious has happened. Underwater, Wang Yunteng abruptly opened his eyes. His core muscles tensed, propelling him upward. Splash. Water erupted around him as he broke the surface. The chains clattering against each other. Bankrupt? Bankrupt? What does that even mean? Wang Zhengwo leaned over the railing, his tie askew. Holding a tablet. Someone is out to get you. They're going all out. The entire internet is accusing you of being a fraud, of being a deserter. The moment the stock market opened, it plummeted, evaporating 20 billion in market value. Wang Yunteng furrowed his brow. He grabbed a large towel to wrap around himself and took the tablet. On the screen was a sensational article. In-depth investigation of the richest man's son. Is his second-class merit award worth 2 buildings? This is the greatest humiliation to martyrs. The article displayed a staggering 1 million views and an astonishing number of shares. The content was heart-wrenching. Wang So-and-so's enlistment physical data was abysmal, showing asthma symptoms after running just 200 meters. One must ask, how could someone with such a constitution achieve a second-class merit in less than a month? A feat even special forces struggle to attain? Insiders reveal that his father's substantial donations to the military are not military honors, but a mere cover for his wealth. Scrolling through the comments section was a disheartening experience, filled with uniform vitriol. Justice bystander, hey, I knew it. How could a rich second generation endure hardship? Turns out he's just a pay-to-win player. Disgusting. Keyboard Warrior 007. I suggest demolishing those 2 buildings to see if a conscience lies beneath. Such scum should face a military tribunal. Onlooker just caught wind of this. Heard he rejected a marriage proposal at Lanting Pavilion and even assaulted a woman? How did such a violent man make it into the military? A thorough investigation is a must. Patriotic Little Pink, Ministry of National Defense, please explain. Is our tax money being used to support such a spoiled soldier? Someone even edited a memorial photo, turning Wang Yunteng's image black and white, captioned with "Fraud must die." Wang Zhengwo, in a fit of anxiety, paced back and forth, his polished shoes echoing sharply against the ground. These wretches are utterly devious. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of those 2 old fossils from the Chun and Li families. Just this morning, Li Wanshan called me, speaking in a tone dripping with sarcasm about how the youth ought to remain low-key, lest they encounter a downfall. They are attempting to obstruct your path. If this cap is firmly placed upon you, and public opinion escalates, the military will surely suspend your selection eligibility to avoid suspicion. At that point, forget about 026. Even returning to the Tiger Brigade will be a challenge. Wang Yunteng remained silent, his gaze fixated on the maliciously altered black and white photograph. His eyes colder than the frigid water surrounding him. With a sudden crack, the bottle of mineral water he had just picked up was crushed in his grip. Water splattering everywhere. Scandal? Misunderstanding? In his previous life as a ghost, he lacked even a name. Such matters were nothing more than trifles to him. Yet, this situation had crossed the line. Now, these maggots, hiding behind screens while sipping cold drinks, thought they could smear everything with a few lines of text? Chen Kai. Li Wanru. Wang Yunteng repeated these 2 names in his mind. He walked barefoot to the equipment rack, rummaging beneath a pile of tactical vests to retrieve a black waterproof case. Upon opening it, he found a satellite phone nestled inside, the very one Lei Zhan had given him before his departure. What do you intend to do? Wang Zhengwo was taken aback. It was pointless to seek anyone's help at this juncture. The public sentiment had already begun to fester. Even attempting to have the posts deleted by the Internet Information Office would be too late. Delete posts? Wang Yunteng pressed the power button and entered a string of encrypted frequencies. That was the act of a coward. The best way to deal with these rats hiding in the sewers was not to silence them, but to obliterate their den. The call connected, and the background noise was chaotic, filled with the clattering of keyboards and voices shouting. Who is it? We're busy. Lei Zhan's distinctive raspy voice rang through. It's me. The other end fell silent, leaving only the sound of electricity. After a couple of seconds, Lei Zhan's voice lowered, tinged with a sense of pent-up frustration. Did you see what was circulating online? I did. Don't act impulsively. Lei Zhan was agitated. The brigade was in an uproar. The commander was making calls to higher-ups while the political commissar was drafting a situation report. Those bastards dare to tarnish the reputation of the Tiger Brigade. I will make them pay. Commander, the report is taking too long. Wang Yunteng interrupted. By the time your official documents are approved and the process is completed, I will be a public enemy online. Moreover, this is a matter of local public sentiment. If the military intervenes to delete posts, it will merely be seen as an attempt to silence dissent, making the situation worse. Lei Zhan fell silent, realizing the truth of it. It was akin to a lump of yellow mud caught in one's pants. It may not be excrement, but it certainly resembles it. What do you propose? Loan me some resources. Wang Yunteng gazed at his reflection in the water prison and instructed, send me the original video from the law enforcement camera that day, along with the autopsy reports of those 3 drug dealers. Additionally, have the information team check a few IP addresses for me. You plan to handle this yourself? I am a soldier, but I am currently on leave. Wang Yunteng twirled a tactical dagger between his fingers, stating, "For now, I am half a civilian. It is entirely reasonable for a civilian to take extreme measures to defend their reputation, is it not?" On the other end, Lei Zhan suddenly chuckled. "All right, damn it. I knew you weren't the type to let things slide. In 10 minutes, I will send the materials to your encrypted email. I will have the tech team extract the IP addresses right away. If we need more manpower, I will take off my uniform and join you." After hanging up, Wang Yunteng turned around. "Dad, you are a tycoon, adept in the realm of capital. Now, I require you to perform a specific task." Wang Zhengwo was momentarily taken aback before straightening his posture. "Speak. I will do whatever it takes to vent my frustrations. Are we to hire trolls to retaliate or purchase that platform?" "Too trivial." Wang Yunteng approached his father, adjusting his crooked tie. "Short sell them. The Chen family is asset-heavy, relying on prepaid cards for cash flow in their gym business. The Li family engages in import-export trade, with their financial chain stretched thin. I need you to sever all their funding sources within 3 hours. Force the banks to withdraw loans, have suppliers demand payments, and turn their stocks into worthless paper." Wang Zhengwo was stunned. He stared into his son's unwavering eyes, a chill running down his spine. This was no mere business rivalry. It was clearly the orchestration of an annihilation campaign. A precise strike, targeting the Achilles heel, leaving no room for survival. 3 hours. Wang Zhengwo took a deep breath, the anxiety on his face dissipating instantaneously. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number for the 24-hour executive office. "This is Wang Zhengwo. Inform the finance department, the legal department, and that newly acquired short-selling agency that everyone is to cancel their leave and come online immediately. The targets, Chen's gym chain and Li's import-export trade. Spare no expense in the assault. Whatever it takes. I want to see their stock prices plummet below the issue price within the hour." After hanging up, Wang Zhengwo turned to his son, grinning widely to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth. "Son, you underestimate your father. 3 hours. If I can't deal with these two upstarts in an hour, I will write my name backward." Wang Yunteng chuckled. He picked up a tablet, gazing at the article that was still circulating wildly. "Very well. You handle their bankruptcy. I will ensure they are imprisoned." Chapter 38. The Capital Nuclear Bomb and the Execution of Justice. In the capital, at the VIP room of Lanting Pavilion, Chen Kai, with his left arm in a sling and a medical neck brace around his neck, resembled a wounded rooster trying to maintain its bravado. "Cheers." Chen Kai raised his functional right hand, continuing, "What use is strength? I want him to suffer a complete social demise online. To be pelted with rotten vegetables the moment he steps outside." Opposite him, Li Wanru was reapplying her lipstick, gazing into the mirror at her exquisite makeup. She let out a cold laugh. "Just now, a few friends in the media informed me that the second wave of press releases has already been sent out. The headline reads, 'Digging deep into the private life of the Soldier King. Racing abroad, a nightclub regular. He won't just be unable to return to the brigade. He won't even be able to step out of his front door. Once public sentiment escalates, the Wang family stock will become worthless.'" At the head of the sofa, Li Wanshan exhaled a thick cloud of cigar smoke, his jowls trembling with excitement. "Young people have a fiery temperament. They are prone to downfall. That nouveau riche Wang Zhengwo dares to confront me because he has a bit of money? Once the Wang family's stock price crashes, we will swoop in and buy the dip, swallowing up his business empire." "Father, your methods are truly superior," Li Wanru cooed, flattering him. "Wang Yunteng is nothing but a useless fool, fit only to wallow in the mud." Laughter filled the private room, creating an atmosphere of joviality. Just as the three raised their glasses in celebration, a buzz erupted. All three phones on the table vibrated simultaneously, followed by the tablet and smartwatch. Every device ringing in unison. Li Wanshan furrowed his brow and answered the phone. Before he could utter a word, a panicked voice screamed from the other end. "Chairman, it's all collapsed. Everything's gone." The voice of the finance director sounded as if he were mourning. "What is the panic? Has the sky fallen?" "It's no different from that. Just a moment ago, the 4 major banks simultaneously issued letters freezing all credit lines for the group. They demand we repay all short-term loans within 24 hours. A total of 3.5 billion. What did you say?" Li Wanshan's hand trembled. Had they not dined with the bank president? "It's useless. Customs has just detained our recently arrived shipment, claiming it's involved in serious smuggling. And the Anti-Smuggling Bureau has already taken over our company. Suppliers are all downstairs demanding payment. Even the security cannot hold them back." Li Wanshan felt a sudden darkness envelop him as his phone slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the floor. Before he could catch his breath, Chen Kai, seated beside him, emitted a blood-curdling scream, a sound reminiscent of someone who had seen a ghost. "Dad, are you telling me that our family store has been completely shuttered? Who did this? The fire department? The tax authorities? The business administration? That is absurd." From the other end of the line, Chen's father's furious voice even drowned out the speakerphone. "Wang Zhengwo has lost his mind. He is recklessly dumping our bonds on the secondary market, willing to incur losses of tens of billions just to obliterate us. He has been threatening in the circles, stating that anyone who dares to lend money to the Chun family will face dire consequences from the Wang family. No one is willing to answer my calls. What calamity have you brought upon us? In the blink of an eye, the celebratory champagne had soured into a harbinger of doom. Li Wanshan slumped onto the sofa, his body trembling uncontrollably. It dawned on him that the ostentatious nouveau riche, who only donated buildings, wielded not mere currency, but a weapon of mass destruction. This was a suicidal, indiscriminate assault. If I am not profiting, I shall ensure your demise. Ding! The enormous projection screen in the center of the private room suddenly descended, and the projector whirred to life. It was not just confined to this space. At that very moment, across major short video platforms, social media, and even outdoor advertising screens, every promotional spot was dominated by the same live stream. There was no cover image, no advance notice. The title was a striking 4-character phrase: "Let the bullets fly for a while." The screen lit up, revealing a pitch-black background, with a single wooden table illuminated by a spotlight. A hand, calloused and thick-fingered, came into view, grasping a document. There was no face shown, only that hand and a deep, gravelly voice. "I hear the entire internet is curious about how I earn my second-class merit." The hand flipped the document open and slammed it onto the table. Bang! The sound was crisp. 2 buildings? Indeed, my father donated those. They were meant to improve the rations for comrades, and have nothing to do with my acts of violence. Bang! Another document was hurled forth, emblazoned with a vivid red official seal. Border Defense Corp autopsy report. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. They were hair-raising, high-definition X-ray images, accompanied by the coroner's findings. Victim A, a gunshot wound through the forehead, inflicted by a Type 95 rifle. Victim B, a penetrating wound to the left eyeball, with cranial explosion. Identity: international A-level wanted criminal, armed with 2 AK-47s and 5 kilograms of high-purity narcotics. The hand pointed at the report. 2 individuals were neutralized in just 3 seconds. Keyboard warriors, come forth and calculate this account. 2 bullets exchanged for the lives of 2 drug traffickers, saving 3 patrolling soldiers. This second-class merit. Can the Wang family afford it? Can you? The live chat momentarily froze, then erupted. No way. Is this for real? Daring to flaunt the autopsy report? If this is fabricated, they could end up in prison. A double kill in 3 seconds? Is that even humanly possible? What a fraud. Need proof? The hand seemed to anticipate this. The scene shifted. A first-person perspective video from a law enforcement body camera began to play. The shaky footage, torrential rain, and muddy jungle. A blood-soaked figure lay in a puddle, clutching a weapon tightly. The 2 nearly simultaneous gunshots rang out, piercing through the sound of the downpour. Pow! Pow! In the distance, 2 armed assailants crumpled to the ground. There were no special effects, no slow motion. Only the stark reality of bloodshed, and a scent of death palpable even through the screen. The entire internet fell silent. No one dared to type, because no one could stand before a dying body and utter the words performance art. Yet the judgment was far from over. Having explained the situation, it was now time to settle accounts. The hand reappeared in the frame, producing a thick stack of printed paper. Chen Kai, Li Wanru. The live stream directly named them. The hand seized a red pen and drew a massive crimson cross over the names, piercing through the paper. Spending 500,000 on internet trolls. Hiring 800,000 for smear campaigns. You certainly invested generously to defame me. Here are your transfer records to the black PR firm. Here are the screenshots of your group chats plotting rumors. I must say, your confidentiality measures are even worse than a sieve. On the other side of the screen, in the private room, Chen Kai and Li Wanru were now paralyzed with fear, their breath caught in their throats. How could he possess this information? Li Wanru shrieked, hurling her wine glass at the screen, shards of glass scattering. This is illegal. He is invading my privacy. I will sue him. Alas, no one could hear her impotent fury. In the live stream, that voice resounded again. According to criminal law, insulting and defaming military personnel's reputation under serious circumstances carries a sentence of up to 3 years in prison. Fabricating facts, inciting trouble online, manipulating the securities market, multiple offenses to be prosecuted concurrently. Just now, I have packaged this evidence and sent it to the City Bureau's Economic Investigation Unit and Cybersecurity Division. No sooner had the words left his lips than a piercing siren sliced through the expensive soundproof door of the private room. This sound was not from the live stream. It was right downstairs. Bang! The private room door was forcefully breached. Several fully armed SWAT officers stormed in, immediately zeroing in on the 3 individuals on the sofa. Chen Kai, Li Wanru, Li Wanshan. The lead officer brandished a detention warrant, his voice stern. You are suspected of inciting trouble, defaming military personnel, and commercial fraud among multiple charges. You are now being lawfully placed under criminal detention. No, it wasn't me. I was coerced. Shin Kai's legs gave way, and he slid to the floor from the sofa, his intact hand flailing desperately. Dad, Dad, help me. At that moment, Li Wanshan felt like a clay idol crossing a river. As two officers were already securing his hands behind his back, the cold clink of handcuffs snapping shut. Li Wanru cowered in the corner, her carefully applied makeup washed away by tears, resembling a ghost. She clutched at the officer's pant leg. I'm an artist. I have millions of followers. You can't arrest me. This is undignified. Take her away. No one paid her words any heed. Several officers surged forward, one on each side, hoisting the three individuals like mangy dogs and dragging them out. Though this scene was not captured in the live stream, the sirens below echoed clearly in the ears of every viewer. In the live stream, that hand slowly ascended, and the thumb performed a remarkably precise, throat-slitting gesture before the camera. Clean and decisive. Game over. Furthermore, to those who followed the rumors, do not rush to delete your posts. The bullets are still flying. You are next. Snap. The screen went black in an instant. The online world plunged into a brief silence, soon erupting into an unprecedented storm of backlash. Those keyboard warriors who had just been clamoring were now trembling as they deactivated their accounts, fearing that the Reaper would come knocking at their doors. At the Wang family estate, Wang Zhengwo gazed at the straight line of soaring stocks on his tablet, then glanced over at his son, who was dismantling the microphone. Exhaling a long, pent-up breath. This breath had been held for half a lifetime. Son, Wang Zhengwo loosened his tie and slumped into his chair. Your move is even more ruthless than my short selling of that $3.5 billion. Wang Yunteng tossed the voice changer into the trash, his face betraying no hint of triumph. He hoisted the hefty tactical backpack onto one shoulder. Dad, this isn't about ruthlessness. Wang Yunteng paused at the door, glancing back. This is about clearing the field. The fly is swatted away, and it is time for me to set forth. Chapter 39. Salute disappearing before dawn. The Chun and Li families fell too swiftly. Merely 3 days, just 3 days. And those two towering giants that had stood in the capital's commercial circle for 2 decades crumbled into rubble by the roadside. Assets were frozen, mansions put on the market, and the once prestigious seal of Lanting Pavilion now fluttered in the wind, glaringly conspicuous. Yet, the online realm told a different story. The term Mysterious Soldier King soared to the top of the charts. Out of the top 10 trending topics, 8 were related to Wang Yunteng. Fan clubs sprang up overnight. With over 100 established, some even managed to unearth the address of the Wang family estate, gathering in groups at the entrance with banners proclaiming amusing slogans like protecting the world's best young master and hubby. Just one glance at me. Outside the estate, long rifles and short cannons were set up in a dense formation. Young master, is it true that you are going to participate in the Special Forces selection? Young master, could you come out for an autograph? I've been your fan for 10 years. Young master, Li Wanru said she regrets it in the detention center. Will you forgive her? Even at 4 a.m, these reporters remained fervently stationed at the entrance, fearing they might miss any fleeting glimpse. However, disappointment was their destined fate. The heavy iron gate, adorned with intricate golden dragons, remained securely locked. Inside the estate, silence reigned. The once vibrant garden, turned into a makeshift prison by Wang Yunteng, had been restored overnight by construction crews. The water prison was filled in, muddy pits covered with expensive imported turf. Apart from a faint lingering scent of gunpowder and sweat in the air, everything had returned to the opulence and tranquility befitting the family of the richest man. The only exception was a secluded path, typically traversed only by those delivering slop, where a black SUV with no insignia was parked. Wang Zhengwo, clad in a silk pajamas and hastily draped with a military coat, his feet slipping into slippers, stood shivering in the cold wind. Clutching a black card tightly in his hand, his knuckles turned white from the strain, he thrust the card toward Wang Yunteng, his voice trembling, frozen and frightened. This is an unlimited overdraft card from a Swiss bank. I know the military doesn't allow spending, but what if, hypothetically, you need to escape? Or perhaps to bribe a guard? Take it. You must take it. Wang Yunteng regarded the aged man before him, whose hair had turned gray. 3 months prior, this man was a business tycoon, brimming with talk of investment returns. Now he was merely a father fretting over his son's well-being. Dad. Wang Yunteng did not accept the card. Instead, he reached out to fasten the buttons of his father's military coat, stating, "Where I am going, this thing is too rigid even for wiping." You little rascal. Wang Zhengwo's eyes reddened, anger flaring as he felt like kicking someone. At such a time, you still jest. This is the realm of Yama. Do you think you're heading to a resort? To me, there's no difference. Wang Yunteng slung an old messenger bag over his shoulder. It was remarkably light, containing only a few books on ballistics, a bag of compressed biscuits, and that family photo he had stealthily taken from his study. Apart from that, he possessed nothing else. Wang Yunteng had indeed changed. The once loose military uniform now clung tightly to his physique, his arms, exposed at the cuffs, bore rough, dark skin, with veins bulging like coiling earthworms. Most striking was the thick callus at the base of his right hand, a testament to thousands of fired bullets. All right, let's go back. Wang Yunteng took a step back. Wait. Wang Jiangwo suddenly rushed forward, gripping Wang Yunteng's arm tightly, his keen eyes now filled with panic. What if those reporters really don't see you? Just showing your face, even if just a wave, could boost the Wang family stock by 2 points tomorrow. This is a matter of family honor. Family honor. Wang Yunteng chuckled. He turned his head, listening to the faint commotion emanating from the front entrance. Dad, remember this. He leaned closer to Wang Jiangwo's ear, his voice low and solemn. Only actors live in the spotlight. A true soldier must remain hidden in the shadows. Also, the term hero is too heavy. Wang Yunteng gently extricated himself from his father's grasp, brushing off the dust from the military coat. Those who are elevated to the altar only meet one of two fates. Either they fall to their demise, or are enshrined as clay idols. I refuse to become a clay idol. I merely wish to return alive and provide for your old age. Wang Jiangwo opened his mouth. The words "I will wait for you" at home stuck in his throat, unutterable. He longed to embrace his son. Yet gazing at the young man exuding an aura of lethal determination, he felt a twinge of trepidation. It was not fear of his son, but a primal dread of the battlefield that threatened to consume him. I'm leaving. Wang Yunteng did not glance back at the tear-streaked face. He took another step back, aligning his heels together. Salute. Comrade Wang Jiangwo, take care. His hand fell. He turned, pulled the door, and entered the vehicle. Each movement was fluid, devoid of hesitation. The dull thud of the car door closing echoed like a heavy hammer, striking Wang Jiangwo's heart. The SUV did not linger, its tires grinding over gravel, producing a jarring screech before it surged into the dense darkness before dawn. Only Wang Jiangwo remained, standing at the desolate rear entrance, clutching the black card that could not be given away, staring vacantly in the direction of the fading taillights. Inside the vehicle, the heat was set high, yet Wang Yunteng felt no warmth. The driver had changed. It was a middle-aged man with only one ear. He wore sunglasses, not removing them even in the darkness, while the edge of his remaining ear was marred by gruesome burn scars. He drove while stealing glances at Wang Yunteng through the rearview mirror. The public opinion battle is quite adept. Chen Guotao watched your live stream. He said you're a bit sinister, but it suits him. If you don't join the military, you might thrive as a con artist. Wang Yunteng closed his eyes, leaning against the seat back, regulating his breathing. His heart rate was 55 beats per minute. This was the optimal heart rate for a sniper in standby mode. Sinister? That is strategy. Huh, the man scoffed, suddenly flooring the accelerator, causing the car to drift around the winding mountain road. When you arrive, stow away those clever tricks. In that hellhole, those with overly agile minds perish the fastest. The selection for this round was codenamed Purgatory. The man reached into the storage compartment, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and tossing it back, stating 3 death indicators. This meant that of the more than 100 individuals entering, at least 3 corpses would be carried out. This was a conservative estimate. The cigarette pack landed accurately on Wang Yunteng's lap. He did not move, not even lifting his eyelids. And don't think that your second-class merit holds any weight. The man glanced at the rearview mirror, his tone dripping with unmasked derision. To those instructors, a second-class merit merely indicates that you were lucky enough to encounter a few foolish thieves and survived. The scenery outside the window blurred past at an alarming speed. The city's neon lights gradually faded into sparse visibility. The splendor was left behind. Ahead lay hell. Wang Yunteng slowly opened his eyes, picked up the cigarette pack from his lap, and toyed with it in his hands. Luck? He squeezed his fingers, the unopened hard-packed cigarette instantly crumpling into a wad of useless paper. I have never believed in luck. 3 death indicators? Too few. He released his grip, and the crumpled piece of paper fell onto the doormat. If one does not strip away that layer of skin, if one does not die once, how can one truly speak of rebirth? The vehicle turned onto an unmarked dirt road. The jarring sensation hit instantly, the chassis scraping against the gravel, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. In the distance, the outline of a camp, shrouded in the mist of the deep mountains, flickered into view. There was no gate, no sentinels, only a crooked, dilapidated wooden signpost at the roadside, bearing hastily painted red letters. Welcome to the mortal realm, rookie. Wang Yunteng inhaled deeply. The long-forgotten scent, a blend of earth, gunpowder, and blood, penetrated his nostrils. In that moment, the billionaire heir Wang Yunteng ceased to exist. What emerged was the soldier known only by the codename Ghost. 026, I have returned. Chapter 40. Welcome to the mortal realm, rookie. Screech. The tires gripped the gravel road fiercely, emitting a penetrating wail. The black SUV came to a sudden halt, inertia causing the occupants to lurch forward. Before the vehicle steadied, the man in the driver's seat, who had only one ear, had already unfastened his seatbelt. With a click, the door popped open. He rolled out, Wang Yunteng pushed the door ajar. Here, at an altitude exceeding 3,000 meters, the air was thin. A tightness gripped his chest. This pampered body protested immediately. His heart racing, the blood pumping, unable to keep pace with the exertion. Before him lay a stretch of flattened wasteland, the soil an eerie deep brown. Bang! A series of heavy door slams echoed from behind. Wang Yunteng turned around. Dozens of military SUVs had, unbeknownst to him, sealed off their escape route. Their headlights extinguished in unison. Darkness surged forward like a tide, instantly engulfing more than 100 rookies who had just disembarked. These elites from various military district elite units were still oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. Is this truly the fabled 026? Not even a streetlight in sight? A captain adorned with a snow leopard insignia spat disdainfully, grinding his foot against the gravel beneath him. What else with the theatrics? Our pigsty is brighter than this. Spare me. Beside him stood a lean marine, glancing warily around. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. What are you afraid of, you coward? The snow leopard captain's words were cut short. Whoosh. The sharp sound of air being sliced pierced the night. A dark, metallic cylinder crashed into the center of the crowd, bouncing twice upon impact. Gas. Hold your breath. The marine reacted fastest, his shout barely escaping his throat before the object detonated. Puff, puff, puff. A dozen tear gas canisters exploded in rapid succession among the throng. The acrid yellow smoke instantly filled every inch of space. This was no diluted version for drills, but a high-concentration CS tear gas. Cough. My eyes. Damn, this is real. Coughing fitfully, the once proud soldiers were thrown into disarray. Some knelt on the ground, clutching their throats and retching, while others rubbed their eyes desperately, tears and mucus streaming down their faces. As the white smoke billowed up, Wang Yunteng's instincts kicked in faster than his mind could process. He expelled the air from his lungs, held his breath, and closed his eyes. This was muscle memory etched into his very bones from his previous life. Yet reality slapped him hard. This body remained far too frail. The dizziness from oxygen deprivation crept in as time dragged on. After merely a few minutes, his physiological instincts overrode his willpower. He was compelled to gasp, drawing in a sharp breath. Hiss. Cough. Cough. The violent coughing contorted him into a shrimp-like posture, stomach acid surging up his throat, tears of anguish spilling forth. Just as the crowd was disoriented by the gas, a sudden surge erupted from the darkness. Sizzle. A barrage of high-pressure water jets surged forth. The 4-degree spring water, propelled by high-pressure pumps, was as hard as iron rods. Boom. Wang Yunteng was propelled off the ground, crashing violently onto the SUV's hood. The metal crumpled, emitting a resounding clang. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his pores, freezing him to the core, his teeth chattering. Yet he did not cry out. He even managed to grin, blood staining his teeth. Now it felt right. This was 026. This was the place that turned men into ghosts. Charge. A thunderous command echoed. Dozens of figures clad in black hoods, wielding rubber batons, erupted from the shadows. They uttered not a single word, attacking indiscriminately, targeting joints and soft flesh. It was a one-sided massacre. Bang! The nearest snow leopard captain, attempting to resist, received a brutal blow to his knee. Crack! The sickening sound of bone echoed. The captain howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, and before he could lift his gaze, a heavy boot smashed into his face, sending blood gushing from his nose. Resist. Weren't you bold just now? Get up and fight me, you waste. The instructor's roars mixed with the dull thuds of rubber batons striking flesh, becoming the only melody in this desolate expanse. Wang Yunteng leaned against the vehicle, gasping for breath. He remained still. In this chaotic hunting ground, movement equated to becoming a target. Narrowing his eyes, reddened by the gas, he focused intently on the fray. He sought a pattern. Though the masked assailants appeared to strike haphazardly, each had habitual movements. The one on the left favored leg sweeps, while the one on the right preferred elbow strikes. His gaze locked onto a burly instructor, the most ruthless of them all. After dislocating a marine's arm, he delivered a knee strike to the opponent's gut. This man had a tell. Wang Yunteng discerned that this black bear instinctively took a preparatory step with his left foot before launching a punch. It was a shift to adjust his balance, revealing a fatal flaw. As if sensing the scrutiny, the hulking instructor abruptly turned his head. Their eyes met. Beneath the hood, those eyes glimmered with cruel mockery. At that moment, the high-pressure water ceased, and the smoke dissipated significantly. The ground was littered with groans, yet Wang Yunteng stood alone, drenched but unwavering against the vehicle. He was far too conspicuous, especially in his clean training uniform, which stood out starkly against those rolling in the mud. The burly instructor discarded the half-unconscious marine and strode toward Wang Yunteng. Oh, isn't this the dual pistol king? The instructor loomed over Wang Yunteng, casting a massive shadow. Young Master Wang, why aren't you hiding? Afraid the mud will dirty your expensive attire? He He extended a hand clad in tactical gloves, slapping Wang Yunteng's cheek with a resounding crack. Slap, slap. The sound was crisp, the damage minimal, yet the insult was profound. I heard your father donated a training facility just to get you in here? The instructor leaned closer, his breath heavy with the stench of smoke. Money does wonders. Doesn't he it? Do you think this place is like your family garden, where everyone must coddle you? Speak. The instructor suddenly bellowed, yanking Wang Yunteng's collar and lifting him off the ground, his feet dangling. Let me tell you, here, money is merely waste paper. Your life, I am taking it today. Let us see if your father's filthy money can piece you back together. Wang Yunteng struggled to breathe, the grip tightening around his throat. Yet he did not resist. His hands hung limply at his sides, resembling someone who had been thoroughly petrified by fear. Report to the instructor, Wang Yunteng managed to utter with great difficulty. My father said to never speak of it again. But if you don't die, you'll be the one in trouble. The burly instructor was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a fit of laughter. In trouble? I'll show you what it means to be disabled. Before the laughter could fade, he abruptly released his grip, followed by a powerful right punch, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Wang Yunteng's face. If that punch landed, it would shatter his nasal bones and embed shards into his brain. The few new recruits still conscious around them shut their eyes in terror. It was over. This wealthy second generation would meet his end here. However, just as the fist was a mere 5 centimeters from his nose, Wang Yunteng sprang into action. At the precise moment the fist was about to make contact, he shifted his body with an almost imperceptible movement to the left. Simultaneously, his right foot seemingly without intent took a small step forward. It was this very step that acted like the most precise tripwire, obstructing the burly instructor's forward path. Chapter 41 Massage. The punch whistled past, the wind from it stinging his skin. The black bear put all his might behind the punch, aimed at the bridge of Wang Yunteng's nose. If it connected, forget about selection, he would be relegated to breathing through his mouth for the rest of his life. Wang Yunteng remained still. Only when the rough calluses on the fist were almost grazing his nose did he abruptly twist to the left. His body had not yet returned to its former peak. In his previous life, he could have let that punch slip past his eyelashes and deftly dislocated the opponent's wrist. But now, he could only exaggerate the movement, awkwardly swaying sideways. Whoosh! The fist struck nothing but air, the resulting pressure from its momentum tousling Wang Yunteng's still dripping bangs. The black bear's punch landed in the void, its half-ton of explosive power rendered useless, dissipating into forward inertia. He attempted to regain control, but Wang Yunteng's shinbone, which had appeared to be an accidental obstacle, was firmly lodged in the path of his shifting center of gravity. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. It wasn't the breaking of wood. It was the sound of ligaments being violently torn to their limits. The black bear's ankle, capable of breaking steel pipes, collided solidly against Wang Yunteng's hardest bone. The principle of leverage was vividly illustrated in that moment, as the black bear's massive frame became the best projectile. Thud! The mud erupted, black water splattering everywhere. The once formidable giant face-planted viciously into the muck. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the sound of the wind and the stifled gasps of a few new recruits broke the stillness. The instructors who had been brandishing rubber clubs halted their movements. Their eyes widened beneath their masks like copper bells. The few special forces candidates who had been left searching for their teeth forgot their pain, mouths agape at the scene. What had transpired? To the onlookers, it was a farcical spectacle. The black bear charged too aggressively, slipped, and tripped over himself. Only a few seasoned veterans in the corner felt a chill run down their spines. It was a calculated move, a calculation precise to the millisecond. That wealthy second generation didn't exert any force. He merely stood there, waiting for the black bear to come crashing in, using another's strength to break another's legs. This was not combat. This was geometry, physics, a sinister technique ingrained in the art of killing. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yunteng leaned against the deformed car door, coughing violently. That moment of evasion had strained the muscles in his lower back, which had only recently begun to heal, sending a sharp pain radiating up his spine. His shin was ablaze with pain, likely bruised severely. These fragile parts felt as if they were crafted from paper. Wang Yunteng cursed inwardly, yet wore a mischievous grin on his face, brushing off the mud from his pant leg. Instructor, it's still early in the new year. I don't have a red envelope for such grand gestures. In the muddy pit, the black bear suddenly lifted his head. His face was smeared with mud, leaving only his bloodshot eyes visible. He attempted to rise, but the moment he put weight on his right foot, excruciating pain contorted his fierce expression into one of agony. His foot was ruined. At the very least, the ligaments were torn. As the top assault soldier of the Wolf-Fong Brigade, he had survived the hail of bullets from drug traffickers, only to trip and fall before a fresh recruit, in a manner that felt almost humiliating. The shame he felt was more maddening than the pain in his ankle. I'll tear you apart. The black bear roared, disregarding his injured foot. digging his hands into the mud like a crazed beast, springing up to lunge at Wang Yunteng's thigh. This was grappling. Once he ensnared him, he had 100 ways to dismantle the boy's bones like building blocks. Yet, Wang Yunteng was even more cunning than he anticipated. At the moment the black bear leaped, rather than retreating, Wang Yunteng took a step forward. His left hand reached out, not to block or punch, but with fingers curled like a hook, aiming directly for the black bear's face. That tactical hood. Come off. His fingertips grasped the edge of the fabric, wrist twisting, yanking it off. Rip. The hood was forcefully torn away, revealing a rough, dark face with a centipede-like scar running across the left brow. In that moment, due to rage and pain, the face appeared demonic. Black Bear, a southern soldier in the crowd exclaimed in recognition. Holy crap, that's Xiong Guangwu, the runner-up in the Army's combat competition 2 years ago. His identity was exposed. This was a taboo within the 026 unit. Here, instructors were like gods or demons, but never mere mortals. Pulling off the hood was akin to yanking them down from their pedestal and delivering a resounding slap. The murderous aura emanating from the surrounding instructors intensified dramatically. This was no longer training, it was war. So it's you. Wang Yunteng casually tossed the sweat-stained hood into the mud, disdainfully wiping his hands on the car door. Looks quite distinctive. No wonder you wore a hood. Take him down. An instructor shouted. The two closest instructors sprang into action. Their movements were lethal. The one on the left swung a rubber club towards his temple, while the one on the right delivered a whip-like kick aimed at his lower back. Their coordination left no room for escape. They were genuinely furious, intent on crippling him. It was over. The onlooking rookies felt a chill run down their spines. No matter how formidable this wealthy second generation was, he couldn't withstand the coordinated assault of two Special Forces instructors. Wang Yunteng didn't even raise his eyelids. Just as the rubber club was about to shatter his cheekbone, he buckled his knees, his body seemingly devoid of bones as he squatted down. Whoosh. The rubber club skimmed past his scalp, even taking a few strands of hair with it. Simultaneously, Wang Yunteng pushed against the ground. His meager core muscles pushed to their limits, his legs shooting out to the sides in a crisscross. Ground technique, scissor choke. It didn't require much strength, only the ability to disrupt balance. Bang, bang. Two muffled thuds echoed almost simultaneously. The ankles of both instructors were expertly hooked. Due to their reckless charge and the slippery ground, they had no time to regain their balance. Their upper bodies surged forward while their lower halves remained stationary. Crash. The two collided head-on, their foreheads crashing together, rolling into a tangled heap. Wang Yunteng took advantage of the momentum to execute an ungraceful roll, escaping the combat zone, propping himself up on his knees as he gasped for breath. Yet, this did not hinder him from completing his act. He raised his hand, extending his pinky to dig at his ear, gazing at the three disheveled figures on the ground. Massage, haven't you eaten? Perhaps it would be prudent to summon your esteemed chief instructor. I find myself in haste to retire for the night. The madness here knows no bounds. When has that cadre of instructors ever endured such indignities? Their eyes, wide with incredulity, are primed to lash out at any moment, eager to pounce upon this young man, even if it means breaching protocol. Hold your horses. A chilling voice emanated from behind the all-terrain vehicle. The furious instructors froze instantly, and in unison, they retracted their movements, creating a clear passage. Even the black bear, writhing in pain on the ground, gritted its teeth and struggled to kneel on one leg. Absolute obedience. Absolute fear. The sound of boots rhythmically crunching on gravel echoed. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, clad not in standard training attire, but in a meticulously tailored black trench coat. The hood bore no color but was adorned with a blood-red scorpion embroidered at the center. The chief instructor of 026, codenamed Scorpion. The nightmare of all special forces across the military district. Scorpion halted 3 meters in front of Wang Yunteng, his gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Dynamic vision rated at A, neurological reflex speed of 0. 15 seconds, leverage techniques rated S, physically inept, yet intellectually astute. 3 months. Pouring hundreds of millions into your father's endeavors, indeed yielded some noise. Wang Yunteng narrowed his eyes. This man was astutely aware. However, Scorpion shifted his tone. A flicker of excitement rippled through his deadpan eyes, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. A modicum of cleverness may grant you a fleeting victory, but it will not save your life. In an instant, he thrust his hand forth, swift as lightning, grasping Wang Yunteng's neck. Wang Yunteng's pupils constricted, his body instinctively poised to evade and retaliate. Yet, the moment he moved, Scorpion's hand was already vice-like around his throat. That hand was cold and emaciated, yet it gripped like a steel clamp, extinguishing any notion of resistance. Your greatest flaw lies in your over-reliance on these trivial wiles. Scorpion lifted Wang Yunteng by the neck with one hand. The sensation of suffocation washed over him anew. Yet this time, Wang Yunteng refrained from struggling. He gazed into the unfathomable depths of Scorpion's eyes and suddenly smiled. Is that so? With every ounce of strength he could muster, he forced out a few words from his throat. I rather think it is your grip. He paused, and in the ensuing silence, articulated clearly, it feels just like a massage. Chapter 42, Welcome to Death Squad. A massage? Scorpion's bony fingers momentarily hesitated. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes. A sentiment he himself had not consciously recognized. It had been long since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. The last person to do so likely had grass growing 3 feet high over their grave. The surrounding instructors dared not breathe. They watched as Wang Yunteng, suspended in midair, began to turn purple, their gazes akin to that of spectators at a funeral. In 026, provoking Chief Instructor Scorpion could only lead to one outcome. Intriguing. Scorpion's demeanor neither soured nor ignited with fury. Instead, he emitted a cryptic chuckle. Quite resilient. Yet, I wonder how many rounds of crushing you can endure. He loosened his wrist. Wang Yunteng crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. Cough, cough, cough. Fresh air rushed into his lungs as he knelt, violently coughing. Tears and snot smeared across his face, utterly disheveled. Yet within him, clarity prevailed. The gamble had paid off. Scorpion despised cowards above all else. The more one pleaded for mercy, the more he would relish in their torment. Conversely, this reckless provocation piqued his interest, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. To survive in 026, the first step is to evoke the devil's curiosity. All present. Scorpion's voice suddenly crescendoed, reverberating across the desolate training ground. Welcome to 026. From this moment forth, you possess no names, no ranks, no past. Your sole identity is the number emblazoned upon your chest. A throng of instructors surged forth, wielding numbered tags and a stapler, ruthlessly affixing a white number to each rookie's chest. The cold metal pierced through their training uniforms, embedding itself in flesh, resulting in muffled cries of anguish. Wang Yunteng was assigned the number 77. In this place, I am your deity, my word is law. All your past honors are worthless. The skills you once took pride in are nothing but refuse. Your sole duties are threefold: obedience, obedience, and once more, bloody obedience. He strode before the black bear, nursing a twisted ankle, and crushed his injured foot underfoot. Ah! The bear emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Do you see? Scorpion, standing upon the bear's ankle, surveyed the assembly. Here, even the instructors are not beyond reproach. You may resist, you may challenge us, should you possess the capacity. He exerted slight pressure upon the bear's foot, the sound of bones fracturing distinctly audible, but the consequences you shall bear alone. He withdrew his foot, and the bear succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Drag him away. Reset the bones, confine him in the water cell. He shall return to the ranks only when he can stand unaided. Scorpion commanded coldly. 2 instructors immediately advanced, dragging the bear into the shadows. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The rookies' faces drained of color, the last vestige of blood vanishing. If they could treat their own with such brutality, this place was far from human. Enough, the appetizer is concluded. Now, we shall commence class assignments. Scorpion clapped his hands, and an instructor presented a tactical tablet. All the elite troops, the rebels, and those self-proclaimed champions of combat and marksmanship prefer to huddle together for warmth, do they not? Scorpion scrolled through the screen, a cold smile escaping his lips. Excellent. I shall indulge you. Now, I shall call out the numbers. Step forward when your number is announced. 77. The first number called was Wang Yunteng. He limped painfully from the ranks, standing in the center of the open space. 13. A man towering over 2 meters, built like a polar bear, emerged. His insignia bore the mark of the Northeast Tiger Special Operations Brigade. 24. A diminutive, unremarkable man with somewhat shifty eyes stepped forward. Yet his gaze was sharp as that of an eagle. Wang Yunteng recognized the scorpion emblem on his insignia, belonging to a top reconnaissance unit under direct army command. 9. 41. Scorpion rattled off 10 numbers in one breath. The 10 individuals assembled presented a bizarre tableau. There were hulking men, wiry figures, those with fierce gazes, and others appearing innocuous. Yet they shared one commonality. In the recent chaotic welcoming ceremony, they were among the few who did not wail or whimper, instead seeking opportunities to retaliate. From this day forth, you 10 will form a unit. Scorpion closed the tablet and declared, in light of your being the first batch to display your fangs, I have decided to bestow upon you a small reward. He paused. Adopting an almost jovial tone, your unit will be named Death Squad. Your tasks will always be twice as arduous as those of other units. Your rations are perpetually half of what the other groups receive. Your rest periods are also merely half of those allotted to the other teams. The objective I present to you is straightforward. The Scorpion extended a finger. Within a month, eliminate all the other groups. Or, he retracted his finger and made a slashing gesture across his throat. Be eliminated by the other groups, or by me. Do you comprehend? Understood. 10 individuals, including Wang Yunteng, shouted in unison. Excellent. The scorpion appeared quite pleased. He turned to an instructor behind him and instructed, Cobra, escort them to their new abode. A lanky instructor, also donning a scorpion mask, stepped forward and beckoned them over. The rabble of Death Group, follow me. Cobra's voice was sharp and thin, reminiscent of a venomous snake hissing. He led Wang Yunteng and the other 9 to the most remote and shadowy corner of the camp. Here, there were no rudimentary barracks. Only a fetid marsh enclosed by barbed wire. Beside the marsh lay a heap of rusty shovels and tattered tarpaulins. Welcome to your 5-star presidential suite, Cobra said, gesturing toward the marsh with a sardonic tone. According to the rules set by the Scorpion, the first task of Death Group is to experience life. See that marsh? Your bed for tonight is right there. The burly man, a 2-meter-tall northeast tiger known as Number 13, could no longer contain himself. Report, instructor. Are you asking us to sleep in the marsh? Are you trying to freeze us to death? Oh, Cobra turned, approached the burly man, and looked up at him. Do you have an objection? It's not an objection. This is murder. The burly man held his ground defiantly. Whack. Without warning, Cobra delivered a kick to the man's knee. Yet, the burly man remained steadfast, merely swaying slightly without kneeling. You've got some fight in you. Cobra was not surprised. He circled the burly man, clicking his tongue in admiration. Good physique, sturdy bones. However, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. Suddenly stopping, he leaned into the burly man's ear and whispered in a low voice. Here, we are indeed engaging in murder. Moreover, who told you your task was to sleep? Cobra straightened up, clapped his hands, and raised his voice for all to hear. Your first task is quite simple. Do you see the tools over there? Use them to dig a trench in this marsh that is 100 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters deep before dawn. He gestured toward the depths of the marsh, where something seemed to writhe, producing rustling sounds. You wouldn't want to know the consequences of failing to finish. With that, Cobra turned and left, leaving behind a final remark. By the way, I forgot to mention, in addition to the muck, this marsh is home to some delightful little creatures. For instance, leeches, marsh snakes, and some pets we specially airlifted from the Amazon rainforest. Enjoy yourselves. As his voice faded, he vanished into the darkness. The 10 members of Death Group stood by the cold marsh, exchanging glances. The atmosphere was stifling. Damn it, these lunatics. The northeast tiger slammed his fist against the nearby barbed wire, producing a loud clang. What good is cursing now? The slender scout, number 24, spoke calmly. That volume of earth, 100 meters long, 5 meters wide, 3 meters deep. Let's not kid ourselves. Even if we had a whole engineering platoon with excavators, we wouldn't finish in one night. So what should we do? Wait for death? If we don't dig, we will surely die. If we do dig, we might die. Choose one. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Just then, a calm voice broke the tension. Everyone, quiet down. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Number 77. Wang Yunteng. He was crouching on the ground, pinching a bit of the black mud from the marsh and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. This mud is problematic. Wang Yunteng stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands. It has an earthy smell and a hint of marsh gas. Chapter 43, One shovel down. And you bury yourself. Wang Yunteng crouched again, rubbing a small clump of black mud between his fingers. Marsh gas? Number 13, the burly man, took a few steps closer, casting his enormous shadow over Wang Yunteng. He snorted disdainfully, glancing at the muck. Young master, if you can't stand the smell, just say so. And what do you mean by earthy? Are you here to soldier, or to conduct geological surveys? Laughter erupted around them. In their eyes, this rich second-generation heir might have had a clever moment, but when it came to physical endurance and grit, he was merely a pampered weakling. Exactly. The individual known as Wild Dog spat on the ground and thrust the rusty shovel into the earth. A 100-meter pit? We won't finish before dawn. And the instructor did say there were good things in store for us. If you're not going to work, then get lost. You're just a nuisance here. With that, Wild Dog swung the shovel, aiming to strike the black mud. If you don't want to die, stop. Wild Dog froze mid-motion, anger flaring up instantly. The shovel suspended in midair. Who are you trying to scare? He retorted. What? Is there an anti-personnel mine buried in that mud? No mines. Wang Yunteng slowly rose to his feet. He casually picked up a rusty screw from the pile of broken tools, about the thickness of his thumb. With a slight flick of his wrist, the screw arced through the air, thunking into the mud less than half a meter from Wild Dog's foot. Wild Dog opened his mouth to mock the accuracy, but his words caught in his throat. The screw neither bounced back nor sank halfway. At the moment of contact with the muddy surface, the seemingly solid, compact black earth suddenly came alive. The surface rippled ominously, and then it collapsed downwards. As if a massive black maw had taken a deep breath. Gulp. Not a single bubble surfaced. The screw vanished in an instant. More unsettling was that after swallowing the screw, the surrounding 2 square meters of soil began to writhe violently, emitting a slurping sound as the mud liquefied and rolled. Within 3 seconds, everything returned to tranquility. The ground lay smooth as before, as if nothing had transpired. Wild Dog's face turned pale. His hand holding the shovel began to tremble, and his heels scraped backward, kicking up a trail of gravel. What in the world is that? A thixotropic fluid. Wang Yunteng brushed the mud off his hands, gesturing toward the vast marsh. Commonly referred to as man-eating mud. If you leave it undisturbed, it's solid. But once you dig into it, the vibrations propagate, and the ground beneath you instantly turns to porridge. He raised his gaze, scanning the faces of his pale teammates. If all 10 of us were to start digging, it wouldn't take 10 minutes for this ground to become a massive blender, swallowing us whole without a trace. Number 13's Adam's apple bobbed violently. The earlier bravado had evaporated, and cold sweat soaked through his uniform. Does that instructor want us to dig a pit to die? He likely doesn't want us dead outright, but he certainly wishes to see us turn on one another. The speaker was number 24, the slender scout, who had remained silent until now, squinted, fiddling with a piece of rotten wood in his hands. Have you all not counted the tools? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes falling upon the heap of tattered remnants. 10 individuals, with merely 5 usable shovels among them. Number 24 turned to Wang Yunteng, his expression shifting to one of heightened curiosity. Number 77, are you implying that this is not an engineering task at all? Wang Yunteng selected a relatively dry stone to sit upon, striving to relax his taut muscles. Digging the pit was merely a pretense. The true objective was to seize territory. He gestured toward the distance. In the darkness, echoes of shovels striking stone could faintly be heard from the camps of other groups. This expanse of marshland was vast. Yet only our section was an elevated high ground. If we do not excavate, once the mud liquefies, we shall be ensnared. But to dig would be akin to courting death. The sole path to survival lies in constructing a nest. Wang Yunteng picked up a withered branch and traced the ground. Without disturbing the muck, we could erect a windbreak on this solid earth. As for materials, he paused momentarily, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Someone is digging for us. Once they unearth dry soil or entrap themselves, we will acquire both materials and a space for survival. Number 13 scratched his bald head, his mind struggling to comprehend. Are you suggesting we do nothing and seize other soil? This is 026, not a charitable organization. Wang Yunteng snapped the branch, remarking that the instructor only mentioned the need for a barrier. Not that it had to be made of mud. A barricade of corpses would suffice as well. Before he could finish, a heart-wrenching scream abruptly pierced the silence of the night. Ah, my leg. Help. Pull me out. This mud bites. The wail was particularly jarring in the stillness of the night, soon followed by a cacophony of frantic footsteps and curses. Clearly, others had already fallen victim, triggering the quicksand effect. Wild Dog wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a wary glance at Wang Yunteng. Damn, you were right. What should we do now? Sit here and watch the show? Watch the show? We want to live to see it. Wang Yunteng flung away the broken branch and glanced toward the 3 o'clock direction. Everyone turned in unison. In the dense darkness, 7 or 8 shadows were crouched low, wielding army shovels and pickaxes, stealthily approaching. Those were members of Team 3. Their area was lower, and the mud had undoubtedly liquefied first, leaving them unable to gain a foothold. Wang Yunteng rose, stretching his sore neck, which cracked audibly. They have set their sights on our high ground. Moreover, their tools were likely broken, and they were in desperate need of functional implements to clear the way. Number 13. A hulking figure suddenly stood tall, his joints cracking, exuding the fierce aura befitting a heavy assault soldier. You want to raid my nest? You better know who you're dealing with. Don't rush to be a hero. Wang Yunteng approached the pile of tools, selecting a rusted rebar over a meter long. Heavy and burdensome in his grip. This is our group's first battle for survival. If we lose to these rabble, by morning, the cobras won't need to lift a finger. The scorpions will have us reduced to fertilizer for the marsh. He turned to face everyone. Number 13, don't waste that sturdy frame of yours. Stand at the forefront. Only defending, not attacking. Save your brute strength to serve as a shield. Anyone who charges in, crash back into them. Number 24, your keen eyes are invaluable. Take those rotten wooden sticks and flank them. When they collide with you like a grizzly bear, aim for their knees and ankles. The rest of you, those with shovels, form the second line, wielding them like spears. Remember, don't strike the head, that's murder. Aim for the face and wrists to incapacitate them. Number 13, unperturbed by being called a grizzly bear, grinned. Fine, I'll follow your lead. If we win, you, young master, will be our leader. If we lose. Wang Yunteng tightened his grip on the rebar. Losing means we become fertilizer for this marsh by next year. They're coming. Number 24 hissed. They were true wolves descending upon their prey. Team 3 was evidently driven by desperation. The mud had just claimed one of their comrades' legs, and the terror of death had stripped them of their reason. Now, this dry high ground was their Noah's Arkansas kill them. Seize the territory. The leader, a bald man, roared, his eyes bloodshot, swinging a broken pickaxe as he charged forward. Prepare. Wang Yunteng gripped the rebar with one hand, leaning forward slightly. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Even through the night and the stench of mud, he could smell the scent of despair emanating from the approaching foe. Number 13, hold. Wang Yunteng shouted. Number 13 charged forth like an uncontrollable heavy tank, roaring as he collided with the bald man. Bang! It was an unadorned, forceful impact. The bald man's pickaxe had yet to descend when he struck a wall of high-speed concrete, not even able to utter a sound before being sent flying 3 meters away. Engage. The chaos erupted instantaneously. This was not a drill. There were no referees, no pauses. Only the most primal conflict, marked by the clashing of bones and iron. Wang Yunteng did not charge forward. His body's endurance was a liability, and rushing in would be tantamount to seeking death. He stood behind number 13, calm as a strategist, occasionally thrusting the rebar like a venomous serpent. Left side, soft spot. Thud. The rebar struck precisely against a would-be attacker's rib nerves. The man let out a wretched cry, curling into a fetal position, his shovel clattering to the ground. Right side, shovel to the face. Wild Dog swung his shovel in a wide arc, the sharp crack resonating as it struck the man's face, blood gushing from his nose. This was no mere rabble hastily assembled. Under Wang Yunteng's almost prophetic command, this motley crew of soldiers from various units achieved a coordination reminiscent of a special operations team. In less than 5 minutes, there was no one left standing from Team 3. Scattered across the ground lay those clutching broken limbs, wailing in agony. Is this really too weak? Number 13 rubbed his sore shoulder, a look of unfulfilled eagerness on his face. I haven't even warmed up yet. It was not that they were weak. Number 24 emerged from the shadows, brandishing 2 pilfered army shovels, not a speck of mud clinging to him. A testament to effective command. His gaze toward Wang Yunteng had transformed entirely. If mere moments ago he merely thought this affluent young man was clever, now he regarded him with awe. That level of control over the battlefield and utilization of each individual's strengths was eerily precise. No need for flattery. Wang Yunteng drove the rebar into the ground, gasping for breath, his face slightly pale. The intensity of mental calculations and micromanagement over these few minutes was more exhausting than running 5 kilometers. He gestured toward the spoils lying on the ground. Collect their tools. Toss them out. Toss them where? Wild Dog inquired. Wang Yunteng raised his head, gazing at the distant bubbling black mire. Throw them back where they came from. Additionally, strip them of their shoes. Everyone was taken aback. Strip shoes? That's ruthless. This was a marshland riddled with sharp stones and rotten branches, without their tactical boots. Their feet could be easily pierced. If we do not remove their shoes, once they recover, they'll return to retaliate. Wang Yunteng unscrewed his water bottle, taking a swig to soothe his parched throat. Without shoes, they'll find it impossible to navigate this terrain. To avoid being pierced in the soles, they will have no choice but to crawl back. Ruthless. Number 13 gave a thumbs up, his eyes gleaming with admiration. That's downright brutal. I like it. Just as several were preparing to clear the battlefield, a rustling sound emerged. A faint yet unnerving sound of friction suddenly emanated from the depths of the marsh, where the reeds swayed ominously. It was not the sound of the wind. It resembled countless slippery mollusks gliding swiftly along the muddy surface. The once bubbling mire fell abruptly into silence. Wang Yunteng's hand, clutching the water bottle, froze mid-motion. He recalled the sinister grin of the cobra before its departure, along with the remark about the little creature airlifted from the Amazon. Don't dig. Wang Yunteng sprang into action, kicking over the pile of tools before him and tossing 2 shovels to the wild dogs, his voice tinged with urgency for the first time. Gather together, back to back. Point the shovels outward, from a circle. Hurry. Chapter 44, swallow it down. What noise is that? One of the wild dogs, clutching a training boot he had just excavated, had yet to toss it aside when the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The sound was peculiar, not the rustling of reeds in the breeze, but rather the unsettling noise of numerous damp bellies scraping against the ground, thick, relentless, and nauseating. A sibilant sound reminiscent of dull knives scraping against glass filled the air. The reconnaissance soldier, number 24, turned pale and dropped to the ground, pressing his ear against the muck. After a brief moment, he shot upright, his face ashen. Damn it! Water snake. The noise suggested there were hundreds of rats. Rats? Number 13 grinned widely, still wielding a half-severed rebar. What is there to fear? No amount of those creatures would be enough to deter me. The rats in this place grew robust on carrion, their teeth sharper than nails. Wang Yunteng seized number 13 by his combat strap and flung him to the outer edge of their defensive formation. And they're starving. Before he could finish his sentence, the reeds collapsed violently to either side. A pungent, rancid odor, mingling with the scent of decay, assaulted their nostrils before their eyes could register the sight. Squeak. The shrill cries pierced their eardrums as a dark wave surged forth from the underbrush. Indeed, it was a horde of rats, their size sending chills down their spines. Each one was as large as a full-grown rabbit, their coarse, dark fur bristling like steel needles, eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red in the shadows. Amidst the gray-black tide of rodents were water snake hybrids, driven mad by the surging rat swarm, frantically scrambling towards the only solid ground that had yet to liquefy. A veritable crisis had erupted. The wild dog's curses turned frantic, and he instinctively swung his entrenching tool. Slap! One of the leading rats was splattered into oblivion. Despite its formidable vitality, half its skull obliterated, it continued to writhe in the mud, its severed claws leaving white marks on the wild dog's boots. These bastards are forcing us into the water. Wang Yunteng scanned his surroundings. The surface of the mire had begun to bubble ominously. A clear indication of some chemical agent or sonic deterrent at play. They faced a binary choice. Either be gnawed to the bone by the beasts or plunge into the mire as specimens. There was no alternative. Can you hold out? Number 13 kicked two entwined black snakes away, and one of them leapt back, sinking its fangs into his calf, but thankfully his training boots were sufficiently thick. If you can't withstand it, you're dead. Wang Yunteng gripped the rebar, transforming it into a lethal spear, his wrist flicking as he thrust it forward. Thwack! A large rat lunging through the air was impaled mid-flight. Don't flail about. Conserve your energy. Aim for the head. The command was succinct and unyielding. Though each of the 10 men was a fierce warrior in their own right, none dared act recklessly now. The specter of death loomed like a sharp blade overhead, igniting their fighting spirit. Come on, you bastards. Number 13, now fully enraged, seized hold of 2 hapless members from Group 3, using them as makeshift human shields. Ah, it bit me. Help. Their screams were drowned out by the piercing cries of the rat swarm, as the advancing rodents and snakes latched onto the 2 men. Damn you, Big Bear. The wild dog cursed while mechanically swinging his shovel, his hands trembling from the impact. Less chatter. I'd rather die alongside my comrades than live. Wang Yunteng stood firm at the center of the circle, his eyelids twitching, his body nearing its limits. A lone rat, having evaded capture, launched itself from a fallen comrade's corpse directly at Wang Yunteng's throat. It was too swift. In the past, he could have crushed its skull with his bare hands. But now, his fingers lagged behind his mind's commands. All he could do was rely on instinct. Wang Yunteng pivoted sharply, his entrenching tool failing to intercept the rat, instead thrusting upward into its belly. Squelch! The rat was eviscerated mid-air, warm, foul-smelling entrails splattering across Wang Yunteng. He didn't flinch. Using the momentum of his turn to slap down a water snake that had intended to strike at number 24's neck, smashing it into the mud. Snake blood splattered into his mouth, tasting both salty and repulsive. Number 24, fire! Wang Yunteng shouted hoarsely. Are you joking? Where's the fire in this muck? Number 24 exclaimed. Panic etched across his face as he crushed a rat's skull beneath his boot. The shoes we just dug up, and those tattered uniforms. Wang Yunteng pointed at the pile of spoils nearby, particularly the synthetic materials, which were highly toxic when burned, something the creatures feared. Number 24's eyes lit up, a testament to his reconnaissance training and quick thinking. He swiftly gathered the foul shoes still harboring foot rot and a few tattered uniforms. Retrieving a windproof lighter from his pocket. Click! A flame flickered to life. The synthetic and rubber materials ignited instantly, a thick black smoke billowing upward. The stench was suffocating, akin to burning plastic mixed with rotten eggs. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid aroma was more potent than a gas grenade. The wild dog was reduced to tears. The rat swarm's advance faltered abruptly. The primal fear of fire and toxic fumes was ingrained in their very DNA. The leading rats, engulfed in darkness, squeaked and retreated, trampling each other in their haste. Push the fire outward. Form a semicircle. The group used their shovels to hurl the burning shoes and clothing into the oncoming swarm. Like kicking flaming projectiles, the flames illuminated their ferocious faces. The once frenzied horde of rats and snakes finally crumbled before the wall of fire, dispersing with panicked shrieks into the reeds, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only severed limbs and the nauseating scent of blood. Phew! Number 13 plopped down into the muddy water, drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his or that of the rats. His training uniform had been shredded into strips, and several gaping wounds on his arms oozed blood. Damn it, this is more exhausting than battle. The wild dog spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling hands still quaking. These instructors are inhumane. This isn't a selection process. It's as if they intend for us to be fed to the beasts. Leaning against the still smoking pile of shoes, Wang Yunteng felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. His vision blurred, fingers twitching uncontrollably. Yet he remained upright, his spine straight as an arrow. In this place, once you bent your back, the next moment would find you trampled into the mud. Still alive? Wang Yunteng forced his eyelids to remain open. Not dead yet. Number 24 touched the blood on his face, feeling utterly disgusted. If this gets out, I'll have no face left to show in the reconnaissance squad. Fighting alongside a bunch of rats. Laughter erupted among them, tinged with a hint of madness, a release of tension from the brink of despair. At that moment, a blinding beam of headlights pierced through the distance, illuminating the chaotic high ground in a ghastly white. Instinctively, everyone raised their hands to shield their eyes, their muscles tensing in an instant. Clap, clap, clap. Applause. Magnificent. The instructor, donned in a cobra hood, appeared under the light, seemingly having emerged from nowhere. He leisurely held a thermos, as if he were simply strolling through a park. I truly did not expect that you wretched lot could survive my meticulously prepared midnight snack. The cobra approached the heap of still smoldering, foul-smelling shoes, disdainfully fanning the air, his brow furrowing. Especially you, number 77. Not only did you fail to dig a pit, but you also pilfered others' tools, set fire to their shoes, and ultimately frightened away my pet. Your intellect, indeed, surpasses your body, which is only good for spending money. Wang Yunteng rose, propping himself up with a shovel, his face smeared with blood, yet he forced a ghastly grin. Thank you for the compliment, instructor. It was mainly due to your pet's excessive enthusiasm that we dared not come empty-handed. Heh. The cobra scoffed coldly, glancing at the pale hue of dawn on the horizon. Morning had arrived. Congratulations, Team Death. All members have survived. The cobra's tone suddenly turned somewhat jovial, reminiscent of a cat's excitement before catching a mouse. As a reward, today's breakfast will include an extra dish. He clapped his hands. A troop carrier backed into view, its rear gate clattering open. Two masked cooks unloaded a massive plastic crate, stained with blood, which thudded heavily onto the ground. A foul stench wafted through the air. Inside the crate lay a whole slab of raw beef, complete with skin and hair, still clinging to white fat and streaks of blood. The cut was rough, as if hacked off with an axe, untouched and unprocessed. With stray hairs still visible, several green-headed flies buzzed around the meat. 1 pound each. Finish it, and return to formation. The cobra glanced at his watch, his tone casual. With a time limit of 5 minutes. Those who cannot finish will lose 10 points. Lose 50 points, and you're out. Ugh. The wild dog glanced at the glistening blood on the meat, his stomach churning violently, and he gagged on the spot. Is this for human consumption? Even number 13. A rugged man. Turned pale. This must be for feeding Tibetan mastiffs, right? Not even washed. Do you have an objection? The cobra's gaze turned icy, the playful demeanor evaporating in an instant. In battle, after 3 days without food, let alone beef, you would be fighting over maggots. What? Is it too dirty for you? Would you like me to provide you with a knife and fork, perhaps a glass of red wine? I want to eat. The wild dog threw down his shovel, veins bulging in his neck. I came here to be a special forces soldier, not a savage. This meat must be teeming with bacteria, if I get dysentery. Who will be responsible? Responsible? The cobra laughed, his laughter chilling to the bone. You are free not to eat. The exit is right over there. You can leave now. Go home and cry to your mother. Tell her the food here is inedible. The wild dog froze. Leave. After narrowly escaping the jaws of a rat swarm. Now walk away. Yet, as he stared at the still dripping meat, his throat felt constricted. He could not take a step. Sizzle. A faint sound drew everyone's attention. Wang Yunteng, seemingly producing a dagger from nowhere, approached the crate of meat with a stoic expression. The blade glinted. A piece of meat, the size of a fist, was sliced off. Blood dripping rhythmically onto the muddy ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing resonated hauntingly in the quiet morning. Almost terrifying. Wang Yunteng bit down fiercely, his jaws rhythmically working. The nauseating stench of raw meat exploded in his mouth. The sinew was as tough as raw rubber, refusing to tear, and the slick fat clung to his throat, provoking waves of physiological revulsion. Yet, he did not even furrow his brow. His gaze was hollow and icy, as if he were not chewing raw meat, but a tasteless compressed biscuit. In his previous life, he had spent half a month lurking in the Amazon, swallowing even live lizards whole to avoid revealing his presence. This piece of beef was, for him, a 5-star treat. Most importantly, this body was crying out in agony. It desperately needed protein, even if it was bloody. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forced down a chunk of unchewed meat. Wang Yunteng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turning his blood-stained face towards the still-dazed crowd. What are you staring at? Waiting for the instructor to feed you? He sliced off a second piece and casually tossed it to number 13. Number 13 instinctively caught it, staring at the slippery piece of meat in his hand, his face paling. If you don't want to be eliminated, then eat. Wang Yunteng chewed on the second piece, mumbling indistinctly, his voice laced with determination. This is energy. If you don't want to starve on today as training ground, think of yourself as a beast. With that, he brandished the knife and approached the wild dog step by step. The wild dog, intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from him, took half a step back. What do you want? Wang Yunteng wasted no words. He lifted a bloody piece of meat with the tip of his knife and pressed it against the wild dog's mouth. His pupils narrowed to pinpricks. He fixed his gaze on the wild dog's eyes. "Open your mouth." "I can't swallow." The wild dog's voice trembled. Crack. Wang Yunteng's left hand forcefully grasped the wild dog's jaw, prying his mouth open. Ugh. The bloody chunk of meat was violently shoved inside. Wang Yunteng's right hand snapped his chin shut, forcing the wild dog to chew. Chew. Swallow it down. Wang Yunteng's roar was more terrifying than the cobra's. "That piece of meat is your life. Spit it out, and I'll help you withdraw from the competition right now." Tears streamed from the wild dog's eyes. The smell made him want to vomit, but staring into Wang Yunteng's eyes, which seemed ready to devour him, he forcefully suppressed the urge to retch. After a few chews, he swallowed it down whole. Good. The cobra clapped his hands from the side, a flicker of intrigue appearing in his cold eyes for the first time. Number 77. You are becoming more like a soldier. Wang Yunteng ignored him. He turned, the knife swiftly rising and falling, cutting the remaining meat into pieces and tossing them to others. Eat quickly, he whispered, his gaze sweeping over the instructors gathering in the distance. That madman was smiling ominously. This raw dish is merely an appetizer. Surely, something more perverse awaits us. Chapter 45. This breakfast is truly appetizing. 5 minutes. At the edge of the silent mire, only the sickening sounds of tearing flesh and the audible swallowing of throats remained. Aside from the gnawing, no one spoke. Ugh. Nearby, the wild dog ultimately could not hold it in any longer. The chunk of sinewy, bloody meat he had just swallowed, mixed with the acidic stench of his stomach, erupted violently onto the muddy ground. The atmosphere around them froze. Not far away, the cobra was toying with his stopwatch. Upon hearing the commotion, his cold eyes flicked over. He said nothing. Yet, that gaze was more cutting than any insult. Can't you handle it? Useless. The wild dog's face turned pale, his body uncontrollably shivering. Withdraw? Go back. If he didn't eat, those 5 minutes would mark the end of his military career. Gritting his teeth, the wild dog bent down, trembling hands scooping up the steaming pile of vomit from the ground. Close your eyes. Open your mouth. Gulp. He forcibly shoved that pile of flesh back into his mouth. His hands clamped tightly over his lips, desperately trying to suppress the rising wave of nausea in his throat. This scene was utterly ruthless. The few around him, still hesitating with chunks of meat in their hands, trembled as if pricked by a needle, no longer daring to savor their morsels. They closed their eyes and quickened their pace of tearing into the meat. Wang Yunteng didn't even spare a glance at the wild dog. He mechanically repeated the motions of cutting, stuffing, and swallowing. This body was an insatiable abyss, every cell crying out for sustenance. Do not regard it as meat. Consider it a battery, a source of fuel. Time's up. The cobra pressed the stopwatch, his tone as flat as if merely announcing the hour. Beep. The jarring alarm rang out without warning, shattering the tranquility of the morning. Behind the cobra, an enormous LED display suddenly lit up. Rows of white numbers densely packed together like gravestones. The cobra picked up a tablet, casually swiping his finger, after a night's passage. It is with regret that I inform you that 37 unfortunate souls, due to their fear of cold, aversion to dirt, or simply their utter ineptitude, have bid farewell to our warm family forever. Snap. The screen flickered. The 37 numbers instantly turned from white to gray, then extinguished. In that moment, the hearts of everyone present sank to the depths. Over 100 had entered, and in a single night, a third had vanished. Not dead, but nearly so. This was the elimination rate of 0.26, devoid of reason, focused solely on results. Group 4, all perished from hypothermia while bathing in the swamp. Group 6, eliminated for refusing orders and attempting to storm the camp gate for an explanation. Group 9, torn apart by infighting over a shovel, collectively expelled. With every word the cobra spoke, the mocking smile on his face deepened. He seemed to relish witnessing this group of elite individuals reduced to the status of stray dogs. As for you, the death group. He shifted his gaze to Wang Yunteng's blood-streaked face. Though his methods were somewhat despicable, involving arson and robbery, the outcome was satisfactory. All survived. The cobra tossed the tablet to an assistant beside him and clapped his hands. I admire your tenacity in resorting to any means necessary for survival. Thus, a reward is at hand. Everyone participates. The objective, the swamp ahead, armed cross-country for 10 kilometers. Execute immediately. The stomach that had just ingested raw flesh plummeted. 10 kilometers? In a mire that barely reached the knees? This was not training. It was a brutal ordeal. Report. The burly man from Group 13 could no longer hold back. His chest heaved violently, blood at the corners of his mouth. We Haven T slept all night, just consumed that kind of food. Intense exercise now could cause gastric perforation. This is unscientific. Unscientific? The cobra approached Group 13, towering over the man despite being a head shorter, his presence utterly domineering. This is 026, not a scientific academy. When the enemy is pointing a gun at you, will you tell him this is unscientific? He extended a finger, poking the man's bulletproof vest. I forgot to mention, this training counts towards your overall score. The last place group will forfeit lunch. Forfeiting lunch here equates to a death sentence. Will you run? The Cobra inquired. Group 13 gritted their teeth, squeezing out a single word through clenched jaws. Run. Very well, then don't dawdle like a coward. Move. There was no starting gun. The Cobra's command was the most direct order. Wang Yunteng was the first to move. He did not sprint, but adjusted his center of gravity, stepping into the icy, biting mud. Splash. The black sludge immediately engulfed him up to the knees, a tremendous suction emanating from beneath. As if a ghostly hand was gripping his ankle with relentless force. Each step required him to combat dozens of kilograms of resistance. Maintain the rhythm. Do not breathe through your mouth. Wang Yunteng roared hoarsely as he ran. 3 steps in, breathe in, 3 steps out. Engage your core. Lock your stomach. This was a variant of the breathing technique he had honed while lying in ambush on the snow-capped plateaus in his previous life. At this moment, Wang Yunteng forcibly suppressed the churn of raw beef in his stomach. He could feel the cold lump struggling against his gastric acid, pressing against his diaphragm, yearning to escape. He could not vomit. To do so would mean a loss of energy. If he vomited, this body would collapse. 77. How are you feeling? Is breakfast to your liking? A military jeep rolled through the muddy water, leisurely trailing the death group. The Cobra lounged in the passenger seat, legs crossed, holding that infernal thermos, leisurely wafting the aroma of tea leaves floating on the water's surface. The fragrance of hot tea mingled with the foul stench of the swamp and the metallic scent of blood from those around them, creating a torment of the spirit. Does it feel like that piece of meat is dancing in your stomach? The Cobra unscrewed the lid, deliberately blowing steam towards Wang Yunteng's face. Wang Yunteng ignored him, fixated ahead, mechanically moving his legs. Not speaking. Have you run out of oxygen, rendering your brain sluggish? The Cobra rummaged beneath his seat, producing a dark iron object, pulling the tab and tossing it casually by their feet. Clang. Hiss. A plume of yellow smoke erupted instantly, filled with a pungent sulfuric odor that stung the eyes and provoked tears to stream down. Cough, cough, cough. The wild dog, caught in the smoke, felt his stomach convulse, the suppressed urge to vomit threatening to break free once more. Damn it. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Yunteng's elbow crashed into his lower back, striking the kidney area with a forceful blow. The impact was severe, both painful and numbing. The wild dog stiffened, the rising sensation quelled by this wave of discomfort. Shut your mouth. Breathe through your nose. If you wish to live, do not open your mouth. Wang Yunteng's voice was icy. He himself was not faring any better. This body was too frail. That blow had nearly knocked the breath out of him. Wang Yunteng took a deep breath of the sulfurous air, forcing himself to stay alert. He turned his head, those bloodshot eyes locking onto the Cobra in the vehicle. Report, instructor. The taste is quite good. Just a bit of a toothpick issue. Next time, I suggest tenderloin. It's more succulent. Squeal. The Jeep suddenly skidded, the assistant driving it nearly losing grip on the wheel. The Cobra's hand holding the thermos froze in midair. The other groups, struggling to run for their lives, stared at them as if they had seen a ghost. Madness. This 77 was undoubtedly insane. After pushing themselves to this extent, with raw meat in their stomachs and sinking in muck, they dared to taunt the instructor? The smile on the Cobra's face gradually faded, transforming into a chilling calm. Very well. He set down the thermos and began to clap slowly, clearly having underestimated the digestive capabilities of this group of miscreants. He grabbed the walkie-talkie, coldly uttering a few words. Soon, several assistants appeared by the roadside, next to a pile of swollen, waterlogged logs. Each log was as thick as a bowl, heavy with water, as dense as iron. Since you all have such abundant energy, let us add a little post-meal dessert. The Cobra pointed at the pile of logs, his voice laced with menace. Death group, each of you carry one. The unending ordeal. And today, I shall embrace it as I sleep. Damn it. The 13's bear-like eyes have turned red. This is not training. It is a blatant attempt to break a person. Yet, he uttered not a single complaint. The burly man cast a fierce glare at the Cobra, then strode forward, selecting the thickest log with a roar. Thud. The round wood struck his collarbone, producing a dull thud. The others offered no words, silently following suit. At this juncture, to show weakness is to be a coward. Wang Yunteng opted for a relatively thinner piece. He was self-aware, recognizing that the strength of this body was a limitation. Even so, as the log settled on his shoulder, his knees buckled momentarily, nearly collapsing into the mud. It was unbearably heavy. It was not merely a log. It was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The rough bark instantly ripped through his soaked training attire, the coarse friction biting into his flesh, igniting a fiery pain. Keep up. Wang Yunteng gritted his teeth, lowering his center of gravity, employing his core muscles to alleviate the pressure on his shoulder, laboriously inching forward. 10 kilometers of swamp, 100 pounds of wet wood. Each step was a desperate gamble against the Grim Reaper. Time lost all meaning, and he could not discern how long they had been running. Wang Yunteng felt as if his lungs might burst, each breath tinged with a metallic taste. His vision began to blur, the world morphing into a mosaic of black and white, with only the heavy sounds of gasping breaths and the dull thud of the log striking his body resonating in his ears. The wild dog collapsed, its face plunging into the mud. Before the instructor could arrive, the 24th and the 13th each seized an arm, lifting him as though he were a chick, compelling him to continue running. Don't stop. If you do, you won't rise again, Wang Yunteng mechanically repeated. This was a trial of willpower against flesh. When solid ground finally emerged, the sensation of narrowly escaping death caused everyone to crumble. Bang, bang, bang. Logs fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Yunteng cast the wood off his shoulder, dropping to one knee, hands pressed firmly against his knees, gasping for air. Sweat mingled with mud streamed into his eyes, stinging painfully. His throat tasted of rust. His vocal cords felt as though they had been sanded down. Yet he did not collapse, even as his legs trembled. He stubbornly maintained that single knee on the ground, refusing to succumb to the earth. Others from the group arrived at the finish line one after another, most collapsing into unconsciousness, with only a few managing to move feebly. The Cobra leisurely leapt from the jeep. He approached Wang Yunteng, looking down at this rich heir who could barely stand. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully completed a delightful morning exercise. The Cobra glanced at his watch. Everyone, 5 minutes to recover. Catch your breath. He turned, gesturing toward the shooting range adorned with a red flag in the distance. Next, welcome to the shooting training ground. The Cobra's gaze swept over Wang Yunteng's trembling hands, his voice dripping with mockery and provocation. I've heard that among you, there exists a remarkable sharpshooter? 2 kills in 3 seconds? Perfect. Let me witness how a person who can barely stand and whose hands tremble like a Parkinson's patient handles a firearm. Chapter 46. Even a Parkinson's patient can kill. The shooting range was as dilapidated as a wild boar's den. The ground was slick with black mud, with each step threatening to engulf one's ankles. 100 meters away, 10 half-body targets were awkwardly planted in a heap of soil. The target paper bleached and wrinkled from the rain, the red bullseye blurring into a dark crimson that made one dizzy. Dozens of mud-covered monkeys, having just crawled out of the swamp, were herded to this spot by the instructor like cattle, their lips turning blue from the cold, teeth chattering in unison. Each person was assigned a Type 95 rifle and 30 rounds of ammunition. The Cobra gestured toward the nearby weapons rack. This gun has just been fished out of the mud pit. There are probably tadpoles still in the barrel. You have 10 minutes to clean and calibrate your weapons. After 10 minutes, the assessment will commence. The rules are simple. At random intervals and in no particular order, the targets will rise and fall within 1.5 seconds. There will be hostage targets mixed in. A single miss, or hitting a hostage, and you'll carry that log and run an additional 5 kilometers. Damn. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Is the rifling even intact? There's no sight adjustment. 15 seconds? Even a new gun might struggle to keep up with that pace. Are they toying with us? Complaints aside, no one dared to remain idle. Like madmen, everyone rushed toward the weapons rack, beginning to disassemble the mud-caked rifles. Wang Yunteng casually grabbed one. The stock was engraved with a crooked character. Clearly an antiquated relic discarded by the Tiger Brigade, likely moldy from years in a corner of the warehouse. As he pulled back the bolt, a stream of murky water gushed from the magazine well, splattering everywhere. He immediately sat down to disassemble the weapon. His fingers felt like frozen carrots, stiff and uncooperative. Yet he did not pause. The disassembly motions were etched in his memory, and even with his eyes closed, he could dismantle the components with ease. He tore off a strip of dry fabric from the lining of his training uniform, cleaning the barrel, wiping the firing pin. His movements swift enough to leave behind traces of motion. Beside him, the burly 13th was sweating profusely, his bear-like hands unable to pry open the rusted gas tube. Cursing under his breath. Damn it, this rusty piece is tougher than my life. Wang Yunteng ignored him, reassembling the recoil spring with a satisfying click, completing the assembly. But the next moment, his brow furrowed. His hands were trembling, uncontrollably shaking. This was a nerve spasm caused by muscle overexertion, coupled with low blood sugar and hypothermia, causing his entire right arm to vibrate uncontrollably. It felt as if a current was racing through his muscle fibers, impossible to suppress. He attempted to aim. The notch, the sight, the target. The 3 points could not form a single line. The sight wavered around the bullseye, drawing irregular circles that made one nauseous. Forget about hitting the forehead. In this state, merely hitting the target would be considered a stroke of luck. I told you this kid is all show. An abrasive voice pierced through from the side. It was the black-faced second lieutenant from the second group, who had suffered considerably in the swamp. Now witnessing Wang Yunteng's shaking hands, He was delighted to the point of nearly bursting with laughter. Look, our sharpshooter seems to be in a bit of trouble. Late-stage Parkinson's? The black-faced lieutenant pointed at Wang Yunteng's hands, shouting loudly. Those hands shake more than my grandmother when she is chopping meat. Don't accidentally shoot me in the backside later. Ha! Laughter erupted around them. These individuals desperately needed an outlet, and witnessing others' misfortunes was their sole source of amusement. I doubt it's Parkinson's. Looks more like he wet himself in fear. And a double kill in 3 seconds? I reckon it was in his dreams. Silence. The Cobra sauntered over, a mocking smile plastered on his face, yet he refrained from reprimanding the black-faced lieutenant, instead taking a keen interest in Wang Yunteng, 77. It seems your comrades have high expectations of you. What's this? Your hands aren't cooperating. Would you like me to fetch a caregiver to push you in a wheelchair? The faces of the members from the death squad darkened like the bottom of a pot. The 13th, infuriated, slammed his rifle to the ground. Enough with the laughter. Let us settle this one-on-one. Wang Yunteng remained silent. He slowly lowered the rifle, turning his head, his gaze lingering on the black-faced lieutenant for 2 seconds. His expression was flat, as though he were looking at a corpse. Then, he tossed the freshly cleaned rifle to the 13th. Hold this for me. With that, he approached the muddy shooting position, undeterred by the filth, and lay down straight. The posture he assumed was far from a standard prone position. One might even argue it lacked any semblance of tactical finesse. His entire being lay pressed against the ground like a formless mass of clay, his cheek pressed into the cold, clammy mud. What was he doing? Playing dead? The mocking laughter grew louder. Is this how he capitulates? Is he groveling on the ground? Surely, he cannot rise, young master. Wang Yunteng was oblivious to it all. He was attuned to the whispers of the wind. He felt the vibrations coursing through the earth. He was acutely aware of the tremors emanating from his injured arm with each quiver. Since he could not suppress the shakes, he decided to embrace them, transforming this high-frequency trembling into an integral part of his being, a rhythmic cadence. 10 minutes elapsed. The first group, prepare. The instructor, Cobra, glanced at the clock and directly called out Wang Yunteng's name, number 77. Since you assumed the most proper position, you shall go first and demonstrate for everyone. Wang Yunteng opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a sudden glint of cold light illuminated his previously bloodshot eyes. He took the firearm from number 13's hands, relying not on any support, but rather pressing the stock firmly against his shoulder. The barrel remained pointed toward the ground, unraised. Rookie, are you ready? The instructor's languid voice echoed from the control room, and the timer commenced. Beep. A long sound pierced the air. 70 meters to the right. A half-body target sprang up from behind a mound of earth. Wang Yunteng was in motion. There was no bracing of the weapon, no aiming. His upper body jolted with a tremor, not from deliberate exertion, but following the rhythm of his trembling arm. He abruptly flicked it upward to the right. Indeed, it was a flick, akin to cracking a whip. The muzzle traced an uncanny arc through the air, and in a fraction of a second, as it crossed the target's trajectory, his index finger instinctively squeezed the trigger. Bang! A burst of flame erupted from the barrel. The tremendous recoil jolted his damaged arm, producing a sharp crack, yet he did not spare a glance. 100 meters away, the target that had only just risen for less than half a second had its forehead obliterated, a black hole erupting. Shreds of paper scattered through the air. The expressions of those who had gathered to witness the spectacle froze instantaneously. Dumbfounded. Undoubtedly. How could one possibly hit without aiming? Bang! Bang! Without granting them a moment to ponder, 2 targets sprang up simultaneously at 50 meters to the left and 100 meters straight ahead. One of them was even a painted red hostage target. Wang Yunteng's body spun like an uncontrollable top, his core generating a fierce force as he twisted to the left with his trembling arm. The barrel whipped through the air, leaving a blurred afterimage. Bang! The bandit target to the left collapsed in response. In quick succession, leveraging the recoil of the shot, the muzzle leapt upward, drawing a V-shaped trajectory in the air. Bang! The bandit target 100 meters away met a similar fate. Yet, the hostage target positioned closely beside it remained unscathed, the paint unmarred. What in the name of marksmanship is this? Whip shooting? Or is it a battered Type 95 with smoothed rifling? This defies logic. Hurry. Faster. Erect all the targets. The instructor in the control room appeared on the verge of bursting, his eyes practically popping from their sockets as he pounded the control panel furiously. The remaining 7 targets darted erratically across the shooting range. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire adopted a rhythm, a heartbeat imbued with the cadence of death. Wang Yunteng was no longer relying on sight. His body had taken command of his mind. Each tremor of his muscles became a parameter for trajectory correction. Every pulse of his heartbeat became a signal to pull the trigger. In that moment, the figure lying in the mud, trembling, resembled not a Parkinson's patient, but rather a meticulously engineered killing machine. The final gunshot resonated. The entire shooting range fell into a silence so profound that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Only the thin wisp of smoke curling from the muzzle remained, twisting and swirling in the breeze. All 10 targets lay prostrate. Not a single shot went astray. No hostages were harmed. All met their demise with a bullet to the head. The bright red digits on the display screen blazed like a beacon. Hits, 10. Time taken, 97 seconds. Result, perfect. The previously scornful lieutenant, his mouth agape as if he could fit 2 eggs inside, stood frozen with his weapon. His expression vacant as a fool. Parkinson's? Number 13 swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. If this were Parkinson's, he might as well sever his own hand to feed the dogs. Wang Yunteng remained on the ground. He discarded the scorching rifle, pressing his left hand firmly against his right shoulder. Dislocated. The violent motions he had executed moments earlier had completely violated the principles of human biomechanics, violently dislocating his already fragile shoulder joint. Pain. Excruciating pain. Gasping for breath, he braced himself with his left hand against the ground, slowly rising to his feet. His cold gaze swept across the group that had mocked him earlier, finally landing on the scornful lieutenant. Do you still wish to witness my trembling hand? The voice was low, hoarse, and unpleasant. The lieutenant instinctively recoiled, taking a step back, not daring to utter a sound. Clap, clap, clap. Sparse applause erupted from behind. Scorpion. The man clad in a black trench coat had materialized there unbeknownst to anyone. He walked through the mud, his boots miraculously spotless. Impressive. Scorpion approached Wang Yunteng, looking down upon this precarious soldier. Rather than contesting the physical shortcomings, he had instead harnessed these flaws to kill. This was not merely strategy. It was the instinct of a beast. He extended a hand and patted Wang Yunteng's recently returned right shoulder. The touch was gentle, yet Wang Yunteng winced in pain, his eyes twitching at the sharpness of the sensation. However, Scorpion's tone shifted abruptly, turning icy. 10 bullets traded for an arm. In the theater of war. Once these 10 rounds are expended, how shall you contend with the remaining hundreds of enemies? Will you gnaw at them with your teeth? He turned away, his black coat billowing in the wind. Next task, 24 hours of jungle infiltration and extermination. No supplies, no reinforcements. We shall unleash 50 hunting dogs and 2 fully equipped special forces teams to pursue you. Scorpion glanced back, a cruel smile etched across his face. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Yunteng's still trembling arm. Number 77, tell me, how does a cripple, incapable of lifting a weapon, intend to survive until dawn? Chapter 47, The Madman's Plan. Survive? This question hung like a blade over everyone's throat. In the mud, Wang Yunteng continued to gasp. His dislocated right arm dangled limply in the mire. If left untreated, it would swell to the size of a pig's trotter within half an hour, rendering it utterly useless. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze piercing through disheveled bangs, colliding with Scorpion's frigid eyes. This was no gaze of an instructor assessing a recruit. It was that of a butcher appraising the meat on a cutting board, contemplating where to strike. Suddenly, Wang Yunteng broke into a grin, blood frothing from his teeth. His smile twisted and unsettling. Report, instructor. Surviving until tomorrow seems a distant notion. I merely need to ensure that those who wish to see me dead do not survive the night. Scorpion remained unmoved, though his sparse brows twitched slightly. In the next instant, Wang Yunteng erupted into action. Without any forewarning, he whirled around, his core unleashing a surge of raw power. Hurtling his flailing arm against the rusted steel pipe used to stabilize the target, he had transformed himself into a hammer, his shoulder a nail. Crack! The sound of bones grinding and the sharp crack of a dislocated joint reverberated across the desolate shooting range, a painful auditory assault. Many instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of discomfort in their own jaws. Ugh! Wang Yunteng let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead pulsating violently. The intense physiological pain momentarily darkened his vision, cold sweat erupting instantaneously, soaking through his already mud-stained training uniform. Yet, he remained silent, not even bending his knees. Leaning against the steel pipe, he gulped down air until his vision refocused. Then, before the gaze of hundreds, he slowly raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and then relaxed it. Though still trembling, the bone had rejoined. Reporting to the instructor, Wang Yunteng shook his recently reattached hand. The weapon malfunction has been resolved, and the parts are reassembled, requesting to return to the team. A profound silence enveloped the area. The black-faced lieutenant, who moments ago anticipated a spectacle, now swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. A madman. This was an unequivocal lunatic. If he could inflict such harm upon himself, how terrifying would he be on the battlefield? Scorpion stared at Wang Yunteng for a full 5 seconds. His gaze transformed, shifting from that of observing a corpse to recognizing a fellow being. Intriguing. Scorpion curled the corner of his mouth into a smirk, uttering not another word as he turned and disappeared into the shadows, his black trench coat rustling in the night breeze. Half an hour later, at the edge of the swamp, lay the makeshift camp of the death squad, reeking of decay. No doctors, no ice packs. Awaiting them was only the ever-looming presence of the Cobra and 10 deflated tactical backpacks strewn on the ground. Congratulations, you haven't all perished yet. Cobra kicked one of the bags disdainfully. In 20 minutes, the body retrieval vehicle, oh no, the troop transport helicopter, will come to collect you. This time, they were playing for keeps. Within a 50-kilometer radius of primal jungle, 9 teams, 9 flags. Simulated combat hunting, with a time limit of 24 hours. Cobra raised a finger and shook it. The rules are simple. After 24 hours, the only team still flying their flag will be granted immunity. The remaining teams will be ranked based on the number of flags captured and the number of survivors. The last team standing will be eliminated entirely. Additionally, a friendly reminder. Cobra grinned, revealing his teeth. In this forest, aside from you rookie clowns pecking at each other, there are 2 fully staffed special operations teams casually meandering about. They are your designated reapers. If you encounter them, do not resist. Lay low and accept your fate to suffer less. With that, he hummed an unknown tune and sauntered away, leaving a group of recruits with expressions grimmer than mud. How are we supposed to play this game? Wild Dog kicked a stone away in frustration, raking his fingers through his hair, transforming it into a disheveled mess. There are only 10 of us. They have 12 full members. And I heard that Group 5 is made up of the Snow Leopard Assault Team's veterans. Isn't this just sending us to our doom? The burly figure of number 13 had lost his usual bravado, crouched down sifting through their gear. The contents of his pack clinked pitifully. 2 blocks of compressed biscuits as hard as stone, a canteen of water, a dull entrenching tool, and a few tripwire grenades. With such meager supplies, they wouldn't last even a night of camping, let alone a battle. This is forcing us to raid. Number 24, the thin monkey, fiddled with the fuse in his hands. His gaze sinister. If we don't steal from others, we'll starve to death in these 24 hours. The group muttered curses, but eventually fell silent. Their gazes converging on a corner. Wang Yunteng leaned against a piece of deadwood, eyes closed. His complexion was ashen, and his right hand limply rested on his knee. Although the bones had rejoined from the earlier impact, the damage to the ligaments would not heal swiftly, and waves of pain surged through his skull. Yet, he remained silent. And not one of the rebellious spirits dared to move. Unbeknownst to them, this man who had ruthlessly slammed his shoulder against the steel pipe had become the backbone of their hastily assembled team. What are you staring at? Wang Yunteng's eyes remained shut as he spoke softly. Boss, how are we going to fight this battle? Number 13 scratched his bald head. If we guard this tattered flag, we definitely won't hold it for long. Should we find a cave and hide? Hide. Wang Yunteng slowly opened his eyes, a hint of derision flickering in his bloodshot gaze. In this cursed place, the more one desires to survive, the quicker they meet their end. He stood up, disregarding the mud on his trousers, picked up a branch, and drew a harsh line in the mud. Listen closely. I will say this only once. First, abandon the flag. What? Wild Dog exclaimed. Not guarding the flag. Doesn't that mean we automatically lose? Are you out of your mind? Wang Yunteng shot him a cold glance. The rule states that after 24 hours, the flag must still be standing. Who says it has to be planted in the ground during those 24 hours? We are special forces, not security guards. After entering the area, they could find a mouse hole to stuff the flag into, bury it deep, and camouflage it well. As long as they survived. Who the hell could find it? It was a cunning yet sensible strategy. The eyes of the group brightened. Second, Wang Yunteng jabbed the branch into the ground. We will not be the prey. We shall be the disruptors. Disruptors? Number 13 was taken aback. Yes, this water is too clear. Our few numbers will not suffice. We must muddy the waters. The murkier, the better. Wang Yunteng pointed at number 13. You, the big guy, take Wild Dog and those 2 hulks. Do not engage in direct combat. Your task is to create chaos. If you spot another camp, don't charge in. Throw a Molotov cocktail and run, fire a few blank shots. Then retreat. I want them to be unable to enjoy a hot meal or sleep soundly. He then turned to number 24. Skinny Monkey. Make use of those keen eyes of yours. Your responsibility is to gather intelligence. Who is isolated? Who is injured? Who is fighting whom? I want first-hand information. And you, boss? Number 24 inquired. Wang Yunteng patted his injured arm. This hand is temporarily useless for heavy work, but my mind is still sharp. I, along with the others, will be responsible for adding some spice to this forest. Traps, cunning explosives, and poison pits. Since this is hell, it should resemble one. He took a deep breath, his tone suddenly turning icy. Remember, in this battle, we do not seek to kill many enemies. What we aim to do is shatter their morale, steal their water, burn their food, make them skitter about the forest like frightened birds. Even if we are left with not a single survivor, we must ensure they crawl out. The chilling words sent shivers down the spines of the group, yet they could not help but feel a surge of adrenaline. This was no mere tactic. It was the approach of a band of rogues invading a village. Let us do it. Number 13 slammed his fist into his palm, frustration boiling over. Let us go all out and take them down. 20 minutes later, a massive rotor sliced through the air as the helicopter hovered above a sea of dark green trees. The cabin door swung open, and a fierce wind rushed in. Jump! Without needing the instructor's command, the 10 members of the death squad leaped into the jungle like dumplings into boiling water. Thud! Thud! Tactical boots hit the ground, landing on the thick layer of humus with a muffled thud. This area was a quintessential subtropical rainforest, humid and stifling. Vines coiled around tree trunks like serpents, and the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the calls of birds. Only the black flag representing the death squad stood solitary in the center of the clearing. Number 13 hit the ground with a tactical roll, instinctively raising his weapon in alert. Boss, why does this place feel so sinister? Wang Yunteng remained silent. He crouched down, disregarding the flag, and instead reached out to touch a leaf on the nearby shrub. The leaf's broken edge was fresh, still oozing sap. He then surveyed the ground. Although the surface layer of decaying leaves appeared intact, the soil beneath bore subtle signs of subsidence. These were footprints deliberately concealed, and there was more than one. Number 24. Wang Yunteng lowered his voice. At 3 o'clock, atop that ancient banyan tree. 9 o'clock, behind the grass. Like a nimble raccoon, number 24 darted out, only to return within 10 seconds, his face ashen. Boss, it's serious. There are people. 2 groups. On the left, the ragtag 2nd unit. On the right, the snow leopards of the 5th unit. They've joined forces. At least 20 guns are aimed at us. As his words fell, a cold sweat cascaded down the backs of everyone in the death squad. Clearly, Wang Yunteng's astounding performance at the shooting range, coupled with the provocatively named death squad, had made them the target of everyone's ire. This is a deadlock. Are we just going to be cornered like dumplings? Damn it, let us fight back. Wild Dog yanked the bolt of his gun, his eyes reddening. What if there are 20 of them? 1 in exchange for another is even, 2 is profit. Fight. Wang Yunteng pressed Wild Dog's gun barrel down, his gaze chillingly calm. 20 guns in crossfire. Do you think your head is harder than a bullet? You'd be riddled with holes before you even charge out. Then what do? Wait to die? Number 13 was agitated. Who said anything about dying? Wang Yunteng suddenly smiled, a cunning glint in his eyes. He glanced at the still embedded black flag, and then at the dense, impenetrable primeval forest behind him. Lower your weapons. Everyone, listen to my command. Turn off the safety, crouch low, and remain silent. We are retreating. Retreat. Wild Dog thought he misheard. That's what cowards do. Are we not even firing our guns? Firing would expose us. Do you want to be their targets? Wang Yunteng indicated the shadowy trees surrounding them, lowering his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. This forest is vast. It won't be so easy for them to hunt us down. They wish to play predator, do they? Very well. Wang Yunteng began to slowly retreat, blending into the thick shadows. We'll play their game. Death Squad, everyone accounted for. The game of hide-and-seek begins now. Chapter 48. Welcome. Here lies only air and itch powder. Action. A barely audible whisper. At 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, 2 thickets were simultaneously breached. Over 20 dark figures surged into the clearing, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure. The ominous muzzles of their guns swiftly carved through the space, sealing off every possible angle of attack. This was a textbook-level ambush. Captain Zhang Yang of the Snow Leopard Assault Team led the charge, his tactical boots crushing dry twigs. His Type 95 rifle steady as a rock, finger poised on the trigger's midpoint. Should any living creature cross his line of sight, even a startled rabbit, it would be reduced to mere shreds in an instant. Behind him, the 2nd unit leader flanked the sides, his gaze fierce, as if he wished to tear the very ground apart. Swift, violent, and brimming with lethal intent. Yet, the anticipated gunfire was absent. Not even a single cry of alarm was heard. The battlefield they had envisioned lay in eerie silence. Aside from a few startled mosquitoes buzzing aimlessly, there wasn't a soul in sight. Zhang Yang maintained his assault stance as he reached the center of the camp, abruptly halting, his tactical boots carving a deep mark in the mud. This was where the black flag had once been planted. Now, only a dark, rat-sized hole remained. Where's the flag? Where are the people? That audacious number 77 from the shooting range. Could he possibly have mastered the art of invisibility? Stop. Zhang Yang raised his fist, the muscles in his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Where are they? The 2nd unit leader gasped as he burst out from the flank, his eyes wide and frantic, the gun barrel wavering in every direction. Hadn't the reconnaissance just confirmed they were still here? In just 2 minutes, had they evaporated? They haven't vanished. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising in his chest from feeling toyed with. He crouched down, pointing to the area beside the rat hole. There stood a piece of bark stripped from a rotting log, upon which a crude and somewhat grotesque smiley face was drawn with charcoal. Beneath the smiley, several crooked lines read, "Oh dear, you're late. The flag was taken to wipe your behind. Silly bird, where are you looking? I'm right above your head. Damn it." Zhang Yang slammed his fist onto the piece of bark, shattering it with a crack. These rascals. This has to be that number 77's doing. The second unit leader picked up a splintered piece of wood, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The tone was unmistakably that of the perverse one. This kid was too cunning. This was not something normal soldiers could pull off. Zhang Yang stood up, brushing the wood shavings from his hands. He squinted, his gaze scanning the tightly woven rainforest with a predatory sharpness. Cunning? In this realm, being treacherous was the highest form of praise for a soldier. But he would not accept such an insult. Run? With that 2-meter-tall oaf and a few near invalids, where could they possibly escape to? Zhang Yang scoffed coldly, gesturing, flying squirrel. Drag them out for me. Aren't they supposed to be able to fly? I want to see if they can fly out of this forest. Yes. A snow leopard sharpshooter codenamed Flying Squirrel stepped forward. He was not tall, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if he could smell the enemy's sweat in the air. He crouched low, gently pinching a bit of soil between his fingers, bringing it to his nose, quickly locking onto the direction. Over here. Southwest. Flying Squirrel pointed to a seemingly ordinary thicket, his tone certain. The broken grass blades were fresh and still oozing sap. Moreover, the moss here bore signs of being crushed by a heavy weight, 3 inches deep. This was undoubtedly the work of that hulking number 13. Pursue. Zhang Yang's lips curled into a cruel smile, a surge of murderous intent boiling within him. Once a fox has a tail, even if it has 9 lives, it must perish. 200 meters to the southwest, beneath a massive buttressed banyan tree, Wang Yunteng leaned against the tree roots, leisurely chewing on a piece of yellowish-brown grass root. The sap was bitter, with an earthy taste. Yet this substance contained alkaloids that could keep the mind alert even in a state of oxygen deprivation. This body tires too easily. Extraordinary measures must be taken. Boss, we've hooked the bait. Number 24, like a nimble monkey, quietly descended from the treetops, landing without disturbing a single leaf. As anticipated, that sharpshooter was an expert. Quickly zeroing in on the footprints left by the hulking bear, Wang Yunteng spat out the remnants from his mouth, his expression betraying no emotion. An expert indeed. He rubbed his still aching right shoulder. Those snow leopard individuals had skill, but their arrogance was overwhelming. They placed too much faith in their experience. In their eyes, we were merely a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. When a hunter spots pig tracks, he salivates in excitement, never considering whether those tracks were dug by pigs themselves. Beside him, number 13 was stirring a heap of muck with a spade, scratching his head in confusion. I say, young master, shouldn't we make a hasty retreat instead of playing in the mud here? Are we really going to confront those 20 rifles head-on? With our meager firepower, we might as well be offering ourselves as targets. Wang Yunteng pointed at the small pit recently excavated by number 13 and then gestured towards a clump of broad, heart-shaped leaves covered in fine white hairs. Do you recognize that? Number 13 took a glance and shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't that just some wild grass? It looks rather tender. Can we eat it? Eat. Wang Yunteng chuckled, his laughter carrying a somewhat unsettling tone. You certainly have quite the appetite. That plant is called taro, and the thorny shrub beside it is known as stinging nettle. Locally, it carries a more notorious name, biting dog. Wang Yunteng raised his hand and mimicked grasping the air. Just a slight touch of its sap or the hairs from its leaves entering your pores. Oh, the sensation. It's far worse than 1,000 fiery ants burrowing into your flesh. Without an antidote, that excruciating itch could last for 3 days and nights. Scratching? The more you scratch, the worse it becomes, until you've reduced yourself to nothing but a skeleton. The group, including number 13 and the wild dogs, felt their scalps tingle at his words, instinctively retreating as their expressions shifted upon seeing the patch of wild grass. Number 24. Pour the few jars of enhanced water you gathered into the pit. Crush the leaves of the stinging nettle and mix them in thoroughly. It must be dense, like glue. Wang Yunteng struggled to rise, leaning against the tree trunk as he brushed the mud from his hands. This is a welcoming gesture. Since our guests have come with such enthusiasm, we mustn't be stingy. Let us help them warm up. 5 minutes later, the snow leopard's elite scout, the flying squirrel, was stealthily navigating through the jungle, expertly wielding a dagger as he delicately parted the vines before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a series of somewhat disheveled footprints on the ground, and a cold smirk crept across his face. Just as I suspected, rookies. In their panic, their footprints are uneven and erratic. This clearly indicates exhaustion. That big oaf must be just ahead, gasping for breath. Just ahead. Full speed ahead. The flying squirrel turned back, intending to signal the main force for a pincer maneuver. As his left foot landed once more, something felt amiss. The soft, loamy soil beneath him lacked any solid footing. Suddenly, he stumbled into a trap. The flying squirrel reacted swiftly, propelling himself backward the moment his ankle sank into the ground, wrenching his leg free. Even with his shoe now coated in a viscous, gray-green substance, he remained remarkably calm, not even sounding the alarm. It's just a little mud pit, after all. They Haven-T even set a bamboo skewer. These rookies really underestimate us. Yet, in the next instant, an indescribable, searing pain erupted from his ankle, coursing through his nerves straight to the crown of his head. It wasn't merely pain. It was an itch, a deep, marrow-penetrating itch, akin to a million maggots writhing in his veins, gnawing away. A chilling, heart-wrenching scream shattered the jungle's tranquility, sending flocks of birds into flight. The sound was so harrowing it resembled not an injury from training, but rather someone being flayed alive. Behind him, Zhang Yang felt his heart constrict violently, instantly dropping to the ground with his weapon poised, trembling. Enemy attack. At what position? There were no gunshots. Only the sight of the flying squirrel writhing on the ground, desperately clawing at his pant legs and tactical boots. It itches. I'm dying from the itch. Help. My leg. There are bugs in my leg. Get them out. The flying squirrel's nails dug deep into his flesh, his fingertips breaking as he tore at his combat pants and skin, leaving a bloody mess. His face contorted in sheer agony, eyes bulging, and foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth. This frenzied self-mutilation sent chills down the spines of the seasoned soldiers around him, a wave of dread coursing through their bodies. Medic, what in the world is going on? A gas attack. Zhang Yang rushed forward, two men struggling to restrain the thrashing flying squirrel. The accompanying medic, upon seeing the inflamed, glistening skin rapidly blistering and rotting, turned as pale as a sheet. It's not gas, it's a plant toxin. A mixed toxin. The concentration of stinging nettle and taro is too high. It's practically biochemical warfare. Damn it. Zhang Yang stared at the pitiful state of his subordinate, who looked like a ghoul, feeling his teeth ache with anger. Is this what the selection process for special forces looks like? This is downright despicable, more sordid than any drug dealer. This is how you want to play with me? Zhang Yang suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the dark expanse of the jungle ahead, his teeth grinding audibly. Fear, a sensation he had never experienced before, quietly spread through the ranks. They had yet to encounter any enemies, and already they had lost one of their finest scouts. All units, tighten your pant legs. Do not touch any nearby plants. They are poisonous, Zhang Yang bellowed, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Search. Capture one alive. I want him to lick this poison clean. In the distance, behind the thicket, Wang Yunteng listened to that shriek of despair, expressionless as he chewed the last bit of grass root and swallowed. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? He turned to number 13, who looked pale, his gaze filled with awe. His throat constricted as he struggled to speak. Boss, were you really a wealthy heir before? I feel like you're even more ruthless than our pig-killing sergeant. Ruthless? Wang Yunteng patted his shoulder. No, I am a doctor, specializing in various forms of discontent. Let us go. This is merely an appetizer. Wang Yunteng turned, dragging his still-recovering heavy leg deeper into the jungle. His silhouette was slender, yet exuded a chilling hardness that sent shivers down the spine. Next stop, the wild boar forest. Big Bear, there are more mud pits there. It's your turn. Chapter 49. The bees here have quite the temper. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the humidity of the jungle rose, making it feel like a colossal sauna. The snow leopard and the coalition from the second team were on the brink of madness. 2 full hours, 2 entire hours, and they hadn't even touched a hair from the team that had perished. Meanwhile, they had already lost 3 men. One had stumbled into a pit of itching, being half-carried by 2 others while crying for his mother. The other 2, parched with thirst, had drunk from what appeared to be a clean mountain spring. Less than half an hour later, both were doubled over, their pants soiled with yellow muck, faces pale, and unable to lift their weapons. These rascals had the second team leader clutching his abdomen, enduring waves of excruciating cramps. Is this even humanly possible? To lace our water source with laxatives? How vile. At that moment, Zhang Yang had lost all his previous arrogance. Drenched in sweat, his face marred by scratches from thorny vines, he thought, is this what they call worthless? He grit his teeth, staring into the seemingly endless sea of green ahead. This is a top-tier guerrilla warfare specialist, utilizing the terrain, the flora, even our psychology. This isn't a hunt for rookies. This is a well-equipped regular army led by a group of tattered savages, parading us through mud pits. Captain, should we pursue? A teammate beside him whispered softly, his eyes brimming with trepidation as he observed the unervingly silent forest ahead. Let us pursue them. Zhang Yang's eyes blazed crimson. Having come this far, how could they return without exacting retribution? I refuse to believe that a mere 10 of them can remain unrelenting. They are but mere mortals. Just then, a thunderous bellow erupted from the thicket ahead. Hey, you over there. Zhang Yang's gaze snapped upward to behold the hulking figure of number 13, perched atop a towering rock. In his hands, he brandished a freshly roasted, unidentified large bird, tearing into it voraciously while casually tossing its bones in their direction. Out of breath. Is that what it's come to? Number 13, with grease coating his mouth and a brazen expression, was clearly visible through the binoculars. Grandpa has meat to share, and for those who sing sweetly, I'll reward you with some bones. Such arrogance. It was as if he were defecating on their very necks. The fury of the coalition ignited in an instant. After being toyed with by a few deserters and miscreants for 2 hours, their pent-up frustration erupted. Eliminate him. Open fire. Zhang Yang roared. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the rocks, sending sparks flying. Yet, number 13, despite his imposing size, reacted with astonishing swiftness. As the shots rang out, he rolled behind the rock, extending a finger in a mocking gesture. Come chase me, you bunch of spineless wretches. The taunt was unbearable. Charge. Surround that rock. Don't let him escape. The leader of the second group, consumed by rage, disregarded his own pain and urged his men to advance. Wait. Be cautious of traps. Zhang Yang, a seasoned member of the Snow Leopards, instinctively sensed something amiss. Such blatant provocation felt like a setup, but it was too late. Number 13 had no intention of engaging in a standoff. After discarding the bones, he barreled through the underbrush, sprinting toward the rear flank. Trying to flee? A group of furious pursuers dashed after him. Within 200 meters, they encountered a low-lying area thick with enormous banana leaves. Number 13 plunged into it, his massive frame flattening the foliage. The pursuers followed closely. Suddenly, the foremost snow leopard soldier felt his foot snagged, as if tripped by something. A trap? His face paled, and he instinctively dropped to the ground. Panic ensued as others scrambled for cover. However, the anticipated explosion never came. No fire. No shrapnel. Only a faint buzzing sound emanating from above. The soldier raised his head, following a snapped vine upward. There, from a colossal dead tree, hung a grayish-brown nest. Connected to the vine. As the vine snapped, the massive nest swayed precariously before plummeting. It landed squarely in the midst of the crowd. It was a nest of the infamous black-shield wasps, known as killer bees in the jungle, with potent venom, aggressive behavior, and territorial instincts rivaling that of a tiger. The nest shattered, releasing thousands of black-shield wasps that erupted into a frenzy. Buzz. The sound transformed from a low hum to the roar of a bomber. Run. Run for your lives. It's a wasp nest. Zhang Yang's voice had lost its usual authority, his usually stoic face now etched with sheer terror. Yet, how could human legs outrun the wrath of those with wings? The dark swarm descended like a tempest, enveloping the lowland in an instant. Ah, help. Don't sting my face. My eyes. Ah. The cries of agony echoed, far more harrowing than the earlier encounter with the itching powder. These special forces soldiers abandoned all tactical maneuvers, clutching their heads and rolling in the mud, some even plunging into a nearby filthy ditch, burying their heads in the muck. But the wasps showed no mercy. Any exposed flesh was met with a stinging assault, penetrating even their thick combat uniforms. Zhang Yang waved his rifle, desperately swatting at the venomous swarm, his face already swollen with 2 painful welts, resembling a pig's head. Retreat. Jump into the water. Everyone, into the water. Meanwhile, just a few dozen meters away amidst the chaos, a figure cloaked in thick mud, with only 2 nostrils and eyes visible, lay concealed in the grass. Coldly observing the scene, it was Wang Yunteng. His body was smeared with a potent herbal concoction known for repelling snakes and insects, a local indigenous remedy. The frenzied wasps flew overhead, yet paid him no mind. Number 13, well done, came the voice of number 24 through Wang Yunteng's earpiece. Boss, the big bear's tough skin and flesh have taken a couple of stings, and he is howling back toward us. However, this bout has likely incapacitated half of their fighting force. Wang Yunteng remained silent, quietly surveying the elite soldiers wailing in the muck. His gaze held no hint of compassion, only the cold calculation characteristic of a seasoned warrior. Half was not sufficient. With a firm grip on the ground, Wang Yunteng gradually straightened his torso. The pain in his right arm had dulled, allowing for better control of his movements. The venom of these wasps was a neurotoxin, beyond 3 stings. It could induce dizziness and respiratory distress. Their current combat effectiveness had plummeted to near 0. He pressed the earpiece, his voice low and hoarse. Informed the wild dogs. There's no need to hide anymore. It's time to strike hard at the cornered prey. Remember, no firearms, it's too noisy. Wang Yunteng retrieved a self-made, sharpened hardwood stake from his waist. With the most primitive of methods, he would send them packing. Chapter 50. Since you've come, you might as well stay. The torrential downpour in the jungle arrived without warning. The dense curtain of rain reduced visibility to less than 5 meters, the leaves crackling under the relentless assault, drowning out all subtle sounds within the forest. Muddy water poured into their boots with every step, each movement accompanied by an irritating squelch. For the Snow Leopard Coalition, this rain did not bring relief. Rather, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Of the originally 24-strong battalion, fewer than 9 could still stand upright and breathe. The rest either lay in the muck, groaning with swollen faces, or crouched beneath tree roots, violently retching yellow bile. Leaning against an ancient tree, Zhang Yang's left eye was reduced to a mere slit, a broken wasp sting still embedded in his eyelid. His grip on the Type 95 rifle was white-knuckled. This was a disgrace, a profound humiliation. In this wretched forest for less than 2 hours, not a single enemy had been sighted, and yet they had been rendered useless by mere swarms of bees and patches of toxic plants. Captain, the leader of the second group, crawled over, clutching his abdomen, his face pale and lips trembling uncontrollably. We should withdraw. This battle is unwinnable. With this rain, all traces have been washed away, and in our current state, if we withdraw? Zhang Yang whirled around, his intact right eye blazing with fury, as if ready to consume the very soul of his subordinate. He seized the man by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Where do you propose we withdraw to? The signal flares are soaked, and we've lost 2 communication devices in the chaos. The remaining ones are filled with static. We are deaf and blind. Zhang Yang's chest heaved violently, his voice hoarse with indignation. Moreover, I refuse to accept this. That worthless 77, riding on the coattails of his father. He treats us like fools. If I fail to capture him and rid myself of this humiliation, I, Zhang Yang, shall forever hold my head low. In the special forces, anyone could trample upon my face and spit. But brothers, silence. Zhang Yang forcefully pushed him aside, raised his weapon, and with a fierce glare surveyed the remaining few who could still move. Obey my command. Split into teams. 3 men per group. In a triangular formation, search outward. That wealthy second-generation scion, accompanied by a band of cripples, cannot escape far. With this torrential downpour, they will undoubtedly seek refuge in a cave or beneath a large tree root. As long as we locate one, ensnare him, reinforcements will arrive in 2 minutes. Everyone stood frozen. To divide forces in such inclement weather, under conditions of shattered morale, this is a cardinal sin in military strategy. Captain, this is far too perilous, whispered an old soldier. Execute the order. Zhang Yang pulled back the bolt with a sharp click, raising the muzzle slightly. This is a combat simulation. Should anyone falter and show cowardice now, I will execute them on the spot, allowing them to withdraw from the competition. Madness. The captain has lost his mind. Under this nearly frenzied pressure, the remaining 8 could only grit their teeth and form groups. 3 teams stumbled into the thick curtain of rain. None noticed that just 5 meters above their heads, nestled between 2 robust branches of a giant banyan tree, Wang Yunteng lay silently. The torrential rain washed over his body, but it was a fortuitous downpour. It carried away sense, concealed his heartbeat, transforming this jungle into a hunter's favored domain. Wang Yunteng observed the trio below, now divided into 3, biting his lip to suppress a laugh. Splitting forces? If it were the fully operational Snow Leopard Squad, such a division would be termed tactical coverage. A net cast wide. Yet now, under conditions of crumbling morale, physical debilitation, and harsh environment, this division is akin to delivering oneself to the enemy, neatly portioned. Since you seek death so eagerly, let it be. Wang Yunteng released his grip on the tree bark, his fingers rigid with tension. He disregarded Zhang Yang's group. They were a tough nut to crack, likely to cause him trouble, best saved for last. His gaze locked onto the leftmost trio. Among them, 2 had recently suffered from stomach ailments, their steps unsteady, while only the leader maintained any semblance of vigilance, his finger ever on the trigger. This was the point of breach. Wang Yunteng leapt from the tree. Though his body lacked explosive power, he expertly utilized gravitational potential, not landing directly, but instead grasping a hanging aerial root to cushion his fall, slipping soundlessly into the thick layer of decaying leaves like a shadowy specter. The sound of rain served as the perfect silencer, barely stirring the surrounding foliage. The 3 members of the left group trudged forward, each step a battle against the sucking mud, expending tremendous energy. Where on earth had that number 77 gone? The last member, named Wang Chong, clutched his aching stomach with one hand while steadying himself against a nearby trunk with the other, seeking a moment's respite. Don't stop. Keep up, the group leader barked. Just as Wang Chong was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was the tree he was leaning on warm? Before his mind could process this information, a sturdy vine unexpectedly looped around his neck from behind, tightening with lethal precision. There was no hand to stifle his cry, for Wang Yunteng's grip lacked such strength. Instead, he braced his feet against the trunk, leaning back to leverage his entire weight, yanking the vine taut. Gurgling, a strangled sound escaped Wang Chong's throat. Immediately after, a cold knee pressed against his spinal cord. This was the most efficient and lethal strangulation technique. No need for thick arms, with the right angle. The weight combined with leverage could easily crush the life from even a bull. Wang Chong struggled desperately, clawing at the vine around his neck, his nails tearing into his own flesh. Yet the more he fought, the tighter the noose became. Oxygen deprivation caused his brain to swiftly shut down, the darkness encroaching rapidly. 5 seconds. Wang Chong rolled his eyes back, his arms slackening. Wang Yunteng released the vine, swiftly patting down his body. A military knife. 2 blocks of compressed biscuits warmed by body heat, and an unopened first aid kit. Thank you, brother. Wang Yunteng dragged the unconscious Wang Chong into the underbrush and stuffed him into a tree hollow. The two ahead continued onward. The rain was so heavy that the incessant white noise masked the approach of death behind them. After traversing about 20 meters, the group leader finally felt a chill creeping down his spine. Wang Chong, why is there no sound of footsteps? He spun around abruptly. Behind him was an empty expanse. Only the banana leaves bowed by the rain swaying in the wind. Old 3. Fear shot up his spine to his scalp. How could the living man who had been behind him just vanish in the blink of an eye? Alert! The leader raised his weapon in panic. Pressing his back against a large tree, the gun barrel trembling erratically through the rain. Come out. I know you're there. Show yourself. The other team member, terrified, trembled. Captain, do you think we're haunted? This place is cursed. No one answered. Only the sound of rain pounding the ground. An unknown terror gnawed at them. Each second a torment. Just then, a rustling. The right side thicket suddenly shook violently. There. The terrified team member, nerves frayed to the limit, instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 Flames erupted, bullets shredding the thicket into splinters, debris flying. Yet in that fleeting moment of gunfire, the leader's pupils constricted sharply. It was a decoy. The real danger was coming from the opposite direction. Before he could shout a warning, from the left mud pit, a dark figure surged forth without warning. Wang Yunteng, covered in black mud, shot forward like a cannonball. This body could not run fast, but he exploited the mud's slickness, combined with the downhill slope, propelling himself like a war machine. The military knife remained sheathed. He struck with the hard handle directly against the knee of the still-firing team member. Crack! The sound of brittle bone shattering echoed. The man let out a scream, his leg giving way as he collapsed. Wang Yunteng seized the momentum, crashing into him shoulder first, his right hand swiftly delivering a powerful blow to the chin. Thud! The man's head snapped back, eyes rolling, and he collapsed unconscious. In a heartbeat, only the group leader remained. He watched as 2 of his companions vanished in less than a minute, falling, his mental defenses completely shattered. He attempted to fire, but as the gun swung around, a cold, mud-smeared military knife pressed against his carotid artery. Move a muscle and see what happens. The voice was chillingly cold. The leader's Adam's apple bobbed violently, cold sweat mingling with rainwater trickling into his mouth, tasting bitterly salty. Please, don't kill me. Kill you? Wang Yunteng's wrist flicked, the blade drawing a line of blood across the opponent's neck, the sting rendering the leader completely rigid. Killing you would waste the effort of wiping the blade clean. Wang Yunteng leaned closer to his ear. Return and inform Zhang Yang. This is merely an appetizer. Ensure he cleans his neck. I shall seek him out tonight. And do not attempt to carry those 2 imbeciles back. You lack the strength for such an endeavor. Detonate the signal flare for me. Having spoken, Wang Yunteng afforded him no opportunity to respond, his left hand slicing through the air with precision to strike the carotid sinus at his neck. Thud! The team leader crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. Wang Yunteng straightened, exhaling a long breath of murky air amidst the torrential rain. He felt invigorated. The blood surged through his veins, and this once feeble body began to awaken with the thrill of the confrontation. He retrieved the rifle from the ground, expertly chambering a round, inspecting the magazine, and stripping the other 2 unconscious soldiers of all their ammunition. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any lingering awkwardness. Crackle! A surge of static crackled through the earpiece, followed by the suppressed excitement of the wild dog. Boss, haha, it's done. Those snow leopards are truly terrified. Big Bear and I just snuck up and knocked out 3 of them. They're on edge now, ready to fire at the slightest rustle of leaves. The current casualty ratio stands at 0 to 6. Excellent. Wang Yunteng raised his head, wiping the mud from his face. The rain continued to fall, and the night deepened. Yet this jungle no longer belonged to the snow leopards. Time to close the net, he commanded softly into the earpiece, his tone devoid of warmth. Since they so cherish this forest, let them linger a while longer. Strip them of their clothing and fashion nooses. Hang every last one of them from the trees. I want Zhang Yang to turn around and behold his brother's backsides swaying in the wind. Chapter 51. The trees were adorned with snow leopards. The view was rather splendid. The rain had ceased. The downpour in the jungle had been sudden, but it departed just as swiftly. As the sky lightened with a hint of gray, the once violent curtain of rain transformed into a gentle patter. The suffocating humidity returned, mingling with the scent of decaying leaves and the fermentation of human sweat, invading the nostrils. Squish, squish. With each step Zhang Yang took, his tactical boots, now filled with mud, slipped beneath him. This ace captain of the Snow Leopard assault team now resembled a refugee fleeing disaster. His bulletproof vest was riddled with scratches, his face swollen and red, and his left eyelid, stung by a wasp, resembled a ripe peach. allowing him only to squint through a narrow slit. The two soldiers trailing behind him fared even worse. The machine gunner, Old Black, walked with an awkward gait, his legs unsteady, occasionally tugging at his trousers. The potency of the improvised laxative had proven too much, even for a special forces operative sphincter. His complexion was ashen, his lips cracked and peeling, and the once formidable light machine gun now served as a makeshift crutch, dragging through the mud, leaving a long trail. The other assault trooper, Little Ma, clutched a handgun devoid of ammunition, halting every few steps to gag. "Captain." Old Black leaned against a dripping tree, his body sliding down slowly. "I can't go on. What are we even doing? We haven't seen a single ghost. Only contended with bees and diarrhea." Zhang Yang did not look back. He fixed his gaze on the dense banana grove ahead. What for? For that face. If he did not unearth that scoundrel Wang Yunteng, if he did not trample that black flag beneath his feet, he would become the laughingstock of the entire military district. The illustrious Snow Leopard team, rendered ineffective by a band of so-called useless recruits without shedding a drop of blood? If this word were to spread, he would have no face left to show in the army, let alone return home to farm without feeling shame. "Stand up." Zhang Yang's voice was soft, but carried an unsettling chill. "I refuse to believe they can fly." The other two squads had gone silent ahead, the radio was still, and gunfire had ceased. Could 6 living men truly be devoured by tree demons? One must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. "I refuse to believe that rich second-generation heir could kill all my soldiers. This is a drill, not real combat. He wouldn't dare." Zhang Yang pushed aside a massive banana leaf obstructing his path and staggered forward. The forest ahead opened into a clearing. Here lay a rare grove of ancient trees, with several banyan trees several hundred years old towering majestically. Little Ma had intended to voice his complaints, but suddenly his intact right eye widened in terror, as though witnessing something exceedingly horrific, producing a choked sound from his throat. "Captain." Little Ma's trembling hand pointed forward, his fingertips quivering. What is that?" Zhang Yang followed his finger. Just one glance. His body froze, a chill racing down his spine to his feet. In the clearing ahead, on the thick branches of those immense banyan trees, something was hanging. A row of dark figures. Swaying in the morning breeze, those shadows oscillated in the air, even spinning in circles. Not monkeys. Not wild boars. Humans. Those were the 2 squads of brothers he had dispatched. A total of 6 men, all accounted for, hanging in perfect unison. Each one stripped down to a pair of army green shorts, their pale flesh stark against the dark green jungle backdrop. Their hands and feet were bound behind their backs with tough vines, secured with the most professional of hog ties. The more they struggled, the tighter the binds became. Each was head down, feet up, resembling a row of cured meats. The one hanging at the front was indeed the previously spirited leader of the second squad. At this moment, his face was engorged in purple, a rag stuffed in his mouth that looked suspiciously like someone's filthy sock. Upon seeing Zhang Yang approach, the leader's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his body convulsing wildly in midair. A muffled wail escaped his throat, a sound of despair and mortification. In the muddy pit beneath these cured meats lay 6 Type 95 rifles, tossed about haphazardly. The bodies were intact, but all the bolts had mysteriously vanished. Without the bolts, those iron lumps were less useful than firewood. As for the tactical vests, helmets, boots, backpacks, and even a single sock belonging to these 6 men, not a trace remained. They had been stripped bare. The thoroughness of this plundering surpassed that of a locust swarm. Clank. Old Black's machine gun crashed against his foot. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, plopping down into the muck, his gaze vacant as he stared at the swaying human forest above. This was no drill. It was an open execution. Killing was but a matter of head and ground. And that Wang Yunteng aimed to extract the very backbone of the Snow Leopard assault team and trample it into the earth. Zhang Yang suddenly let out a piercing roar. The last vestige of his rationality evaporated, leaving only a tumultuous tide of fury. If this were a matter of genuine combat, and he had lost, he could accept it. He would simply train harder. But what was this? This was mockery. This was a jest. It was a declaration to all that his prideful Snow Leopard assault team was regarded as nothing more than a few cuts of meat waiting to be butchered in the eyes of the adversary. Wang Yunteng. Zhang Yang charged into the clearing, his gun aimed skyward, his eyes blazing crimson. "Come out. What trickery is this? Come out and face me. If you dare. Hiding in the shadows, what kind of man are you?" The only response to his challenge was the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, accompanied by the agonized whimpers of his 6 comrades, suspended upside down. This disregard gnawed at Zhang Yang's sanity far more than any insult could. "You refuse to show yourself, do you? I shall see how long you can cower." Zhang Yang's finger tightened on the trigger as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the dense canopy surrounding him. Bang, 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 bang. The flames spewing from the muzzle illuminated the dark woods with an almost blinding intensity. Bullets struck the tree trunks, sending splinters flying, while shredded leaves cascaded down like a torrential rain. He had no knowledge of his target's whereabouts. He was merely venting his frustrations, attempting to mask the profound fear and helplessness within him through this futile display. Click. The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed. The magazine was empty. Zhang Yang continued to grip the trigger with unwavering ferocity. Click, click, click. Only the sound of the firing pin striking air remained. Breathing heavily, Zhang Yang lowered the barrel of his weapon, standing despondently in the mud. Tears mixed with the dirt and blood on his face streamed down, salty and bitter. Defeated. Utterly vanquished. Such a loud voice, what a waste not to sing tenor. A languid voice drifted down from above him. Zhang Yang shot his gaze upward. There. Amidst the sprawling branches of the largest banyan tree, the dense foliage parted to reveal a face smeared with black mud and grass juice. Wang Yunteng perched on a sturdy branch, his dislocated right arm suspended by a vine, giving him a rather comical appearance. Yet, in his left hand, he held half-eaten wild sour fruit, his expression as relaxed as if he were watching a play in his own backyard. You see, I told you the snow leopard's men possess remarkable stamina. Wang Yunteng took a bite of the fruit, grimacing at the sourness as he mumbled, Look at you. In such a state, and still able to shout so loudly. Impressive, truly. The condescension in his tone was palpable, even a fool could perceive it. Zhang Yang pointed shakily at the tree. Enough of you. Wang Yunteng spat out the fruit pit. Plop. The pit struck Zhang Yang's bulletproof helmet with a crisp sound, as if signaling something. Your mind doesn't seem to be functioning too well. You've exhausted your ammunition. What will you use to contend with me? Your mouth to bite me? Wang Yunteng casually tossed aside the remaining half of the fruit, his eyes suddenly turning cold. I desire to kill you. The moment you stepped into that clearing, you had already died 800 times over. Suddenly, the surrounding underbrush rustled. 10 figures, resembling muddy monkeys, rose from all directions. Big Bear number 13 hoisted a bundle of C's Type 95 rifles over his shoulder, grinning radiantly. Slim Monkey number 24 toyed with a military knife, eyeing Old Black with the gaze of a predator. Wild Dogs and other members of the Death Squad, all disguised beyond recognition. Yet their weapons were unmistakably Snow Leopard squad gear, their dark muzzles firmly trained on Zhang Yang's pitiful triad. 10 men, all alive. Even the black flag representing the Death Squad had been planted by number 13 in the nearby mud, fluttering in the wind, causing a dizzying effect. Old Black's machine gun slipped from his grasp with a thud, falling into the mud. It was over. Surrounded and outmatched. 20 men entered to hunt 10 incapacitated foes, only to be countered with 17 casualties, leaving 3 trapped in the middle like monkeys on display. Welcome to hell. Wang Yunteng grasped a vine with one hand and slid down from the tree. As he landed, his unreliable knee buckled slightly, causing him to stumble. But he regained his footing. Wang Yunteng brushed off the bark debris from his hands and approached Zhang Yang step by step. He lowered his head slightly to regard the once mighty captain. Captain Zhang, shall we continue this fight? Or do you wish to join me up there for a moment in the sun? Chapter 52, Killing with Intent. This is called a dimensional strike. Zhang Yang fixed his gaze on Wang Yunteng, who appeared rather pitiful at that moment. His training uniform was tattered by thorns, revealing intersecting lines of dried blood beneath. His right arm dangled from a rough vine around his neck, half of his body caked in desiccated mud. Any fresh recruit, as long as they were physically intact, could easily take him down at this point. Zhang Yang's finger rested on the trigger guard, confident he could dash forward in an instant, shatter this boy's nasal bone with the butt of his gun, or directly break his ribs with a knee strike. Yet he remained motionless. He even instinctively held his breath. Not because of the dozen black gun barrels aimed at him, nor the hulking figure brandishing a machine gun with a menacing grin. It was because of Wang Yunteng. This boy was far too relaxed. This ease was not a surrender of resistance, nor a facade of calm. It was an indifference akin to a butcher entering a pig pen. This disregard was far more unsettling than having a gun barrel pressed to one's forehead. Sweat trickled down Zhang Yang's forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully, yet he dared not blink. I refuse to accept this. Zhang Yang forced the words through clenched teeth. You are merely relying on those underhanded traps and poisons. He scrutinized Wang Yunteng's eyes, attempting to discern a hint of panic, if it were a fair fight. If it were a test of blades or marksmanship, I could take on this entire rabble single-handedly. Underhanded? Wang Yunteng chuckled. He raised his left pinky, dug into his ear, then casually flicked away the dirt beneath his nail. Captain Zhang, it seems the military academy imparted much knowledge to you, except how to engage in battle. Wang Yunteng stepped forward. This step brought him directly into the absolute danger zone of hand-to-hand combat. In your dictionary, does war consist of 2 individuals facing each other, exchanging pleasantries, then counting to 3 to commence? Wang Yunteng gestured towards the surrounding, sinister thickets. Tell me, Do drug lords challenge you to duels simply because you possess good marksmanship? Will enemies refrain from poisoning your canteen because of your striking looks? Or perhaps Wang Yunteng leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Do you believe that upon dying, Yama will reward you for your honorable death, for your chivalrous spirit? With a certificate, granting you a chance to reincarnate as a young master? Silence. Zhang Yang's face turned ashen, having struck a raw nerve. Stop preaching to me. While I was killing at the border, you were reveling in nightclubs, popping champagne, and racing cars. You know nothing of war. I don't understand. Wang Yunteng shrugged, but his left hand suddenly raised, pointing at Zhang Yang's feet. But I know how to ensure your demise. Look at your feet. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively lowering. As he did, a chill ran through him. Between his tactical boots lay a nearly invisible, thin, transparent fishing line. It was taut, its ends buried in the nearby grass. The moment he had taken another step forward in his tactical charge, or if he stomped in agitation, that line would snap. In the underbrush, a modified booby trap lay silently, its safety pin removed, relying solely on the slight tension of that fishing line to maintain the balance of its firing pin. This was a momentary explosive device. Once triggered, without any delay, the steel ball and shrapnel would instantaneously reduce him to a bloody pulp below the waist. When did this happen? Zhang Yang's throat felt parched, and his pupils constricted violently. He had just inspected the ground. He had scanned this area at least 3 times, just as you were howling at the sky in impotent rage moments ago. Wang Yunteng's tone was unruffled. Human attention is limited. When you expend all your emotions on venting anger, your perception becomes null. Number 24 had circled behind you, 5 meters away, and took 15 seconds to bury it. Zhang Yang abruptly turned around. In the thicket behind him, the scrawny reconnaissance soldier number 24, resembling a monkey, crouched there, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, revealing a set of stark white teeth. He was also waving the remaining half-roll of fishing line, making an explosive gesture. Cold sweat instantly drenched Zhang Yang's back. If this were a real combat scenario, he would have been shattered into a jigsaw puzzle by now, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. Furthermore, Wang Yunteng pointed to the snow leopard team leader, still hanging upside down overhead, murmuring, "Did you think he was the bait? You are mistaken. The true bait is you." Wang Yunteng extended a finger, gently brushing aside Zhang Yang's still trembling gun barrel. "I deliberately allowed you to witness their humiliation, intentionally provoking you to concentrate all your focus on revenge and indignity. When you pull the trigger, unleashing the bullet upon those tree trunks, you have already rendered yourself a corpse." "Captain Zhang." Wang Yunteng patted Zhang Yang's stiff shoulder. "Your defeat does not lie in marksmanship or combat skills. You have failed in intellect. Your arrogance blinds you. You perceive us as novices, as prey. Thus, you have never regarded this place as a genuine battlefield. You fought with emotions, easily thrown off balance by a few bees and some ditches. In 026, arrogance is more lethal than bullets." Each word cut deep. Zhang Yang's hands began to tremble. That uncontrollable shaking spread from his fingertips to his wrists, then coursed through his entire body. The gun barrel gradually lowered. Defeated. Completely defeated. Not in numbers, nor in equipment, but in a tactical dimension that rendered him outclassed. This was not a contest of equivalent dimensions. He was battling a group of savages, while the commander opposite him was a ghost clad in the guise of a wealthy scion. Clang. The Type 95 rifle fell into the mud, splattering a puddle of black water. Zhang Yang felt as if his spine had been extracted, the spirit he had maintained since entering the camp utterly dissipated. He lowered his head, gazing at his reflection in the muddy water, looking as disheveled as a stray dog. Trembling, he retrieved a neatly folded red flag from the inner pocket of his tactical vest. "Take it." Zhang Yang's voice was barely audible. He turned his head away, not daring to meet Wang Yunteng's eyes. Before Wang Yunteng could reach for it, number 13 strode over and snatched the flag. This burly man was far from courteous, stuffing the flag into his mud-stained belt, while also roughly scraping his boot against the empty rifle on the ground. "If only you had been this straightforward from the beginning, we wouldn't have had to endure a beating," number 13 muttered, lamenting the unnecessary fuss. Wang Yunteng ignored the flag, since the snow leopard had conceded defeat. This flag was now a trophy. Yet, he had no intention of letting Zhang Yang off easily. He scrutinized Zhang Yang from head to toe, his gaze suddenly taking on a mischievous glint, akin to a bandit eyeing the young bride of a landlord in the old days. "Captain Zhang, since you've withdrawn, keeping this gear is a waste." Wang Yunteng pointed to Zhang Yang's tactical boots, which, despite being filled with water and caked in mud, were still discernibly top-tier American-made Dana boots. "These boots are quite good. May I borrow them?" Wang Yunteng lifted his own tattered shoes, which had long lost their soles, exposing his toes. "These are uncomfortable and prone to blisters. You wouldn't want to see your comrades' feet rotting and unable to train, would you?" Zhang Yang abruptly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Number 77. You, a soldier, may be killed but not insulted. You stole the flag, and now you want my shoes. What? You're reluctant? Wang Yunteng raised an eyebrow, then said, Fine, number 24, find me the safety pin for that cunning mine. I wonder if I can reassemble it. Oh dear. It seems I tossed it in that puddle. Zhang Yang's face turned pale. 2 minutes later, the Snow Leopard team, now clad only in military green shorts and barefoot, supported each other like a group of refugees recently robbed, ignited a distress signal flare amidst a dismal atmosphere. The red smoke billowed into the jungle, marking the complete elimination of this seed team. Watching Zhang Yang and his comrades tread cautiously through thorns, number 13 couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, this is what it truly means for bandits to raid a village. Absolutely exhilarating. Meanwhile, the death squad had all changed into new gear. Wang Yunteng sat on a tree root, clad in a pair of slightly oversized tactical boots, stamping his feet vigorously. Comfortable, breathable, well-fitted, and with excellent traction. Indeed, the spoils of theft are the most useful. His waist was adorned with 4 fully loaded magazines, and his backpack was stuffed with compressed biscuits, chocolates, and canned beef scavenged from the snow leopards. Wealthy, this round had transformed them from beggars to heavily armed infantry. Boss, this canned beef is incredibly fragrant. Spicy too. Wild Dog munched on meat chunks as he walked, his face beaming with happiness. It's true. When you're with me, you get to eat meat. I thought I'd be gnawing on tree bark for days. Don't celebrate too soon. Wang Yunteng unwrapped a piece of chocolate and tossed it into his mouth. The bitter sweetness melted on his tongue, rapidly raising his blood sugar and reviving his somewhat dazed mind. He looked up at the sky. The sun had risen, golden rays piercing through the treetops, dispelling the mist in the forest. 18 hours had passed. Wang Yunteng glanced at the tactical watch he had taken from Zhang Yang's wrist. There were only 6 hours left until the assessment concluded. The truly arduous part was just beginning. What do you mean? Number 13 finished the last spoonful of canned soup, letting out a loud belch. The toughest bones, the snow leopards, have been chewed through by us. The remaining groups of small cats and dogs are hardly a challenge, right? We're now fully armed. The remaining groups are no issue. Wang Yunteng turned, directing his gaze toward the depths of the jungle, where the instructor's camp was located. The wind had shifted. A sudden breeze stirred in the previously stifling and still jungle. This wind carried no scent of decay, but rather a faint whiff of gun oil. The problem is, we've executed our act too well. So while that some people can no longer remain seated, Wang Yunteng pulled back the bolt of his rifle, chambering around, as his gaze grew increasingly cold. Those instructors are about to make their entrance. Chapter 53, The King of Hell's Illegitimate Child. Chasing stars all the way to the Underworld. Stop eating. Wang Yunteng stuffed the last piece of chocolate into his mouth. Throw the canister far away. Everyone, check your magazines. Number 13's hand trembled, the newly opened compressed biscuit hovering near his mouth, bewildered. What's wrong, boss? We just caught our breath. We Haven Tea even warmed our seats. Woof. A ferocious roar tore through the oppressive heat of the jungle. Immediately, a cacophony of rustling sounds enveloped from all directions. The speed, accompanied by a foul wind, was far beyond what mere human legs could achieve. The ears of Scout number 24 twitched, his face paling in an instant. Damn it. It's the wolfhounds. From the sound of their breathing, there's more than one, at least 5. 5. Wang Yunteng swiftly pulled back the bolt of his rifle, the motion so rapid it left a fleeting shadow. He underestimated those freaks. An encirclement of this magnitude typically came with a feast fit for emperors. Just as the words left his lips, a gunshot rang out. The beef canister by No. 13's feet erupted, metal shards flying like shrapnel, the remaining red oil splattering everywhere. Enemy attack. A chilling roar echoed through the camp. Yet this time, it was not the tactical assault of the snow leopards, which adhered to some semblance of order. Above the left treetops, several dark ropes descended. Fully armed shadows executed a daring rappel, and even before they touched the ground, their modified Type 95 rifles were already spitting fire. Their aim was particularly devious, targeting not the men but the edges of cover, forcing one to keep their head down. Take cover. Find shelter. 3 tactical evasive maneuvers flashed through Wang Yunteng's mind. But his body only managed a desperate roll to the side, tumbling into a foul, muddy pit. This body was too heavy, reacting a beat too slowly. Thud. A bullet embedded itself in the soil where he had just stood, sending up a puff of smoke. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the edge of the mud pit, the stinking black muck splattering all over Wang Yunteng's face. The suppression fire was so professional it made one feel nauseated. All escape routes were sealed. Angles for counterattack locked down. Even peeking out to observe became an unattainable luxury. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled. Oh, isn't that our sharpshooter? The sarcastic voice boomed through the loudspeaker, cutting through the chaos of gunfire like a knife, laced with a mocking tone akin to a cat teasing a mouse. Wang Yunteng spat out a mouthful of mud mixed with blood, squinting his eyes. Through a gap in the bushes, he spotted a tall, slender figure on a dirt slope 100 meters away. Sporting windproof sunglasses and a tactical vest, he held not a weapon but that damned thermos, leisurely sipping tea. Cobra. You looked quite impressive when dealing with the snow leopards earlier, Cobra remarked into the loudspeaker, pulling down trousers, stealing shoes, hanging people on trees like cured meat. Now that it's your turn to face the music, all you can do is burrow into the mud? Boss, these instructors have no sense of martial ethics. The wild dog cowered behind a moss-covered stone, overwhelmed by the pressure from 2 machine guns. They used stun grenades. My ears are still ringing. My brain feels like it's about to shake loose. Martial ethics? Wang Yunteng wiped the mud from his eyes, the corners of his mouth twisting into a sardonic arc. Discussing martial ethics with these freaks is like trying to preach vegetarianism to a tiger. This is 026. You're strong, but they are stronger. You're devious, but they are more devious. Release the hounds. Cobra's voice floated over lightly. With this command, the grass around them erupted. 8 massive Malinois broke free from their handlers, baring their blood-red mouths, charging straight for the fragile defenses of the death squad. These dogs were born killing machines, with astonishing bite force. Specially trained to attack not legs, but armed hands and throats. A blood-curdling scream erupted. Wingman number 38, responsible for the flank, barely had time to lift his weapon before being tackled by a shadow. The beast clamped down on his tactical arm guard, thrashing its head violently. Though no 38 wore protective gear, the immense force still sent him sprawling out of cover. Save him. Number 13's eyes reddened, and with a roar, he attempted to charge out. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets struck just an inch in front of his toes, sending dirt flying. Don't move. Wang Yunteng pressed down on his earpiece. That's flanking fire. Anyone who goes out will die? What? Just watch him get torn apart. Number 13's fists pounded the ground, knuckles turning white. He won't die. They're police dogs, not rabid dogs. As long as he doesn't draw a knife, at worst he'll just be eliminated. Wang Yunteng's mind raced. Cold sweat trickling down his temples. The situation was dire. Extremely dire. Though the snow leopards were arrogant, at least they played by the rules. But these instructors were treating them like real terrorists. Facing machine gun suppression up front, snipers locking them down from high ground, and dogs unleashed to attack in between. They aimed to eradicate every last one, leaving no path for survival. Wild dog, throw those smoke grenades out of your pack. Wang Yunteng shouted, toss them at those dogs. The dog's sense of smell is acute. They fear stimulation. Do we have any pepper spray left? Don't hold back. Use it all. It's gone. We used everything up dealing with the snow leopards. The wild dog's voice trembled, his hands shaking, with only 2 empty bottles remaining. Cornered. The previous battle was too exhilarating, exhausting their entire stash. Now, retribution had come. Then we'll use fire. Wang Yunteng tore off a rag from his body, dousing it with the last remnants of liquor, stuffing it into the shattered beef canister, and igniting it without a care for the heat. Swinging his arm to hurl it out. Whoosh. The flaming canister, trailing fire, landed right in front of a dog preparing to ambush. The flames erupted, startling the Malinois, which whimpered and retreated 2 steps, tucking its tail. But that was only for 2 steps. More and more dogs surged forward, a black mass, drool flying everywhere. As the instructor's encirclement rapidly closed in. Number 77, stop struggling. Cobra's voice rang out again, dripping with a condescending arrogance. You all look like a pack of rats that fell into a cesspool. If you stand up now and shout 3 times that you're useless, I'll have a doctor administer rabies shots to you. How about that? Quite a bargain, right? Wang Yunteng leaned against the mud pit, his chest heaving violently. Yet, as he listened to the piercing mockery, a sudden grin broke across his face. Want to hear Grandpa shout? From the filthy depths of the mud pit, Wang Yunteng retrieved a dark, iron object. It was a stun grenade he had previously stripped from the snow leopard. Biting down on the pull ring, his action was fierce, as if he intended to sever someone's throat. Then you better clean your ears and listen closely. I'll give you dogs a sound to remember. Chapter 54, Don't Look Back. This is the grave we've dug for ourselves. Buzz. A blinding white light erupted. There were no shrapnel, only a high-frequency blast capable of liquefying brains. For the Malinois, whose hearing is exponentially more sensitive than humans, it felt like having a subwoofer jammed into their skulls at maximum volume. The 2 large dogs let out no cries, their front legs giving way, as if they'd drunk bad liquor, spiraling in the mud, frantically gnawing at the roots of nearby trees. Run. Wang Yunteng didn't even glance back. The moment the pull ring released, he crashed into the thorny thicket behind him like a rolling gourd. Number 13, number 24, and the wild dog reacted the fastest, scuttling along the ground, using hands and feet to bolt out. Their form was ungainly, but they were swift. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted closely behind them. A barrage of bullets swept through the underbrush. Severed branches flying everywhere, green sap splattering across their faces. Think you can escape? Cobra stood atop the high slope, holding that damned thermos cup. his voice booming through the loudspeaker, resonating across the battlefield. If a bunch of inexperienced fools slip away right beneath my nose, I will skin myself alive to serve as your insoles. Squad 1, Squad 2, tighten the cordon. Do not allow this nest of rats to burrow through. Shadows flit through the jungle. In addition to those 8 rabid dogs, at least 12 fully armed veterans are flanking us. These instructors lack any sense of martial ethics. Unlike the snow leopards who still contemplate engaging in close combat, they come at us with overwhelming firepower and constricted space, offering no opportunity to showcase our skills. Boss. The path ahead is completely blocked. The wild dog has rolled behind a rotting stump, a deep gash on its face from a thorn, blood mingling with mud. Its expression ferocious. There's a machine gun at 3 o'clock as well. This is a setup for a slaughter. Wang Yunteng leans against the stump, gasping for breath. To his left is a precipice, to his right the main firepower net of the instructors, and behind him, the feral dogs have just regained their senses. The only escape route is the 50 meters of open ground ahead. But with such density of fire, charging out would be tantamount to becoming a sieve, a dead end. Scout number 24 calmly replaces the last magazine. His hands tremble, yet his reload is still precise. Boss, you truly messed up this time. We're about to be wiped out. The death squad, all 10 of us, huddled in this less than 20 square meter hollow, apart from the 4 core members. The remaining 6 are in dire straits. Number 38 has already injured one leg, twisted while fleeing. The others are similarly battered, some even having lost their weapons, clutching shovels in despair. For more hours. Wang Yunteng glances at his mud-streaked watch, his voice hoarse. If we can endure for 4 more hours, even if that tattered flag is planted in the forehead of a cobra, we will have won. For minutes feel like a lifetime. Number 13, the big bear, surprisingly silent, clutches his empty gun tightly, his eyes fixed on the shrinking encirclement. The instructors have even ceased firing. They are relishing this sense of oppression, compressing our movement like herding sheep. Suddenly, a dark hand rests on Wang Yunteng's shoulder. It's the quiet veteran known as Old Six, who just lost a shoe. His bare foot bloodied and raw. Boss, Old Six grins, his yellowed teeth stark against his dark face. Does that promise still hold? Wang Yunteng is taken aback, brow furrowing. What promise? If we manage to crawl out of here, you'll cover all medical expenses and provide the best orthopedic surgeon. Old Six's eyes glimmer with a cunning hope. And how about compensation for lost wages? Wang Yunteng squints at this veteran who usually resorts to trickery. I have enough money at home to buy this hospital and tear it down to build a public toilet. As long as there's breath in me, I will save you. Wang Yunteng pauses, and as for the compensation, let it be threefold for overtime. Agreed. Old Six nods vigorously, shoving the last smoke grenade into Wang Yunteng's embrace, his movements as gentle as if entrusting a legacy. Boss, we are merely here to fill the ranks. Without your leadership, we should have bolted during the first round of digging. Old Six gestures to his injured leg, and then at the others similarly wounded. We can't run anymore. Carrying us is a burden, but the forest is too quiet. Someone needs to stir the waters. The remaining 5 seem to understand. They exchange glances. There are no fervent oaths, no melodramatic embraces or tears. Just a gritty resolve that belongs to soldiers. Let us do this. A soldier with a dislocated arm picks up a stone, weighing it in his hand. His gun is empty, but he still has teeth. Even if we are to be eliminated, we will bite off a piece of flesh from these instructors, ensuring they know we have guts. Wang Yunteng's throat constricts. He wants to curse, to tell them to stop being heroes. But the cold rationality of a commander informs him that this is the only path to survival. A desperate fight for survival, cruel yet effective. The battlefield demands no cheap sentiment, only the victory of survival. Don't look back. Old Six smacks Wang Yunteng's face, mud smearing across it, his smile grim yet fierce. If you 4 can't win, I swear to come to your manor and dump excrement at the entrance. Mark my words. With that, Old Six abruptly turns, taking a deep breath. Brothers, it's time for us to make our mark. I've never been a hero in my life. Today, I'll play the fool. Charge. 6 tattered figures suddenly burst forth from the hollow. They do not retreat, but instead charge headlong into the densest fire of the instructors, launching a desperate assault. As they run, they howl. Grandsons, Grandpa is here. Come on, shoot over here. Number 38 strips off his shirt, baring his torso, waving the tattered training uniform like a battle flag. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The instructors' guns are instantly drawn to them. Bullets strike the ground around them, hitting their bodies. These are specially designed training rounds, painful enough to leave large bruises. The 8 dogs, having just regained their strength, also catch sight of this moving meat and howl as they pounce. If I don't enter hell, who will? Old Six is tackled by one of the dogs but does not evade. Instead, he embraces the dog's head and bites down hard on its ear. Take that. Let me see what a dog's ear tastes like. Oh whoa. The trained police dog yelps in agony. The situation spirals out of control. 6 battered warriors, employing the most primal and scrupulous, even thug-like methods, tear a hole through the instructor's tight encirclement. Madness. This bunch of rookies has gone insane. Pull the dogs away. Don't let them actually bite to death. Quick, medical team. The communication channel among the instructors erupts in curses, the originally orderly encirclement descending into chaos. Go. Wang Yunteng steals a glance. In that moment, his heart feels as if gripped by a giant hand, squeezing painfully. But he does not hesitate for even a second. Go. The low growl erupts from his chest. Wang Yunteng leads number 13, number 24, and the wild dog. Taking advantage of the moment when all fire and attention are drawn to those 6 madmen, slipping into the flanking route that appears most perilous but is, in fact, the safest, the swamp drainage ditch. The stench is overpowering. The black, foul mud quickly rises to their necks. A scent so vile it could make one retch up last night's meal. Wang Yunteng glances back one last time. In the clearing, his 6 brothers have been pinned to the muddy ground, bitten by dogs, struck by rifle butts, covered in filth, yet old 6 still laughs, bloodied but smiling. Wang Yunteng turns away, burying his entire face in the putrid black water, concealing the crimson glint of murderous intent in his eyes. This debt is noted. Even if the king of hell himself comes, this debt must be repaid before he departs. Chapter 55. This wretched mud is worth 300 million. Wang Yunteng is submerged in the sludge at the edge of the swamp, only half of his nose and 2 eyes visible. This place is the lowest point in the entire jungle, where all the decaying matter and animal waste converge. Cold. The bone-chilling dampness seeps through his pores into his very bones. Achoo. As the 13th large bear opened its mouth, its nose twitched violently, signaling an imminent sneeze. In an instant, a hand reached over, firmly covering its mouth and nose. Wang Yunteng's grip was not particularly strong, even trembling, yet that fierce determination stifled the sneeze back. If you wish to perish, then do so loudly, Wang Yunteng whispered in its ear, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Block those 2 nostrils with mud. The 13th bear's eyes widened in disbelief as it watched Wang Yunteng grab a handful of dark, even wriggling mud, and unceremoniously smear it across its face. Nearby, the wild dog and number 24 had transformed themselves into 2 clumps of mud sculptures, even strands of decaying grass hanging from their eyelashes. Boss, how long do we have to lie here? The wild dog trembled, its teeth chattering. I feel something crawling into my pants. That's a leech, Wang Yunteng replied, his expression impassive as he endured. It will fall off once it has had its fill. If you wish to keep that extra 2 ounces of flesh, do not move. The wild dog's face turned an alarming shade of green, rivaling the murky waters surrounding them. Time trickled by, second by second. Only 2 hours remained until the assessment concluded. The instructor's search had not ceased. Rather, it had intensified with fervor. The perverse cobra was evidently incensed by the recent wave of suicidal charges. A low hum resonated above. It was not a helicopter, but a drone equipped with thermal imaging. Submerge, Wang Yunteng commanded, uttering a single word. The 4 of them sank silently into the dark waters like stones, leaving only a hollow reed stalk protruding from the surface. This was the most ancient and rudimentary, yet effective means of evading thermal detection. The thick sludge and frigid black water perfectly insulated their body's heat. Beneath the surface, Wang Yunteng closed his eyes. A bitter reed stalk clenched between his teeth. The mud pressed against his chest, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. His lung capacity was already poor, and now it had reached its limit. The lack of oxygen caused his mind to grow hazy, countless images swirling before him. Scenes from a past life filled with gunfire. The soft bed in a mansion of the present, the sight of his father swinging a golf club, berating his wayward son, and the ugly face of the 6th brother being knocked down by a dog. Damn it, Wang Yunteng cursed inwardly. Was this truly the suffering befitting the son of a wealthy tycoon? At this moment, he should be lounging on a yacht, a champagne glass in one hand and a young model in the other, finding artistry even in the seagull's droppings, rather than in this wretched place. Holding a reed that had likely been urinated on by some wild boar, in close quarters with leeches. Yet oddly enough, despite every cell in his body screaming for surrender, his heart beat with unprecedented vigor. Thump, thump, thump. It was a testament to life, a yearning to trample those self-righteous instructors underfoot. Suddenly, footsteps approached, very close. Right beside the reed stalk, someone was wading through the water. The 4 submerged figures tensed their muscles in an instant. Strange, the thermal imaging indicates anomalies in this area. Yet there is no one. A voice rang out above Wang Yunteng's head. The large boot clad in tactical gear was but 5 centimeters from the fingers buried in the mud. He could even feel the pressure of the boot sinking into the sludge. It's probably a methane reaction, another voice commented. This place stinks. Who the hell could hide here? Those few probably fled to higher ground. True enough. Let's move over there and check. Finally, the large boot shifted away. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Only when they were entirely out of earshot did a few bubbles surface. Wang Yunteng burst forth from the water, gasping for air. In that moment, the foul air felt sweeter than the purest oxygen of the Alps. The wild dog, still prone in the mud, retched a few times. Boss, I can't take it anymore. If I stay submerged, I'll mutate. Check the time. Wang Yunteng wiped his face. The 13th bear raised its mud-covered wrist, and, upon glancing at it, suddenly broke into a grin. Boss, there's still an hour left. As long as we cross that finish line, we win. Wang Yunteng did not smile. His gaze was fixed on the relatively dry patch of forest 500 meters ahead. Beyond it lay the finish line, the banner symbolizing victory fluttering in the wind. However, the more critical the moment, the more perilous the environment became. Get up. Wang Yunteng pushed himself up on his knees, unsteadily rising to his feet. His right arm had swollen to the size of a thigh, yet he did not even glance at it. This layer of mud is not to be washed off. He pointed to the natural camouflage adorning his body. This is worth 300 million. If we lose this, I'll return home to inherit the family fortune and avoid anyone in military uniform from then on. Let us go. Show those old birds how we. The mud monkeys who crawled out of the cesspool can overturn their tables. The four muddy figures trudged forward with heavy steps, launching a silent charge towards the final destination. Chapter 56. I do not seek victory. I merely aim to disgust you. The finish line lay ahead, an open area cleared of debris, several military tents set up, and a row of neatly parked armored vehicles. The red flag, representing the highest honor of 026, fluttered in the wind. Below the flag, an army table stood, and the chief instructor, Scorpion, sat in a folding chair without sunglasses, his gaze piercing through the expanse, fixated on the grass nearby. He held a triangular military dagger, the blade gently scraping against his fingernail. Behind him stood 2 rows of fully armed instructors, their dark gun barrels not requiring precise aim. The mere oppressive aura of the metal was enough to cause any would-be assailant's calves to cramp with fear. This was the so-called hell-level final boss battle. How do we approach this? The wild dog pressed its face against the scorching mud, peering through the gaps in the grass at the distant spectacle, its voice trembling. There are at least 30 guns over there. And that Scorpion, just looking at him makes my head ache. If we show even a finger, we'll be reduced to a pulpy mess. The 13th bear had lost its earlier bravado. It wiped the mud from its face, inadvertently rubbing it into its eyes, causing a wince of pain. Boss, how about we maintain some dignity? Raise a white flag and approach. Having made it this far, I could boast to the company commander for 3 years. Number 24 remained silent, merely squeezing the trigger of his empty gun, his gaze dim. Wang Yunteng ignored them, his focus fixed on the man seated beneath the sunshade in the distance. Scorpion seemed to sense their gaze, abruptly halting his nail grooming and looking up, revealing a grin that showcased 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. This was not a smile. It was the mockery of a butcher witnessing a pig escaping its pen, an invitation to death. Humph. Wang Yunteng suddenly exhaled a cold breath through his nostrils. He reached into the tattered tactical vest pocket, rummaging for a moment before retrieving half a pack of cigarettes swollen from the mud and water, previously pilfered from Snow Leopard Team leader Zhang Yang. He pinched a damp clump of tobacco and inhaled deeply, the acrid scent jolting him awake, momentarily suppressing the nauseating stench of decay surrounding him. Surrender? Wang Yunteng crushed the wretched tobacco into bits, blending it with the black earth beneath him, and meticulously smeared it across his face, creating grotesque streaks of camouflage. Are we here to endure torment? The wild dog inquired, his voice a mere whisper. Isn't this about passing the selection? Nonsense. Wang Yunteng spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his gaze becoming murky and frenzied. The selection ended the moment we hung Zhang Yang from that tree. This charade is merely for the instructors to save face, to regain their lost dignity. He pointed toward the distant line of guns poised for action. Do you see? 30 rifles, fully armed. Is it necessary to face 4 unarmed recruits? They yearn to witness our breakdown at the final moment, to see us crawling like dogs, begging on our knees to lick their boots for mercy. In my life, I have knelt before heaven, earth, and my elders, but I shall never kneel before these pretentious fools. Wang Yunteng abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the remaining 3 comrades. Listen closely. Since they wish to watch a show, then let us put on a grand performance, a small shock for these unsophisticated bumpkins. When we charge out, do not wield your weapons. Toss those empty guns aside. What? The 3 were left dumbfounded, convinced they had misheard. Throw them. Wang Yunteng's voice dropped, laced with an undeniable ferocity. Not only toss the guns, but also strip off your shirts. Unbuckle your belts. Let your trousers fall to your knees. Leave nothing but your underwear. What? The wild dog nearly leapt from the underbrush, terror etched across his face as he clutched his chest. Boss, what kind of tactic is this? Seduction? These instructors may be perverse, but isn't this a bit excessive? Number 13 frowned deeply. Boss, is this really wise? I'm a hardened man from the Northeast Tiger Brigade. If this gets back, I'll lose all my face. Face. Wang Yunteng seized number 13 by the ear, pointing into the distance. If you care about your face, stand up now, walk over there, get riddled with bullets, and then crawl away in disgrace. If you wish to win, you must tear off your skin and use it as a mat beneath your feet. He released his grip, a sinister grin spreading across his face, as the mud caked on his skin began to drip off with the movement of his muscles. This is what it means to be shameless, invincible in the world. They are elites, warriors. Their muscle memory compels them to fire upon any armed enemy. But what if they are faced with 4 naked, filthy, surrendering lunatics? A moment's hesitation, and we have already won, as long as they do not fire. It becomes hand-to-hand combat. Wang Yunteng lifted his mud-streaked arm to his nose, inhaling deeply. With this aroma of biochemical weaponry, who would dare to touch us? Number 24 paused, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. This is asymmetric warfare. Psychological warfare. Enough of the rhetoric. Wang Yunteng kicked the hesitating wild dog in the rear. Move. If you don't want to go back and inherit your family fortune only to be mocked by your elder, then strip. The countdown is 30 seconds. Under the blazing sun, the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy at the once-dreaded finish line. The instructor's fingers rested on the triggers, their breaths synchronized. At the slightest rustle in the underbrush, they would unleash their most devastating firepower to teach these recruits a lesson. However, the underbrush stirred. There were no tactical rolls, no covering maneuvers, no smoke grenades. 4 indefinable figures stumbled forth, their bodies coated in thick, greasy mire, exuding the stench of a cesspool that had festered for weeks. Most notably, they were devoid of clothing. Their upper bodies were bare, trousers sagging to their knees, revealing 4 hairy thighs and colorful boxer shorts. Their hands were empty, raised high above their heads, fingers splayed wide. Thank you for your hard work, instructors. Wang Yunteng led the charge, his voice hoarse from the smoke, shouting out the phrase that rendered the entire scene silent. Happy New Year, instructors. The 3 behind him echoed the call, their voices shrill and distorted, resembling that of deranged asylum escapees. Silence. A deathly stillness. The once menacing line of instructors displayed a palpable confusion. The fingers that had been poised on triggers froze. Is this the legendary Death Squad? The tactical genius that defeated the Snow Leopard assault team? These are clearly a band of ruffians. The Scorpion, fiddling with his combat knife, trembled as the blade sliced into his fingertip, blood oozing forth, but he paid it no mind. His usually expressionless face twitched uncontrollably. Tactical assault? Firepower suppression? He could even accept a suicide attack. But this transcended the very bounds of Special Forces tactics. It was a form of psychological pollution. Do not fire. Scorpion suddenly stood, bellowing. If anyone dares to shoot at these 4, will be known as a concentration camp for abusing mentally challenged children. We cannot afford that disgrace. This was precisely the effect Wang Yunteng sought. The instructors, self-proclaimed elites, possessed an arrogance and fastidiousness unique to the strong. To fire upon 4 naked, surrendering lunatics would be an affront to their marksmanship. Brothers, charge! Wang Yunteng roared. The 4, disregarding their trousers, waddled forth with an awkward gait, their belts tangling around their ankles, creating a horrific momentum akin to a landslide descending the mountain. Stop them. Don't use guns. Engage physically. Scorpion shouted in frustration. A few young instructors instinctively slung their rifles over their shoulders, attempting to rush forward to intervene. But as the overpowering, nauseating stench, a blend of swamp rot and sweat, assaulted their senses, their faces turned green with disgust. This was no ordinary foul odor. It was a chemical attack potent enough to lift the very tops of their skulls. Don't touch me. I'm contagious. Wild Dog flailed, the mud flying from his body with every movement. One instructor, reaching out, was met with a face full of muck, gagging as he stumbled backward. Hug me, instructors. Hug me. Number 13, a massive 200-pound figure, targeted the cleanest-looking instructor, arms wide open, lunging forward. Get away from me. The instructor, terrified, instinctively recoiled. With that retreat, their defense crumbled. Wang Yunteng charged ahead. His run was comical, trousers tangled around his ankles, stumbling thrice as he fell. Yet he scrambled quickly, using hands and feet. He desperately pushed toward the base of the red flag. Stop him. The Cobra, positioned at the rear, finally reacted, abandoning all semblance of composure, and kicked at Wang Yunteng's shoulder. Wang Yunteng did not evade. In that split second, as the tactical boot approached, he pivoted sharply, arms outstretched, and latched onto Cobra's thigh. The slippery mire instantly coated Cobra's tactical pants. Father, I'm your long-lost son, Wang Yunteng shouted hoarsely, rubbing his face against the leg, mixing snot and tears with the mud. Get off. Cobra was nearly driven mad, his scalp tingling. This sensation was 1,000 times more disgusting than being coiled by a venomous snake. He desperately flailed his legs, attempting to dislodge the humanoid figurine. Amidst the chaos, a piercing whistle echoed through the air. Time was up. In the final moment before being flung away, Wang Yunteng clung tenaciously to the base of the flagpole. Despite his fingernails being caked with black mud and his hands covered in bloodied lacerations, he held on. His body lay sprawled on the ground. His trousers caught around his ankles, his back marred with erratic footprints, and his face smeared with a mixture of dirt and blood. Yet, he had triumphed. The scene fell into a prolonged silence, broken only by the rustling of the wind against the red flag and a few oblivious flies buzzing excitedly around the four muddy figures. Scorpion stood before Wang Yunteng, gazing down at the indescribable mess on the ground, his facial muscles twitching for a full 30 seconds. He felt the urge to explode in anger, yet deemed such a reaction beneath him. He considered laughing, but found the situation far too absurd. The surrounding instructors exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some pinched their noses in disgust, others stifled laughter until their faces turned crimson, while a few questioned whether this was truly the selection process for a special forces unit. After a long pause, Scorpion sheathed his military dagger. To elevate shamelessness to such tactical heights, you might just be the best in the entire army. Number 77, congratulations. You have not been killed. It is indeed a miracle. Wang Yunteng released his grip on the flagpole, laboriously rolling over to lie on his back against the scorching ground. He stared at the blindingly blue sky above, devoid of clouds, and felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It had been an arduous ordeal. This was hardly a selection for special forces. It was a grotesque blend of wilderness survival, extreme physical challenges, and a day trip to a mental asylum. In all his lifetimes combined, he had never felt so humiliated. Weakly, Wang Yunteng lifted a trembling hand, pointing at Scorpion, whose face bore a look of constipation. Instructor, could I borrow a phone? Scorpion frowned, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. For what purpose? To call for rescue? Or to lodge a complaint? No. Wang Yunteng grinned, revealing a set of dazzlingly white teeth stark against his muddy visage. I want to call my dad. He took a breath, his tone imbued with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and audacity. Tell that old man that this wretched place is exceedingly entertaining, and the game experience is top-notch. I want to recharge another 10 million in membership. He should hurry and send the money. The entire audience erupted in laughter. Even the ever-serious Cobra could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Scorpion looked down at this scion, who could barely stand yet possessed a tongue sharper than iron. In those eyes, he saw no hint of retreat. Instead, they burned with an indomitable fire. A wildfire that could ignite even in the depths of muck and despair. This lad, he was fit for military service. Though a rogue and a scoundrel, it was often such individuals who survived the battlefield. All troops, stand down. Scorpion suddenly turned, his back to the muddy miscreants, and bellowed. Take these trash away and clean them up. Vaccinate them. We cannot allow bacteria to contaminate my camp. After a moment, Scorpion turned back, his gaze dark and penetrating as it swept over the four individuals on the ground. Furthermore, congratulations to you all. You have passed the first stage of warm-up exercises. Warm-up? The wild dog, who had just attempted to rise in celebration, let out a wail, his eyes rolling back as he truly lost consciousness. Wang Yunteng remained conscious. He gazed at Scorpion's impassive face, his mind filled with a singular curse. A warm-up of this magnitude? What would the main course entail? However, Wang Yunteng touched his heart, which was racing fiercely. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat resonated like a war drum. The sensation of living on the edge, rolling through mud, shattering dignity only to piece it back together again, was exhilarating. Welcome to the world, Wang Yunteng, he told himself, then closed his eyes, allowing the arriving medics to drag him away like a lifeless dog. Even in the final moment before losing consciousness, a mischievous smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 57. The so-called VIP treatment involves being doused with a high-pressure water gun. The acrid scent of disinfectant overwhelmed the senses, causing a tingling sensation at the crown of Wang Yunteng's head. He was awakened by the cold, not the biting chill of winter, but a penetrating, chemical-laden cold that seeped through his pores to the very marrow of his bones. He attempted to move, only to discover that he was utterly immobile. Every bone in his body protested, and every muscle screamed in rebellion. Particularly, his right arm felt swollen, though some of the pressure had eased. It was still as if it belonged to someone else. He struggled to pry his eyelids apart just enough to glimpse the blinding surgical light overhead. Within the halo of light, a large face adorned with a white mask leaned in closely, its squinty eyes glinting with a mischievous spark that Wang Yunteng recognized even in his haze. It was old Zhao from the medical team, the king of hell. Oh, the young master Wang has awakened? Old Zhao wielded a stainless steel tweezer, unceremoniously tapping it against Wang Yunteng's thigh muscle, producing a sound reminiscent of selecting pork in a market. Quite a peculiar anatomy you have. After soaking in that muck for 4 hours, you've somehow retained your physique. Aside from extensive abrasions and minor bacterial infections, your internal organs are unscathed. A person with a weaker constitution would be in the intensive care unit undergoing dialysis by now. That's because my worth is high. Wang Yunteng gasped, forcing a smile. The king of hell checked my worth and deemed the compensation too costly to accept, thus returned it. Still able to crack jokes. It seems your brain hasn't tea-boiled over. Old Zhao chuckled, casually tossing the tweezers back onto a metal tray with a clang that sent a jolt of pain through Wang Yunteng's skull. Since you're awake, you might as well get up. Chief Instructor Scorpion specifically instructed us to rid you swamp heroes of your stench. This is our unique VIP treatment in 026. Ordinary folks can't even pay for this. As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhao stepped back, gesturing grandly with a mock air of gentlemanly courtesy. His eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Wang Yunteng's heart skipped a beat. He had yet to grasp the meaning of full set. Swoosh. The piercing sound of air being torn apart erupted instantly. Two massive jets of water, with enough force to send a person tumbling, struck him with ferocity. Holy hell. The wild dog in the adjacent bed let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, launching off the bed, but it was futile. The water jets pursued him like they had a mind of their own. Two fully armed soldiers stood at the doorway, clad in complete chemical protective gear and gas masks. Wielding not showerheads, but industrial high-pressure water guns designed for cleaning tank treads. The water temperature barely hovered above freezing, mixed with a potent concentration of powerful detergents and disinfectants. The sensation against his skin was anything but a shower. It felt akin to being skinned alive. Is this therapy? This is clearly akin to the process of dehairing pigs in a slaughterhouse. Number 13, the Great Bear, was sent careening around the room. The layer of dried mud caked on his body being forcibly stripped away by the high-pressure water jets. The clumps broke apart, revealing skin that was pale and marred with fine scratches, crimson streaks oozing forth. Be gentle. Where are you spraying that? Wang Yunteng was cornered by the water jets. Nearly slipping to the ground, he shielded his head with his arms, shouting above the cacophony of water, "My face. That's what I use to swipe my card. If you ruin it, can you afford to compensate me? Hold on tight." The soldier, his voice muffled by the gas mask, exclaimed, "The chief instructor has declared that the bacteria on your bodies are far more ferocious than the venomous insects lurking in that swamp. You must endure a full 30 minutes of cleansing. Not a second less. This is an order. 30 minutes. This was nothing short of a torturous endeavor termed disinfection. When the water finally ceased its relentless flow, all four individuals lay prostrate on the cold concrete floor, their bodies flushed crimson, skin resembling that of a raw surface, emanating clouds of steam. The stray dog huddled in the corner, clutching his knees, his teeth chattering. "Boss, I feel like I've been marinated. All I can breathe in is the scent of bleach." "Count your blessings," replied number 24, wiping his damp hair. "At least we weren't made to scrub ourselves with steel wool. I saw old Zhao earlier, and he really did have 2 steel wool pads in his pocket." Wang Yunteng labored to rise from the ground, accepting a clean patient's uniform tossed his way by the soldier. The cotton fabric was dry and bore the warmth of sunlight. As he donned it, his nose tinged with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. Being alive is truly wonderful. To be a clean, odorless individual, free from maggots crawling upon one's skin, is a profound blessing. Bang! The ward door swung open. Scorpion entered, clad not in the standard training attire, but in civilian clothing, appearing even leaner and more adept. His gaze swept across the 4 individuals before settling on Wang Yunteng's face. "Cleaned up, and you no longer resemble a specter," he remarked with a cold snort. "Thank you for the compliment, Instructor," Wang Yunteng replied, fastening the top button and straightening his back, despite his calves still cramping uncontrollably. "Without your mask, you don't look as much like a ghost." The stray dog gasped, nearly covering his face again in fright. "Just returned to life, and you're challenging the chief instructor? Boss, are you courting death?" Scorpion remained unfazed, not even twitching an eyebrow. "In this hellish place, having a tough mouth is a fundamental quality for survival. Consider yourselves fortunate. I can't be bothered to hold your reckless streak against you." Scorpion retrieved a crumpled A4 sheet from his pocket and slammed it onto the nearby metal table. "This is the bill." "A bill?" Number 13 was taken aback, scratching his still dripping head. "What bill?" "Rabies vaccine fee, tetanus shot fee, industrial high-pressure water fee, high-concentration disinfectant fee, depreciation cost of the protective gear." Scorpion pointed at the table and then toward the door, "and also the compensation for the mental anguish suffered by the instructors due to your antics with the booby traps, venomous bees, and laxatives." Wang Yunteng glanced at the paper. The figures were not exorbitant, totaling merely tens of thousands. To him, that amount was trivial, hardly worth bending down to retrieve if it fell. "How much?" "I'll pay by card." Wang Yunteng nonchalantly reached into the pocket of his patient's uniform, only to find it empty. "Oh, I forgot. The card is long gone. Even my original underwear was shredded by the high-pressure water. Just give me the card number, and I'll have my father buy this building for you." 026 does not accept RMB, Scorpion replied, his mock smile vanishing, his tone turning serious. Here, we only accept one thing, lives. Remember this debt. In the upcoming second phase selection, whether you are the son of a billionaire or a deity, I shall reclaim every penny, with interest. After speaking, Scorpion turned to leave. Pausing at the door, he added, by the way, one more thing. Those 6 cannon fodder? They didn't die? Wang Yunteng's head snapped up, his previously nonchalant expression suddenly sharpened. Old 6 has a shattered leg, it's been put in a cast. No. 38 was bitten by a dog, requiring 20 stitches, narrowly avoiding nerve damage. The others have all suffered severe soft tissue injuries and concussions. Scorpion turned his back to them. They are currently in the adjacent ward. According to regulations, eliminated personnel must be immediately repatriated and cannot interact with trainees. Tomorrow morning at 6. A transport vehicle will take them away. The ward fell silent, the sound of tears hitting the ground barely audible. Number 13 clenched his fists, nails digging into flesh. The stray dog hung his head, tears dripping onto the concrete floor. Their lives had been exchanged for the chance of the 4 standing there. However, Scorpion turned his gaze back to Wang Yunteng's pale face. For the sake of your motley crew, I might be willing to turn a blind eye for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Go take a look at those fools, but don't make it a melodramatic farewell. It would be embarrassing. In 10 minutes, the cafeteria will serve food. Arrive late, and this debt doubles. Bang. The door slammed shut. Wang Yunteng stood frozen, his chest heaving, taking a deep breath to suppress the lump forming in his throat. Boss, no. 13's eyes are as red as a rabbit's, and old 6. Stop crying. Wang Yunteng snapped. As long as they're alive, I'll help him with his leg, and if his hand is ruined, I'll support him for life. As long as they live, they can still rise to drink and boast. He turned, limping toward the door, his back stubborn like a mule. Go, let us see those fools. His hand rested on the doorknob, but he paused again. He glanced back at his 3 equally disheveled brothers and flashed a smile. And everyone, tighten your belts. Prepare your stomachs. Since Scorpion the miser is willing to let us eat, this meal will undoubtedly be a challenge to swallow. Chapter 58, A Sweet Blow from the Billionaire. 10 minutes. For Wang Yunteng and his companions, those 10 minutes felt longer than a night spent lying in the swamp, yet they felt more human. In the adjacent ward, there was no wailing or gnashing of teeth. Old 6 had his casted leg elevated, chewing on an apple someone had peeled for him. Upon seeing Wang Yunteng enter, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Boss, I knew you would succeed. There were no excessive displays of sentimentality. These were a few grown men who had brushed against death. Sometimes, a mere glance sufficed. Wang Yunteng pulled out a pen and paper from the pocket of his patient-esque uniform and scribbled down a series of numbers. Take this. If things get tough, call this number at the Wang Corporation. After speaking, Wang Yunteng turned and strode away, his steps purposeful. If he lingered any longer, tears would surely fall, a most disgraceful act for a wayward son. The cafeteria. If the swamp represented hell, then the current cafeteria was a slice of heaven. Braised pork, glistening with oil, rich yet not greasy. Stewed hocks, tender and falling off the bone, wafting an enticing aroma, and bowls of steaming white rice, practically beckoning one to commit culinary sins. Yet the atmosphere felt amiss. In the spacious cafeteria, aside from the 4 from the death squad, there were dozens of soldiers clad in training uniforms. They were also hungry and weary, but their gazes were fixated on the 4 newcomers. Those looks were complex, filled with disdain, disgust, fear, and a hint of jealousy that could hardly be concealed. After all, not everyone had the audacity to strip the snow leopard bare. Nor could everyone bare their souls before the chief instructor. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Number 13, a hulking bear of a man, plopped down onto a chair, which creaked under his weight. He eschewed chopsticks, grabbing a hock with his bare hands and biting into it, juices splattering everywhere. A pack of ruffians. A young lieutenant at the adjacent table muttered a curse, deeming them a disgrace to the military. The words were soft, but in the quiet cafeteria, they rang out sharply. The wild dog's hand, which had been eagerly digging into the food, faltered momentarily as the chopsticks clattered onto the table. Just as he was about to rise, he was restrained by Wang Yunteng. Wang Yunteng, with deliberate slowness, picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it into his mouth. It was truly delectable. However, the stomach of this body had evidently yet to acclimatize to such an assault of high oil and salt. As soon as he swallowed, he felt a sharp cramp in his abdomen. He endured the discomfort, chewing slowly and savoring each bite. Embarrassing? Wang Yunteng swallowed the morsel and turned to face the young lieutenant. It seems, my comrade, that you possess a keen sense of honor. Wang Yunteng gestured to his pristine hospital gown, acknowledging their brazen behavior. Indeed, we are rogues, shameless in our ways. Yet we have eliminated 2 fully staffed special operations teams and dispatched 8 instructors, and we still managed to enter standing. No, wait, we ran in. What about you? Wang Yunteng appraised him with a scrutinizing gaze. If I recall correctly, your team spent 24 hours hiding in a cave, didn't you? Aside from feeding mosquitoes. Did you fire a single shot? You. The lieutenant's face flushed crimson, eager to retort but at a loss for words. For this was the truth. In the battlefield, there are only victors and the deceased. There are no dignified losers. Wang Yunteng chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the chicken leg on his plate. Want to discuss manners? The kindergarten is just to the left, a place for such niceties. Here is 026, a breeding ground for schemers. The cafeteria fell into a heavy silence once more, punctuated only by the loud smacking of number 13's lips. Just then, the cafeteria door swung open again. Scorpion strolled in, but he was not alone. 2 soldiers from the kitchen brigade followed behind, pushing a dining cart, rather than large pots of food. The cart held several exquisite thermal boxes, prominently emblazoned with the logo of a prestigious global seafood restaurant. To make matters worse, a massive pink sticky note adorned the box, complete with a heart drawing. The entire room fell into a stupor. Scorpion approached Wang Yunteng's table and halted. He rapped on the thermal box. Number 77. It seems your tycoon father possesses quite the influence. Scorpion leisurely opened the box, and a powerful aroma instantly overwhelmed the scent of the braised pork. It was Boston lobster, each as thick as an arm, drenched in garlic sauce and cheese. Beside them were premium abalone, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Comrade Wang Jiangwo has deployed 2 civilian helicopters and requested a special airspace, claiming he was concerned you might suffer in the military and specially arranged this additional meal. Scorpion picked up a lobster claw and waved it, accompanied by a letter stating that if the military rations were subpar, he could take over the entire kitchen brigade. Wang Yunteng gazed at the lobster, his temples throbbing. Oh, old man, do you wish for my demise to come swifter? Presenting such a delicacy before these starving wolves is bound to incite hatred. Father, I thank you and your ancestors, Wang Yunteng lamented inwardly. However, Scorpion shifted the conversation, carelessly tossing the lobster back into the box with a loud thud. The military regulations strictly prohibit the acceptance of outside food. Yet, this is a gesture of goodwill from the community supporting our troops and cannot go to waste. Scorpion turned to face the sea of green eyes in the cafeteria. All personnel, attention. At once, everyone stood up. Given that the death squad has demonstrated exceptional performance in the first phase and is physically weakened, they are advised against consuming such high-protein, high-purine seafood. The smile on Scorpion's face instantly vanished. These seafood delicacies will be distributed to the instructor group and logistical support team as a late-night snack, allowing everyone to savor the taste of our tycoon's family. As for the death squad, Scorpion pointed to the unfinished piece of braised pork before Wang Yunteng. This meal shall be your sole indulgence for the next 3 days. For the coming 3 days, your staple will be the bittersweet meal, which consists of wild vegetable dumplings paired with plain water. The chunk of fatty meat that number 13 had just bitten into was promptly expelled from his mouth. Why? That was a gift from my father. Wang Yunteng slammed his hand on the table. That was his lobster. His body was in dire need of nourishment. Just because I'm the chief instructor. Scorpion leaned closer to Wang Yunteng, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper only they could hear. This is what you call a child paying the debts of the father. Your father wishes to throw money in my face, so I shall use his money to torment you. Eat slowly, young master. Scorpion waved his hand, signaling for the cart of priceless seafood to be taken away, leaving the entire cafeteria staring longingly at its retreating silhouette, their mouths watering. Then, in unison, they directed their resentful glares at Wang Yunteng. Were it not for this fellow flaunting his affluent father, would they be deprived of the lobster? The animosity was palpable. Wang Yunteng slumped back down, eyeing the suddenly unappetizing piece of braised pork on his plate. The leader, Wild Dog, lamented with a sorrowful expression. I can't shake the feeling that we are being universally hunted down. Silence. Wang Yunteng gritted his teeth, picking up the last piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing vigorously as if he were biting into Scorpion's flesh. Eat. Consume with all your might. Stuff yourselves as much as you can. This isn't merely a meal, it's ammunition for the future. I have a premonition. Wang Yunteng glanced out the window at the darkening sky. Tonight, we shall not sleep. Chapter 59. I only wish to sleep, yet you speak to me of tactics? At 2 in the morning, when people are sound asleep, and even the moon has hidden behind the clouds, Wild Dog lay sprawled on his cot, drooling, engaged in a final battle with the braised elbow in his dreams. He smacked his lips, just about to take a bite. Whoa! The air raid siren blared. This was not a mere assembly call, but a direct air raid alert. The sound was so piercing it felt as though it would tear through eardrums, penetrating walls and causing the bed to shake. The entire dormitory erupted in chaos. What the hell? An earthquake? Number 13, the big bear, was startled by the noise, his whole body jolting, and the 200-pound figure tumbled down from the upper bunk with a thud, landing on the concrete floor, momentarily forgetting to scream. He flailed about on the ground, groping blindly, grasping at the bed leg as if to hoist it onto his shoulder, shouting, "Where's my gun? Stop searching. There are no guns." In the darkness, a voice, unnaturally calm, rang out. Wang Yunteng sat at the edge of his bed, tying his shoelaces. He had opened his eyes a split second before the alarm sounded, and there was not a hint of drowsiness in his gaze. This pathological sensitivity to danger was an instinct honed from a past life spent among the dead. "This is an emergency assembly. Forget the socks. Just put on your boots. Hurry." Wang Yunteng didn't even fully button his combat uniform, slapping his cap onto his head, and kicked number 24, who was still dazed, in the backside. The last one to brush the latrine for half a month. Anyone who wishes to smell excrement can continue lying there. This kick was even more effective than the alarm. The four of them scrambled out of the dormitory. On the playground, two powerful searchlights illuminated the night, casting a glaring brightness that made it impossible to see. There were no logs, no mud pits, nor that damned armed off-road vehicle. In the center of the playground stood neatly arranged dozens of yellow wooden desks, the kind typically found in elementary school classrooms, even adorned with notebooks and pens. This bizarre contrast was far more unsettling than being forced to run 5 kilometers in the dead of night, completely naked. Scorpion was absent. Standing at the podium was a middle-aged instructor, bespectacled and genteel, holding not a whip or a gun, but a slender teaching stick. But he stood there like a surgical scalpel, just removed from a freezer, exuding a chilling scent of blood. Codenamed Al. 026, the chief instructor of tactical theories. It is said that this man is a data fanatic, calculating the acceleration of free fall even while attending to nature's call. "Everyone, take a seat." Al adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, the lenses glinting coldly under the light. "Since we can't sleep, let's discuss life, or rather, yesterday's tactics." Dozens of burly special forces recruits were awkwardly squeezed around a desk fit for a primary school student. Wang Yunteng's long legs found no place to rest, twisting uncomfortably beneath the table, his knees pressing against the tabletop. This bunch of oddballs preventing sleep in the dead of night. What kind of elementary school is this? He mentally scoffed. This pampered body was exceedingly drowsy, and his mind felt like a mushy mass. The first lesson was a tactical review. Al turned around, his pointer striking the blackboard behind him with a resounding smack. Bang! A massive jungle map hung on the board, densely marked with red and blue arrows indicating attack routes. Yesterday, within this very forest, a conflict occurred that left some feeling ashamed while others felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Al's voice was bland, yet each word pierced like a thorn. His gaze swept across the room before finally settling on Wang Yunteng's table. Some individuals, in their arrogance, resorted to using laxatives, hornets, digging traps, and even resorted to the despicable tactic of running naked. A sardonic curve formed at the corner of Al's mouth. "I wish to inquire about number 77. Present." Wang Yunteng stood up, his posture slightly askew. "Do you believe this constitutes special operations?" Al's stare turned icy. "Special operations demand precision, speed, and lethality. It is dignified killing. Yet your actions yesterday resembled a group of raucous and scrupulous ruffians devoid of any moral compass. If this were a true battlefield, facing an armed army, do you think your petty tricks would prolong your survival?" The eyes of the entire assembly immediately converged upon him. Many of the trainees, having been victimized by their antics, secretly reveled in the moment. "Let you be arrogant. Let you be fed laxatives. Now you've hit a brick wall, haven't you?" Al's reputation for cutting remarks was well known, capable of reducing a person to mere ashes with his words. Wang Yunteng rubbed his itchy nose. "Report to the instructor. I believe I could live long enough to celebrate my grandson's 100th birthday, while regaling him with tales of how I once disrobed the instructor." A snort of laughter erupted from below, resembling a pig's squeal. Al did not laugh. His expression visibly darkened, his eyes narrowing to slits behind the lenses. "Give me a reason." "A reason?" Wang Yunteng suppressed his flippant demeanor. He stepped out from his seat, striding directly to the map, even seizing the pointer from Al's hand. Al did not stop him. He merely watched coldly. "What you refer to as precision, speed, and dignity is predicated upon the equality of information and equipment between both parties." Wang Yunteng's pointer thudded heavily against the swampy region on the map. "We have only 10 men, a few makeshift weapons, and not even shoes. And what does the enemy possess? A fully armed special forces team, along with an unabashed group of instructors. It's akin to sending a legless beggar to box with Tyson." Wang Yunteng turned to face the dozens of eyes below. "In such a scenario, discussing boxing rules with Tyson? That is a death sentence. Speaking of decorum? That is suicide. What is the essence of special operations? It is not for show, nor to strike a heroic pose before a glorious sacrifice." He raised a finger. "It is to achieve a goal, and in dire straits. My singular goal is to survive, and to ensure that those who wish to eliminate me meet their demise first. As long as I can achieve the same, be it using laxatives, or even pouring excrement into their canteen, it is a form of biochemical warfare. Even running naked is a psychological tactic. Wang Yunteng flung the pointer onto the podium with a sharp crack. He locked eyes with Owl, his chin slightly raised. Instructor, if you believe that true special forces are defined solely by wielding advanced weaponry and donning stylish tactical vests, I suggest you take a left turn to Hollywood. But on a real battlefield, Wang Yunteng pointed to his temple. Only the victor has the right to define what war is. The vanquished are merely reduced to a string of casualty figures. Silence enveloped the entire playground. Even the hum of the floodlights felt piercingly loud. Had this boy lost his mind? To dare to tear up the textbook and trample it underfoot in front of the theoretical master, Owl? Owl stared at Wang Yunteng, his expression frozen for a full 10 seconds. Suddenly, he laughed. Not a laugh of persuasion, but a sinister, chilling chuckle. How astute of you to understand asymmetric warfare. To know how to act like a rogue in desperate circumstances. He replaced his glasses, clapping his hands. Clap, clap. The sound echoed across the empty playground. In the next instant, from the previously impenetrable shadows, dozens of figures surged forth. There were no footsteps, only the soft rustle of tactical boots against the ground. They were a host of burly men clad in black combat gear, their faces obscured by black masks. In their hands, they wielded half-meter-long rubber batons and crackling high-voltage stun devices. A palpable atmosphere of menace instantly enveloped the field. Let me see, Owl declared, in the face of absolute power. Whether your gang theory can still save your life. The second phase of selection begins now. Subject code, Seer. As the 4 letters left his lips, the faces of several seasoned soldiers turned ashen. Seer stands for survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. In layman's terms, it translates to counterinterrogation and survival training for prisoners of war. Everyone, apprehend them. Those who resist will be met with electric shocks. Take them away. Before his words had even faded, the group of black-clad individuals lunged forward like wolves. Damn it, run. Wang Yunteng's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively turning to flee. In comparison, the previous swamp pit seemed like a children's playground. This was true hell. However, before he could take a step, a gust of wind struck from behind. He instinctively attempted a tactical evasion. But the combat instincts engraved in his mind barely had time to transmit to his limbs. Bang! A rubber baton slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! The excruciating pain curled Wang Yunteng into a tight ball, while rising in his throat. Immediately afterward, a black sack descended upon his head without warning. Darkness enveloped his vision. Dozens of hands pinned down his limbs, holding him to the ground as if he were a pig being bound. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled ominously in his ears. Damn. In the final moments before losing consciousness, one thought remained in Wang Yunteng's mind. This is not a selection process. This is clearly a kidnapping. Is the old man preparing a ransom? Chapter 60. This is not an interrogation. It is a bespoke arrangement. In the very first second of regaining consciousness, Wang Yunteng felt as though he had transformed into a piece of meat frozen in a vast icebox. The chill did not seep in from the outside. It emanated from the marrow of his bones, creeping through his veins and engulfing his entire body, devouring every vestige of warmth. He attempted to move his little finger. A clatter, the sound of metal clashing. His limbs were firmly restrained in the interrogation chair, the iron rings rusted and edged like serrated blades, already reducing his wrists and ankles to a bloody mess. Even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Cough. His chest heaved with each breath. The area of his abdomen that had been struck by a rubber baton burned with an intense fire, likely causing some internal displacement. Awake? A voice emerged from the darkness, distorted by a voice modulator, tinged with a nauseating electronic tone. Immediately, the burlap sack over his head was yanked away. Crack. A 1,000-watt industrial spotlight flared to life, without warning, mere inches from his nose. His retinas were instantly pierced by the blinding white light. Wang Yunteng instinctively shut his eyes, tears streaming forth. Yet that harsh illumination ruthlessly penetrated his eyelids, threatening to scorch his very brain. The sound of dripping water reached his ears. Drip, drip, drip. This was an old tactic, designed to create psychological pressure. A sudden, piercing scream erupted from the next room. It was the large bear of room 13. This was swiftly followed by the sickening crackle of electricity and the violent thuds of a body convulsing against the iron chair. In less than 3 seconds, the scream abruptly ceased. Wang Yunteng's heart contracted violently. Seer. Survival, evasion, resistance, escape. It was a euphemism for training, yet in reality, it was a brutal game played with human lives, shattering every shred of dignity and reason. Name. The electronic voice echoed once more. Wang Yunteng squinted through his swollen eyes, catching only a vague, elongated shadow beyond the blinding light. My father, Wang Zhangwo. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, tasting the metallic tang of rust. What? Seeking a godfather? You'll need to line up behind. The number of those wishing to be his son could stretch all the way to Tiananmen. Crack. Without further ado, a damp, shadowy figure struck his shin with a whip fashioned from twisted wet towels. It didn't break the skin or draw blood, specifically targeting the periosteum, delivering a wicked pain that could make a person soil their pants on the spot. Hiss! Wang Yunteng gasped sharply, his calf muscles cramping uncontrollably. Here. You are merely a codename. 77. I shall inquire again. Your unit's designation. The gaunt shadow was not inclined to waste time. Wang Yunteng hung his head, sweat mingling with tears, dripping down his chin, creating a damp stain at his groin. He remained silent. What had he not witnessed in his previous life? This was merely a prelude. Refusing to speak? A cacophony of metal scraping ensued. A stainless steel tray was shoved into his line of sight. The shadow leisurely fiddled with a hand-cranked generator, two red and black wires hanging like venomous snakes, their clips smeared with blood clots and bits of flesh. I've heard you possess a tough tongue. The shadow crouched, icy fingers gripping Wang Yunteng's chin, forcing him to raise his head. I hope your sphincter is equally resilient. One clip seized the tender flesh on his inner thigh. Another clamped down on the Yongquan point at the sole of his foot. Wang Yunteng's pupils constricted sharply. This was the work of a seasoned torturer. Those 2 points were linked to the nervous system. A mere jolt of electricity could induce a reaction potent enough to make one regurgitate their last meal. Buzz. The crank handle turned. A torrent of ferocious electricity surged through him in an instant. Ugh! Wang Yunteng felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, jolting violently against the welded iron chair. His muscles locked up, convulsing. His jaw clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound that was nauseating to the ears. Blood seeping from his gums, trickling down the corners of his mouth. His mind went blank, consumed by the excruciating agony that threatened to rend his very soul. 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds, yet it felt as though a century had passed. The current ceased. Wang Yunteng slumped back into the chair like a heap of mush, his chest heaving violently. Had it not been for the indomitable will forged in his past life, this fragile body would have succumbed to incontinence long ago. How about it? 77. Does anything come to mind? The shadow's voice dripped with mockery. Wang Yunteng struggled to lift his eyelids, his vision filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. He gazed at the shadow, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, yet he managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than weeping. Is this all you've got? My voice cracked and faltered. This amount of electricity wouldn't even suffice to start my Lamborghini. Wang Yunteng spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, perfectly landing on the shadow's boot. Are you folks behind on your electricity bills? Or perhaps you could provide me with your account number, and I could transfer a few million to boost your voltage. The shadow froze. He had interrogated countless tough men, some cursing, some begging for mercy, and others resorting to biting their tongues. But to tremble while complaining about insufficient power and request a financial boost, this was a first. Was this the mockery of monetary power? Interesting. The shadow kicked the generator aside, turned, and seized a large iron bucket that had been prepared in the corner. Splash. A bucket of icy water was poured over him. It was not merely cold water. It was mixed with coarse salt and unmelting ice shards. The nerves that had just been scorched by electricity were suddenly assaulted by the dual onslaught of extreme cold and salt. This was not just cold. It was akin to thousands of steel needles piercing into his pores. Wang Yunteng turned purple from the cold, his lips turning dark. Tap, 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 tap. Yet he continued to smile, his entire face contorting in spasms. This water is a tad salty. He shook the icy water from his face, fixing his wild gaze on the shadow. Next time, could you switch to Evian? Perrier would suffice. My skin is sensitive, and I'm allergic to this tap water. You're courting death. The shadow was thoroughly incensed by this audacious demeanor. He slammed a red button. Buzz. A high-frequency noise erupted, capable of rattling one's brain. It was not an alarm, but the amplified sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard, mingled with the desperate cries of infants and the shrill screech of metal grinding. This was a form of psychological torture. Wang Yunteng's temples bulged with 2 prominent veins. This body's mental defenses were already fragile. Such torment was far more unbearable than physical pain. Hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. One moment, he saw the shattered bodies of his comrades from a past life. The next, it was the old man Wang Zhangwo swinging a golf club in pursuit of him, then the ghastly visage of the scorpion. Speak. What is the rendezvous code? The shadow snarled, gripping Wang Yunteng's collar, spittle spraying across his face. Just as Wang Yunteng felt his head was about to explode. Bang! The heavy door of the interrogation room was kicked open, slamming against the wall with a resounding crash that drowned out the maddening noise. A tall figure strode in. He bore no mask. His face was a mass of flesh, a gruesome scar running across the corner of his left eye, and he toyed with a bloodied military knife in his hand. The instructor's codename, Jackal. If one were to liken a scorpion to a venomous serpent, then this individual could be compared to a meat grinder, a worthless wretch. The Jackal cast a sidelong glance at the gaunt specter, his voice a low rumble. Crack. With a swift backhand, he knocked the specter's hood askew, sending the figure spinning twice before it regained its footing. Get out. The jackal paid him no mind. Striding directly towards Wang Yunteng. The scorpion sent you for interrogation, not to engage in make-believe games with the young master. The specter cupped his face, not daring to utter a sound, and slinked out the door in a dejected manner. The clamor ceased. The room was left with only the persistent crackling of the high-powered spotlight. The jackal approached the interrogation chair, remaining silent. He first extinguished the blinding light. Darkness enveloped the space once more, and before Wang Yunteng could catch his breath, a large hand seized his chin. The force was nearly enough to shatter his jawbone. I hear you are the son of a tycoon? I hear you possess wealth and a stubborn tongue? Humph. A glint of cold steel flashed. The jackal pressed a military knife against Wang Yunteng's cheek, the icy blade scraping against the fine stubble. I have 36 methods to make you speak. But I didn't bring that many tools today. The jackal slowly lowered the knife's tip, halting at the pad of Wang Yunteng's left index finger. Let us play a game. He suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, charred by smoke. You choose. One finger for one question's immunity. Or. The jackal produced a glass vial from his tactical pouch, containing a murky liquid and half a dead rat. He twisted the cap, and a nauseating scent of formaldehyde mingled with decay erupted from the bottle. Drink this vintage brew, and I will grant you 10 minutes of slumber. The jackal thrust the vial, still containing the dead rodent, toward Wang Yunteng's lips, while the knife's tip pierced the skin at the tip of Wang Yunteng's finger. A droplet of blood emerging. Choose, young master. Will you sacrifice a finger to be eaten as sashimi, or will you consume this bowl of rat soup? Wang Yunteng gazed into those soulless eyes. He understood that this man was not merely attempting to frighten him. The jackal was indeed capable of cutting. Heh! Wang Yunteng's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at the knife, then at the vial. Suddenly, he thrust his face forward, pressing his lips against the foul bottle's opening. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the jackal, a madman smile plastered on his face. Did you add ice? It wouldn't taste right without it. Chapter 61. This bowl of rat soup deserves a poor review. The knife's tip broke through the skin. Blood trickled down Wang Yunteng's fingernail, splattering onto the murky bottle's rim with a soft thud, shattering it into 8 shards. Inside the bottle, the hairless dead rat, swollen and pale from the formaldehyde, curled its limbs, its gray-white eyes fixed on the opening, as if gazing into Wang Yunteng's soul. Choose. The jackal pressed down harder, the blade sinking into the leather of the fingertip. He was waiting for this pampered heir to crumble, for the young man to kneel like a mangy dog, weeping and pleading for him to spare his finger, or to bend over and lick the bloodied knife. Wang Yunteng focused on the vial. His stomach churned violently. This body was too delicate. Once accustomed to only alpine water and Kobe beef, merely catching a whiff of that acrid preservative made his throat-esque sphincter spasm in rebellion. A physiological instinct against it. Ugh! Wang Yunteng could not suppress a dry heave, while rising in his throat. The jackal smiled, a cruel and triumphant grin. Now that is more like it. This is the reaction one expects from a second-generation rich kid. It seems young Master Wang is reluctant to part with this mouth, preferring to sever a finger instead. The jackal twisted his wrist, the blade glinting coldly. Fine, I will indulge you. Rest assured, I am quite skilled. The incision will be neat. With your wealth, you can take it home and reattach it. Before he could finish, Wang Yunteng suddenly lunged forward. The move was so unexpected. It defied the instinct to evade danger. The jackal barely had time to retract the knife. Crack! Wang Yunteng opened his mouth, biting down on the foul glass bottle's rim. His teeth struck the glass, producing a sound that sent shivers through one's bones. Fingers could be severed, but not in such a place, nor by such refuse. That was the hand meant for pulling triggers, the life of a warrior. Gulp! The first swallow. It burned, as if he had swallowed the liquid from a mortuary. Spicy, acrid, with a distinctive sweetness of aged rot flowing down his esophagus. His stomach convulsed violently, desperately trying to expel the venom. The jackal was stunned. He had interrogated many tough men, some who remained silent even after having 3 fingers severed, others who retched after a single sip. Yet, no one had ever behaved like Wang Yunteng. This madman closed his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly, cheeks puffed out, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He was swallowing. Not merely swallowing, he was even savoring it. Gulp, gulp. The water level in the bottle visibly dropped. The swollen dead rat slid toward the opening, its damp, hairless tail brushing Wang Yunteng's nose, leaving a sticky trail. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. Every hair on Wang Yunteng's body stood on end. Stomach acid fiercely attacking the entrance to his esophagus. Yet he steadfastly suppressed his body's rebellion. This body may be worthless, but the soul is forged of steel. Cough. Cough, cough. Finally swallowing the last mouthful, Wang Yunteng slammed the empty bottle onto the table. Clang. The bottom of the bottle clashed with the iron table, sending a painful reverberation through the eardrums. He clenched his molars, muscles in his cheeks taut, forcing back the vomit that had surged to the base of his tongue. He could not vomit. If he did, the suffering would have been for nothing, and he would lose a finger. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. The interrogation room was so silent that one could only hear the empty bottle rolling on the table. At last, the tumult within him subsided. Wang Yunteng lifted his head to face the jackal, grinning. Spit. He turned his head aside, expelling a grayish-white rat hair from between his teeth. Poor review. Wang Yunteng gasped for air. Did you dilute this formaldehyde? The potency is lacking, insufficient strength. And this rat. He extended his tongue to lick his lips, his features contorting in genuine disdain. The meat was too tough, the texture grainy, clearly a low-income rodent. Most importantly, Wang Yunteng raised his cuffed hands, pointing at the empty bottle. This rat must have had diabetes in its previous life. The liquid it produced is sickeningly sweet, making one gag. He shook his finger at the astonished jackal. Next time, use a hamster. Remember to skin it. I don't like hair, it scratches the throat. Silence. The interrogation room fell into a profound stillness. The muscles in the jackal's face twitched uncontrollably. He stared at Wang Yunteng, as if beholding a creature that had just escaped from a lunatic asylum. This was not a tough guy. This was a pervert. A madman. You son of a. The jackal was utterly incensed by this complete loss of control, a surge of unnameable fury rising within him. Bang. He stepped forward, seizing Wang Yunteng by the collar, thrusting his grotesque, bloated visage close to Wang's nose, spitting saliva all over his face. Do you think this is a Michelin restaurant where you can write reviews? Do you believe I lack the guts to cut you down? The proximity between the two was alarmingly intimate. Now was the moment. In the depths of Wang Yunteng's previously unfocused, hazy gaze, his pupils suddenly constricted. The apparent weakness he had displayed was half genuine and half an act. He coughed violently, his entire body trembling like a leaf in the grip of a wild beast. Just as he coughed with excruciating intensity, his left hand, shackled and seemingly powerless, subtly brushed against the left side of the wild beast's tactical vest. There, concealed, were 2 spare paperclips meant to secure maps. Unremarkable, yet within the realm of survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training, they were the keys to salvation. His fingertips snagged one, deftly flicked it, and with a twist of his wrist, he trapped it between his fingers. The entire process took less than 1/10 of a second, a muscle memory etched into his very soul, so swift that even the nerve reflexes could scarcely keep pace. Wang Yunteng, seizing the moment, slammed his head forcefully against the wild beast's rigid chest plate, the thud muffling the almost imperceptible sound of the paperclip slipping free from its strap. Cough, cough, cough. Tears and mucus streamed down Wang Yunteng's face, and he even coughed up traces of blood. Get lost. The wild beast, disgusted, shoved Wang Yunteng away. Wang slammed back against the chair, the iron chains clattering ominously. That black paperclip had silently slid into his sleeve, wedged between the watch strap seams. Success. You have no shame. The wild beast glared at Wang Yunteng, who displayed an audacious indifference, his rage barely contained. Conventional methods had no effect on this man. He could endure physical torment, regard mental humiliation as mere jest, and even the kind of biochemical assault that could haunt a person for 3 days could be dismissed by him as an afternoon tea. Was this fellow's nerve wiring made of steel? Fine, you enjoy drinking, do you? Enjoy critiquing, do you? The wild beast let out a cold chuckle, sheathing his combat knife with a decisive snap that echoed ominously. Since you relish this appetizer so much, we shall proceed directly to the main course. He seized a walkie-talkie from the table, pressed the transmission button, his voice grim. This is the wild beast. Subject 77 is resisting interrogation. Conventional methods have failed. Requesting to enter phase 3. There was a brief silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. After a crackling of static, Scorpion's voice, devoid of emotion, came through. Approved. The wild beast tossed the walkie-talkie aside, turning his back to the blinding light. Wang Yunteng, do you know what phase 3 entails? Wang Yunteng leaned against the chair, lethargically grunting, his eyelids too heavy to lift. Are you going to give me a striptease? I should wash my eyes first. That's for the living. The wild beast approached the corner of the room and ripped off a black waterproof cover. Beneath it lay a red button, emblazoned with 2 alarming black characters. Execution. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, 2 burly men in black masks rushed in, unshackling Wang Yunteng without a word, dragging him from the chair like a dead dog. His toes scraped the ground, leaving long trails in the mud. Where to? Wang Yunteng, being dragged outside, still felt the burn in his stomach but could not keep his mouth shut. Please don't take me to the unmarked graveyard. I'm particular about my sleeping arrangements. I get back pain in dirt pits, and I have rheumatism. The wild beast ignored him. As he passed by, he paused, leaning in close to Wang Yunteng's ear and whispering ominously, I'm sending you to meet the king of hell. Remember to bring him a gift. Also, learn your lesson. In your next life, don't be reborn into a wealthy family. It'll only fry your brain. Chapter 62. After the gunshot, All that remains are shadows. The torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Raindrops fell as if they were free, a dense white noise drowning out everything else. The searchlights in the quarry illuminated the open space with a ghostly pallor, the beams filled with slanting strands of rain. Thud! Wang Yunteng was unceremoniously tossed to the edge of a muddy pit. The icy muck rushed into his collar, burrowing down his spine, the chill threatening to freeze his marrow. He remained still, his eyelids slightly lifting, scanning the surroundings. A quintessential open-air execution site. 3 steep cliffs surrounded him, and in front lay a row of pre-dug graves. Water pooling in them, exuding a damp, earthy odor. Besides him, 3 unfortunate souls knelt in the muck. Number 13, the big bear, curled up. His hefty 200-pound frame trembling like a leaf, his lips a deep blue as he incessantly muttered prayers to various deities. The wild dog fared the worst. Sprawled in the mud, his pants soaked, appearing especially garish under the harsh light. Number 24 was slightly better off, kneeling upright, but his fingers, gripping his thighs, were turning white from the pressure, digging painfully into his flesh. Footsteps echoed. Tactical boots splashed in the puddles, producing sharp, crisp sounds. The wild beast, one hand supporting a black umbrella, emerged slowly from the shadows. Rainwater dripped from the umbrella's ribs, pooling at his feet to form a murky stream. Behind him, 6 figures in black lined up, their 95-style rifles held at the ready, their dark muzzles aimed at the 4 kneeling figures, the murderous intent palpable. You have 3 minutes left. The wild beast casually pulled out a crumpled stack of paper and several ballpoint pens from his pocket, tossing them into the muddy water like trash. Write your will. Describe how regretful you are, how pitiful your lives have been. If there is a next life, remember not to come to places like this to die. In 3 minutes, I'll send you on your way. A suffocating silence fell. Aside from the thunder, only the sound of pins rolling in the mud remained. Fear has a scent. Wang Yunteng could even smell the pungent odor of urine emanating from the wild dog beside him. I want tea right. I want tea right. The wild dog's taut nerves finally snapped. He surged up from the mud pit, as if driven mad, rushing out with a face smeared in tears and mucus. Take me back. I don't want to be a soldier anymore. My dad is wealthy. I want to go home. Bang. The gun's muzzle spat forth a fiery blaze. The mud erupted, a large clod of earth flying up beside the wild dog, splattering him with dirt. The shock sent his spirits soaring. His legs buckled, collapsing into the mud, burying his head deep into the puddle, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Run? The wild beast blew the smoke from his gun's muzzle, his gaze as frigid as if he were observing an ant. Here, a deserter faced only one fate, immediate execution. He raised his wrist to check the time. 2 minutes remaining. The pressure mounted. Wang Yunteng knelt in the muddy water, rain washing the blood from his face. This was a familiar routine. The simulation execution from survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training, using specially designed blank cartridges and blood packets. Combined with the instructor's performance and environmental pressure, they aimed to breach the final psychological defenses of the trainees. If at this moment, anyone showed a hint of surrender, even just in their eyes, the assessment would be rendered void. However, Wang Yunteng turned his head to glance at the 3 unfortunate souls beside him. Clearly, these 3 had taken the situation to heart. The eyes of number 13 were nearly popping out, breathing rapidly as if pulling at a bellows. If this continued, these 3 fledgling amateurs would surely scare themselves into madness. The scene needed more drama. That instructor, Wang Yunteng suddenly raised his hand high, even shaking the mud-caked palm in the rain. The wolf dog paused, furrowing his brow into a deep frown. What trick was this brat up to now? Speak. Can I switch to another pen? Wang Yunteng pointed disdainfully at the cheap ballpoint pen soaking in the muddy water. This pen has run out of ink. Moreover, I've never written a will before and lack experience. How about you provide me with a template? I could copy it, preferably something eloquent, as I fear my father might ridicule my lack of education. You're courting death. The wolf dog hurled the umbrella aside and strode over, pressing the cold muzzle of his 95 type firearm directly against Wang Yunteng's forehead. The hardness of the metal pressed painfully against his skull. Do you think I'm playing house with you? The wolf dog's finger rested on the trigger, tightening incrementally. Creak. The sound of the firing mechanism being engaged resonated in the torrential downpour, more jarring than thunder. Wang Yunteng's heart constricted sharply, a biological instinct kicking in, adrenaline surging, his calves threatening to buckle. Yet, he held firm. He lifted his eyelids. His eyes, starkly black and white, betrayed no fear. Go ahead and pull the trigger. Wang Yunteng even leaned forward slightly. Don't tremble. Shoot here. He tapped his own forehead. If you miss, I'll haunt you like a ghost. Singing good luck comes at your bedside every night. The wolf dog stared intensely at Wang Yunteng, unable to find a shred of panic within those eyes. The irritation of feeling so thoroughly scrutinized ignited the wolf dog's fury. Fine. I'll oblige you. The wolf dog flashed a cruel smile, abruptly swiveling the gun's muzzle. Without warning, Bang! The gun fired. The bullet did not find Wang Yunteng, but struck number 13 nearby. Number 13 let out a short, sharp cry as blood erupted from his chest. His massive frame stiffened and toppled backward with a thud into the pre-dug pit, sending a spray of mud flying. The crimson liquid mingled with the rain, rapidly staining the pit red. Big Bear. Number 24 screamed with a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes instantly reddening. He really shot him. He actually killed him. The wild dog pulled his head from the mud, staring blankly at the motionless number 13 in the pit. His mind, once tethered by reason, snapped completely, mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. The wolf dog, expressionless, pulled back the gun's bolt. Click! A yellow shell clattered to the ground, rolling into the mud. Next, who is it going to be? The gun's muzzle slowly moved, finally resting on the trembling wild dog's forehead. Don't kill me, please. I don't want to die. I'll tell you everything. Useless. The wolf dog's eyes brimmed with disdain as his finger tightened on the trigger once more. Just then, a discordant clicking sound pierced the air. Wang Yunteng sniffed. Instructor, this blood bag must be expired, right? The wolf dog's finger froze. Wang Yunteng extended a finger, gesturing toward the corpse of number 13 in the pit. Such a large body, shot at close range to the chest. A ruptured artery should have resulted in a high-pressure spray, at least 2 meters high. But this? It's like a leaky faucet, relying on the rain to wash it away. Wang Yunteng leaned in closer to sniff, his face twisted in distaste. And the smell isn't quite right. A sweet sour scent. Probably Lee Kum Kee's ketchup? The cost control here is excessively tight. Couldn't you spare a couple of pounds of chicken blood from the market? The corpse of number 13 in the pit visibly twitched. Moreover, Wang Yunteng continued, turning to the grim-faced wolf dog. That shell on the ground? A 95 type rifle. The stopping power from close-range fire would be sufficient to topple a pig. The way Big Bear fell was too staged, collapsing backward without any muscle rigidity. Wang Yunteng sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. To be honest, this acting is worse than the extras in Hungdian who earn $50 a day. It couldn't get any lower. The scene fell silent. The suffocating atmosphere of despair was punctured by his remarks like paper being pierced. The wild dog raised his head, snot dangling from his chin. His expression bewildered. Ketchup? Fake. Number 24 was also taken aback, instinctively glancing at number 13 in the pit. The corpse appeared to be gasping for air, its chest slightly rising and falling due to oxygen deprivation. The wolf dog's face darkened, akin to the soot at the bottom of a pot. What kind of monster is this? Not only does he not soil himself in such a situation, but he is also conducting a scene analysis and critique of the acting? How can this play continue? Take him away. The wolf dog bellowed in exasperation, realizing that if this continued, the reputation of the entire instructor team would be in tatters. Shut him up. Several men in black, unable to contain themselves, rushed forward to pin Wang Yunteng down. Hey, don't be hasty. I haven't finished speaking. Wang Yunteng was firmly pressed into the mud and water, still shouting at the top of his lungs. Next time, remember not to use ketchup. It attracts ants. Plus, that stuff is sticky and hard to wash off. Throw him in. Weld that manhole cover shut. Shut it tight. The wolf dog was beside himself with rage, at that moment truly wishing to shoot this bastard. Wang Yunteng was lifted and unceremoniously tossed into the bottomless vertical well cage like garbage. Following him were the still-stunned wild dog and number 24. Finally, even the feigning number 13 was roughly dragged up by 2 men in black and tossed in as well. Clang. The heavy iron grate cover slammed shut. Then came the sound of chains clanking as they locked. Darkness enveloped them. Only the rain poured through the gaps in the grate, soaking the 4 men below. At the bottom of the well, silence reigned. After a long while, number 13's weak voice echoed from the corner. Was that performance really so unbelievable? I thought my fall just now had quite a bit of depth. Chapter 63. Don't blink, I'll show you a live prison break. The vertical well was deep, with a vertical distance of 5 to 6 meters, swallowing all light. The water rose above their knees, icy and biting. We're going to die. We're really going to die. The wild dog huddled in the corner, shaking uncontrollably. Though the bullet had not struck him, it had shattered half of his soul. And now, submerged in the water, only the sound of his chattering teeth echoed off the well walls. Die my foot. A cold snort emerged from the darkness. Number 13, who had been feigning death, wiped the sticky blood from his chest, bringing his hand to his nose for a thorough sniff. Then, he dipped his finger into his mouth to taste. Ugh, sweet. Number 13 was taken aback, then spat in frustration. Damn it, is it really ketchup? The instructors are exceptionally miserly. Even acquiring a mere 2 pounds of pig's blood from the slaughterhouse would be more convincing than this farce. Even the dimmest wild dog would realize it. Still alive? Was that earlier scene of a headshot staged? Number 24, leaning against the slick, moss-covered well wall, glanced upward at the welded steel cover above. Rainwater cascaded down the well opening, the only exit, yet also a dead end. The rebar mesh was welded shut, and a hefty padlock secured it from the outside. We are utterly defenseless. This is nothing short of a living coffin. Wang Yunteng paid them no mind. Standing in the water, he let his left sleeve flicker slightly, and a black paperclip slipped into his palm. A spoils of the interrogation just passed. Wild dog, stop howling. Unbuckle your belt. Huh. Wild dog sniffled, cradling his groin. Boss, I'm not into that, and this place is all wet. It's prone to infection. Thud. Wang Yunteng kicked Wild Dog's thigh, splashing water everywhere. What nonsense fills your head? Take off that iron buckle on your belt. It's a tool. Wild Dog, startled, trembled as he unfastened his belt. Wang Yunteng snatched it, exerting force with both hands. With a creak, the metal buckle bent under pressure, yielding a sharp-edged piece of metal. He approached the side of the well, where a rusted drainage pipe was nearly decayed. Stack up. Big Bear crouched down as the base, number 24 on top. And I'll stand at the summit. The trio formed a precarious human ladder. Wang Yunteng pressed his face against the cold well cover. The fist-sized military padlock looming before him, its surface slick with rainwater. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his fingers. It was a challenge. The aftereffects of the electric shock still lingered, leaving his fingertips numb and stiff, spasming uncontrollably. In this state, unlocking the padlock seemed as daunting as using chopsticks. Boss, can you do it? You're shaking like you've got late-stage Parkinson's. Number 13 below grunted, his 200-pound frame making his knees tremble. Shut up. Parkinson's is just to increase the difficulty of the game. Wang Yunteng pressed his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. The sharp pain instantaneously jolted his nerves, momentarily overpowering the numbness. With his left hand, he clamped the metal piece as a wrench at the bottom of the lock, while his right inserted the straightened paper clip. No need to look. In such a torrential downpour, vision was a liability. He relied solely on touch. The first pin, his fingers, rigid, moved with faint sensation, barely perceptible. Wang Yunteng could even feel his muscle fibers protesting. He held his breath, concentrating all his sensory awareness to the tips of his fingers. Click. A barely audible sound. The first pin fell into place. Rainwater streamed down his forehead into his eyes, stinging his eyeballs, yet he didn't blink. The second pin. The third pin. After all, it was an old-fashioned padlock. Its simplicity was almost pitiful. Had it been an electronic lock or a double-pin lock, this group would have truly been doomed. Below, number 13's neck bulged with veins. Boss, hurry. I can't hold on much longer. If you don't finish, I'll launch you. The final pin. Wang Yunteng's wrist flicked sharply. The metal piece caught the lock cylinder, and the paperclip lifted the last stubborn pin. Bang! The lock sprang open. It worked. Wild Dog was so elated he nearly leaped, causing the human ladder to collapse, and the three muddy figures tumbled into the water, splashing a foul mire. Wang Yunteng wiped the filth from his face and tossed the padlock to Wild Dog. Here, keep this as a family heirloom for your son. He pushed open the well cover, but hesitated to emerge. Like a vigilant groundhog, he revealed only his eyes, peering out under the flashes of lightning. What's the situation outside? Number 24 whispered. There was light coming from the workers' shed, and no one was on guard at the entrance. They were all huddled inside to escape the rain. Wang Yunteng withdrew his head, his expression shifting. According to the rules of 026, they hadn't lost as long as they weren't recaptured. Since these instructors enjoy role-playing and treating people like puppets, he bent down and extracted a jagged stone from the muck, weighing it in his hand. Then let us add a performance. This act would be titled Counterattack. 5 minutes later, inside the makeshift shed beside the quarry, the fire blazed brightly. 6 instructors sat together, cradling steaming cups of instant coffee, with rifles haphazardly leaning against the wall. How long do you think those rookies can hold out? That Wild Dog nearly made me laugh earlier. Hold out. They've probably wet themselves by now. To dare challenge the chief instructor, this is the consequence. Thud. A muffled sound, akin to a stone striking the metal roof. What was that? The lead instructor set down his cup. Just the wind blowing the branches, I suppose, in this wretched weather. The others dismissed it. Old 3. Go check it out. The named instructor tightened his raincoat and stepped outside. The wind and rain rushed in, dimming the fire. The door closed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No one returned. How long has Old 3 been holding it? I'll go call for him. The second instructor rose to leave. Another 2 minutes of silence. The remaining 4 instructors finally sensed something amiss. It was the instinct of veterans. An inexplicable atmosphere of menace hung in the air, as if something were watching them. Something's off. The lead instructor's expression darkened. Grab your weapons. The 4 simultaneously reached for their rifles in the corner. Too late. Crash. The thin glass window shattered without warning, shards scattering everywhere. A figure, caked in mud, burst through. He wasn't armed. In his hand was only a jagged brick. Surprise. Wang Yunteng's roar erupted amidst the thunder. The brick sliced through the air with a whoosh, offering no time for the instructors to react. Striking the closest one squarely on the forehead. Crack. With a sharp sound, The instructor fell without a sound, rolling his eyes back, collapsing like a felled tree. Immediately, the door was kicked open. Numbers 13, 24, and Wild Dog, equally muddied and filled with pent-up rage, charged in, howling. There was no semblance of strategy, just the raw, primal chaos of street fighting. You think you can execute me? Wild Dog, eyes ablaze, mounted one instructor and unleashed a flurry of punches, shouting, "You scared me. You owe me money. Let you electrocute me." Number 13, with his 200-pound frame, pinned another instructor down, leveraging his weight to keep him immobilized on the floor. The cramped shed erupted into utter disarray. Wang Yunteng stepped onto the unfortunate soul who had been knocked out by the brick, his gaze sweeping over the table. There lay a cup of freshly brewed hot coffee, still steaming. He seized it, tilted his head back, and drank it down in one gulp. The scalding liquid coursed down his throat, instantly dispelling the chilling cold from the depths of the well. Wang Yunteng crumpled the empty cup in his hand and tossed it aside. He observed the chaos of flying furniture and the wailing instructors. A wide grin spreading across his face. Now this is Seer. He stands for escape. If we don't take down the guards, can it truly be called an escape? Don't hit their faces. Leave them for when we return. Wang Yunteng shouted, kicking a rifle on the ground. Strip their clothes. Take the guns. Let us bestow a grand gift upon that old academic, the owl. Chapter 64. One ought to consider the brand of this attire. The torrential rain not only failed to relent, but intensified with ferocity. Outside the quarry's makeshift shelter, muddy figures crouched in the crevices of the rocks. As Wang Yunteng donned the tactical vest he had just stripped off, he grimaced and inhaled sharply. Was this fabric crafted from steel wire? It was enough to make one's skin crawl. Boss, having something to wear is already a blessing. The Wild Dog gripped his ill-fitting trousers with all his might. The waistband was excessively loose, and he could only cinch it with a discarded belt. Earlier, in the well, it felt as if his entire body would dissolve. The hefty bear number 13 was laboriously stuffing his 200 pounds of bulk into the narrow training uniform. A loud rip echoed. The quality of this garment was inferior to the tattered burlap sack I possess. The bear cursed under his breath, his palm tightly gripping the confiscated Type 95 rifle. Wang Yunteng adjusted his collar and pressed down his round-top tactical cap, casting a shadow over much of his face. At this moment, he was not only reeking of sweat, but resembled a recently returned instructor from duty. Listen up. Wang Yunteng scanned the three of them, suppressing their guilty expressions. Wild Dog, rein in that cowardly demeanor. Bear, straighten your back and pull in your gut. Is that a belly or a life preserver? We are not deserters. We are the leaders conducting an inspection, and we must walk with authority, understood? Number 24, shouldering his rifle, focused intently on the distant infrared sensor. Boss, this place is rife with hidden sentries. Where can we retreat? Wang Yunteng pulled a map from his pocket, pointing at the conspicuous red circle at its center. Retreat? Who said anything about retreating? We're going here. Upon realizing the location, Wild Dog's voice shot up an octave. The command center? Boss, that's the Owl's den. Are we not delivering right to his doorstep? You understand nothing, Wang Yunteng scoffed, raindrops cascading down his hat brim. With 3 perimeter lines and no signs of life for dozens of kilometers, attempting to run away on foot is tantamount to seeking death. The owl has labeled us as ruffians. Since that's the case, I should demonstrate the essence of a rogue, lest I fail to live up to his characterization. In the dim light, they were fixated on the well, unaware that the corpse was already at their door. Let us go. The 4 of them swiftly merged into the curtain of rain, clad in their instructor's garb and with visibility hindered. They managed to avoid 2 waves of patrols before reaching the core area. Surrounded by barbed wire, 2 soldiers at the entrance held a massive Rottweiler, which was digging at the ground, emitting a series of deep growls. This could be troublesome. Number 24 crouched low. Military dogs possess an acute sense of smell and can detect scents from afar. Boss, let us withdraw. That dog could easily take off my thigh. Wang Yunteng fixed his gaze on the dog's greenish eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Withdraw? I've never learned how to write that word. With that, he straightened up and strode forward with swagger. Hey, boss. The 3 behind him felt their hearts leap into their throats, gritting their teeth to follow. Halt. State your command. The sentry instantly cocked his weapon, aiming at level. The Rottweiler lunged forward, straining against its chain, its ferocious bark deafening. Wang Yunteng not only refused to stop, but quickened his pace, cursing loudly. Respond? To hell with that. His voice, filled with a long-suppressed fury and arrogance, left the sentry momentarily stunned. Those wretched scoundrels splattered me before their demise. What a stroke of bad luck. Wang Yunteng approached the sentry, pointing at the stains on his chest and bellowing, Look, my newly purchased undergarments are ruined. The owl insists on conducting some sort of realistic simulation, and here I am, drenched in tomato sauce and mud. What is the name of this dog? Has it never encountered such a bloody scent before? This is my grievance. The sentry, observing this man before him, noted that despite his disheveled appearance, he exuded an air of authority befitting an instructor chastising subordinates. In Area 026, only the peculiar instructors dared to address the chief instructor by his nickname and curse freely. Instructor, the dog. The sentry attempted to calm the agitated military dog. Discover what? Wang Yunteng stepped closer, squatting before the fierce beast, locking eyes with its murderous gaze. Do you find me odious as well? Concealing his right hand, he crushed something between his fingers. It was a packet of high-concentration compressed pepper he had casually taken from the shelter. Just as the Rottweiler opened its mouth to bite, he swiftly waved his hand, moving so quickly that only an afterimage remained. Yowl! The once ferocious dog suddenly yelped in agony, as if struck by lightning. Tucking its tail and retreating behind the sentry's legs, frantically pawing at its nose, tears and drool streaming down. See, even the beast can't stand my scent. Wang Yunteng rose, dusting off his hands. Open the door. I need to wash up and, while I'm at it, submit a laundry reimbursement to the owl. The sentry, witnessing his military dog's sudden timidity, felt any remaining doubt dissipate entirely. This was undoubtedly a fierce individual just returned from the execution ground, exuding such a menacing aura that even the military dog could not contain itself. Yes, thank you for your hard work, instructor. The sentry stood at attention and saluted, swiftly opening the iron gate. Without a backward glance, Wang Yunteng strode inside. Once within the inner area, Wild Dog discovered his back was drenched. Boss, why did that dog suddenly start crying? Its nose is too sensitive, making it more susceptible to high-tech stimuli, Wang Yunteng replied with a cold smirk. I've been chased by dogs at home for 20 years. This weaned pup is nothing to worry about. Ahead, the command tent was brightly lit. The calm voice of the owl emanated from the speakers. The data model indicates that the willpower of Team 77 is approaching the critical point. This extreme solitude and sense of oppression will obliterate their last shred of rationality within 5 minutes. Wang Yunteng stood in the shadows of the tent, listening to the lengthy discourse inside. He raised his wrist to check his scratched watch. 5 minutes. Bear, kill the generator. Wild Dog, number 24. Go block the drainage outlet at the back. Wang Yunteng pulled out a note he had hastily scrawled in the mud earlier. Since the instructor is so fond of data, let us surprise him with a gift. This lesson will teach him what a sudden crisis entails. Chapter 65. This coffee has a rather earthy taste. Inside the command tent, the heating ducts hummed. A tactical sand table sprawled at the center, adorned with various flags. The red flag marking 77 had long been removed, lying forlornly amidst the refuse. The owl held a cup of hand-brewed Blue Mountain coffee, lightly tapping the rim of the porcelain cup with his fingertips. The screens displayed static from the torrential rain, which he regarded with indifference. In the SEER training archives, no one could maintain their sanity within that watered-down vertical well. 30 minutes is the limit of human cerebral cortex endurance. The owl swiveled in his chair, his tone steady. That spoiled brat was likely crying out for his father in the mire. Several assistants held their breath, recording, their eyes filled with reverence. Instructor, although number 77 employs some underhanded tactics, he truly has no opportunity to turn the tables within the logical deadlock you've constructed. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. A loud crack. A capacitor overhead exploded with sparks. The lights went out. The large screen was instantly engulfed in darkness. The heater's roar ceased abruptly. Darkness flooded the tent like a tide, with only the flashes of lightning outside outlining the chilling contours. The generator has failed? The owl furrowed his brow, his voice cold and resolute. Go check if there's a short circuit. Do not allow this wretched rain to delay the debriefing. The teaching assistants rose from their slumber in darkness. Their footsteps hurried as they rushed out of the tent. Inside, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. The owl remained seated, his claws lightly tapping on the tabletop, maintaining an unwavering rhythm. This was the heart of the 026 stronghold, a place teeming with sentinels. And he possessed absolute confidence in the defensive logic he had meticulously orchestrated. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the exhaust fan blades above had ceased to turn. A shadow descended from the support beam, its joints making not a whisper. Wang Yunteng was barefooted, though his physique had not yet returned to its prime. Under the dominion of the warrior's soul, every muscle was forcibly attuned. His feet landed upon the woolen carpet, each fiber's undulation controlled to the minutest degree. He moved through the darkness like a wisp of insubstantial smoke. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The owl, with his back turned, stared blankly at the dark reflection on the screen. A coffee cup rested precariously on the edge of the table, emitting wisps of lingering heat. Wang Yunteng held his breath, every pore of his body sealing tightly, stifling any scent from dispersing. To take a life was but a fleeting act of slicing the throat. Yet for this self-proclaimed sage of a mentor, to strike at his heart would suffice. He glided to the edge of the table, his right index and middle fingers deftly pinching a damp scrap of paper, smoothly probing into the bottom of the cup. The coffee cup trembled slightly. The owl, ever vigilant, instantly sensed the abnormal flow of air. Lao Zhang, hurry up, is the power not on yet? He rotated in his chair. In the mere fraction of a second that the chair turned towards him, Wang Yunteng exerted force from his waist, folding his body at an unnatural angle, swiftly slipping into the narrow space beneath the desk. The chair completed its 180-degree turn. The owl, facing the emptiness, adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses. An illusion? He removed his glasses and reached for the coffee cup. Just as his fingertips brushed the porcelain surface, from beneath the table, Wang Yunteng extended an index finger, aiming at the owl's gleaming leather boots, and gently snapped. Snap! The owl, as if struck by lightning, suddenly lowered his head. Who is beneath? Boom! The auxiliary engine erupted with a ferocious roar. The lights flickered back to life. The blinding white light was searing. The owl bent down to peer under the table, his heart racing wildly within his chest. It was utterly vacant. Only upon his right boot's tip was there a distinct, half-dried, muddy fingerprint. Damn it! The owl's hair bristled. The sensation of death's touch upon his instep, sending a chill of cold sweat racing down his spine. He instinctively reached for the Glock at his waist, his actions slightly distorted by fear. Crash! A sudden movement knocked the cup askew, bitter coffee spilling across the table, leaving a stain. The scrap of paper that had been pressed to the bottom of the cup floated to the surface, soaked in coffee. Inscribed with charred wood charcoal in a crooked scrawl. Owl instructor, your coffee has been tampered with. I suggest you cleanse your stomach. Had I been wielding a triangular bayonet just now, your carotid artery would have been severed. No need to search. I disabled the generator to help you save power. Your most inept student, 77. Crash. The delicate bone china cup shattered upon the floor, reduced to powder. The owl's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of fury. This was a disgrace. In the annals of 026 history, never had an instructor been infiltrated in full gear by a fallen rookie, leaving behind such mockery upon his footwear. Alarm. The owl seized the desk phone, his roar nearly shattering the receiver. All units on alert. All sentinels enter first-class combat readiness. 77 has infiltrated. Capture him. I will flay him alive. Yet. In the next moment, the loudspeakers throughout the camp erupted with a piercing wail, followed by that familiar raucous voice echoing across the training ground. Hello? Owl manager, please respond. Wang Yunteng stood in the broadcasting room, toying with the control panel, his tone infuriatingly arrogant. I am most dissatisfied with your establishment service. The subterranean suite has no air conditioning, and the ketchup was excessive. This warrants a negative review. Since you cannot host esteemed guests, I shall take charge of the camp myself. Click. The clear sound of an automatic rifle chambering echoed through the broadcast. Scorpion Commander, is your Humvee tank full? Don't let it stall halfway. My father would think your unit too impoverished and might end up donating 2 buildings, which would put me in quite a predicament. The entire 026 camp erupted into chaos. The instructors, who were in the midst of gearing up, stood frozen in shock, breaching the command center, mocking the theoretical instructors, and now attempting to commandeer the commander's vehicle? To the garage. Quickly. Scorpion burst forth from the barracks, his face contorted with rage. His 95 rifle already off safety. Boom. The heavy roar of the engine reverberated from the western garage. The specially reinforced Humvee crashed through the wooden door, splintering it into fragments. Wild Dog occupied the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator to the tank's bottom. Awesome. Number 13, Big Bear, leaned halfway out of the sunroof. Gripping the mounted machine gun tightly, though devoid of ammunition, he shouted louder than anyone else. Come chase your father. Catch up for some meat. Wang Yunteng sat in the back seat, gripping the walkie-talkie, laughing uproariously. Breach the blockade ahead. Wild Dog, accelerate. Show them our driving style. Bang bang bang. The instructor's gunfire erupted instantaneously. Blank rounds struck the armored vehicle, sending sparks flying. Wang Yunteng leaned out of the lowered window, giving the pursuing instructors a rude gesture. He had also pilfered the owl's wire-rimmed glasses, wearing them ostentatiously upon his nose, and through the vehicle's speakers, he left his final words. Scorpion Commander, no need to see me off. This vehicle drives like a charm. Let my old man send you money to buy a new one. The Humvee smashed through the camp's exit barricade, kicking up a torrent of mud in the raging storm, vanishing into the depths of the vast mountains. Scorpion halted, staring at the wreckage scattered across the ground and the distant, flickering tail lights, his forehead veins nearly bursting with fury. This brat. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. But deep within his gaze flickered a terrifying glint. The selection was not yet over. Since he enjoyed playing with such recklessness, I shall accompany him through the upcoming training to the bitter end. Chapter 66. Your invoice has been generated. As the torrential rain began to subside, the storm winds tore the dark clouds into shreds, revealing a pale crescent moon behind. The mountain road resembled a quagmire, where the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet the military Humvee, outfitted with heavy-duty bumpers, showed no signs of deceleration, its tires wildly churning the mud, coating the windshield layer upon layer. Awesome. This is what a vehicle is meant to be. Turn left. There's a cliff ahead. You damned wild dog. Number 24 was flung against the car door by centrifugal force. His face pressed against the glass, watching the fleeting abyss outside, his voice hoarse from shouting. I won't die? The commander's vehicle has the aura of a protagonist. Crashing down will only shatter the rocks. Wild Dog not only refused to ease off the gas, but also sharply jerked the steering wheel, sending the rear of the vehicle into a breathtaking arc on the narrow mountain path barely 3 meters wide. In the back seat, Wang Yunteng felt as if his stomach contained a washing machine. He fought against the urge to vomit the coffee he had just consumed, adjusting the ill-fitting wire-rimmed glasses on his nose. Big Bear, stop howling. Are you trying to practice your tenor atop the car? Wang Yunteng kicked the back of the front seat, loosening the grip on the machine gun, which was devoid of bullets. Who were they intending to scare? Fasten your seatbelts. We are about to land. The roar of the engines reverberates ominously above base 026. The playground below is enveloped in a profound silence. A line of novices, freshly emerged from SEER training, stands at attention. Most of them have been driven to the brink of mental collapse by that vertical shaft, or have been chased through the mountains by police dogs, ultimately captured. They hang their heads in defeat, wrapped in emergency blankets. As the air is thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants and the pungent odor of failure, all eyes are fixed upon the 2 broken gate pillars. Buzz. 2 blinding beams of xenon headlights violently tear through the night sky, illuminating the national flag on the podium. They have arrived. A gasp escapes from the crowd. The Humvee, caked in mud and branches, roars onto the playground. The Rottweiler, initially stationed for vigilance at the entrance, had long since tucked its tail between its legs and whimpered, retreating beneath the deepest recesses of the guard booth, burying its head in its paws, trembling like an electric motor. Squeal. The jarring screech of brakes assaults the eardrums. At the last moment, the wild dog exhibited remarkable driving skills, or perhaps sheer luck. The Humvee executed an almost flawless 180-degree drift on the slick concrete, sliding several meters before coming to a halt beneath the flagpole. A massive clump of mud flung off the tire with a loud splat, landing squarely on the trash can beneath the podium, a mere 20 centimeters away from Scorpion's tactical boots. The door was thrust open violently from within. 4 ruffians, clad in ill-fitting instructor uniforms, leaped out. Wang Yunteng stumbled slightly upon landing, but swiftly regained his balance, adjusted the torn button on his collar, and wiped the mist off his gold-rimmed glasses with the back of his hand. He looked up at Scorpion on the podium. Scorpion sat atop a rain-soaked ammunition box, playing with a lighter in his hand. Beside him, Owl, bereft of his glasses, squinted his shrewd eyes into slits. His face darkened as if it could drip water, fixating intently on the frame perched on Wang Yunteng's nose. Dozens of fully armed instructors surrounded them, their weapons lowered but fingers resting just outside the trigger guards. The atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Wang Yunteng strode confidently to the front of the stage, disregarding the dark water dripping from his pant legs, and raised his hand in salute. The gesture was precise and decisive. Reporting to the chief instructor, Team Death has completed the SEER training exercises. All members accounted for. Wang Yunteng's voice resonated across the vast playground, robust and commanding, entirely incongruous with one who had just endured severe trials. By the way, I also conducted a performance test under extreme conditions. He indicated the still smoking Humvee behind him. The suspension is overly stiff, and it exhibits significant roll during turns, with a noticeable jerking sensation when shifting from 2nd to 3rd gear. I recommend a factory overhaul, or perhaps a different make. Al could no longer contain himself. He took a step forward, his refined face contorted with rage. Wang Yunteng, was that a test? That was an act of robbery, a serious violation of discipline. Al pointed a trembling finger at Wang Yunteng's nose, assaulting instructors, commandeering military vehicles, damaging communication facilities. Such behavior on the battlefield would land you in a military court facing execution 10 times over. On the battlefield? Wang Yunteng interrupted. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses, casually wiped them on his grimy sleeve, and extended them towards Owl. On the battlefield, if I could take out the enemy's command post and seize their command vehicle, not only would I return it, but I would also toss a couple of white phosphorus grenades into their barracks for good measure. Wang Yunteng grinned at Owl's bespectacled eyes. Teacher Owl, returning items to their rightful owner. Furthermore, your prescription seems a bit too strong. Wearing them must be disorienting. I suggest a reassessment of your vision. Owl's chest heaved with indignation as he snatched the glasses. Enough. Scorpion's deep voice cut through the tension, instantly commanding the room's attention. He leapt down from the ammunition box, crushing a stone beneath his boot. He approached Wang Yunteng, their noses nearly touching, his face a mass of hardened flesh. The wild dog shrank back, while the bear of a man clenched his fists, ready to leap to his leader's defense at any moment. car theft, assault on an instructor, destruction of public property, and openly defying authority over the intercom. Scorpion enumerated the charges, each one deepening the cold glint in his eyes. According to the regulations of the recruit battalion, you deserve to be shot on the spot for 5 minutes. You also mentioned this is the recruit battalion. Wang Yunteng stood his ground, unwavering as he met Scorpion's gaze. This is 026. The essence of Seer is survival and escape. The rules do not stipulate that one cannot commandeer an instructor's vehicle to escape, nor does it forbid incapacitating an instructor to strip them of their gear. A deathly silence ensued. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the chief instructor's eruption. Scorpion's lips suddenly twitched, forming an exceedingly unpleasant smile. You make a valid point. Scorpion pivoted sharply, addressing the hundreds of subdued novices present. Did you hear that? This is the rule of 026. Winning is the rule. Surviving is the truth. The enemy will not spare you for executing your maneuvers flawlessly, nor will they hesitate to kill you for adhering to discipline. Team Death. All 4 members have passed the Seer assessment. A roar of suppressed excitement erupted from the crowd. Although it had been anticipated, hearing such banditry officially acknowledged was a profound shock to everyone's moral compass. It turned out that in Special Forces, as long as you can win, you can indeed cast aside your dignity. However, Scorpion's tone shifted as he turned back to Wang Yunteng. He produced a small notebook from his pocket, tearing off a page with a sharp rip, then retrieved a pen from his pocket, scribbling a series of numbers in a flamboyant script. Smack! The paper landed heavily on Wang Yunteng's mudcaked chest. This is the repair cost for the Humvee door, the price of Al's coffee cup, and the medical and lost work expenses for the 3 instructors you incapacitated. Scorpion paused, gesturing towards the guard booth. And the emotional distress fee for that Rottweiler. The veterinarian claims it has developed severe depression and now trembles at the sight of muddy puddles. A total of 48,600. Scorpion bit down on his cigar, narrowing his eyes, as the son of a wealthy family. I trust you can afford this paltry sum? Wang Yunteng lowered his gaze, illuminated by the spotlight as he glanced at the grotesque bill. Particularly at the final item, military dog psychological counseling and nutritional fee, 5,000 yuan. The corners of Wang Yunteng's eyes twitched. Instructor, has your dog had gold teeth fitted? Or did you hire a psychologist from Switzerland? 5,000. That could buy 10 bags of dog food. That is a distinguished service dog, with military rank. Scorpion sneered coldly. If you refuse to pay, we'll deduct it from Team Death's food expenses. I reckon that would suffice for 3 years of boiled cabbage with nothing but water. No salt included. Wang Yunteng took a deep breath. He meticulously folded the bill and placed it in his inner pocket, giving it a gentle pat. Deal. Wang Yunteng raised his head, wearing a smug expression as if to say money meant nothing to him. This amount doesn't even cover a single maintenance service for my vehicle. Just have my father transfer 50,000 directly to you. No need for change. The excess 14,000 will go towards treating that dog to some ham. Consider it an apology. Scorpion let out a cold snort, seemingly a touch disappointed that he could not outmaneuver this wealthy heir. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Everyone's here, except for the Death Squad. The rest of you, armed off-road 10 kilometers. Those who fail to finish tonight shall go hungry. The Death Squad, roll back to sleep. Tomorrow morning at 8, should you fail to rise, I will drive that Hummer straight onto your dormitory beds. Having spoken, Scorpion turned and strode away. The owl adjusted his glasses, casting a sinister glare at Wang Yunteng for a full 5 seconds before departing. His eyes clearly conveying the message. This matter is far from over. We shall see each other in tactics class. As the crowd dispersed, only 4 muddy figures remained on the playground. Did we really pass, boss? Wild Dog's legs gave way, and he plopped down on the ground, utterly exhausted. We did. Wang Yunteng replied, gazing at the battered Hummer, feeling as though his entire skeletal structure had collapsed in that moment. As the adrenaline faded, a bone-deep fatigue surged over him like a tidal wave. Let's go, back to the dormitory. He longed to throw himself onto that hard bunk. Indifferent even if the sky were to fall. Wait, boss. Big Bear suddenly clutched his stomach, a constipated expression crossing his face, his thick brows furrowing together. What now? Are you injured? Wang Yunteng turned back. No. Big Bear sheepishly scratched his head, a suspicious flush creeping across his dark face. Just now in the vehicle. Wild Dog drove too recklessly, and those sharp turns made me nauseous. I accidentally swallowed the special farewell letter you wrote. A 3-second silence ensued. Wang Yunteng stared at Big Bear's innocent face, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. You swallowed it? Yeah. Chewed it a couple of times. It was a bit bitter, tasted quite inky. Big Bear replied earnestly. Wang Yunteng sighed heavily, patting Big Bear on the shoulder with a grave tone. All right then. I was hoping to keep that as a trophy. Since you've eaten it, consider it a cultural enrichment. After all, in our group, you're the one who could use a bit more ink in your brain. Let us go. Back to sleep. If you can't rise tomorrow, that 50,000 will be deducted from your allowances. Boss, that's too harsh. The four figures helped each other as they grumbled their way towards the dormitory building, their shadows elongated by the searchlights. Chapter 67. Only the dead need rest. In this slumber, Wang Yunteng plunged into a deep, dark sleep. His dreams were a cacophony of bizarre fragments. One moment, he was with a comrade from a past life. Half his head blown off by shrapnel. The next, his father, Wang Zhangwo, was hurling bundles of cash at him, demanding he return to inherit the vast family fortune. A sharp crack jolted him from his reverie. Wang Yunteng's eyes flew open, his right hand instinctively reaching for the gun under his pillow, but grasping only air. The sluggishness of this body momentarily delayed him, yet he sprang from the bed in an instant, adopting a defensive stance. There were no enemies in sight. Only a white enamel mug spinning on the floor. Big Bear was bent over, rummaging for his toothbrush, and upon seeing Wang Yunteng's murderous posture, he shivered. Boss, I accidentally knocked over the cup. Your reaction is a bit terrifying. Wang Yunteng exhaled deeply, his heart still pounding fiercely in his chest. The stress response he brought back from the battlefield was still at odds with this body that had yet to fully adapt. What time is it? He rubbed his throbbing temples. 7:30. Number 24 was sitting on the bed, cleaning his gun. The Type 95 rifle was disassembled into a pile of parts. And the mess hall would close in half an hour. Let us eat. At the sound of that word, Wild Dog sprang down from the upper bunk as if a switch had been flipped. As the four of them entered the mess hall, the once boisterous hall quieted momentarily. The rookie soldiers, previously devouring their meals, unconsciously cast their gazes in their direction. The disdain and mockery in their eyes had been replaced with a profound wariness. That wariness was the respect one affords to a madman. Wang Yunteng ignored the stares. He held a stainless steel tray, genuinely famished. The seer training had consumed every ounce of glycogen in this body, and now every cell screamed for energy. The breakfast spread was lavish. Boiled eggs were plentiful. The steamed buns as large as basins, and a giant vat of glistening braised pork, though left over from the previous night, was considered a delicacy in the military. Wang Yunteng wasted no time, filling his plate with a generous portion of braised pork and grabbing 6 eggs. Boss, this meat is too fatty. Didn't you say you wanted to control oil for muscle gain? Big Bear asked, stuffing a bun into his mouth. Muscle gain my foot. Wang Yunteng peeled an egg and swallowed it in 2 bites. He needed to refuel. I have a feeling Scorpion's scheme to give us a break isn't entirely benevolent. While he was eating, a shadow blocked the light. Wang Yunteng didn't lift his head, continuing to tackle the fatty meat on his plate. Move aside. The voice was cold, laced with hostility. Wang Yunteng raised his head. It was Zhang Yang from the Snow Leopard Commando. His face still bearing bruises from the previous scuffle with Big Bear in the jungle. He was holding a tray, glaring intensely at Wild Dog, whose legs were in the way. The path is so wide, why must you walk here? Wild Dog grumbled, retracting his legs. A defeated foe has plenty to complain about. What did you say? Zhang Yang's tray came to an abrupt halt, and several Snow Leopard team members gathered around him. The air became charged with tension. Looking for a fight? Big Bear tossed aside his bun, his 200-pound frame standing like a wall. What is going on? The duty officer bellowed. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, shooting Wang Yunteng a fierce glare. Don't get cocky. A wild card is still a wild card. In real combat, it's not these underhanded tactics that count. With that, he shoved past Wild Dog's shoulder and strode away. What a piece of work, Wild Dog muttered, rubbing his shoulder. Wang Yunteng remained silent, observing Zhang Yang's retreating figure, lost in thought. He methodically stuffed the last piece of braised pork into his mouth, his gaze icy. Eat faster. What is wrong, boss? Zhang Yang was right. Wang Yunteng wiped his mouth, acknowledging that the wild card approach was not a sustainable strategy. In the coming days, we would need to catch up on our lessons. The next 3 days proved even more grueling for the Death Squad than Hell Week. Scorpion did not schedule any physical training for them, but instead tossed them into the tactical study room. The instructor was the Owl. This was a classic case of enemies crossing paths. The Owl was evidently still brooding over the coffee incident from that night. As he lectured from the podium, the pointer in his hand struck precisely wherever anyone dared to drift off, the chalk hitting the forehead of the inattentive with uncanny accuracy, especially Wang Yunteng. Number 77. Repeat the CQB angle cutting principle I just explained. Number 77. Solve this ballistic calculation problem right now. Number 77. Your handwriting looks like a chicken scratch. Rewrite it 100 times. Wang Yunteng seemed to transform. He did not retort, did not act out, nor did he employ the usual bandit logic to counter the Owl. He absorbed the professional tactical knowledge like a sponge, for he understood that while the experiences of his past life were invaluable, this body required systematic reconstruction. Moreover, despite the Owl's unlikable demeanor, he truly possessed substantial knowledge. On the 3rd night, the dormitory lights were out. Wang Yunteng remained awake, utilizing the dim light from the corridor. He disassembled a Type 92 pistol. Click, click. The parts came apart and were reassembled. His speed was increasing with each passing moment. From the initial awkwardness to the current fluidity, those rusty muscle memories are gradually awakening. Boss, still awake? 24 turned over. Can't sleep. Wang Yunteng pushed the magazine into the gun, producing a sharp, crisp sound, while his right eyelid twitched incessantly. Superstitious, muttered Wild Dog. We've been performing so well these past few days. Even the owl's gaze towards us seems less fierce. Surely, they want us to join 026. Join. Wang Yunteng scoffed, shoving the gun beneath his pillow. Have you ever seen someone fatten a pig only to release it back into the mountains? They fatten it up and slaughter it directly. Just as the words left his mouth, the dormitory's loudspeaker suddenly blared. There was no prelude, no alarm. Only Scorpion's emotionless voice echoed in the stillness of the night. All personnel, fully armed, assemble on the playground within 3 minutes. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Wang Yunteng abruptly rolled out of bed, his eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness. Everyone get up. It's time to work. Chapter 68. This time, there were no blank rounds. The wind tonight felt peculiar, carrying a hot, earthy scent. The playground was eerily silent. The floodlights, which could frighten even ants, were extinguished, leaving only a few dim street lamps flickering with a buzzing current, stretching the shadows of the assembled ranks long. Along the edge of the track, 3 troop transport trucks stood side by side. The engines were still running, their deep idling resonating in the chest. Scorpion stood at the front of the line, removing the black hood emblazoned with a scorpion. This was the first time all the rookies laid eyes upon his face. A grotesque centipede scar sliced from his left brow to the corner of his mouth, twisting like a living thing with the movement of his jaw muscles. Without the mask to conceal it, the malevolence radiating from him, as if he had crawled out from a pile of corpses, was even more intense. No need for a show, he declared, because the upcoming performance has no script. Everyone, unload your magazines. Remove the blank rounds from your guns and toss them into the iron barrel in front. The clattering of metal rang out as the red blank round adapters were twisted off, signaling the end of the drills. A few logistics personnel silently approached, carrying dark green wooden boxes. With a crowbar, they pried the lid open with a creak. Under the light, the yellow 5.8mm pointed bullets glistened with a cold sheen. These were live rounds, capable of shattering bones and splattering brains. Wild Dog reached out for a bullet, as his fingertips brushed against the cold brass casing. His hand involuntarily trembled, the magazine clattering against the gun's chamber with a sharp sound. Boss, is this for real? Wild Dog's throat tightened. Wang Yunteng ignored him, grabbing a handful of bullets, expertly pressing them in. Click, click. The sound of bullets chambering was more melodious than any symphony. The sensation of his fingertip gliding over the primer and the copper-jacketed steel was heavy, sending a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. This long-dormant body finally awakened at this moment. Blood flow quickened, pores constricted, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Are you scared? Wang Yunteng slammed the base of the magazine, a habitual action to prevent feeding issues. Who's scared? Wild Dog retorted stubbornly. I'm just a bit out of practice. This thing used to be for target shooting. Now it's meant for killing. Wang Yunteng secured the gun on his back and nudged Wild Dog's chest with the stock. Remember this weight. Once fired, it cannot be retrieved. It either penetrates the enemy's skull or turns us into sieves. This time, there's no director calling cut, nor a medic to drag you up for a meal after you fall. Scorpion watched as everyone finished chambering their rounds, pulled a cigarette from his waist, and lit it, the flame flickering across his scarred face. I know what you're pondering. Do you think this is an upgraded version of Seer? Do you expect there to be an instructor with a megaphone cursing at you? No one dared to breathe. Scorpion exhaled a smoke ring and pointed to the trucks behind him. 2 hours ago, at the K3 border, a group of mercenaries, valuing money over life, crossed the border, escorting a shipment of high-purity new materials. They collided head-on with the border patrol. Even those tough border guards sustained injuries, with one fatality. The mention of death stirred unrest within the ranks. The weight of those 2 words was suffocating. These were real criminals, having seen bloodshed. AK-47s were standard, along with RPGs, and they might even possess anti-personnel mines. Scorpion crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, the higher-ups have ordered the 026 training team, as the nearest rapid response force, is to deploy. Mission, block, search, annihilate. This is not only your final lesson, but also your ticket in. For those who return alive, the gates of 026 will be wide open. For those who do not, Scorpion paused, your names will be etched directly onto the martyr's monument. And the compensation will double, enough for your families to live comfortably. The wind howled louder, causing the ropes on the flagpole to snap sharply. Transitioning from drills to real combat, there was no gradual shift, akin to tossing a group of children who had just learned to swim directly into a shark tank. Any questions? Scorpion suddenly bellowed. No. The roar resounded like thunder. This was a primal response when fear reached its peak. using volume to bolster courage. Board the trucks. Wang Yunteng was the first to single-handedly grip the railing, vaulting onto the truck. In the shadows, two figures stood side by side. Al held the gold-rimmed glasses that Wang Yunteng had snatched and then returned, watching the rookies clumsily clamber aboard. Isn't this a bit hasty? Al frowned. Though 77 is a rough gem, it's not yet polished. The others are even more inexperienced. This trip could see a mortality rate of at least 30%. Scorpion donned the menacing hood once more, his voice icy. A gem must be cut to shine. Soldiers must see blood to become an army. The enemy won't wait for them to mature before striking. But there are no buts, Scorpion interrupted, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yunteng's retreating figure. That rich kid carries more killing intent than either of us. For this mission, I'm betting he can bring this group of rookies back. If he can't, it's a matter of life and death. Al sighed, adjusting his glasses. I'll ensure the drone unit stays close, even if it's just to retrieve the bodies. I won't let them rot in the woods. The truck bed was pitch black, hands unable to discern anything. The hard wooden bench was painfully uncomfortable. Big Bear squeezed beside Wang Yunteng, his 200 pounds of bulk jostling with the truck's movements. He clutched the squad's machine gun tightly. The posture resembled that of cradling a newborn rather than a weapon. Boss. Big Bear's voice was muffled in his throat. If I really bite the dust, do you think I can be awarded martyr status? I have an elderly mother at home, and I've heard martyr compensation is quite generous. Enough for her to live on. Shut your mouth. Wang Yunteng fumbled in the dark for the night vision goggle straps, adjusting them. Your bulk is the best body armor. A bullet would just get stuck in the fat. As long as no one blows your head off, you'll find dying quite difficult. In the corner, 24 was fiddling with a makeshift radio, confirming the frequency repeatedly. Don't adjust it. Wang Yunteng kicked his tactical boot. This is a radio silence zone, aside from breathing. Don't make a sound. The convoy raced along the mountain road, bouncing violently as if to dislodge one's internal organs. No one spoke. In this suffocating darkness, everyone is digesting the fate that looms ahead. Wang Yunteng leans against the cold metal of the vehicle, his eyes shut. K3 region. The topographic map unfurls rapidly in his mind. Tropical rainforest, high temperatures, and humidity, swarming with venomous creatures. Visibility severely restricted. It is a paradise for guerrilla warfare, yet a grave for fresh recruits. Can this body withstand the high-intensity jungle strangulation? He lowers his head, peering at his hand in the faintest light. The callus on his palm is still too tender. Though his index finger no longer trembles, that sensation of absolute control, that peak of power, feels far from his grasp. Wang Yunteng. Suddenly, two cold glimmers flicker in the darkness across from him. It is Zhang Yang. What do you want? Hoping to confess before death? I'm not into that. Wang Yunteng keeps his eyes closed. Get lost. Zhang Yang curses, his tone lacking the previous sharpness, if a fight were to erupt. Regardless of whether they were dealing with drug traffickers or mercenaries, they were on the same side. I can't trust you with my back. Wang Yunteng opens his eyes and fixes his gaze on Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Yang is about to retort, Wang Yunteng adds, but if you die, I will carry your body back. It's a deal you won't regret. Zhang Yang pauses, then smirks and mutters, damn, you're a real skinflint. The atmosphere in the vehicle lightens slightly. Wang Yunteng scans the pairs of eyes in the darkness. Listen up. Regardless of whether the enemy is drug dealers or mercenaries, whether they wield AKs or RPGs, upon sighting them, shoot first. Empty the magazine before asking questions. If you can't win, call for backup. Don't be a hero. Wang Yunteng taps his weapon. In this place, heroes are merely inscribed on tombstones. We're here to be the grim reapers that send others to those stones. Creak. The jarring screech of brakes shatters the night. The vehicle comes to a halt. The thunderous roar rends the air. It is the sound of the propeller slicing through the atmosphere at high speed. Not yet at the destination, but merely switching transport. An armed helicopter has landed in the clearing ahead, the whirlwind generated by its rotor blending with the scent of fuel, striking everyone head-on. Everyone disembark. Move quickly. The hatch swings wide. Wang Yunteng is the first to leap from the vehicle, the weight of his heavy pack pressing down on his shoulders. He glances up at the pitch-black night sky and takes a deep breath. The scent of gunpowder, fuel, and a hint of blood fills the air. This is the world he knows. Click. Wang Yunteng pulls back the bolt, chambering around. This time, there is no rebirth. Chapter 69. This is not war. It's food delivery. K3 region. Here, there are no poems or distant dreams, only muck and miasma. The helicopter hovers 5 meters above the treetops, and the rappel line is abruptly tossed down. The gusts from the propeller crush the underbrush beneath, rendering it incapable of lifting its head, while countless unknown insects are reduced to pulp, splattering everyone's faces. Down, down, down. The pilot bellows. He doesn't want to linger a second longer in this hellish place. Thermal imaging reveals numerous living creatures nearby, possibly wild boars or crazed individuals wielding anti-tank missiles. Wang Yunteng grasps the rope, his feet braced on the edge of the cabin. This wretched path is barely passable, otherwise I would definitely leave a scathing review for this airline. Wang Yunteng curses inwardly, loosening his grip, and swiftly slides down the rope. Upon landing, the humus beneath his feet is as soft as fermenting dough, his lower legs sinking directly into it. Before he can extricate himself, a nauseating odor of mildew mixed with the sweet rot of decaying vegetation assaults his senses. Thud! The big bear lands behind him, its weight of 200 pounds shaking the ground, the splashes of mud more numerous than bullets. This place is truly uninhabitable. The big bear hoists a machine gun onto his shoulder, swatting away a mosquito that landed on his neck upon inspecting his hand. It is covered in blood. This mosquito must have been raised on nuclear waste. Like a dragonfly. Shut up, spread out, and stay alert. Wang Yunteng levels his weapon, not rushing to pull his leg from the muck, instead opting to half kneel in the mud, rapidly surveying his surroundings. Visibility is severely obstructed. This is a quintessential tropical rainforest secondary growth, with vines ensnaring the trees like spider webs, visibility reduced to under 10 meters. In this terrain, let alone an enhanced squad, even an entire regiment could be hidden without a trace. The sounds of others landing follow in succession. Dozens of rookies, fully armed, quickly gather in the clearing. Zhang Yang, clutching a Beidou terminal, gazes gravely at the coordinates on the screen. Everyone pay attention. Zhang Yang lowers his voice, signaling. The target area is 3 kilometers to the north in Black Wind Valley. According to intelligence, that batch of mercenaries is operating nearby. Our objective is to clamp down on them like a vice, trapping them in the valley. Team 1 and Team 2 will take the left flank. Teams 3 and 4 will cover the right. The central assault team follows me. Zhang Yang's deployment is methodical, even textbook in its standard utilization of force advantages to form an encirclement, then tightening the pocket to trap the prey. Everyone moves, except for the death squad. Wang Yunteng remains motionless, his multifunctional military knife in hand, scraping something against the bark of a nearby old tree. Number 77. Are you deaf? Zhang Yang turns back, his brow furrowed in a frown. Didn't you hear the command? Move out at full speed. Wang Yunteng ignores him. He uses the knife as tip to lift a bit of dark green moss, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then extends his fingers to feel the back of the tree trunk. Damp, slimy. You all go ahead and meet your demise. I'll sit this one out. Wang Yunteng sheathes his knife, wipes his hands on his pant leg, and turns to point in the opposite direction of Black Wind Valley, a steep limestone ridge, barren and devoid of trees, enough to make one weak at the knees. Death Squad, follow me. We're going to climb a mountain. Are you insane? Zhang Yang strides over, grabbing Wang Yunteng's tactical vest strap, his spit flying as he shouts, that S to the south. Completely the wrong way. You want to bail? Scorpion said this is a live exercise. Cowards face military court. The surrounding rookies halt, their expressions filled with disdain. They've long viewed this rich second generation with contempt. He can show off his cleverness and training, but when it comes to life or death situations, he immediately reveals his true colors. Isn't he just afraid of dying? Climbing a mountain? I bet he just wants to find a cool spot to hide while we fight it out. Coward. How can someone like him still receive and sear top score? Truly, the heavens must be blind. Whispers of derision ripple through the air. The wild dog shrinks back, tugging at Wang Yunteng's sleeve. Boss, everyone is watching. If you bail now, even if you make it back alive, your spine will be broken by the others. A broken spine can be fixed, but a life lost can't be brought back from the dead. Wang Yunteng swats Zhang Yang's hand away, even brushing off the spot where he was grabbed in disdain. Captain Zhang, do you have the memory of a pig? You remember the treats, but forget the beatings. Wang Yunteng points to the towering trees around them, then to the terminal in Zhang Yang's hand. The rain over the past few days has been heavier than the day Yipping looked for her father. Black Wind Valley is low-lying, right now. There's at least half a meter of water accumulated below. Are you planning to lead the brothers into a muddy pit to catch loaches? That's one reason. Wang Yunteng raises 2 fingers. Secondly, you're a mercenary. Would you drill into the valley? That's a death trap. This group is engaged in cross-border smuggling. Since they are laden with goods, their intention is to flee, not to engage in a protracted standoff here. He turned around, pointing at the steep ridge behind him. That is the high ground, the only dry passage. If it were me, I would certainly position 2 machine guns up there. You fools have plunged headlong into the valley bottom, where the mud reaches your knees, unable to move swiftly. While they rain down fire from the mountain above, this is hardly combat. Wang Yunteng flashed a cold, toothy grin, revealing a chilling brightness. That's a direct order. As simple as the cafeteria lady asking if you want that piece of meat. Zhang Yang stood stunned. He glanced at the map on the terminal, then back at the ridge. Indeed, it was the highest point in the area, controlling the vital access to the border. Yet the intelligence clearly indicated. Intelligence is inert. Humans are alive. Wang Yunteng seemed to see through his thoughts, and you might have forgotten that intelligence has a shelf life. 2 hours ago they were in the valley. Are they still waiting there for you 2 hours later? Is this a drive-through restaurant? With that, Wang Yunteng ceased his chatter. Big Bear, Wild Dog, number 24, move out. Anyone who falls behind will have to bear the $50,000 bill alone. Don't, Chief. I'll climb, all right. Wild Dog howled, clutching his weapon as he charged up the hill. The death squad of four plunged into the dense forest without a backward glance. Zhang Yang remained rooted in place, watching Wang Yunteng's vanishing figure, gritting his teeth. Captain, should we listen to him? His hesitant deputy inquired nearby. Listen to what? Zhang Yang spat vehemently. He's just a pampered brat who isn't weaned yet. What does he know of tactics? The intel shows the heat source is in the valley bottom. All teams, follow orders. Execute the original plan. Advance at full speed into the Black Wind Valley. Anyone who dares to emulate that coward, I'll deal with them first. Yes. Dozens of men surged forward, brimming with lethal intent towards the vast green pocket. At the foot of the ridge, Wang Yunteng was scrambling upward, using both hands and feet. The mountainside was not only steep, but the rocks were severely weathered, crumbling into gravel with every grasp. Chief, look over there. Number 24 hung like a gecko from a jutting rock, pointing down at the valley floor. From this vantage point, the entire Black Wind Valley lay bare. Dense treetops obscured the sunlight, and a grayish mist engulfed the valley floor, where those inexperienced newcomers struggled through the muck at a pitiful pace. Meanwhile, on the mountainsides flanking the valley bottom, several unusual bushes swayed ever so slightly. If one did not look closely, they would remain undetected. Yet, in the eyes of Wang Yunteng, a seasoned sniper, they were immediately discernible. That was a camouflage net. Below, dark gun muzzles were aimed at the unsuspecting group still trudging along. These fools. Wang Yunteng spat out the grass root in his mouth, his gaze turning icy. Big Bear, set up the machine gun. Wild Dog, pull the safety pins from the grenades and hold them in your hands. This is not a battle. Wang Yunteng pulled back the bolt, locking onto a machine gunner chewing gum through the scope. This was clearly a delivery from the King of Hell, and we had to ensure it was delivered on time. Chapter 70. No turning back. Can you act? The crosshairs wobbled slightly. It was not due to unsteady hands, but rather this damned body protesting. His heart raced to 140 beats per minute, pounding against his chest like a drum, each beat causing a quiver in his vision. Wang Yunteng lay flat against the rock, the 95-style rifle he had borrowed from the owl table resting in a moss-covered crevice. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping into his eyes, stinging painfully. Yet he dared not blink, nor wipe it away. 800 meters. This was the effective range limit for the 95-style rifle in machine gun mode, and the one in his hands was merely a standard rifle. At this distance, the bullet spread could cover an area the size of a basin. To hit the forehead, one would need either luck or divine intervention. 400 meters away, behind a bush at the valley bottom, a mercenary machine gunner with a scruffy beard was firmly planting the tripod of his RPK light machine gun into the mud. Chewing gum bulged in his cheeks, his eyes mockingly fixed on the muddy expanse ahead. That was the funeral site prepared for Zhang Yang. Aside from this overt butcher, at 2 o'clock, the canopy of an old banyan tree reflected an unnatural metallic glint. At 11 o'clock, a patch of banana leaves was too vividly green, concealing an observer clad in camouflage. They truly underestimated these rookies, preparing to mince them for dumplings. Wang Yunteng could even feel the muscles in his right arm spasming due to prolonged aiming. He clenched his molars, forcibly suppressing the pain. His left hand pressed the transmission button on the individual radio. Crackle. The harsh electric noise instantly cut into Zhang Yang's channel. Stuck in the muck at the valley bottom, Zhang Yang froze mid-stride, hastily covering his tactical headset, scanning his surroundings in terror. Who? I am your uncle. Wang Yunteng's voice was low, suppressing the urge to have his skull shattered. Just maintain your current position. Don't look up, don't glance around. Fix your eyes straight ahead. Zhang Yang blinked in disbelief, anger surging to his temples. Wang Yunteng, where the hell have you been hiding, you coward? What do you mean, shattered? Spare me the dramatics. Shut up. 2 words, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, caused Zhang Yang's impending curse to lodge in his throat. Listen carefully. This is a one-way communication. Every word I utter from now on will determine whether that not-so-bright head of yours remains on your neck. Wang Yunteng adjusted his breathing. 400 meters directly in front of you, at the base of that crooked banyan tree, there is an RPK light machine gun. The shooter is waiting for you fools to march into the knee-deep mud pit. To your right, at 2 o'clock. A sniper is using his scope to count the pimples on your face. At the valley bottom, Zhang Yang's pupils contracted sharply, a chill racing down his spine, instantly permeating through his tactical uniform. He instinctively thought to look up for confirmation. Don't move. Wang Yunteng's low roar reverberated in his ears, causing a painful throb in his eardrums. Don't move. The moment you raise your head, their fingers will pull the trigger. At this distance, that RPK can turn you into a sieve in just 3 seconds. Zhang Yang remained frozen, feeling as though death itself had wrapped its scythe around his neck. His throat tightened violently, trembling as he spoke. Is this for real? The intel indicates you should be a corpse by now. Wang Yunteng's gaze remained fixed on the machine gunner, chewing gum through the scope, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Look to your left. The sap oozing from the cut in the banana leaves indicates recent camouflage work. Do I need to teach you how to assess the situation? Zhang Yang glanced sideways. The white sap at the cut was glaringly conspicuous. There was indeed an ambush. This was no search mission. It was clearly a one-way ticket to the meat grinder. What do we do now? Zhang Yang was utterly panicked. His earlier bravado completely evaporated. Retreat? Turn back now. Retreat my foot. Wang Yunteng pressed the rifle but firmly against his collarbone, the skin there already worn raw and painful. If you turn around and expose your back, they will hit you as easily as bowling pins. Are you asking us to go to our deaths? Can you act? Wang Yunteng narrowed his left eye. His right eye locked onto the machine gunner's head. The wind speed is 3 meters per second with a lateral breeze. The humidity stands at 90%. And a ballistic drop correction of 2 mils is necessary. In my mind, the ballistic calculation diagram, which I could sketch even with my eyes closed, is rapidly taking shape. Yet, my hands tremble. This variable must be accounted for. Listen, Zhang Yang. With your team, press onward. Pretend as if you have noticed nothing. You can even raise your voice, complaining about the treacherous path, perhaps uttering a few curses. Bring forth the vigor with which you usually berate me. Have you lost your mind? Another 50 meters, and death is certain. No, that is baiting. You are the bait. Wang Yunteng's index finger rests on the trigger, beginning to apply pressure. The first shot has been taken. 3 seconds. Just give me 3 seconds. The moment I pull the trigger, you all dive into the mud. Be swift and strike a pose. Should anyone lag and find half their backside blown off, do not blame me for the warning unheeded. The valley is enveloped in a deathly silence. Zhang Yang gazes at the seemingly tranquil jungle ahead, devoid of even a single bird. Yet he feels as though every leaf conceals a dark muzzle. He swallows hard. It's a gamble. The collective voice of his comrades trembles, a pitch of terror reaching its zenith. Get yourselves together. Haven't you eaten? Move faster. How much longer must we traverse this wretched path? Though the snow leopard team appears bewildered, the captain's orders are absolute. The squad continues to inch forward, even as every member's calves cramp with exertion. 350 meters to the ambush zone. 300 meters. The mercenary machine gunner, chewing gum, grins widely, revealing a mouthful of smoke-stained, decayed teeth. He even releases the grip on his machine gun to reach for his water bottle. In his eyes, this ragtag group of ill-fitting camouflage-clad Chinese scouts resembles a herd of swine awaiting slaughter. Even blind firing would suffice to leave them all behind. But there is no even. It is now. On the ridge, Wang Yunteng holds his breath, expelling air from his lungs, entering a strange state of stillness. The world fades away. Only the slightly swaying red inverted V sight and the head twisting the cap off the water bottle remain. This shot must not only claim a life, but also save these fools. Bang! The dull report of the Type 95 rifle detonates in the valley. 800 meters away. The machine gunner, just reaching for his water bottle, freezes mid-motion. In the next instant, his head bursts like a watermelon crushed under a sledgehammer. A spray of viscous red and white erupting in a fan shape, splattering the nearby assistant gunner's face. The machine gunner emits no sound. His body is toppled backward by the bullet's kinetic energy, the water bottle clattering to the ground and rolling twice. Get down. Wang Yunteng roars into the microphone, his voice tearing through the air. He need not shout. At the moment the gun fires, Zhang Yang feels as if struck by a high-voltage shock. Disregarding the foul puddle of rotting leaves ahead, he awkwardly flops into the mud. Enemy attack. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The valley erupts. Chapter 71. 1 bullet, 10,000 yuan. The valley explodes. The mercenaries react with astonishing speed. Just as the RPK light machine gun falls silent, the remaining 7 or 8 AK-47s instantly unleash a crossfire from behind the bushes. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets splatter into the mire, shattering the very spot where Zhang Yang's group had lain, uprooting shrubs as thick as a bowl, sending wood chips flying. A scream pierces through the gunfire. A trainee, half a beat too slow, feels blood spurt from his thigh, collapsing into the black water, still convulsing. Zhang Yang buries his head deep in the muck, wishing to transform himself into a gopher. The air above is filled with the whistling of bullets, severed blades of grass falling upon his neck, itching unbearably, yet he dares not move. This is real combat. No director, no blank rounds. Only metal that will shatter bone upon entry. Big Bear, suppress fire now. On the ridge, Wang Yunteng's voice is strained, his shoulder numbed by the recoil. Is the machine gun merely a fire stick? If you see flames, pull the trigger. Pull it to the limit. Damn. Number 13 is seeing red. The squad machine gun finally roars to life. Boom, 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 boom. Big Bear does not understand the concept of controlled bursts. He pulls the trigger to the floor. The metallic storm from above displays its might, a barrage of fire lashing out toward 11 o'clock, where the AK fire is densest. Two mercenaries, just attempting to rise and relocate, are pinned down, dirt exploding up to a meter high around them. Number 24, keep an eye on the wild dog. Don't let him accidentally toss a grenade onto our heads. Wang Yunteng doesn't even have the time to glance back. His world has constricted into the small circle of the sight. That sniper. The first shot has revealed his position. The enemy is undoubtedly searching for him. Whoosh. A stone fragment strikes his face, drawing blood. Bullets strike the rock before him, narrowly missing his brow by less than 10 centimeters. Found you. 2 o'clock. The old banyan tree crown. An experienced hand. After firing, he does not retreat, but remains poised, waiting for the sniper to show himself. Wang Yunteng crouches behind the rock, his chest heaving, the muscles in his right arm spasming from prolonged aim. Damn, is this what life has come to? He spits out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Thinking he should purchase a hefty accidental death policy upon returning, naming himself as the beneficiary, he retrieves a shard of broken mirror from his tactical vest. Remnants from a shattered Hummer's rearview mirror. With force, he extends the mirror fragment from the crevice. Crack. The mirror shatters. The enemy's nerves are taut, their aim precise. So, you wish to play this game? Wang Yunteng grins, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. He suddenly kicks a weathered, loose rock beside him. Boom. A stone the size of a basin tumbles down the steep slope, creating a tremendous noise. At that moment, as the green shadow of the tree crown instinctively adjusts its aim, Wang Yunteng moves. Without exposing himself from the direction of the rolling stone, he bursts forth from the opposite side of the cover. No need to aim. The coordinates are etched in his mind. Raise the gun. Regulate the breath. Pull the trigger. It is muscle memory honed through tens of thousands of repetitions. Even if this body has rusted, the accuracy within his soul remains intact. Bang. A camouflage net atop the tree crown jolts violently, followed by a figure plummeting like a ripe fruit, landing with a thud. He has gone. The sniper is down. Number 24 sets down the binoculars and howls. Quiet. Look below. Wang Yunteng retreats behind cover, massaging his numb right shoulder. Though the valley has gained suppressive fire, Zhang Yang and his team remain pinned down like quails. With 2 mercenary fire points eliminated, their fire intensifies. A bearded man even hoists that damn tube RPG-7. Damn. The rocket launcher. Zhang Yang's eyes nearly bulge out as he watches the bearded man rise. The warhead on his shoulder glinting with the desperate gleam of iron in the dim light. If that thing fires down, everyone in this mire will turn to charcoal. Wang Yunteng, help me. Zhang Yang's voice cracks. What the hell? Is there any payment in this? Wang Yunteng, though vociferous in his rebuke, displayed an astonishing speed in maneuvering the muzzle. At a distance of 400 meters, with the target in motion and a wind speed of 3 meters. A direct shot at the individual would likely miss, as the dexterity of this body could not keep pace with the mind. A gamble was in order. The muzzle was subtly depressed, the sight aligning with the protruding blue stone at the feet of the bearded man. This stone served as a crucial point of support for his right foot to counteract the recoil. With an entry angle of 30 degrees, the shot was fired. Bang. The bullet struck the stone, yet there was no spray of blood. Instead, the sharp fragments of the stone flew like shrapnel, viciously embedding themselves into the bearded man's ankle and Achilles tendon. A howl of agony escaped his lips as his right foot lost strength, causing his entire body to tilt backward. The cannon, initially aimed at Zhang Yang and his group, suddenly jerked upward. Whoosh. The rocket soared into the sky, trailing a long tail of flame, detonating amidst the treetops 30 meters high. The shockwave toppled countless branches, showering down a cascade of green leaves. Did it miss? The hulking bear was momentarily stunned. Boss, it deviated. Deviate my foot. That's called a physics adjustment. Wang Yunteng discarded the magazine, swiftly reloading with one hand. The bearded man was now incapacitated, reduced to a living target. Zhang Yang, is that gun in your hand merely for clearing paths? Take him down. The urgency in his voice jolted Zhang Yang from his stupor. Having narrowly escaped death, the overwhelming shame and fear instantly transformed into a fierce rage. Fire. Hit him hard. At last, the dozens of rifles ceased to resemble mere firewood. Once these elite soldiers overcame their trepidation, their tactical prowess swiftly resurfaced. Without the suppression of heavy fire and snipers, the remaining mercenaries crumbled like paper beneath the overwhelming barrage. 3 minutes elapsed. The gunfire gradually dwindling until it came to a complete halt. Only the occasional dying groans from the thickets remained. Wang Yunteng leaned against the scorching rock, his body drenched, his lungs contracting violently, as if working a bellows. Is it over? The wild dog peered cautiously. Over? Not a chance. Wang Yunteng tossed the gun to the wild dog. His gaze icy. Go down, finish them off. Each one must receive another bullet, even if their brains spill out. This is called after-sales service. He pointed to his shoulder. Pressing the communicator. Zhang Yang, prepare for the transfer. That last shot was a VIP custom service. For this bullet, I'll charge you 10,000. Don't complain about the price. This is a friendship discount.